Okay. Okay, so I got the old dashboard out here. We talked about the Aspen graphics yesterday. I'm trying to compete with them, but I'm trying to show how this line chart's going to clean up everything. We'll be able to do little postage stamps, thumbnails of the market's very clean here. We don't have to have anything but the line chart. And which algo we're running, or which limit drop. So last night I turned on the 15-minute troller bots, and they picked up these entries, which I wouldn't have done. Not like this, especially not the euro against the Swiss. I think I got a couple euro Swiss tickets. Australia. So I'm buying. So I have this big cloud of limits. Now these only last for. I think I got an hour left on these. Wait, so. Yeah, these ticket banks are only gonna last for an hour, so we'll be back to a clean state. So we're up $500 right now. I'm gonna let it play out. I think there's a rally coming. I think we're gonna lift off a little bit here, but this has been the scalp bot. I'd say that it's really you're getting in 8 pips deep every 15 minutes for an hour. In the contour of the market. So this is a free bot. This is a free bot, but you can't know when to turn it on. If you turn it on here during this phase, you can see how brutal it was, right? The crush rate. But these things are canceling every hour. So this is a 1 hour chart. So you got to see that you're not even getting the. You probably wish you had even more fills, right? Okay, so as soon as the euro starts taking out the high of the day here, I'm going to start cashing out. So I'm going to let this thing do it. So hopefully we'll make another another $50 here. I turned off all the robots except for. So now you got to pick. I didn't turn off this one because it's Australian dollar. I mean, how much are you really risking here? So this is not some big 100 pip mover, and it's not using a lot of margin because it's just what's this thing? 68 cents. I mean, 68 cents. I mean, it's a whole different world, but the spread is slightly worse. I would say a little bit here, 8. Yeah, commissions here is half a pip round turn. It's 50 cents round turn just here. I mean, 5 cents round turn, but you're gonna end up. You can pay 12 cents round turn or 5 cents. So if the spread goes to 0, it's only 5 cents per 1,000. So I'm cashing out on these scalps I built where you're only trying to make like this is only trying to make like 5 pips here. This thing's about to get out, so it's just getting out. Well, I don't want to be in the market, honestly. Okay, so now we're crushing up and up and up, and we're just going to wait till this 5 minutes before 5 a.m. I think I'm going to wait till 5 a.m. and 5 minutes after 5 a.m. We might be going up a little bit more here. It's just a skosh more. But I want to get my margin down to $100 in the next 5 minutes. I want my margin to be down to about 100 or something. We got a top tick Tommy the day on the euro now. But like I already cashed out of something on the way there because I don't trust them. I don't even trust anything. But we're right at the threshold here. We're just about to breach it, and then I'll be selling into that naturally. But then it's really my cash out. So plowing into it now, and honestly getting ready to get out. Like I don't even sometimes I'm thinking, are they even going to break that out? Bastards. So that window and then the big crush is going to be above this. So we're just going to wait it out. Then I'm going to reload. So as soon as this thing goes up, I'm going to turn on the shallow. It's going to get in 8 pips to about 20 with a 30 pips hard stop on this thing. And that's going to be so hopefully I can make another. I get to 1600 here, maybe dump the whole thing. It's all about the Benjamins, man. I'm trying to make money here, son. Oh, just can't get over the threshold. Like, so a lot of people are just bailing now. I would believe. Where do people find the patience for these markets? I can't even wait 3 minutes. I can't wait 3 minutes at the top of the hour for this thing to do a goober breakout. Trap the goobers here, and then, gee, what are they going to do next? A lot of people would be selling off that for the scalp. I'm pretty sure that window, they got the pendings are just stacked up in there. Okay, looks like the 1 minute guys are coming in to push it over the field line here. Here's the 1 minute trend traders. Come on, guys. Man, I bet my whole life savings on the entry down here. Get me there, would you? Drop kick me, Jesus, through the resistance of my chart. Anyways, Tony Curris is here. What do you have to do? That limit dropping, so I think you have to even add 2 zeros. I do have some gold drops. I have some gold scripts. They're double. They're single drops. So the problem is, I guess I would sell these things if I was ever to organize everything I ever wrote, but I never really kept track of it, to be honest with you. I mean, I've got it. You can go look through it, but like in that, so let's say gold. And I think it was, I mean, so here's the thing. Maybe I should just write like a master script. So I did a Bitcoin. I wrote Bitcoin and I wrote NASDAQ. NASDAQ is like add like 8 zeros. But the gold, I think the gold is pretty close to the Dow, as I recall. I had some Dow scripts. Then gold and Dow, those are swappable. Yeah, because you're talking about 20 markets. People say, hey, can you get one for trading corn? I'm working on that one. Oh, I just wish, I just can't take this. I can't take these markets, dude. We're going up. Can we go up already? Like, what the fuck? Okay, it's 5. Boom, it's 5 a.m. Finally. Now watch it pull back like a rape date, but I figure there'll be shenanigans here now. The market's closed in exactly 12 hours, so this is a big deal this time of day. If you're in the time of day kind of people, doesn't matter what's, yeah, 12 hours. So anybody that's making a decision now, we're right in the middle of fair value on the 4-hour chart. So isn't anybody looking at this going, well, what are we going to do here? How's this week going to end? We're sitting here stalled out. Let me delete these objects. We're stalled out in the middle of the road. It's a dead car. So we just kind of adrift in the market here. They really don't have any control over the market. So we're just trying to jump in and out. The pressure builds up and these things just go nuts. So here's my range analysis of the week so far. This is a 4-hour chart. This is Sunday here. This is a 100 pip yard line. So this is about, and this is 100 pips to here. So we've been trading in 120 pips. This is 20 pip dashes here. And really haven't, we're dead in the water now. I'm calling it, that's my box. I suppose if you want to be strict, it's going to be like this. So you're dead in the water, in the middle of that, kind of drifting out. I still think there's a slam down coming because, like I said, we're right at that border of resistance on the 4-hour chart. Now, people have probably seen this scenario before. It doesn't take much to flick into that void, and we'd be cashing out at that point. We're taking our 20 pips and leaving. So everything that's running here right now, you can't see the exits. You can only see the entrances. This is just this big pile of tickets. As soon as this thing, in the next 5 minutes, we could be out of the whole trade, or I could get out. In 3 more minutes, I could get out. And make more money than if I held a small position for the next 4 hours. I mean, that's a big difference. So scalping is compared to, so I'm up on every ticket here. Every ticket I'm up on. These are all limits that I got. These are all executed trades or limits to be. Because I'm still running this one, which is pretty, like, if it's in my opinion, if it's buying 20 pips deep to 40 pips deep, you could just run bands. Okay, it really doesn't matter. Like, you could just pick if you're going to run these robots like this, you say, listen, I buy 40 pips deep. I'm a 40 pips deep. If the thing's 40 pips on sale, it's like, if all of a sudden the gas station down the street, I hate to use this, tired people do this all the time in trading, but dude, if down the street some fucker's like, hey man, some money just fell out of this car, like, don't you want that? Or this, gas stations has a big fucking sale, dude. They're running a promotion. You got coupons, right? Coupons are part of society. So does anybody do the coupon report? It's so funny about the way things are. The government doesn't really. There's no coupon report, coupon weekly. There probably is. If you own a grocery store, sorry, you probably do have a coupon weekly. What are the coupon people doing? Oh my god. So I think this vacuum here, getting back to the chart, I'm looking for the vacuum that's going to get filled. So I'm thinking, if we take out this, I mean, the sellers are coming in here, obviously. This 4-hour euro dollar. All I have to do is flick up here, dude, and I'm out. And as soon as it happens, I'm going to turn on. I'm going to write a new bot this morning and turn that one on. So I have 2 bots doing dumb order fills. It's almost like if somebody comes into the store, and what does coming into the store mean? The market sold off into my limits. So if somebody comes into the store, they pick up some shit on the way out. Like, I'm making money on them when they leave the store. Now, what if they come and rob me? That's when there's a trend. Okay. So in this technique, consider being robbed as being on the wrong side of a trend. But is this a 5-second trend or is this a 5-hour trend? If it's a creeper gear thing like this, or you're just sitting here just looking at the line of scrimmage, looking for it to just flick up a little bit so you can cash out and be done with the fucking thing, go back to sleep, and now you're up $700 for the week, and you just come back, and that's why I'm trading the euro, because I can make my 3 pips. You can't make 3 pips. Like, they're not going to let you out of that trade. If the spread is 5 pips and your targets and your stops are 3 pips, you can't even run that trade. I don't think the broker will take. So you got to be careful, because I was looking at my orders coming in, and unless the robots were just check the numbers, because make sure the script runs without the robot, because if it starts to loop, and I had that happen once where I had one ticket looping at one price and I didn't know it was a bunch of tickets, and I went to my friend's house, had a power outage, and I looked at I had my laptop and I looked on it, and it said I was in 460K. It was supposed to be a 1K, and there was enough money in the account, so I wrote it out, made money, but I was like, this isn't cool at all, you know. But it kept looping and stacking. When you looked at the screen, because it kept looping so fast, and the market was dead in the water, it just went. So there's that. Okay, I guess we're going to hold this position. I don't see anybody buying, selling. We're just in a delta now. We're in the flag right now, so I say let it go. I say let it ride. It's going up. Also, I've got more buy limits coming in underneath here, so I just cashed out of a big chunk. Now, if we just stay above $1,400, I got enough. I think I got enough money here. I pulled off this robot. No, I left this one on the Euro CAD, which this is going to get in. This is not being very. Maybe I should turn this off. I don't. I don't know how volatile this is going to get. So this big crushing move here, it would have destroyed this entry. But here it made money. See, I had it turned on here. It did well here. Here it didn't even get a fill in here. I can see that. So that's obviously. But it looks like the final destination is up for the euro across the board here. We're just keep on nudging up against that giant vacuum. I don't know what's above there. I haven't actually looked at this currency, but once you breach this thing, there's this big vault, and then I suppose it's going to be a seller's delight up in here. Let's see what the euro. I had a little thing running on here, I think. So this one didn't get much of a fill. This is another thing to have to babysit and worry about. Here I would break out the buy limits right now. Any pullback on this thing I'm buying just for the. This is like as soon as I see this, I say let's get in some. Let's start buying 15 pips deep. Let's put in racks like this now, because if the sellers really are coming in here, which they just kind of top tick Tommy that wick, they just hit the lonely wick. We just kind of missed it. It's a 1 hour chart. Like if they're going to pull that back, then I definitely wanted to get into the crush of that. So let me turn on my aggressive, brand new high frequency drop. I mean, I really should change this a little bit, actually, rename it and make it so it's the tickets only last for 15 minutes, and that's what this way will be like really close to the market, and always deleting stuff as we go along. So that's the other kind of. But if I could actually hand drop it here, but I want to stick to the robot thing because I want to keep on putting in that same. I did it one time manually one night in an account, and I made like I think it was like $8,000 in one night. Just I was half asleep, and every time the market would move down, I would press a button and launch that thing manually, and then when I thought the market was really going to go down, I'd hit several clicks on that, and I'd stack them in really until they wouldn't let me put any more tickets in. You're allowed 1,000 tickets, so you're allowed to trade $1 million at this one broker. On one case, so I just kept hitting the button, and wow, it was amazing. I couldn't believe when I started retrace how much money it was, and this is the same idea, but you don't have to be a zombie pressing a button. I'm just trying to update it so that it has a little bit. I almost prefer the constant churning zero criteria launch. It just keeps on churning. Because, well, if I put criteria on it, I would definitely start to make the script, the orders, congruent with the scenario I'm looking for. So it'd be scenario based. Like if it dropped 80 pips and the robot's like, oh, it just dropped 80 pips. Well, that's a whole different situation. But if you're gonna look at the chart and say it could drop 80 pips. Let me turn on my 80 pip constant trolling bot and just see what happens. Like I ain't got time for this. I'm gonna go do something else. And I know what my exposure is. I can give you a solid number of what it would cost to run that robot. You just take the stops inside of your script. Um, if it's dropping every 4 hours, it's going to drop a 4 hour script. And all day long, you could get blown out of these tickets. Well, if you blow out of every one of those tickets, what would it cost you? And that could happen, especially if you put them too close together and or the market's not moving. If the market doesn't move for the whole day, well, and the expirations are like really long, you're stacking up this giant, super high risk situation. So you're planning minefields, but these minefields have expirations. It's probably the ultimate. If people could have, well, I don't want to make anybody want to go out and do it, but digitally activated mines, right? So they have a time window for you to get the fuck out of there, or we're going to turn the mines on. And in my case, my mines are my way to get tagged into the market, and these mines keep disappearing and reappearing. And thank God they can't see my tickets. Yeah, I mean, stop hunt also presupposes they can see your. Some guy's got a. What kind of gun is that? Stop hunt gun. The fuck you stupid? Look at this. Can't see by the barrel. Can't see by the riflings. I'm just sniper. I'm going after snipers. Yeah, they think they put their stops in there. All nobody's gonna get my stuff. So I just cannot take the. So this is the line of scrimmage. We're teetering on the window to blast up into the psychotic. I'm looking for a big rally today on the Dow Jones, on the Bitcoin, on. So gas is peeling down off the pump. I see it at 4.99 this morning. You know, this is the oh, thank God it's summertime, and the more fucked up this regime is, it's almost like it's getting better because it's so ridiculous. You're like, dude, this is like how they used to make fun of, like, it's like Monty Python shit, really. And it's sad in a way because we're all gonna die. We're all gonna get. Hopefully, we don't get so fucking old that we're like some singer coming on stage where you can't sing anymore, right? God, how do you escort somebody away from their whole gig, even if they are a criminal? This bozo is such a schmooze, criminal schmoozer. Oh my God, how many hands does this guy shake? How much money is handshaking? Let me shake your hand there, son. You've done good for me there. You make sure you get rid of all the evidence for me now. God, these people. They must think we're dumb. It's so hilarious. I mean, how are people taking this, right? Oh my God. What's up, dude? What's up, Vinny? Vinny, can you believe this guy on the bicycle? What's going on, Vinny? Are we all doomed? Don't you think that really, in essence, we have to? I love watching this thing blow up. Is that a solar panel, or are you just? We're waiting to cash out of this euro. I just can't take that. I don't have the patience for Snorex. As you would say, Snorex. I don't have the patience, dude. Here, I got the Nasdaq here for you. Hold on. Here, I'll hook you up. Here's my here's all my top tick Tommies. I knew that Nasdaq was going to breach. Now we're doing a little baby top become a bottom here. Good old 1 hour Nasdaq. We're climbing the stairway to heaven. There's going to be a vicious retrace coming. I figure we've broken out into this abyss. Now it's like freewheeling. If you look at the not that anybody here, I mean, I can't even imagine the guy that bought down here at the total super headshot. And right now, man, that thing's just in that. Everybody's probably getting all the scalpers are just so happy to make it. Anybody that bought here, this is why people do sell here, is because the people that bought here are like, whew, oh, we missed that bullet. I mean, think of the amount of people selling here because they're like, yeah, that Nasdaq, dude, we got in here, and then Joe said buy more here, and we bought more here. So people have actually bought here and here at the retest. Don't forget, people thought, well, fucking A, of course I'll just buy here again. I mean, it's stupid, right? This is the triple bot, and then kaboosh, and then we're back here. So a lot of people probably go flat. This would probably be the turning point, wouldn't you think, coming back the other way? I don't know. Don't ask, don't tell. I just want out of this goddamn euro-dollar trade. Here we go. Here we go. Let's cash it out, people. Come on. I don't want to put buy limits in now. Okay, I'm going to turn those buy bots now. So I might turn on two 15-minute robots that start at different times. Maybe 5 minutes apart. Something like that. So then I'll have that little offset. It'll thicken up that trade. But we don't want to oversize it. We don't want to have too much. We want to know, no matter what happens, we've got X amount of risk constantly churning out there in some kind of fucking robots, damn it. I'm sorry, I hate to say this. I hate the idea that I have to program a robot. I mean this. Well, I mean, so I can take a nap and have it do the. Honey, could you drop a limit order? No, build your own robot, bitch. It makes sense. Here, let's turn on some couple buy bots. Let's really load up this trade plan here. Since I pulled the robot off, I'm going to go back to the global view. Welcome to brutal graphics. Oh, here, wait. I'm gonna hunt down a good robot. I got just the thing for you, son. Oh, you're gonna like what we came up with. Jimmy Bob ain't gonna like it, but you're gonna like it. You look at it, you love it, you take your time paying for it. I gotta manage my account here. Hold on. Okay, so we're just sitting here in a drift. So this one's running. So here's the stack. I'm just buying the stack. I'm gonna leave this one on. So I have to unfix the scale here because it's not going to show up in the dashboard. So here's a nice simple line chart, quick and dirty. You can see all these. You don't have to see all that candlestick shit, dude. Even here. But here, another bullish situation. Here's the top become a bottom. Good old 1 hour goober setups. It's in an uptrend. You got top become a bottom. You have to be here to pull the trigger. So I'm trying to avoid that. Like, I want to just have the robot pick up this box, this slam box here. Right. I can either hand place it down here, or I can tell the robot, just canvas that area. We'll pick up something. And then make a sophisticated order bank that has scalps. The funny thing about these scripts is they're in the 5th decimal. And if you think about it, you can make it so that you can put a 10k in a 1 pip range without repeating the price, entry price. So when you get down to that, that's when maybe the broker might give you a hard time. You're making like 10 cents on these trades, right? Market comes down and then it rips. You're getting like even every other. So if you put a 3k on every 1 pip thing, so the drops that I do, it's every pip. So that's kind of like, wow, you're kind of far apart on that. Yeah, and you are really in some situations. Okay, now we're pulling back on the euro. So I'm buying the pullback. Can you imagine? Okay, this is a 2-hour one, and then I'm going to put a 1 hour. Oh, damn it. Where's this fresh chart? I know I got some here. I know. Okay, this too. Okay, let's turn one on here. This is great. This is a hyper crazy currency pair, and the spread's not bad. So let's pick a different one. So we'll diversify. It looks like they're going to crush this euro CAD. And this thing's heavy duty, but now we got to babysit this one. It's a heavy duty crush, sell off behavior. This thing really has the. I know it says 10, but it's getting in at 8. So I want to focus on this as be my go-to script, my kind of, what do they say, Swiss Army knife. Change the frequency of the drop, change the depth of the tickets, make some of these swing trades. Some of these are going to be, I'm trying to make, 2 pips, 2.5. So when you make 2 pips and 2.5, every time you get out of a position, you're freeing up margin. So the idea of rinse and repeat is that it's churning. You don't care where it's going, but you're willing to take high probability small amounts of money over and over. In the big picture, is it going to X? Sure, if you could survive the drama of holding a fairly large position, because if it's going up 500 pips, don't you want to make $5,000 with your standard lot? And if you have if your account is you're risking the whole account because it's a naked position, then people have made tons of money like that, but they know the risk, There's a guy, Samurai Trader, Su Lee, 10 accounts. So this big brew between the ethics of trading, I suppose, between this one guy saying, well, he has 10 accounts and he blew up 8, but he made 30,000. So he has $300 in each account, $3,000, 10 accounts. He blows up 8. He makes 30 grand on 2. I mean, what's the problem? But people are like, but dude, you blew up 8 accounts. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm up $2,700 too. Like, well, and explain this to me again. So if I did the same thing with the $3,000, you're telling me I can't have 2 winning accounts and 8 losing accounts out of 10 accounts. Well, you blew up an account. You're not supposed to blow up an account. Oh, okay, sorry. And they just were, but he's an Asian dude. He's like fucking samurai dude. He's like, I don't stand for that shit here. Fuck you. Actually, it looks like I'm getting into tame here now. The script to me this robot looks like, oh, it's a 5-minute chart. It's not fair. You know what I mean? So here's a maybe a more, even though this is going to drop every 15 minutes and the orders last for an hour, this is kind of a better view of the stack. We know all these tickets have deleted, and the only ones remaining right now are these. So at least we know that. We don't know much here, but we know that. Okay, we're going up. I think it's time to buy at the market on that euro right now, so I'm pulling the trigger on some market orders. Hate to say it, but it's kind of obvious. So we're just going to buy at the market. The euro right now, we're crossing into the abyss. And there she goes. Into the abyss. What's about time, Sonny? I've been sitting on this trade all morning, dying to cash out. Let's do it. 5:30. Give me 10 pips and I go back and take a nap. There. Kaboom. Okay, this one's fixed, and there's so many tickets, so it's hard to drag the chart because the graphics can't take it. So we're coming after the lonely wick, where the sellers are going to crush, and I'll be getting out into this void. Into the void. All right, let's have it. By 6:30, I want to be out of this damn thing. Get to 1600. Casharama. Cash me out, baby. So how's everybody doing? And here, let me turn on the microphone here if anybody wants to chime in on this nonsense. You're welcome to the Friday Open Line Friday, I guess they call it, right? Oh, come on, let's get out of this trade already. God damn, this whole week. Really, people? Now, do you think we can take out the highs here? I'm asking for a friend. Top tick Tommy territory. Are we going to crush that? That's yesterday's high. Then if we take out the... And I've seen this, I've seen this happen, you know. It's kind of the relief short squeeze of all that drama. You know, what's the chance we take out the high of the week and just crush it? I don't know. That's going to be... I'm certainly would prefer it, but to finish out the week and just crush up there, and then it's next week's going to be easier to trade because we'll blown that structure out and get that nonsense out of the way already. But I'm happy to cash out anywhere and start becoming a seller today on scalps, I think, up into this. So if you blow out that lonely wick, you come up, and another big, like, so these are 20 pip sell boxes, and you could hand place, preferably hand place all your ticket banks in there, scalps, swings, have you. I'd say at least 30 to 40, 50% scalps banks in there, because otherwise, forget about it. Like if that blows through, like not blow through it, but see all the chances to on this 1 hour chart to kind of like say you put a 20 pip, you cover, you put a 50k or 100k or whatever in this 20 pip window, and you take off half the position when you come back to where that box, you know, is. And then if you held some for a little bit more greedy target, then you'd made 40 pips with that. And that's about as good as it gets. Unless you actually held all the way to the crush, and that was the top tick Tommy. I scalped that. But you could have held for the crush, and you could have bought the crush, which I bought that too. So all this is happening in just a couple of days of just, you know, the market's really treading water and whipsawing people that don't have the trade plan to just kind of just trade back and forth trades, which is kind of weird trades. Like, where's the trend? Oh, geez, I don't know. Trend? Oh, geez. What's your bias? Oh, don't have one. It's kind of tough, right? I identify as bidirectional. So, all right, here. I really wish I would get out of this trade, though, because I just hate being in the market. I just want to. Okay, I'm going to cash out. I think they're top tick Tommying and everybody here. I think they trapped me in this trade. I'm on the border here. Like, oh, say it's 5:30. They just breached that. Oh, here we go. Let's get some follow through. Come on, people. I know you can do it. Don't stop now. So let's crush this. Let's get out of. Come on, people. Oh my God, we're about half a pip from that lonely wick. Look at this stuff, man. Come on. I can see people are bailing now. They're like, dude, we're not gonna make it. Can George Soros come over here and pull the buy trigger? He must want some euro this morning. Come on. That's it. So I'm saying by 6 o'clock we should be poking up there, but I can't guarantee it. Oh my God. Come on, you can do it. Sometimes markets bust through this resistance, but sometimes this is really resistance. People say there's no such thing as support. Oh, there is if you're in this trade and you just want to get out. Yeah, I think there's support and resistance. I guess I should put myself in the room here. How's it work? Wait. Anyways, it's Friday, so let's just get it over with. Let's just go nuts here into the opening of. There's really no news. Is Bitcoin going to lead the way? Has anybody looked at Bitcoin? How it's just teetering under this support that it destroyed. See, look how it's backing off there. Yeah, people got out, dude. The scalpers are gone. It's taking too long for you people to fucking get that thing over the threshold. So look at this setup on Bitcoin daily. This thing's ready to bust, I'm telling you. It reminds me of the yen, just at the very bottom, like the very bottomest that the yen ever got. If you look back about 12 years, 15 years back, you'll see a bottom on there. Just blow your mind. And Bitcoin's so quiet, like something's got to give here. This is too damn quiet. Something's going to happen. Because you saw that guy in the news 2 days ago, just opened up a fucking bucket shop that'll loan you money to go short Bitcoin. Wow, thanks. Some you see that bald-headed geek? I don't know. He goes, the Bitcoin places don't want to have you short the coin. They're telling their customers don't short the coin. I'll provide that liquidity. I bet he will. Come here. You can short it with my ETF. We'll have extra derivatives way out into outer space on Bitcoin now. I call them ultra derivatives. Ultra mega derivatives. Oh, this is like 8 space. This is so far away from reality. Some of these things don't even. It's a fungible coin. What does that mean? That you can like funge it? See, we're not hitting our targets here, damn it. Oh, come on, people. Huh? I guess that really is resistance. Well, there you go. How's my Euro CAD bot doing? He's about to get filled, damn it. Look at this. He's about to get filled. Oh, bless his heart. My robots. This is a 5-minute chart. This is dropping every 3 bars. Come on, man. This is my Joe Biden bot. It's just in a loop. Here we go. Got to pick the right bots on the right day. That's all it is. Blame it on the bot. I can't imagine selling any of this shit, dude. If one guy called me up and said, "You know that bot you sold me was making money until it blew up my account. Can I get my money back?" Your money back? Oh, God. No, you can keep it for free. Now that you bought it, you can keep it for... Now it's free. Oh, jeez. What's that? FTMO. What's the FTMO challenge? Where are you? Really? It's 10:30 a.m. there? Really? I thought you guys were like, okay. Oh, the FTMO. Okay, right. Is that that prop firm thing? The prop firm thing, right? The one that the trading warrior girl goes to. I don't know if I don't want to be allowed to run the robot on that, or I mean, run the MT4 on that, right? People run MT4 on that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been into that stuff. I don't know. People want to do a competition. I'm like, dude, I don't know. It's like playing. Trading's an art thing, I guess. Suppose on some level. Look at this British pound's ripping your face off to the north. I should have run the British pound bot. So I got to work on that because the pound is very liquid, you know, and honestly, it's pretty liquid. So if you're going for liquidity, it's going to be euro, pound, yen, pound, yen, maybe. But I could have had my robot get in this one easily. Every 30-minute drops here. Come on, this is already the scalp portion would have already cashed out here. I'd even turn it back on. In fact, I would turn on a 20 pip scalp bot right now here. Let me see if I can get one going here. It's going to be a low frequency situation, but here's 20 pips, so every hour we're going to drop 20 pips deep on the pound. I would say make it double to triple. Also, this is only a 4K, by the way, and to really make money, this thing would have to buy a 10K every hour or two, you know? Yeah. Really? What is the starting FTMO? They start you 10 grand of a demo, or is that real money or something? So this is a challenge where you're trading with the house money, or you're trading with a demo house money? Why demo? Who said Elm? Why demo? Come on the answer line and ask me in person that. How dare you? Why demo? Okay, I'm not going to be offended by your question. I'm not going to take umbrage to your curiosity. Do you play guitar? Yeah, after after the piano player gets off the stage, they go, "Why scales? I didn't hear you play any scales. Why scales? Why do you have a practice amp? Why did you buy a practice amp? Dude, you're a rock star." What? You mean you do exercises too? Dude, come on. Oh, I only trade real money. I got time. I got time to practice. Can't you see the hit song I wrote, dude? Look at the hit song I wrote. Oh, but wait, people want you to perform it. Huh? Dude, I'm just a songwriter. Okay, if you're a songwriter, then you're like a script writer, aren't you? You don't have to execute the trade. Well, that's right. I could just sell you an indicator. I don't know. Anyways, I'm always triggered. Sorry, I'm a trigger when people say, "What? Why? What?" You just straight dump. The first thing is, you can't trade. You can't do what I'm doing in some places. Besides, it's not a paid event. Let's say nobody's paying me to perform. So I'm just showing you how to play scales. If you could take it like this, I'm like a what would you call it? Like a guitar tech maybe, or like if I was gonna. There's people that could probably win the PGA, and they're golf coaches, but they don't want to go on tour. They don't want all that bullshit. So I'm sure I could stand on stage and go, look at this and that. I could probably build some fucking whatever $1 million robot, but so to what end? To what end, really? Honestly, in the end, if you don't have ass cancer, you're fucking winning. I don't get it. I don't get all this fucking. Look at this Johnny Depp motherfucker. He got stomped out. He's a guitarist and he couldn't fucking. He's with this psycho babe and she nicks his fingertip and shit with this bottle. It's ridiculous. So what the fuck? Okay, top tick Tommy here. People are selling into this. They're cashing out on a pound here. We should be cashing out of this damn euro. Besides, I don't trade all these. I only trade the euro dollar, so it'd be kind of boring. Like here, I got the Bitcoin. I'm saying Bitcoin's going to break out of this box to the north. It's going to be a vicious slam. I'm just also making market calls, I guess you could say. Entertainment purposes only. Max drawdown. Let's see. Okay, trade house money. No, so they give you a percentage or so. I'll look it up. Yeah, there's FTMO and there's another one. But I heard FTMO. Some guy was saying there's a big stink. Did you ever see this guy? I mean, I watch a lot of forex YouTube guys on and off here, and I came across a guy who's kind of like the inspector. Oh, is this a scam? Is this a fraud? Is this broker any good? The guy really goes through everything pretty clinically, and he's monetized his channel and all that. So of course, he spent all this work on that. I mean, it's just so much work. But if you're a trader, it's like if you buy a guitar because you want to play guitar. You don't care if it's a fucking $2,000 signature series. I'd laugh my ass off. Like, this is Eric Clapton's signature guitar. Like, are you a collector or do you want to play guitar? I mean, dude, I could play a fucking $200 guitar. Just set the intonation and straighten the neck. I mean, come on, dude. There's nothing special about your vintage guitar with your fucking. Oh, these are pickups from 90. Dude, they're pickups, dude. It's just a piece of wood. But there's the intrinsic value, and then there's the practical value of things, and I don't see the practical value in what these people are doing. I just don't get it. Fucking A. No, it's all right. No, but when people say why demo, like, yeah, oh, because a lot of people don't even want to reveal, who wants somebody to see their account number. That's why even that I don't have on here because I don't want this broker is actually Hugo Way, but I don't want to. And the reason I don't mention them because I don't want somebody to attack them. I mean, people attack people, dude. I just, saying people are completely out of their fucking mind. I mean, you got people going into school and thinking like, you know what I'll do today? Yeah, I don't know. I was going to put on a fucking Euro scalp this morning, but nah, fuck it, cancel that and take out my grandma and then take out some people at school. Yeah, that's it. What? Wow. I mean, come on, people, come on, we're in trouble, right? I don't know what's going to happen here. We're going to have some kind of resolve to the week here. Are we going up or down? Is the stock market going to... The Nasdaq's already broke out to the upside. It's painfully obvious. If you could handle the patience of the drifty, crawl back to. Let's face it, there was an overreaction because think of all the money management bots that sold into that, plus all the algos that love that gush that they make all their money for the year on that blasting down move. I'm sure there's, from talking to this guy in Canada, apparently there are fucking machines that would make enough money on that plunge that they would just bank it and it just be like, we're done. The account's closed. Like, dude, you're never going to see a move like that in our direction ever again at that rate of change. So you just, that algo's done, or that trade plan, that idea is gone. These things are just happening, but now that things are kind of calming down and it's being more like typical trading environments where normal people can make money and trend traders can step in and not get stopped out by all the shenanigans and all the market manipulation. So that's like, we're kind of there now, in the Bitcoin. So here's where is it safe to get back in the water and buy some Bitcoin? It's been going sideways for 4 days. Can we get, what I mean? I mean, you can kind of see, the breadth of the market, I suppose, if you stare at it long enough, but, yeah. Yeah, so the divergence thing, I gave up on divergence because I kept forcing trades and going, I think I see divergence. Like, oh, I think she likes me. No, dude, she's blind. She doesn't even know you're here yet. And she has COVID, so she can't smell. No, I mean, so I gave up on trading at the market, and only unless they twist my arm, and I'm like, okay. Like, so if I had Bitcoin, if I had laid limits here and I was long Bitcoin, I'd almost feel like, okay, well, I know I feel like I'm chasing the market. So here's my biggest, everybody has like a hang up, I hate chasing shit. So the answer to me was, well, if you don't want to chase it, then just lay a fucking blanket of tickets in and hope you don't blow up the account. And once you have enough dry powder so you can martingale into the bottom, in other words, you're getting in so lightly. The people risk 2% of their account per trade is insane. I'm risking 0.0001% of the account per order. So when the market drops like a whore, I can absorb that. And if these robots I'm running right now, I'm going to be able to, and you can have these robots for free, everything. So I'm trying to get a robot society here. But these are blind bots. They literally drop every fucking, how many minutes you tell it to drop? Every 3 minutes? Every 18 minutes? Whatever you tell it. And you have control of the expiration of the order bank that's dropping. You have control over the stop, the entry, and the take profit. You have control over the comments associated with that. So when you see the comments show up on the platform, and my colors aren't good, but I'm trying to get a little easier on the eyes. But here the comments show up, and if you really give a fuck, you would take these comments and spill them out to a spreadsheet and see which is the best performing robot or whatever have you. But who gives a fuck? You're making money. I really don't care about proving anything and statting anything out because I'm not selling anything. Therefore, I don't give a fuck. So that's the freedom is in not having that customer service phone line. I would be customer service. I'm the only guy here. So that's a burden that'd be like having a real job where I'd have to be polite. I mean, okay, so with the market, I can swear and cuss or I can get angry at the market, but I don't feel like you can't even call your broker in forex and go, you motherfucker. So there's nobody to really offend unless I'm on YouTube, but that's why I came on YouTube, I guess. Oh well, sorry, forgot what I said. I guess I am doing that. But like I said, if people want to buy, forget buying, and if you have a problem, don't call me. But people do make money selling this, and I can see it because I'm sure that if you can take this, as far as I'm concerned, package it and resell it, but it wouldn't bother me. And I don't have any copyright on it. I just don't give a fuck. I mean, it just annoys the shit out of me every time I have a glimmer of music in the back. In the background, I've had storms, the fake storms people post, That shit's fucking got a copyright. So I had somebody go, well, the storm you played on, and this is 5 years. I'm getting emails from like shit I posted 8 years ago. You know that train ride you had in the background? Yeah, that was copyrighted too. But they just run ads on the channel. So if you don't have ad blocker, if you haven't reached that stage of hack, then you probably are having to skip an ad. People tolerate it. I refuse to watch ads too. So I'm super cheap, and but I'm giving away stuff. So I figure I'm making the universe whole in the end, in some kind of yin yang way. But it's Friday. Come on, let's just get let's get one last rally out of here. Let's climax into. Let's all the markets will rally into the weekend. They'll duct tape Biden to his bicycle. And the 4th of July is coming, so we can all take a big fucking deep breath and say, oh, thank God for volatility. Thank God for retracements in my case. Holy shit. This is the daily Bitcoin I'm looking at here, but I know, unfortunately I chopped off the top of that, sorry. That's daily Bitcoin sitting at 20,000, looking to come back. I guess my greedy target's going to be, what's this line here? Here, I'll call out the prices. I know people like the price thing. Bitcoin's very dramatic, very dramatic. It's like, that girl that married Johnny Depp. She kind of fell out of bed here a little bit. Like, baby dropped too many loads in bed or something. And now she wants. So Johnny Depp is such a fucking hero. So he's like, he still loves her. So he's like, babe, listen, I beat the shit out of you in court. I don't really need the money. So, just go fight. Didn't he say he wasn't gonna, I don't need him, babe. You're such a fucking loser. And keep the money. Go give it to your charity. No, I think we can make it to 23,000. Here we get pop. Like, this will be where the sellers start on this daily Bitcoin wick. Here, let me zoom in. I know you don't trade Bitcoin, maybe, but it's a really amazing, phenomenal historical event. Honestly, look at the monthly Bitcoin and just get your brain around this chart for a little bit. What do they say? Humor me. Humor me. Explain this Bitcoin shit to me. Oh yeah. Do you remember what people were saying when it was I fixed the scale so now I can't even look at the top, but here's the floor, the ultimate floor, and we just gushed through it, just plowed. Oof. Man, we took out that 28,000. Oh my God. So I'm looking at, this is the new floor on the monthlies right there, that last bar. So that'll be my target for currently. And then we just go through the time frames. Just go to the weekly. Okay, the weekly, that is the low. So this is where the heavy buyers probably are coming in here. Anything below 26 grand, they loaded the wagon. People with money, the people that are like, dude, if it comes down there, I want to get in. Because, right, you think you missed out. And then if you were to be the guy that got the ultimate low, 1760, then you've got the people that are like, I will buy anything. That'll be me. I'll buy on limits all the way down in this pocket and beyond. So I have enough dry powder to buy all the way to Memphis. And that's how I feel about it. But that's just me. I would actually dedicate, if I was a Bitcoinologist, or if I wanted to, I know I'd spend about $500. I buy 500 right now this morning. I buy $500 of Bitcoin. Every $1,000, I'm going to buy $500 of Bitcoin. So how much is that going to cost me if we make it to? I would do that trade in a second, but I'm just a scalper, I just but I would, if I was going to do it, I think I'd do that. I think that'd be a great trade plan. Just as a starter kit, but it could be like, it could take me a few days to get paid, you know. Yeah, so the small bar breakout bot would be a like a hedging system, you know. Two period RSC. I change. Oh no, that's a 2 period RSI at the bottom. Are you asking about that indicator? I don't know. I try not to use indicators because people are like, have you ever tried this indicator? I'm like, no, not yet. But okay, it's almost 6 o'clock. I'm coming up on my targets finally. We're making another attempt to breach the wall. We had to find reinforcements, so we had to do a pullback. So we pulled back, and now it's coming up at 6 o'clock. 15-minute, you had a chance here to pull the trigger on the 15-minute market bot. So I want to build the market bot also. So that's why I'm trying to find somebody to write the header code that initializes. So right now the header code on this, or whatever you call that, I don't know anything about it, whatever you call that initialization phase, it calls out every 15 minutes it's going to drop this order bank. The next thing I need to do is make the criteria that if the market moves up, moves down, well, at all. If it moves down at all, if it moves down, I buy. The next fancy criteria would be how far did it move? So we're back to the borderline. We came back to this top. So here's the classic re-rack. They come to the line of scrimmage. Actually, the scalpers have already taken their scalp. You see here? They got it off. Now, the confirmation people say, well, I'm waiting for it to pull back to the breakout point. And they did. So it breaks out. Do not put your buy stop here. Wait for it to come back, and it might come back deeper. You get a better price. Now we're about to breach. On this time frame, we're coming up on this really critical. Yeah, that's a I think a 2-period. That's a 2-period RSI down there, by the way. Also, if you only pull the trigger when the market bot would buy this, the market bot would buy that when he sees RSI. He's got 2 trades on actually, and I don't have to watch that. That's a 1-hour market bot. And I got filled on the limits, so we're getting in 2 flavors of entry. I think that's the ultimate. I was looking at a guy, somebody posted this, and I don't go there very often, but on Forex Factory, some guy had a thing on robots, and when I got into it, I said, he's completely right. He said, the best robots are getting in on 2 limits and a market order, or something like that. And I'm like, damn straight. I mean, like, actually, now that is the holy grail. Look, what is your blend between market orders and limit orders? So you know you're going to be wrong on your market order, possibly, right? You think it's going up by at the market, but put limits in underneath you because it's going to fucking pull back. But nobody wants to, not nobody, but most people are like, well, I just got in 1%, so I got 1% left to pull the trigger on something. You should put it like a buy limit. Dude, just it's a modern world, dude. I mean, stream limits underneath, or hand place them like this. Just do the old right mouse click, put sell limit right here. Boom. Put a sell limit in there. Now you got to add stop and all that shit, but or use a script here. I got to get rid of that order. Got to pluck that away. So can't have that floating out there. It's exposure. Okay, see the top tick time it again. You just cannot get above this thing. It's just painful as hell. It is now 6 o'clock. We need to bust this. We need to bust that out, dude. So I'm long from this last smackdown. My robots are long. Okay, this bot's about to drop a script, I think, unless something went wrong. I might have something wrong in the background. I better check. Make sure I didn't let a robot go. rogue on me here. I don't think I have 1,000 orders pending. Here we go. We're breaking out finally. 6:05. So 5 minutes after 6 o'clock. Okay, we're going to crush it now. So we're going to crush north. Now as we crush north, I'm not going to sell into it. I'll wait for it to go through the barriers, and then we'll just re-rack on limits so we can. But I might put deep limits in, because when the stocks do finally open, we could come flying all the way back. You know, we've seen that kind of ridiculous behavior before. You kind of wonder who's making these prices go up and down. It's just wrong the way they. Here, I got a problem. I can't find the prices. Wait. Here we go. Here's the euro dollar on the 1 hour, but I fixed the scale on this one so we can see the top tick Tommy event in a microscopic view. So I'll put our little box in here. I don't even think we, well, on this particular broker, we haven't quite hit that price yet. God, just dead on, I guess. I'm waiting for it to smash into this box. So this will be today's burst up trade. And we'll be cashing out all along the way into that. Okay, you got 3 minutes to bust out. It'll be the 5-minute traders. We can go right to the 5-minute traders here without losing any perspective. We can go right to the 1-minute chart now. So when you fix scale like that, you can see the critical thresholds. You can see the 4-hour wick. You can see the 1-hour wick. And if you want to go to the 1 minute, when you have a fixed scale chart, it makes sense. If you went to the if you didn't have that ability to switch and really dial into this morning window, because we could still come slamming back. And if the robot's going to keep dropping limits for me 8 pips deep and even 5 pips deep, but I wouldn't quite do that. I think that's a little ridiculous to buy 5 pips deep. You kind of want to have you want to make money from the thrusting down motion. So this is the 1 minute chart. So this big crush down. If you did put a 5 pip deep, I would put the expiration at 15 minutes. This is the tightest expiration the brokers will allow is 15 minutes, because 5 minutes, it's like, dude, it's already 4 minutes. When you drop it, it's like the broker's like, really? You're going to put an order in for 4 minutes? So 15 minutes is the shortest. The frequency of drop, you could drop every minute for 15 minutes if you wanted to. This guy I was talking to yesterday who trades like for a couple seconds, you know. You'd set your robot to drop every 3 minutes maybe, and the 15 minutes guys are stacking up. You get filled here. The spread's tight. You've already made money. And you got to buy 1 pip deep. So I would write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 pips deep. It's a 10K. Hard stop. It's dropping every 5 minutes. There's 3 of them stacked up because you got 15-minute total expiration. And it's as simple as that. So we can go from this view to the 1 minute view when we fix the scale. We don't have to go to, so here we go, breaking. The 5 minute chart's just updated. It just finally broke out, made a new high for the day. But are we in the boxes? I should have made that yellow. Wait. So here's the threshold. I'll make this thing yellow so it's painfully obvious. Okay, so they just top tick Tommy that. Now, people have sold into that, obviously, for the scalp right now. I wonder how far they pull it back off of that, or if it's just going to crush. So we don't know. This is that teetering point into that big vault above us, and then I'm cashing out along the way. I'm not going to stick around for these shenanigans, because when stocks open, we still got so much drama before stocks open, and maybe to the upside. So I'm hoping that we're going to punch up, and then stocks open, and then it pulls back, and then it rips and everything. And then it'll be like freewheeling, or it's going to pull back here and drip down into stocks at 9:30. But we're so close to this line of scrimmage here. I think it's too late for the bears. They're going to be squeezed now. Take a look at the Dow Jones. It's drifting up and leaving the station. You had this top become a bottom here on the 1 hour chart. You just kind of creeping up, and what will happen is if they can tip through the it's like there's a swing high here. You got this black bar on top of the cloud there. So this is like the trend down stuff. But I could see this thing doing a serious punch and going after. Everybody would love to have it come back to where it fell out of bed at the beginning of the month. And I'm sure anybody's happy. Anything above that wick, they're going to be happy to get out. Anybody that bought. Big selling window. Say we just pulled back. Look at this. So look at the 5-minute pullback on this euro now. Look how hard this pullback is. So the scalpers are making money right now. I got to get to the chart. So another problem showing people and doing stuff like this and bouncing around like this. See the pullback? The scalpers have just, the guys that put orders right on the top of that top tick Tommy. I mean, they're not up that big, but they're up like almost 8 pips now. They're not doing too bad, actually. Okay, so I'm going to put some buy limits in there on the 1 hour. I just bought at the market. Okay, so that the scalpers, this is the do or die. How much is this pullback going to happen here? We've the goobers that put their buy stuff up there, they're like, well, I just wanted to make sure it was really going to break out. Okay, we're getting clobbered now, and you might get clobbered all the way back to this 20-yard line, actually. These things take time, son. You got patience for this. I knows it. I look stupid. So we pull back for what? What do we got here? 5-minute pullback. It'll be 10 minutes. It'll be 2 bars pull. We'll get the breach the window, and the 5-minute bots are going to pull the trigger here in about 1 minute. And 1 minute from right now. I bought at the market for myself here. People do love the wagon heavy right here. People love this stuff too. Like, dude, it just broke out. Like, hurry up. It's about to crush. This is your last chance. Last chance to buy. So here's where the limit comes in handy. When this spread goes to like 0.2, you'll get like the best fill of anybody on the planet. So really, the best way to do it, if you can be awake 24 hours, is right now you'd be putting hand placing limits right here and saying, I'm going to buy all those blue things are going to be my entries. And there is one of these that actually is an entry. So the robots drop these 2 limits. I got 3 limits to fill. If we smack down, I can actually add to this position. And I hope I've scalped out of some stuff. So I'm running a conservative, so supposedly low risk system right now. So we're still at $1,600 and we're holding $1,600. I could cash out everything, but I think the final destination is crush up. Okay, so now it's 10 after. The robots that buy at the market, which would be cute to have one of those. It's going to buy one now, and it's going to wait 5 minutes. If it goes down again, it buys none at the market. Otherwise, we're going to fill on limits. So it's a combo plate of limits, hopefully 60%, 80% limits, 20% at the market. I just got filled there, I think, didn't we? Saving me the effort. Those scalpers are doing pretty good. Top tick timing right there. Yeah, it's 6:30 in the morning, but this is how it is, man. I mean, this window. Actually, when it gets to 6:30, that's another high drama moment. Oil's coming off the floor, so the bulls are coming back to the oil market here. We had a doji last night. If you just bought every down day, and then you're holding now, waiting for the retrace, you know. So we're just waiting and waiting and waiting. Okay. Oh, that's Oh, you did. Okay, I'll look at it. I'll look at that thing, dude. Small bar breakup. I'll take a look at it. No, I gotta get back into it because robots are the answer, dude. They're running my life. Goddamn it. Oh yeah. No, they beat the shit out of each other. Yeah. No, I know, Johnny. Uh, when you make money from behaving a certain way, it's amazing how much money you can make. If the euro broke the 1 minute top, um, yeah, if you think tops become bottoms, so the idea there is, let's see where we at. Um, yeah, the 1 minute chart. People love the 1 minute chart because stuff updates really, stuff changes. The 1 minute chart. So let's see. Well, if you're talking about this top here, what people typically do, what you're supposed to do is you find a previous top. So instead of buying, man, I wish I had something that draws on here. Instead of buying here at Top Tick Tommyville, you're like, okay, dude, I'm waiting for a pullback. Instead of using 618, you look for a previous high. So there's a double top here. And if you got all particular about it, you'd say, well, dude, they blew through that. I know that. So you're going to buy here. And you're going to buy here because here's fresh prices. And then you're going to buy here on limits. And I know it sounds bad, but you'd say, well, why don't you sell up here? You said that there was sellers come in. Yeah, but you breached, you kind of breached the thing, so sure. But maybe the sell-off's over. It's a 1 minute chart, so maybe the sell-off's over. You're coming up on 15 minutes. The 15-minute chart's going to update. So you go to the 15-minute chart and you say, would you sell here on the 15? So if you're looking at the 1 minute charts, people lose their mind because they're like, well, look at this pattern here. But if you're looking at the 5 minute chart and you're thinking, well, if it retests this. So the guys that were waiting for it to come back here and they scalped out, and everybody knows this is that these people that sold based on that are winning right now. They're winning. If we wait, how long would we wait for the next entry? I guess, and I'd have to ask you how many pips you're trying to make. So it's 20 pips from here to here. This has already pulled back about 8 pips or something. And or are you accumulating position? If you think it's going up, I would buy every 5 minute pullback. So in 5 minutes here, I just bought again. Buy right now. Because you're kind of loading, people are accumulating here, and the more sellers aren't able to take it down, people that are short are going, uh-oh, it's not tanking. And the people that are long are going, I will buy everything as we come back to support. So here would be the new support, supposedly. It doesn't have to happen. This could crush down. That's why I'm in about, I'm in a light position with limits below me. So I'm slightly long. But if I get like a mini black swan any moment right now, it could happen. And we could just spike down. So my system's based on capturing this. So this is actually my preferred trade as the market spikes down, just like here. It just rifles down. It fills all those tickets. The expiration time of the tickets is critical. I turned off the robot here, you notice, and these are not pendings anymore. There's no more pendings here. These are all fills. Oh, I have a few pendings left behind. These might be 2-hour tickets. If not, I could delete those, but I'm not going to. Let's stay the course here. So I'm assuming the buyers just bought on the 5. There's no secret here. Everybody has access to a 5-minute chart. The nice thing about forex, everybody's looking at the same data. So But if you're in too big of a position right now, you're not going to add to this, And if you have these pendings waiting to get filled, if we slam down, I'm not going to add to this position. So it's like a range of position. Maybe you're in 100 to 300K a day, over 1Ks, and you're making, I don't know, $200 to $500 a day because you're going to be, now maybe you want to go smaller or larger. It wouldn't matter. And at some point, you're going to have to trade 2Ks. So if you go to 1K, you change the tickets to 2Ks. Well, take a little work to change them, but you just doubled the size of your risk. You went from 2% to 4% or whatever. I know it doesn't sound like much, but if these are all 2Ks, then you're making $2,000 a day instead of $1,000 a day with the same trade plan. You don't have to change anything. The idea of trading at 10K, it's just ridiculous, because if you just traded 2Ks, you blow your mind. 3Ks, you're like, dude, it's fucking crazy size with the same robots. Or maybe you slip a 2K in there, so you got a bank of tickets, and you start to kind of do more of a martingale thing where you're trading too many tickets. The broker won't allow you to trade 2,000 tickets, so you have to trade 2Ks now, and you put the 2Ks at the bottom of the rack, and you start to redesign the system to accommodate the larger account. Or you just put a bunch of money in there and just trade it like that anyways. You have a script that's going to buy a 1K, a 2K, a 3K, a 1K, a 2K, a 3K. The bottom one is a scalp, whatever scenario you envision for this script and the robot. And these things are dropping it's dropping a 9. It's exposing you to a 6K in total, right? You have a 1, 2, and a 3K in a bank. It's a 6K in total. It's less to worry about. Delete tickets is faster. You're accepting the fact that, okay, I'm going to put 3K in there with this, Okay, you can do it, but it's a little more risk per ticket, because if you have actual 6K in there, you could take 2K off the table as it comes back the other way, and then you clear that off and you can ride the 4K longer. You have more flexibility, of course, right? Because you can do anything you want there. But if you have that hardwired, and I get it, right? If you got 10 grand in there, who fucking cares, right? But I'm just saying, it's like the car that you build that's super lightweight, super good mileage, but you might die. It's always a trade-off. So we're waiting here. I'm holding the position. I can see I don't have to add to it. So I'm saying I'm still bullish. I would have bought that, but I maxed the account out. I'm only in a 50K now. I only want to make another $50 to $100 today, and then I'm done with the account. I'm done with this phase of it, and then I would look for maybe. So on a Friday, it's tough, because if this thing screams up into Friday, there will be people selling into the swing traders will get short at the end of the day if the euro climax is up 50 pips today and busts out the high of the week, and it'll be stuck up there, and it might come back 20 pips, but it might on Sunday night it might start to tip into the window and drift up, and it's going to be tough on those people that are swing traders because they probably wait and they may never make money on some of those tickets. So if it does pop up like that, because I've been a buyer for a long time, I can envision the buy plan for next week should the euro end up like on the ceiling at the end of the week here. So I can kind of picture what that looks like. That trade's going to, what kind of trade robots I run next week. And on the sell side too. So if we go sideways, if we doji out, I feel like I want to be a symmetrical trader, just like the market. I'll throw limits above and sell limits above and buy limits below, and whatever happens. So, but when it's in that streaking mode, you have to take whatever the market gives you if you're really going to pile into it, right? Because people say, well, what do you do when that happens? Yeah, well, we know it's coming, right? So if we see a 3-year void or a 3-month void in the market, it's going to fill possibly in a big gushing manner. And you're either going to go down to a smaller time frame and jump on that train with your market orders, if you know how to trade market orders, if you have them available. And that's another thing. So the scheme of laying limits, they fill you, and then you get to choose whether or not you're going to take this trade as a win or a loss, and you might be up in that trade. So you might find yourself in a winning trade with a limit, whereas at the market, you're getting in there, but if you're on the 5-minute chart, you're kind of pacing it and you're trying to ride a trend. Completely different than swing trading and just making money from the market going spastic. So Johnny Depp, what I'm saying in the end is Johnny Depp could have made money if he would just place limit orders around, right? So she hits this, she hits that. Next thing you know, she's dead. He's over. It's over, right? She puts a bunch of knives in the room, takes her out. Right? Limits her behavior. She needed a limiter. Poor thing. God, so hot and it's so dumb. I don't know if that's how it usually goes, but poor Johnny's like, just leave me alone. I'll pay to get the fuck out of here. She's kind of clingy though. So it's clingy. It's like actually, it's right. It's a bad combo played. She was clingy and annoying and why won't you play with me? Why are you upset? Tell me why you're upset. Because you keep asking me why I'm upset. But why are you upset? Honey, come here. I gotta start drinking. You're gonna make me a drunk. It's her fault I became a drunk. But I mean, the guy's Johnny Depp. Come on, man. He gets up there. That British accent. Him and Madonna. Can't you see? You think it's easy owning 20 houses? I'm surprised you just get up there, dude. You know the pressure I'm under. I got a pack of Yorkies and houses all over the fucking world. Don't you know who I am? Look over to the jury. Don't you people know who I am? And what would the other attorney be able to say? Your Honor, stop Johnny Depp from autographing the questionnaire or the jury's whatever they bring out, the ballot. I don't know what the fuck. He's out there signing their ballot. I'm getting ready to pull the trigger again at the market here. Every 5 minutes it's down, I buy just a little bit. I'm gearing up for the explosion north. Okay. We only allow 5 people in the stream at one time, so I'm gonna go look at that robot. Did I download that thing? So what I gotta do? Okay, how's that work? Fuck. Oh, I got this. This is screwed up. I got the wrong. Okay. So what do you mean right mouse click and edit? More. I'm so lost. I'm not a Discordologist. Look at, you would have got filled if you could have put a I might have got filled there, but right there, look how tight that little baby stop hunt. So another little subtle thing here at 6:30 in the morning. So look at this. Imagine you had a buy limit right there. So we were forced to trade at the market. And I guess this would be the last chance to. This feel like maybe the last chance to buy here, coming out of this. Last train to Clarksville. I'm sure there's people loading the wagon up here, dude, with tight stops. And here's where the snipers, I suppose, is sniper kind of trading. What I'm doing. I'm a sniper. Can't you see? But at any moment, we could still rifle down like you can't believe. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? We could totally come back, flying back. And this would be the time, 6:30, because the half-hour robots are coming in now. And the 15th. So here's where the culmination of why this is such a deal. Because the 1-minute traders, the 5-minute traders agree with the 15-minute traders, agree with the half-hour traders. Well, the half-hour traders are like, dude, if it just closes here at the end of the half hour, this is the only pullback we're going to get in this fucking trade. So the robots that are looking for a pullback on the half hour, this will be first chance to get in, they're going to buy here. In 2 minutes. If we are at this price in 2 minutes, if we are down here in 2 minutes, the half-hour bots and the half-hour traders are buying right now. 2 minutes from now. I do declare that's what's going on behind the scenes here. We just don't. The big boys are getting, the big fat fingers are going to jump on this horror. 6:30 is a big deal, actually. We're setting up. We're getting ready for, I think, a big rally in the stock market and a big rally in Bitcoin and crude oil today. Everybody's going to unwind their positions, I suspect. Yeah. It's the end of the month. Next week. This is last Friday in the month. Maybe that's another. I don't know if it's triple witching. I don't pay attention to that stuff anymore. Do you have? Does this guy? Okay. I'll have to look at the gold script thing. Okay. I'll look at that thing. Maybe it's in the main. You put it there. Damn, I keep trying to post something. I gotta get Discord on my phone. Is Discord easy to run? So we just bought at the market there in the half hour. Did you see that? So it's now officially 30 seconds after 6:30. We just bought at the market. Now we're waiting for another sell-off to buy more. else we got here? Oh, wow. For the love of Pete. Well, I don't know. It looks pretty dead. I'm looking for a rally into the opening of the stock market. And futures are going to be taking a look at this 15-minute Dow Jones. So they kind of backed off that. They just nicked the high of the day, so this is also making an attempt to really break out, and the euro will typically follow this Dow thing. We took out yesterday's high. The Dow Jones keep going up. What else can we do here? Yeah. We'll put in my good old wow, okay. Wow. Jeez, man. Damn it. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. Wow. Okay. Really? Oh, I guess that's mine. All right.
One and two and three.
Is everybody ready for the weekend? We're waiting on the 8 o'clock robots, the 1 hour robots. We're waiting for them to step in here and buy at the market. Buying every down bar at the market on the 1 hour. And just a crush of limits here. I've only got about 2 robots running now. But that's plenty. I put one on the highly volatile currency pairs. Probably get crushed. I put a buys 10 to 20, and that's going to be 10 to 20 pip range. But the problem there is you put it on some currencies, it's going to destroy it. So you got to get that Goldilocks window of crush. I suppose it's a touchback in football, you know. How many times are they able to intercept the ball and run it the other way? I guess you could look at it that way too if you're looking for some type of aerial metaphor for the ball running back and forth across the grids, the gridiron. So I had that too on, I think it did something about the gridiron, at least I did here in my mind. How you could, it's like a football game in a sense, you know, run the ball back and forth through the grids, 10-yard line. He's at the 20. He's at the 30. He's coming back. So the touchback factor, and then the complete stealing the ball, the fumble. So here I'm just letting this robot lay this track in with predetermined exits, and if I let it play out, so we're really have to pick the right proper robot. Now this one, I think this is a little too conservative maybe. Let me see. This one, am I too far away? Gosh, it looks like it now, but I think that's buying deeper than it says. Yeah, I don't know, something's wrong about that. I just launched that one. I've got nothing here, so I took all these bots off. This is the one that's going to be very aggressive. So every 15 minutes, we're waiting another 15 minutes for these to kind of start churning and earning. The euro to the yen, that looks good. And these are going to expire in an hour, so I really should put in another one. Open a new chart and lay another one on top with a different time decay and a deeper entrance with getting 13 pips deep all the way to 40 pips deep. It's a 5K, so all of these things are running, and I suppose you're going to keep tally on your total risk, each robot, what he's costing you, how many currency pairs you're going to trade. And at that point, maybe you do want to get multiple screens and just run everything vertical because you don't care about the pass at that point. I don't think I can do it here. But yeah, I guess I can get as far as I can. So at that point, I would just go vertical with all my robots at this point. Once you knew what you were doing, right? I don't need to see the rest of the chart. I just want to see what stack is filling here. There were some guys in Florida doing forex a long time ago. They had these big glorious envelopes, and they traded just like this, actually, without the scripts. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Big forex house, and come along, we'll coach you, kind of thing. So here you just need to see, this is like Star Trek, put you on the table to see what your respiration is here. So this is very quick and dirty. I'd say don't. So here's a 4 hour, very economical. His blood pressure's up. Of course, this is a little redundant. Here's the euro on 2 scales. So we closed underneath the floor, so the robot bought this one. I gotta get rid of some of these, I guess. Here, I really do want to show you this. So we're gonna have to, unfortunately, delete some charts or tuck them away. Or okay, let's get these guys out of the way. Now we got to get a civilized view here. I don't need these things. How much can we get down here? So when MetaTrader updated years ago, you were able to do 4 vertical charts, and I was pretty excited about that because actually this is how I was trading. If you had, it's like you own a warehouse here, so you're trying to just keep the inventory on time. So think about like just raw price levels here. Jesus. Okay. Okay, that's almost get your brain around that, but even that's kind of like I could use one more chart up there actually. I'll throw the Bitcoin up there just for, it has to be a certain framing, so I'm trying to frame it with the most relevant price. So if you go to the 4-hour chart here, we pulled back to this pivot, So depending on your time frame for your trades, like if you were selling that top tick Tommy, by the way, if you sold top tick Tommy here, you're a proud owner of 30 to 40 pips, 3 pips here, dude. If you sold top tick Tommy, you made 40 pips, but it's time to buy now. So I put the crush in front of it. So let me zoom in to the 5 maybe. So this floor, I bought the floor. Now I've got to move my targets because now I'm into scalpy, because now it looks like that is the bottom for a while. So bear with me. I got to move my. So I trade manually. So the robot here is saving me a lot of time, but I'm not letting too many robots run at once. I got to get the half hours going today and the half hour expirations. So if we have different price entry levels with a different time, this is going to be so there's no repetition, right? It's coming at a different angle and a different depth, so it's coming vertically different and it's deeper price, and vertically the price levels, that other number is different. So we need to always change the time and the order placements. We don't want to stack up too many, so maybe you want to thin the herd there, because if they do have different expirations and different stops, you may want to get in a linear looking grid. So if you think there's too much cluster down there and like, oh my God, this is actually underwater right now, so this big band of color up here, this blue stuff, is the my entry on limits somehow somewhere down the line there. So you got that, and now you're trapped. Well, you just kind of almost took out the low of the day, but look how you come back, and this being the lonely wick. If you stack most of your tickets up in here, you're already out of that trade. So that would be the bottom tick Bobby correlation to this sweeping top tick Tommy. And the ultimate, depending on who your broker is, some brokers didn't even hit that. But that's when I said we were up here. I said, you know what? A lot of people are not sticking around. They didn't stick around for that. So I bought the plunge, And I also was like, yeah, we're probably going to come back all the way to the Asian. So this is where you followed a bet in Asia. So this is the buy I did last night, and I wrote it to here. Then there was a little bit here, and then I bought that pullback on a crush, and then I dumped. I didn't dump. So I let this dump. My account, I'm actually still long from way back here on something. So I bought the crush. Then I bought heavily in that slot. And luckily this robot stepped up to the plate like a real super trooper and put the limits in for me. So he got into a gargantuan position here now. So thank God. Thank you, Mr. Robot. But now it's peeling him off. I see it just dumped a few K, and now we're getting back to around 1500. If we get to 1700, that would be amazing. But we need something really ripping. Otherwise, we're going to rip down, and maybe we can make $200 on the crush if it keeps crushing down, because it could still do that. There's no guarantees, but this would be the ultimate retest situation. If you wanted to step in front of the train last night and put a pocket of limits up on that shelf is going to be your lowest risk entry. But if you don't get filled, you'll be disappointed, but that's okay. Like this slot here, and then have enough to even sell up here if you can't. So actually half, enough to get filled even down here today. So if we came down, like, would you buy down here? Well, yeah, if some kind of news came out and this 20 pip slot down here, even if they stopped you out of this, so maybe you get a dead cat bounce and it slams down. If you start buying in chunks down here in a 20 pip window, and you just put a 20K in, a pip, a handle, a 10 pip handle, and just play it like that. And then, because these kind of auctions, it's a total auction situation here. I mean, you totally kind of on the 4-hour wicks. If you go to the 4-hour chart, it's like, well, you just kind of just wicked back and forth. I can't fix the scale on this, so I'm just gonna. I don't want to destroy all those things I set up, but so you kind of you touched both wicks there. You know, you trap these guys on top and come back, and timing wise, you're still in the buy zone. If you believe tops become bottoms in time, and this is going to update in 1 hour. So this 4-hour chart will update in 1 hour. This is called a setup, but like I said, when the stock market opens, you could still wick down a little bit more. So never rely on the closing price as being a stable price, because the next moment in time is unique and it can go anywhere from there. And are you prepared for it to go against you? Because, well, hell, you know, I've been waiting 4 hours for this fucking thing to retrace, and every time it goes down 4 hours, I keep buying. So I don't know if you've ever done this trade, but I did it. I did it for like 2 weeks straight. And I'm like, dude, I was buying $300 positions. It was a nano account, so I could buy $300 of currency on my phone while driving. And the yen kept dropping, the dollar against the yen. And when I get home, I would clear off the trades, and sometimes I'd make money. But when there was a period of like 3 weeks, I just kept buying, and I'm like, Jesus, I am not making any money. But I have such a optimistic view, and I felt like I was rescuing the dollar from the Japanese at that point. I felt like I was, you know, a hero. So I kept buying it, and it kept going against me, and I kept buying it. And then when it would retrace, I'm like, told you it was going up. But I made money, but then, of course, you had the risk of blowing up this $400 account. But then it got me thinking, wow, if you know how to do this is good money. Or it's click money. It's not hard lifting, I say. It's the effort that you're putting forth, I think, in a sense, because if you don't want to be outside putting a wire on some guy's high tension wire, something dangerous. The only thing dangerous here is, I guess, sitting around and talking and getting fat. I'm getting out of shape here sitting here, but I think I'm going to go out and cut the lawn, and that's like a big deal, big drama. I'm not sure if the blade's sharp enough. I'm kind of cringing every time I get done cutting. I'm like, you think the blade's sharp enough? And I want to sharpen it, but I don't want to drain the gas out. I guess you got to drain the gas out to sharpen the blades, and I don't want to do that. And I'm torn about the lawn. Let's wait for the completion. We have a 30 pip pullback off the top tick Tommy, and we're waiting for, I guess, the stock market to open. I'm thinking stocks go up, euro goes up, pound goes up. Euro to the CAD's kind of finicky. Does anybody trade this stuff? I mean, I'm sure people do. Hey, look, I'm long on this thing. So here's a trap. I got filled on this by Autobot. So I'm not paying attention, but this is the euro versus the CAD, and I feel like if we come up here, I'm going to scalp out of that. In fact, I feel like getting out of some of it right now, just because I didn't know I was in there. And I turned this robot off, by the way, so this is just old stuff being picked up from a couple hours ago. So I'm going to delete this out. Or take profits on just the symbol, whatever's up. Not much, just 1K. At least I feel better now. I feel less risky. I don't feel like I got to go into rehab or anything like that. Like I'm going to start breaking out demos and just open a new demo, dude, if you blew it up. But yeah, if you know what you did to blow it up, or you could be able to... This looks like a nice opportunity to buy on my aggressive 15-minute bot. Let's give it a roll here. The pound looks ready to pounce down like hard, like a hard pouncer. I'll babysit this one. Yeah, it's like having kids, you know. It's like having a basket of kids that... How about this? I got another brainstorm here. How about, does anybody notice how much they're charging for this kitty care stuff? This, what do they call it? Moms drop their kids off. Daycare? How about daycare prop house? Kids are only allowed to hit certain buttons. You give them a stupid indicator. Something you'd never want to pull the trigger on, and you tell them, listen, you want a cookie? Hit this button. I don't know. Something like that. Daycare prop house. It's terrible what they're doing. Those kids like slave labor. Some guys in there telling them to hit a button and shit. Daycare prop house. And then you have people that are going to, they did a sting operation. We had one of our FBI agents dress up like a mom, and the kids came in with, we kind of set that guy up because the kids were already drawing on charts that they'd made in the car, point and figure charts. They were doing point and figure charts. Came with a couple trading books under their arm. I'm like, hey kids, trading for dummies? Really? Wow. I feel like I'm being set up here, but I'll go with it. Our first customers seem to be totally dialed in. I know I came up with this idea, but they're already all over it. We should be buying on this one. 20 pips. This is a good conservative one, too. Let's put that on the guppy, because we know the guppy is going to shear your brains out, so let's put a 20 pip deep. 1 hour drop. I'd say this is going to be pretty bombastic for
Morning, buddy.
Hey man, what's going on? So I'm running my 15-minute bots, my scalp bots this morning. I got up to 1600, and now I'm buying this big sell off in the euro for the final stampede.
Got out of the guppy. It made 7 G's. Thank you.
Well, I'm holding this big position off this lonely wick from Asia. So I bought I'm long the Asian session on the euro right now, pretty heavy. And when we get up here about 10 pips, I'm going to scalp out of some stuff and then reload it. But right now I'm in the greedy mode. I'm kind of moving. I'm moving my targets out in front, you know. I mean, because I really am like, oh my God, if they take out the high of the day, it'll be a rip roar. It'll be like when stocks. So I have Bitcoin to break out. I have stocks have drifted and broke out last night. NASDAQ broke out. So I really am looking for this kind of relaxed short squeeze where people go, oh, finally, you know. Because people like, what are you gonna do? Short, like when that guy, that was my buy signal on Bitcoin was the guy selling, providing liquidity for you to go short, to short the market. So you go,
Right.
there's your buy signal right there.
Huh?
The last time I saw a signal like that was in the year 2000, and I was with my second wife to be, and I said to her on New Year's Eve, right after New Year's Eve, the first commercial that came on TV was Merrill Lynch and American Express. They had merged together at this point, and they came out and they said, "We're Merrill Lynch, and we're bullish on the future." And they just had a bull, like a silhouette of their iconic bull, with the balls hanging. And I looked to my girlfriend at the time, wife, and I said, and she was in the stock market pretty heavy. I said, I'd think about getting on the stock market. Like when they declared bullishness on New Year's Eve of the year 2000, and that was actually the beginning of the tech wreck, not the computers locking. I'll never forget that night. It was like kind of eerie because everybody was wondering if the computers were going to crash, but no, NASDAQ was going to crash. That was the top tick Tommy of NASDAQ, and then it was all bloodbath, and then that's, I think, when they decided to print money, really. They said, what we could do here is you could buy back your own stock if you want to. It became like, a complete, circle jerk, I guess you call it. But yeah, I just want to scalp. I like these dramatic moves and high drama trader. Yeah, those scripts, you got to write them deep for this guppy. That guppy fucking bite your head off. It goes 120 pips a day, dude. So that's to me, that's about 60 pips a day, I'd say. In fact, it's only 30 pips a day right now, and so last night, you're 120 pips.
It took out the target, man. I wasn't really nervous about it. I know I went in a little bit way too heavy, but I said to myself, you know what? If I get kicked in the teeth for $5,000. That's okay because I learned so much in just talking to you, man. And I thought to myself, let me take a look and see what I've been trading since I've been on this Discord, Michigas.
Yeah.
And I posted it up on your main. I don't know. I mean, I'm just learning how to use this Discord
stuff.
The
Discord, the problem is I have a dual monitor system, but I actually have an old school monitor because the font's bigger. So I have an old school Dell Professional 17-inch screen, if you can imagine. I mean, I'm talking... old school because it's designed. Yeah, it's designed. I can see my trade terminal tickets better because the problem with trading on computer monitors, they're really designed to watch a movie or something.
Right.
In other words, I actually miss my old computer. I had my favorite was I had a Matrox card with a thing called desktop manager, and you could just have hotkeys, and it would zoom in and out in the blink of an eye, dude. It was like, of course, it was on a real boob tube at that time, but you could run a VGA output, and that thing, dude, was so fast and clean. And when they moved up to this kind of everything's working as software thing, the latency in that, just that millisecond latency, when you're used to instantaneous, you feel like it's like a catalytic converter on your car. You're like, where's all the horsepower? Like, what happened to the car? Like, oh no, it's emissions control. Don't worry about it. It's that feel, you're like, I can already feel us going too software-ish. Like, oh, it's in a JavaScript? It's floating in Java? These aren't real charts? No, Java charts, so that's why they crash. Took down your whole computer with that.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you still in the car, dude? You didn't even go to sleep? Dude, this guy's a trooper. Did you put the audio on autopilot and just kick back? Are you an autopilot now? Let the car do the driving.
Who?
Son.
Oh, the guy who's driving the car.
Yeah. He's got auto rider. I'm waiting for that chauffeur robot chick that's like, oh, I know what you want to do. You don't just want to drive around, do you? Are they making that?
I've been thinking about this prop for my idea. I got to be telling you, man. I like this idea of getting the Hooters girls to trade forex. I love it.
Well, how about that guy? Did you ever see that guy Anton that did that movie where he takes people off the street and gets them to trade, and they get this girl's crying because she went the wrong way in the trade. One guy wouldn't pull the trigger, the other guy pulled the trigger too much. It's Anton something.
Oh, was
and
this that $1 Million Traders series?
Yes, and it was like maybe a series, you know, and of course it's a
Yeah.
little coached in there. They want this chick to cry like a baby. She's like, I
Sure.
can't believe I blew up the account,
Right.
and she comes unwrapped, and she's like, are you gonna fire me? They're like, yes. And it's just,
Yes, you're gone.
yeah, it's really cruel, but you know, it's not Jerry Springer if you ever seen that, but it's approaching maybe that. People love that stuff, but no, I mean, it is the idea. That's what the Richard Dennis took people off the street, and it is a curiosity because if you've never been burned in the market and you just follow the rules, and somebody says to you, just do this, this, and this, and you're just a bookkeeper, really. So that's what I was looking for. Somebody that just wants to place orders, and they're like, oh, you want me to do this? They're not like, well, what do you think about the Dow Jones? You know, just a bookkeeper. Really, you're looking for somebody that doesn't
Right.
maybe have, and that's really what this robot's about. This kind of blind
Can I
bot
tell you
that I built.
something?
I built a
I'm gonna-
blind bot.
my buddy
you know,
Bo-
for-
Right. My buddy Bo Diddley that I did the high frequency with. Just this is the last story on high frequency. If people want to hear about it, they can call me. He never traded a day in his life. Doesn't care for the stock market. Thinks it's all bullshit, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he was the perfect guy to work with because I was bringing
Right.
in all of my biases and all of what I thought and all my propaganda that I've been propagandized for fucking 30 years. And he was just fucking clean as a baby's ass. So I would say, what do you think about this? And he'd say, you know, XYZ, what about that? Did you think of this? And I'm like, wow. So when people watch your channel, Simpleton, they're like, wow, I would have never thought of that. But if they've already been propagandized really hard, they're never going to be able to follow you. It'll be very difficult for them.
Well, I think that if somebody said to me, that it's good to have somebody say, but I thought you said this, and I go, yeah, you're right. So the thing about it that's terrible is that every time you go long, you can see that if you look at the short guy's view, how he feels about it. So as you're building this long position on limits, which is always kind of it's kind of scary in a sense, but if you know the rock bottom price that they're really going for, I just feel like I'm never going to get over the fear of missing out. So I lay in tickets in the last third of what I think is going to be the most mind blowing, where it's just insane. And it's coming in hard, and it's coming in fast, and it's happening at 6:30 in the morning, or it's happening at 3 o'clock in the morning. And there's news coming out,
Right.
and we've done these trades before. I've done so many of these things where I lay the track in, and then if I wake up and I'm seeing up on my phone, I open the terminal. So when I used to. You kind of have to be able to have a take all profits key ready to go, because when you see that, like right now, the euro's kind of crushing up. If you woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and the market's smashing down, as it's coming back off the floor here, you're going to wait for 10 more pips here maybe, but you know, you got to dump because they're going to slam it again. It's just kind of a terrible situation because if you're expecting it to be a smooth ride on a trend, I suppose that's why I always say the trend is kind of like the idea of smoothness, and the moving average makes you think that the market could be that smooth, and it's almost tricking you in a sense, going, "Whoa, gosh, you know, look at how could you fuck this up?" But yeah, and the wick would crush you. I mean, most wicks would crush any guy that's kind of taking a passive look at it. And he explained that wick to me. How much drawdown can you handle to make your eventual goal?
Yeah, what is that wick? What is that wick?
How much does that wick cost?
What is that wick?
Yeah,
like, what is that all about?
Right. When they say at the end of the day the market closed up 10 points, I'm like, how big was the wick, dude? I mean, like, wow, so I'm only up $10? Yeah, at the end of the day. But during the day, it is psychotic, especially if news breaks or they're coming out with reports. So you can have a pin bar from hell, and then the next day, I guess you've established the range, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. But let me ask you something. These pins and all these long wicks that I'm seeing in these instruments, is that just is that hesitation, or is that what do you think? What do you think is causing all that? Because from what I'm going to bring in my bias.
I think it's a crush.
I don't
into
see
the
these
void.
kind of wicks.
Yeah. Crush into the void and then retrace them, but crush and hang out there. But see, if I go to the 4-hour chart, if I go to the 4-hour chart, you're going to see a crushing supply wick. Notice the 4-hour chart says inventory wicks that are worth 40 pips. This is the guppy. So if you were to if you had a trailing guppy bot, I would suggest you drop every 4 hours. Like, you think this is an uptrend on this chart. From the 27th of May. 27th of May of this year, you go long. All your trend bots are saying, only buy pullbacks, please. So you have a 10 pip, a 20, and you have all these guys trolling. And you're happy to make anywhere from, you're risking 40 at max, you're going to buy 20 to 40 pip deep, you've got a hard stop, if they blow you out, whatever. And you've got targets that are going to be scaled out 20, 40, all the way to 150 pip targets. So you do have some of those pre-wired, and you can have your money management systems come in, but I'm saying in the most kind of, imagine you couldn't have a money management system. You want to sprawl out your target at 150. If you're risking 40 pips down here in the guppy, yes, if you hold that for 2 days here, you made 200 pips, and if you scalp 30% here, like, I would just trade this instrument only with 10 robots. I can already see it in my mind. I would have unique robots coming in at unique times, and I would pick a direction though. I would say we're a buy system, dude. This way, when I see that I'm filled, so somebody asked me, could you put sell limits in? You could, but if you can't manage a lot of shit, when you look at your phone, you go, I know I'm long. If you see a fill, you know you're long in the guppy because you have a guppy bot on that phone. And then you have these 10 bots in there, and you start to see, yes, that one paid for the other guy's fuck up. And it's happening where you could never drop these things consistently. You cannot do it while you're sleeping. It's dropping a half-hour script. It's dropping a 2 hour. Every 4 hours, it's dropping a 4 hour bank that's 20K that you hand wrote. I would hand write the whole thing. Actually, you're talking about, you got me thinking yesterday. I knew telling all this stuff, but you said one thing that triggered me yesterday that I was like, yes, that's it. Like, so you said, well, you have interlaced tickets in there. So when I went into create my scripts, you realize you're buying, if you want to buy 10 pips deep, you can buy 10.2 pips deep if you want. You can buy 10.1 pips deep if you want. If you start to interlace these things, so you're getting out every half pip, you're getting rid of a ticket, like you were saying. And you have, you know what the commissions are. The ENC spread goes to almost zero during some hanky-panky, too much order flow. They have their own supply chain issues, and the spread gets tight. You get filled. You're getting a 20. You're in a 20K. You just made $5, and it just fluctuating because you interlace these. The interlacement is hard written into that script. When it comes down and rockets back up, you're getting like, because you can put a 10K on a 1 pip handle. So on a 1 pip, because it's a fifth decimal broker. So if you do that in forex, what you're talking about, I understand, because that's what you'd have to do. You'd have to find a very tight you probably only get 100 to 1 leverage broker. So if you want to run this like you're talking, I could write that script. I mean, I could write that situation. Because what you're doing there is you're saying, I'm going to take a 1/10 of a pip off that internal mini rack that's hard coded into that one thing, and it's running on a tight, almost zero spread ENC 101 leverage, whatever, you got 10 grand in the account, and that thing's just literally sipping, it's making $100 a day, just kind of like sipping stuff out of the market. But anyways, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you can imagine my fantasy bots. Because really, until you, I'm running it now, so it's actually this is the I just have the mock-up claymation right now, but you got to have that note. The guy that wrote that song, which is so beautiful, that love song about I'll Be, that song I'll Be, he wrote it on a napkin. He heard these couple talking the song I'll Be by I don't remember his name. I'll be your crying shoulder. I'll be your crying shoulder. That song, big hit song. I was like, he wrote that on a napkin. This guy. I was like, yeah, I'm going. He heard these couples arguing. It's like this real chivalry song. But not much of that anymore. But yeah, actually, I don't know. This guy Chris kind of he's the new breed, so he sounds like he's got his head screwed on straight. Okay, we're going up here. I'm cashing out on a little bit of my
There's a lot of,
tickets. I'm going to take a little bit off here. I don't know if we could stampede to blow out the high of the day on that euro, but I'm very optimistic on that one.
Nice.
That was too harsh of a pullback.
Okay.
I'm back to $1,530 now, so I'm cashing out a little bit here. At least I know it's running. Yesterday I had too much running, and then I took a drawdown of $200 last night because I just left the robot open on the euro versus Swiss, which I knew would be or euro versus CAD, which I knew would be a barn burner because it's just such a slice-o-matic. And I'm only in about 60K now, I think. I'm holding this euro. I'm up 12 pips off the bottom of that.
So you go up to about 100K. I just want to get a feel for your sizes and what you're playing off.
About three standard lots. I don't know. I just can't seem to.
So 3 lots, 300,000. Okay,
I mean, if I'm doing a big swing trade, but I'm in and out. So I guess you'd say, according to FX Blue. So look at FX Blue here. This is all one case, I think. Let me see what the stats say so far. I've been publishing this all week now. I'm trying to get to like $800 by the end of the day, but I don't know if it'll make it. I may have to take all profits if we get a big burst here.
Sure.
But I don't know. Let me take a look, see if I can find my FX Blue. FX Blue's just got a really clean publish because I had FX Book, but I can't log in. It won't publish. I'm like, oh, Jesus, This is the only clean system I can find is FX Blue.
I made a mistake when I calculated your expectancy yesterday. It's closer to 12.5 cents, but we'll do it again. We'll do it at the end of it.
Uh-oh.
And I also didn't factor in that you're doing so many trades, right? Usually it's expectancy is on the way that, okay, let's call it, the school book way to do it is you turn around and you take 100 trades. And it doesn't matter what the time series was, and you want to see whether you took 100 trades, let's say in June of 2015 with your algo, and then again in July of 2019, and then people will say, yeah, but you were taking samples. Your sample space was in the summertime where everything is nice and quiet, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh.
So what you have to do is you have to be able to show people that you can actually take any time slice and then run it for 100 trades, and then you can produce an expectancy. But you're doing a lot more than 100 trades, so yeah, I would probably turn it up a little bit and say, hang on a second here. There's a factor here. I have to figure out the factor. I'll figure it out for you, man. But you're doing 12.5 cents on every dollar that you're betting right now. That I could tell. That's not bad.
What does it say? So here's how many trades I've done. It says I've been trading for 2 days, and I've done 1,000 trades per day on average.
Buddy, so you're doing much better than 12 cents, right?
I'm up.
Because I'm talking 100, you're talking 1,000.
Yeah, they don't have all that fancy sharp. You ever heard of the sharp score and all that? They don't. They just have.
Ratios,
they don't. Maybe they do if I dig into this thing. But right here on the front page, kind of the statement, so to speak, says 1.72 is my profit factor. I made 5,000 pips, and the dollars per trade. My average win is 72 cents. Is my average win 72 cents? My average loss is $1.26.
$1.26. Yeah, that's not bad. Listen, just to make you feel a little bit better, we had losses. Our win-loss ratio, like if you divide 72 by 126, is something like 56% or something. We were flying it. We were so happy if we can get to 25%, 20%. Why? Because we were doing so many trades, and we knew that if we could just keep collecting those little breadcrumbs, we'd be okay. Right? People that are only doing, 1 or 2 trades.
I know. Yeah. So I back tested these scripts actually quite a bit before I threw them in the bot. Just I call it the auto launcher, or the automatic launcher. But so I back tested these arrays, and I could see right away that if you put in, I mean, I had some that traded like, I don't think it realistically could have done it either because just for kicks, I said drop orders every 4 hours and the expiration is going to be, how about a week? And let me tell you, when that thing filled, which is maybe impossible because a broker would never let you have that many pendings, but in playback, in the fantasy world of the playback tester, I was like astounded. Like I was like, if this thing just had a trailing money management system, it'd be crazy. these are giant sweeping moves, and if you pick the right pair, like so you build a robot that buys 300 pips deep, the pendings are sitting down 500 pips deep, they last for a month. I actually did a month expiration, and it's contoured to the way the market's crushing into it, and then when it retraces, my God, and it was like, if you put it on the guppy, it'd make a mint. If you put it on the euro, it'd never fill. Is never going to see a fill. And then you knew right then. It was almost like a depth gauge too. If you ran that robot and it didn't get filled, you just knew in your mind's eye, well, you're putting in the orders too shallow or too deep, or too deep apparently. And if you're getting overfilled, you put them in too shallow and it's getting crushed, and you don't have enough scalps built in. And so that's my way of doing it there. But now that I can run them in real time and just have like cyclical drops and know 8 o'clock, I know my 8 o'clock box are dropping this thing. I don't have to get to the screen, and I can just from my phone see, well, did anything fill today? Yeah, that's a great way to go, because that is really like having robots that are all clicking on websites and getting paid to create traffic in a sense. People want to think about it like that. You don't have to really know what the market's doing. You don't have to know, like you could actually give somebody a raw terminal, no charts, because and you could force them to do that by getting them the multi-platform MetaTrader. So there's this version of MetaTrader that has no charting, and it's just, you can have multiple accounts in there. It's for PAM stuff, and just have somebody look at that. Here it is. Of course, then I could drop the scripts. I guess you need to put the scripts in, but you can see from that just terminal only. Terminal view of what's going on. And yeah, I wish people would do that are selling stuff, because if you're going to sell me $500 system, dude, can I see it running in the background somewhere? Can I just go to like a live website? I mean, you would sell copies just on that if you had a live stream running on YouTube all day.
Yeah, but that's so old school, man. I'll tell you why. These guys that have got all these new, all the crypto stuff really opened up my eyes to how far these guys have come. Right now, I mean, when I was doing Rhythmic was about 4 years ago when I did just a couple of trades for some friends because they were short of cash, whatever things were happening in their lives. So I said, guys, I'm not going to show you what we're doing, and I'm not going to give you the code, but what I will do is you can copy trade me. And I had to look up Rhythmic, and they can do copy trader, leader, follower. They had all this fucking bullshit going on. And I got to know Eric, and he's all right. I don't like the fact that he's supporting all these come and be a prop trader. It's only $67 trade with our money, because that's just a gaffe. But so anyway, so that's where I realized that there has to be ways for people to copy the trades that you're doing. Now, Rhythmic does have really, really, really quick execution, and their book is pretty solid. I'm not going to say anything. I can't say anything negative about that. But then I realized, wait a second here. You've got 3 commas now with the cryptos, and you've got the Wonder trading, and you've got so many sites that will allow you drop your API. In other words, you drop the code that's going to point to you, what you said, point to the YouTube video of this thing working, and point to all of the trades that it's taking, and let me do the same thing. And I'll pay you $50 a month to copy what your robot is doing.
Right. I think that's
a
just
whole
that.
business.
Yeah.
Now, wait a second. Would you rather have, this is just like you said with the tax returns, would you rather have everyone pay less income tax, but more people are paying, right?
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Right? Give me $50 a month from 1,000 players. You know what? If this guy has anything that's working, it's worth a lot more than $450.
Well, the guy that owned Liberty Reserve, which was peer-to-peer, 50 cents. It didn't matter how much I sent you. It was 50 cents. Right. That guy was living the high life, man. Rolls Royce, everything, lived over in Puerto Rico.
Right.
But because he was just like, dude, 50 cents, it just adds up. It's crazy. Those fees are crazy.
Right.
Doesn't need much. I mean, it's that's decent passive income, as they say. Yeah, why try to hit somebody over the head with?
This guy's living in Turkey. He doesn't need any money.
I know. I don't understand. Here's another thing, and I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. So.
You can. We're all men here.
Isn't everybody in the back of their mind thinking, okay, if it's all that in a bag of chips, 2 things I could say. One makes me cringe. Why would you sell it? Of course, I need the money. But in other words, why don't you
You're
just
the
run it?
wrong
Why don't you
attitude.
just run it with your money and sell it for $100?
Hang on. How much money do you think you need to be able to trade like an actual system? If you don't have $250,000, you can't do HFT. As an example, if you don't have $5,000, it's probably really hard to get a leg up with the forex, even using all of your codes and scripts and interlacing and interweaving. But if I have let's say $500, and this guy has a robot that's working, and I only have to pay him $50 a month, and it'll continue churning out like a little ATM, if you will, a baby ATM. It doesn't make big money, but over the course of a year, he's quadrupled my account. If I can get 1,000 players to give me $50, that's 50 G's a month. I can't make that trading. I mean, you can if you're doing HFT, but
what do you think the responsibility? Don't you? So if you have clients like that, now if you were doing what he's doing, you sell a program for $700. If somebody emails you and go, "Oh, I'm having a hard time installing it," what are you going to say to this guy?
Oh my God! Forget about it. You need a whole crew of people. And
right,
all
so
the money you're ever going to make is going to go to support.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to piss people off? Are they going to go on Baby Pips and it's like the forex kind of hang out? Are you going to go on there and like rail, and people are going to come and fucking just go nuts? I mean, are you going to just? I don't know. I just wouldn't want to. Talk about exposure. I mean, I just wouldn't want to even get tangled up in that.
Right.
Like you were saying, you don't want to trade other people's money. You don't even want to. I don't even want to. Like that's why I said if it was a communal thing where you write some code, I write some code, we swap, and we're even, right? It's just a mind swap or a mind, that's different. But if you're going to start saying, well, this thing. There's a trial version, even that, but that's a lot to manage too. Like you got to pay attention when they're trial version. So there's this guy Sue Lee I talk about. He did that, dude. He had so much money, he had subscribers, and this guy's he trades from the fucking gut, dude. So, and he makes a lot of money. So he's like, he's like you said, he's like, well, I want to fucking sell this shit. So he had a club, he had swag, all this. People love that shit. So, he had 20,000 subscribers, dude. I mean, crazy, and he'll get into a trade and just go, I'm all in, baby. These are hardcore people. I mean, their culture is like, oh, really? That I didn't even feel that. They're impervious to. You can't trigger them. Let's just say, you cannot trigger these people.
No, you shouldn't be able to.
They have such a, they're intense.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of players like that. Go to Kazakhstan, buddy. You want to see intensity? Go to Kazakhstan. I always say because that's our good friend there, Sacha Baron Cohen. I have to tell you when the Kazakhstan government said we have nothing to do with this guy, he's just a fucking jerk off. When he was doing with his character there, I like you very much. Sexy time. He was doing that retard. And he gets on. Boy, that's the guy. Thank you, man. You're getting older. I remember he got on the YouTube. My friend sent it to me, Keek. He said, Nate, you got to see what this guy's doing. He's just pulling the piss out of the government now. Because he gets on the YouTube and he starts going off about Kazakhstan government. They don't know what they're talking about. And, he's just fucking slamming them. And I'm thinking to myself, here is satire at a level that I don't think anyone has ever achieved before. We actually get the Ministry of whatever to start slamming this guy, and he goes back online and says, fuck you. That's beautiful. Jesus. I mean, that's the kind of shit that we love. Yeah. I hope.
Yeah, no, I mean, the revenge kind of, it's a good feeling.
It's back at you. It's the back at you. It's the back at you routine, right?
Because I was going to say, if I was in a phase where I couldn't stop watching all of the Charles Bronson movies, Death Wish.
Oh yeah, he's fucking crazy.
I'm like, he's like, oh really? And so he's like the hero for the guy that's the government's not going to protect me. So I think I got this one. My favorite one is when he goes into the prison. And he takes the cellmate into the electric room and crushes his head into the power panels and electrocutes him to death. And he walks out, and the guy's coming down with a clipboard. He goes, "Is everything okay?" And Charles Bronson has a little bit of schmutz on his face, and he goes, everything's great.
Yeah, everything's cool.
It was perfect meeting, everything. No, that's just a classic. I can watch that on a loop. That and the movie Bullet, where the guy's just punching that car. But I'm old.
Okay.
I saw.
I mean, I
I
had to
saw
remember those
Bullet. I
people.
saw Bullet when I was in camp. They brought real film in.
Oh shit.
The real print. Those 16 millimeter prints. They like, you know how they do
Yeah, I remember
VHS.
those. I remember those.
They actually would
Huh?
say, "Oh, you want the little version, the little home version, huh?"
I remember
Maybe it
those
was
days.
bootleg.
Wow,
Maybe
man.
somebody copied
You're older
it.
than me, but how old are you now? You must be about 5, 6 years older than I am.
I'm 64.
Yeah. So you're like 7 years older. That's cool. You're a bigger brother from another mother. I love it. It's nice to meet you, man.
that's
Legitimately, you're a cool dude. You're a cool dude.
Yeah.
And
You sound like a super polite guy. You're almost gonna make me polite, but yeah. Yeah, you're so polite. I mean, like I could tell immediately. I could sense a little resistance when I went a little off the rails, and you're like, hey. Of course, and then it wasn't helping. They had Genesis in there on a repetitious. He was caught in a fucking, I'm gonna call it a Camela loop, and a Harris loop, and just saying like, and we're gonna do this together, and together later, together we're gonna be having together with together. Oh.
Okay.
Do you remember when she said that?
I don't remember.
You must have been absent that day. Oh my God!
Yeah,
Talk about word. It's not a word
Sometimes I
salad.
do.
It's salad with iceberg only and 2 croutons.
Right.
What kind of salad is this?
Right. No croutons.
Your word
for you.
salad doesn't even have fucking a good chunk of words. We don't even have. Where's the sprouts, dude? Where's my sprouts?
I called. He was drunk right away. I said to myself, "This guy's drunk. He's not paying attention. You know, like he's just on. Like I know. You know what? Some drunks are happy. Some are mad. I don't like the mad drunks.
I know.
And he sounds like
Angry
he's just
drunks
kind
are
of like a
tough,
mad
man.
drunk. What's that?
The angry drunks are tough.
Oh yeah,
They're
angry
tough
drunks.
sledding.
No, I run the other way, man. I'm gone. Pay his tab. I'm gone. Bye. I remember I was recruiting way back when, and they always like to take people downtown. You know, have a steakhouse, Barbarians. It was just amazing. And I remember I came in once, and the father giving the son the business, and he's like, "Oh, you're the guy who works with Starvin' Marvin?" I go, "Well, kind of. You know, he's like a mentor to me. He's like a father I never had kind of routine." And he's showing me the ways of the world. And he goes, "You know that guy Marvin? He was always 2 steps ahead of everybody and 1 step ahead of the cops." You know, just the way he said it with that raspy voice. And so I was interviewing some people, and one guy, he had like 2 or 3 drinks. And I thought to myself, you know what? If this guy's going to go on a bender like every Friday night till Monday, I have no use for him. You know what I mean?
Oh,
so,
right.
advice to anyone who's out there who's young: do not drink cocktails in a job interview. It's not going to help at all. You can have 1 shot with the boss, but don't go beyond that. That's all I got to say about that.
Well, you have to have him break out the champagne. You don't bring your own. It's
For
not
sure.
It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
a B.
Let him pour you a glass.
Never
Absolutely.
do a BYO
Absolutely.
at your interview. Don't bring your own. If he offers, that's different.
That's bad.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have kids, because it'd be like, listen, son, on the interview, I want you to not go on your cell phone, even if you think it's a good trade. I know you've seen this setup before. You tell me about the double bottoms. No, I think I'd make my kid a trader. Cut the lawn and put a fucking pending in now. Go to bed.
Drop a rack right here.
Drop a rack and you
listen,
can go to sleep. Did you drop your rack today? What are you doing to your
That's
kids?
cute.
Johnny drops racks and makes beer money.
Yeah, he does. Listen, I remember, the first time I got into investing, it's funny you were talking about the things that you wandered into when your father's a trader and you wanted to be. I had a friend of mine who, we were going after the same girl at one point in time, and he was really cool. And he said,
Rinse
I got
and
this guy.
Rinse and repeat. You're saying rinse and repeat.
No, he was all right. He has a mutual
No, I meant the
fund
girlfriend.
license.
I mean, the girlfriend was a rinse and repeat situation.
Yeah, no, she's cool. She was
your
cool.
first
She
scalp.
both of us. Yeah, she didn't care. And his name was, I forgot his name right now, but he was really, really, really sharp. And I met him. He was older than I was. And he said, you know, Nate, you can go to the bank and get a loan for double the amount of money that you put down, and then you can put it into, like, mutual funds. And I never heard of a mutual fund. I didn't know what the hell this guy was talking about. I said, so, I'd like to learn a little bit about what you're saying. He goes, well, mutual funds are basically, they collect they basically have a manager. And I followed the fund manager. And I said, hold up. So you don't even care what the mutual fund is doing. You're actually looking for the hockey player that's going to win the Stanley Cup kind of routine. You're looking for the guy who knows how to make it work. And I thought that's already, the first derivation. That's your first derivative right there. Fuck the mutual fund. Find me the guy who's actually doing something. So he said, yeah. So I said, listen, I'd like to, he goes, there's a guy coming in. His name is Duncan Mount. You guys can look him up.
Duncan Mount.
I don't know if he's still in the business.
You mean like
an interesting name.
That sounds naughty. You mean dunk their head in the
really
bathtub and
really
then mount
was.
their ass? Whoa. Is this like a prison? You said that, is that the prison guy you're talking about that trades good?
That's the guard, Duncan Mount, yeah. And
Duncan
Mount that,
Oof.
maybe. I don't know what his name
Hey,
is.
Duncan
I
Mount.
went to
What
this
up,
meeting. It was
Duncan
downtown
Mount?
Toronto, all hoity-toity. You know how they like to have these meetings.
Yo, Duncan
And it
Mount.
was for CIBC, and I think the name of the fund was Hyperion Fund. It was a combination of CIBC Bank with Li Kai-Cheng. Li Kai-Sheng, I hope I'm pronouncing it, I'm not bastardizing it. He's the guy, I had no idea who this guy was, but I saw a lot of hoity-toity people there, and this guy was giving a presentation. He said, you can invest in Hyperion, and I think he was based in Hong Kong at the time. And I raised my hand and I go, hang on a second here. I'm giving you Canadian dollars, so I was sharp enough to understand, but you're actually doing everything in Hong Kong dollars. Now, what happens if the Hong Kong dollars, if you do really great with the product, but the Hong Kong dollar is just getting battered against the Canadian dollar? I'm losing money even though you're doing well. He goes, that's the first question, intelligent question I've had in a long time, right? So he said, what I do is I send my girl across from the island to the mainland China, and she goes into the market, and every Wednesday she buys an umbrella. And I'm like, what? He goes, and I track the price of umbrellas through time, and I know exactly what the internal rate of inflation actually is. And I turned to the guy who took me to the meeting. I said, I'll get you 12,000 tomorrow. Just like that. I didn't even have to hear any more, because I knew I was going to go through that amount of detail to actually find a hack, to figure out what the actual rate of inflation. It goes back to people who have that, what do they call it, the Big Mac equation, where you can go around the world and figure out the price of a Big Mac in people's currencies, see what it really is, kind of routine.
Really?
So it was that kind of idea. Yeah, very, very interesting. Anyways, that thing doubled in about 6 months. And I said, I want to take the money out. We need beer. We're going to go on tour with Rod Stewart. We need money. We need Puko. He goes, no, you can't take it out. He got so upset that I took the money out. And I realized that his business was keeping as much money under management as possible, right? So, again, it's kind of like the real estate agents. If you actually follow all the real estate agents, and I knew a lot of them growing up, kids who never really wanted to finish and go to college, they became real estate agents here. And they'll put their own house on the market for about 3 or 4 weeks longer than they will your house. And you may ask yourself, why would they do that? Well, because when they sell your house for an extra $5,000, they're making $1,500. But if they sell their house for an extra $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, they pocket it. So there's your asymmetrical, risk-reward Nash equation, let's call it. So when it's tilting in another way, you got to be very, very wary of what's going on. So for me, it's a matter of, holy smokes. I'd rather have 1,000 players pay me $50. I don't have to work that hard. I get the algo to do it for me. And that's what I think I should do for you, because you help me make some money. I can pay these kids now.
I can't imagine it. To me, I wouldn't even start off. I would start off as some kind of small.
Very small,
program.
$500. Try it out,
Yeah.
kick the tires, knock yourself out. And we're not responsible for anything, because as a matter of fact, you really aren't. Because if you go and follow someone on a copy trading kind of situation, it's your account. In other words, you have to be responsible for your account. I'm not taking your money. And that was a very big point, and I think that guy got wrong. You can't take people's money unless you're licensed. They're going to find you. And in Turkey, I wouldn't take a Turkish guy's money. He'll be after you in no time with the fucking saber.
Well, it'd have to be a Bitcoin transaction or something. Bitcoin would be saving you.
Well, okay.
I mean, you'd have to.
I'm going to launch this thing. I'm going to be launching this thing in about, I'm going to say 2 weeks. They said they'd be ready, but I said, you guys could give me 100 trades. I don't want to hear any more about the about the deck and the clouds and the equations,
clouds.
and I don't want to hear about it, guys. That's what you're getting paid for, and get it done. I don't even. And if you tell me you're not going to get it done by Monday, I mean, I'm the sort of person, and I think you're the same way. I could tell. If just say you hired someone and they said I'll have the tooth ready for you by 4:00, if it's not ready by 4:00, off with their heads. Don't tell me you can get it done.
Well, in a sense, so if they're doing really quality work, I'm like, okay, so I got to just give you more time.
Another 10 minutes.
I would actually,
Yeah.
if they, in other words, they're doing quality work, I'd be, do you need more time? And if they had a 3-week thing, I'm not going to rush somebody who has talent, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to. There's two things there. Like I say, the people. That's why movie stars get away with what they do, because they're talented and basically they just let them free range, So unfortunately, we have that. It's like people that babysit famous people. They have to babysit them.
Sure.
It's a fucking work. They get paid for it. No, they really, because these people are in other words, so niched out that their talent, their income's coming from something very specific that they do that they've honed in, and they got enough money to hire the rest out. Just farm it out.
Right.
Subcontract their life.
Why not?
Unless you're a do-it-yourself guy, which I kind of am. I kind of, like to see if I can do stuff myself, because in a pinch, if there's nobody to rescue me, I don't know, I've always been like that. Fix it myself.
Yeah, you have to, but no one's going to be there for you. I remember once I was working downtown, and it was very interesting. We got into discussion about something. I don't remember what it was, because I would sit in the office and watch the people coming in and out all day long. I just sat on the couch. I wanted to learn the jewelry business. Jewelry business has nothing to do with jewelry. Right? It's kind of like trading has nothing to do with trading. It's all your own psychology vis-a-vis yourself kind of routine. And if you make money, it's because you can stay cool long enough to do things that you want to do, right? So the jewelry business has nothing to do with jewelry per se. It has to do with your ability to pay when the bill is due. And if you can't pay, you better show up in the office and explain what's going on, and you maybe need a few more pear-shaped diamonds and whatever. But the funny thing was, for me, wow, these guys write everything on a little piece of paper, like what are those 3x5 little cards that you would use to try to do a speech in front of your class? They would write everybody's accounting on a little card. And every line, okay, listen, Shloimi, you still owe $15,000 from last September. When are we going to see that? Oh, let me have a little bit more gold, and I'll sell it, and I'll give it back. So there was a constant flow of in and out and in and out. And as long as you had a record of it and everyone agreed to it, then you could continue to conduct business. But think of the amount of trust that you have to build to walk out of Norman's office with over $145,000 worth of small cut diamonds. Right? So, different headspace. That's a different headspace, man. I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't just let people walk off with molars. Those took a long time to make, et cetera, et cetera. And
but it's hard. Nobody wants to see. Actually, they're custom fit, so they wouldn't. Earrings you could put in anybody's ear.
Right.
A little bit easier to swap out. Yeah, it's going to be something else, man. This. I'm amazed how much punishment people can take. They're driving these prices are amazing. It came about 20 cents down here though. Down to 20 cents on the pumps here.
Is there a delay going on when I go onto the internet with vis-a-vis the Discord and the YouTube? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah,
buddy,
because
my
of
fucking brains are
broadcasting.
hurting.
Yeah, if you listen to the YouTube, yeah, of course. Of course, I don't have an optic fiber to you.
What the fuck? I have no idea what's going on. It's so funny. Guy does high-frequency trading on the back of his fucking hand, and he can't figure out Discord. But that's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes.
Yeah, it's
Say
easy to have a blind
Me
spot.
asking.
Blind spots are
again,
classic.
sir. Go ahead, Nim.
I was gonna say, how did you come across the channel? This channel.
You know what? I think I
paid him to come here. I'm just going to tell you right now. I paid him.
No, you wouldn't be able to pay me enough to come here.
That's right. See, that's why I told him.
True, you couldn't afford me.
If I make any money, I'll give you some.
Oh, but the money. Listen, I'm declaring it in front of everyone who's hearing. The money that I made, I posted it on your main channel. The money that I made in the last 2 days I've been hanging around with you guys on the conference call, I'm putting that money to write Simpleton's concept out that would make sense to Simpleton. I can do it the way that makes sense to me, but if it doesn't make sense to him, then he'll say, I really don't want to get behind this kind of an idea. In other words, I'm not going to put my moniker on it if it's not doing it the way that I want to do it. So it takes a little bit of time to understand how people are going through this stuff. And I ran across your channel, I'm going to say maybe about a year ago. I just kind of said, oh, that's pretty interesting. This guy's doing, he's doing stacks. And I think I made a mention to you about it. I don't remember if I mentioned your message to you, but I never heard back, and I figured, perfect.
Okay.
He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit.
I just kind of
My
like,
kind of
I rarely get any, so a lot of people get comments, and a lot of people get this and that, a lot of people have a landing page, or they have a website. So I don't have a website or anything like that. So it's such a casual event, and then sometimes I'm doing videos, and sometimes I'm like, I don't feel like, so when you do a video, it's different than a stream, because if you do a video, you don't know who's listening and what they know, what they don't know. It's like I try to make it from beginner to, when I get sarcastic, or obviously I'm talking to an advanced trader that realizes all the silliness of some of these things.
Yeah.
So, I try to be inclusive, but yeah, for the most part, I'm thinking, hey, is anybody? And then I'm always searching for somebody that wants to swap some code on these brainstorms. So I thought, would that be the only way to kind of reach out to somebody and try to connect with anybody that's thinking anything like that? And so I like I said, some of these scripts are written from a guy in Britain.
It's such a freak out to me. I'm very, 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 very perplexed that a lot of the things you went through, I went through, just from different paths getting to the same location, which is, I guess, the Boomer Tech support line, which I love, by the way. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that was built by somebody that who wrote that. It was written by a young person that couldn't believe how inept we were. So he did that.
Fucking inept we are. Yeah, for sure. You know what the strange
It's
thing
a left-handed
is,
compliment, I think.
Of course. You got yourself into a position where you just didn't have enough, I said it before, I'm not going to bound you over the head over it, but you just don't have enough programming experience. Because the stuff that you're doing is really just loops, or iterations, from I to I divided by I plus 1. Everything you're doing is loops. So when I get these guys to start writing code on this, which they will, one kid's flying to Morocco. He fell in love with some girl from Tangier. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I said, Victor, I have a project for you, and so I'm going to send him some of the videos that you've done, and plus the ones that I've been on, so he understands who he's working for, and let's see what he can come up with, because I have an idea of how to get him started, but I still want to spend some time with you, man, just to see, so that if he goes in a certain direction, he's not overloading the robots and he's not really pushing it too hard. There's a lot of those the finesse. It's the finesse part that really makes a difference from what you're doing, man.
Yeah, well, I could
If
show.
you don't finesse
I could
the
make
proper
I
trade-
could make a 5-minute video explaining what the issue is, where the robot's not responding to the code that's in there right now. So actually, if the robot, the way it's written, the way it's supposed to run, and you can see dimensions of these kind of filters, if those were to happen, then it would work. It'd be done. That'd be it. That's all I need, actually. So it's kind of got a bug in it, I guess you'd call it. But in other words, it's what it states. How they have the architectures. I always used to love buying these high-end power amps, and you get the architectures, the engineers, and then you had like how it really runs specs. And this will be 5 feet by. It's almost like a biblical statement. And so then, that's different. But no, I mean, so really all it needs to do is do what it says there. But if you run it, you're like, oh man, if I change the pip range, it's called pip range inside there.
Right.
And,
no, the targets, the stops. Yeah, there's all kinds of different things that you're doing. I think you're doing it's such a simple situation. I mean, the code literally just says the time and then the pip range. So you only have two things it's looking at. It doesn't have a direction. It doesn't have any other inputs, and then everything else is all. Should have a direction. You're right.
I just need the trigger point. What's going to turn this thing on and make it what is the start button, right?
What's good?
So
what's gonna be go Mr. Robot number
so it's
14.
looking, it's
What's gonna
like,
be the
so
go
every 30 minutes it looks at the market and it goes, no, too big a bar, no. Oh, that's a small bar. Launch this thing. That's all I need. I don't. That seems to be almost impossible. But I never hired anybody to do it, so I shouldn't be complaining.
Every
but
30 minutes, my God, I'd be fucking old by the time I waited for that 30-minute robot to kick in. I'm thinking every 5 minutes, 30 seconds, and 1 minute.
Well,
I'm sorry,
in forex is going to take you 8 hours to make a good chunk of money, or 4 hours.
Fair enough.
Or 40 minutes.
No, I saw that with the guppy. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, because it'll take you like a whole day, and you're like, I can't believe we're all the way back to here. Like, really? So if you didn't get out in 12 hours, you're all the way back to the starting gate. And you're like, what just happened to my fucking? I thought you were using MACD.
Right, what's going on here? Yeah, I got
MACD
you.
failed
No,
me.
listen. You know what? You're teaching me to be very, very patient, which is great. I mean, we all need.
It's not easy.
You know, I'm not a doctor, but we all need patience. So, we've got a situation where the arena that you're playing in has got a completely different cycle than, let's say, futures and things like that. So, once you learn what the cycle of the beast is.
Yeah, this is a real rangy market. I mean, this really is.
Right.
I'm almost going to go on a limb here and call it a forex exchange. So a lot of people look at the charts and they forget that it's a fucking exchange. That's all it is. People just buying and selling, and there's just be more inventory here and there, and that's why I mean, I don't think that they're manipulating it to trick some guy with MACD, but the wicks are certainly inventory fills. There's no way around it. They're quick and dirty. It happens at a certain time of day. When it gets to a capitulation point, like right now, the euro went down one more time and I bought more. So I bought. It's like it'd be like Johnny Depp finding 10 of these fucking hotties, and I'm on my fifth finger. He's got a fucking artificial hand by now. That's how I'm trading it.
And now he's got no arms.
Oh yeah, I'm like this mere flesh wound to me. Like, bring it. So now I'm in even a bigger position. So I martingaled into the euro right here this morning, before Dow Jones. So I'm thinking we're ramping up. People are buying, and when the Dow opens, I'm making this prediction today that Bitcoin's going to go up like $2,000. The Dow's going to go up like 500 or something, maybe even 800 points. And they're going to declare victory because, look at Biden's going to give you 18 cents a gallon, and don't forget they're going to take your gun away so you won't shoot yourself. And don't forget, I mean, I'll just
blow your own head off.
I don't know. I just think it's ridiculous. And finally gas comes down at the pump, and finally crude has a sell off. I forgot to look at the crude oil. We're supposed to watch the 11 o'clock crude oil here. So.
Yeah, we're watching that at 11.
I got the daily crude chart. It looked like it was trying to make a run. We had a doji yesterday in crude, and I deleted the crude chart, so I got to reload that.
Well, that's all good.
If it's any use to you, Nate, you send me a message. I'll be happy to send you a load of code that I've made over the years while following this channel. I've made most of the bots that have been made by the
So did you make the bot that I'm running right now? Because somebody did that and they sent it to me, and somebody made that void fill indicator.
But probably.
Did you make that void fill indicator? Somebody made that, and there was a guy that would show.
No, but I made a bot which was based on that void fill indicator. So you provided the indicator, and then I made a bot which deployed a load of limits based on that one. File.
No, I want to pick it apart because, like, I never really there was a guy that made a bot based on that support and resistance thing I had with the numbers and the yellows on the outside. And this guy had made that on Twitter. I sort of got. He sent me the thing, and he had, and then he created an update for free. And if I logged into my Twitter, I don't know if it's still in my mailbox, but I downloaded it and I ran it. It kind of ran okay, but at that time I was too busy manually trading to really. And I thought, well, that's cool, maybe down the road, but I really am so manually trading right now that I don't think I could even want to.
You know why you're manually trading? You're only manually trading, buddy, because you can only play guitar for so many hours a day. And you can only, cook for so many hours a day. And there's only so many times you can go to the coffee shop a day. And this is really your thing, right? I mean, I get it, buddy. Believe me, I get it. 100%, 1,000,000%, I get it. But once you get the robot flying, you should be on sim forever. And I would recommend that for everyone here, too. I mean, the robot's going to take about 4, 5, 6 months to create properly. I could do it in 3 weekends if I really was pressed and put the gun to my head.
I can do it tonight. If you give me that code, by Sunday night I could have 20 robots running right now.
Right.
All I need is the initialization code that's going to launch. Because right now the very top of the clock, the code that that I'm using right now on these.
You like that? You like the hours, and when they change over from one market to the other. I got that part.
No, no. I mean,
I
mean, I could actually say, well, what it is you're trying to filter out the trade frequency of the robots. So it's a team of bots.
Right.
It's a bot team. I don't think it is one robot.
It's a whole team, absolutely.
But what it is, it's a modular bot. So I'm able to adjust. It's kind of like, I guess, cooling rods on a reactor. It's not just one rod. So you're able to just dial it back here, push in there. But I like the idea of having the individual modules. If you put it into some big black box, to me, I wouldn't be able to I can see what's wrong. I can't be complicated, or to me, it's going to be too much overhead.
It's got to be simple for you to understand. No, buddy, I'm with you on that. The simpler it is. Yeah. Listen, the first bot that I wrote was so stupid simple, and it made nothing but money.
Right.
And then I said, I should really stick to this. I seem to have a knacking for it. And then, of course, I blew up about 4 or 5 accounts because I thought it was, genius.
Well, once you give it, you give it a trade logic with a. See the what I'm doing. Let me explain what I'm doing. I'm not trying to build a robot that's going to go, okay, you got this much margin available, and we have a moving average crossover, and it looks like we got a good range here. And, I mean, there's robots that'll do all this shit, and they'll put a trade on. I'm like, dude, I don't even want to have that much code be read about anything. I want to look at the market and go, the market's down 40 pips last hour. Let's buy 1K.
I'm buying.
And it buys in the market, and then I take that robot, and I end up with 50 robots where I've hand built. It's no different than if you own a business, dude. If you own a jewelry store and you cast your own rings, you're gonna make like 20 rings that you never sell. The problem with the jewelry store is you can make jewelry you never sell. And people come in there just to schmooze, like you said. It's not about the jewelry. It's about the emotion. Like somebody comes in there, you have good lighting. You got to have that fucking halogen lighting. You got to have and when a couple comes in there and they look like they're in love. You're just the most gracious motherfucker on the planet. I mean, dude, it's like, like you want to take it with you, you want to test it. I mean, you don't go, hey, what's going on? I mean, it's really, that's one time to be schmoozy, right? That's when you pour on your schmooze.
Mr. Dim, my email is Nate, N-A-T-E, Mirsky, M-I-R-S-K-Y, @gmail.com.
Oh, cool.
Apparently, you're not supposed to give out your email on Discord and things like that. I'm learning a lot of the etiquette here. I guess it's because the youngsters are always bashing each other around.
Well, it's gone to YouTube now as well.
Yeah, there you go. You have to delete it now. Yeah, we got 5 people watching here. No, I don't. We're like an underground thing. And the other thing, people are like, hey, why don't you like and share? I'm like, dude, this is top secret shit right here. In fact, if anybody finds out, we just got to go like 5 levels underground and just take your USB and swallow it.
You're doing some of the most, you're fucking doing some of the most sophisticated stuff I've ever seen anyone do on the retail level. Honest to God. You know what?
You can't tell anybody about what's going on. There's only 7 people
doing it. You listen, you're enjoying doing it. You're showing people your techniques and what you're looking for. Those are so, I mean, what you're doing is an amazing service. And I've made money off of what you've been saying. And I've obviously added my own little twists to it because everyone's got their own. Listen, no one can play tennis like their tennis instructor.
I know, isn't that weird? Like you always, the guy that taught me tennis, I'm like, dude, you should be out there. But like I said, it's a different, because if you go on tour, now you're tired. If you show up fresh in the morning and you've been watching you've been watching training videos for stuff to coach people that have to play on the pro circuit have to stay in a hotel room. Dude, you're going to come on the course now and play? This guy's all prim and proper in his own showers. These guys are going to play better, right? But they're not roadworthy, you know. You can't go on the road. You can't go on tour with that one. Yeah, it looks like crude oil is itching to pop here. I got my crude oil 4-hour chart. They're itching to pop the.
I haven't even looked at my fucking chart. Hang on.
So I'm looking at daily. Crude is making an attempt to crawl back and do a short squeeze today, but I want to go the 1-hour chart.
Yeah, the last void that they left. Yeah,
we had a nice run there. We went up about.
The last void they had, the last previous vacuum was way up at 118-ish area. So they're not going to make it back up to there. And the only thing I see within striking distance is 1/3 off at $100.39 a barrel. Oh. I actually know a guy whose wife trades crude oil, and she, it's $5 million of fucking crack. But natural gas, crude oil, Russia, Gazprom, all this fucking crazy shit going on. And they have a completely different setup, and they have completely different techniques. It's a different world. I mean, I think that's important. What you've done is that you've dated the same girl for a long time, so you know Euro USD probably better than anyone I've ever met. So you've dated the same girl for
a
long time.
But look at the crude there. I'd say crude could go to 108, 109 today in a slam move. Like if stocks take off, there's the floor we fell out of basically 3 days ago on crude. So we're in a triangle. Technically, we're in a triangle. We're going sideways. The volatility is drying up in crude, so it could use some type of news to give it a kick. Either way, here, you know.
Do they really? But do you think they want to bring it up, or do you think they want to bring it down? Because remember, everyone's really pissed off right now.
Oh no, I mean, I don't think they bring it anywhere. I think what I think is, if you look at the monthly, you're like, I mean, people that are investors are long crude. I get that to bank. I gotta take this grid off here. But no, because I mean, actually, if you look at the daily oil, I think the buyers bought that right at what is that price? 108, 103, 103. People bought at 103, and right now they're cashing out. If you look at the daily, they're kind of cashing out right now because that is the floor from that last crush when you blew through 106. So if they overshoot a little bit and take out yesterday's high in crude and just pop up here, I'm thinking, yeah, just get out at 107. You know, 107, 108.
Oh no, listen. When you're talking about report trades, they're very short duration trades. You can't hang out for 4 hours on them. I'm in within about 17 minutes. Again, one of the things that I have to start thinking about is the fact that you're in the market for a significant amount of time. Yeah, you're in for a long time for some of these trades. Yeah. You're in for a long time.
Yeah, I'm definitely in. I'm in a long time. You're right. That's the problem for you. But it's just a matter of...
Who are the people that are... Oh, Mr. Nim, where are you from, Mr. Nim? I was going to ask you.
I'm
British.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm living in London.
Mr. Nim. Is your last name Rod?
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Young man or older?
32.
No, it's not.
32.
Yeah, 32.
Young man. Perfect.
Oh.
Why don't you just move to Costa del Sol? You'll have Simpleton's Robot in about 4 or 5 months, and you'll just fucking sit on the beach like I did.
I've made a lot of them, and yeah.
So you've built robots, huh?
Yeah, loads based on the ideas. That's. I mean, that was one of the appeals. I can't even remember how I found your channel. Probably one of these ranting videos back, but it was back in 2017. So I took them scripts and then made bots with them scripts and made bots which write the scripts and all that sort of thing. I sent you a message a couple of months back, maybe, about something that kind of generates all them scripts.
No, because I'm always asking, and then finally somebody's knocking on my door. I'm like, whatever. No, I'm not trying to be rude. Honestly, I just
Fuck
don't.
Off. Get away.
No, hardly anybody comments on my channel. Honestly,
You're not.
I get very few comments on my channels, and I don't really have a big, I don't promote anything, so I wouldn't expect.
I think you have a couple thousand people subscribe to your channel, so I'm sure a lot of them enjoy it, you know?
Yeah, we have some repeat offenders.
Attracts a select few.
Yeah, well, it's a certain kind of, and I'm not always consistent either, and that's another reason why I didn't want to have you know how people make money from their YouTube channel. If you do that, you better show up every week or people will get pissed. Like if you're the weekly forex update guy, and there's people like that do that, and that's their gig, right? They analyze the market on the weekends, and I mean, you got to do that every week, or people are you okay? Did you die? And it's a responsibility, and I'm just an irresponsible person.
You got to be a bit of a cynic around here. We're not used to this kind of positivity.
Oh, you have to,
Nate's bringing.
I know Nate's like a gentle, cordial, kind of aftercare all day long, and I'm like rude as fuck. So yeah, it's tough for me.
I have to round off some of the edges for you, man. When you start making $50,000 a month by accident, you're gonna have to start thinking about what am I gonna do for an encore styles. That's my whole mission in life right now, is to get your robots. And then if you want to send me some stuff, it would be great. I'll look at it. I'll send it to the programmers. They'll do it in Python. It'll go on its own fucking cloud. It takes about itty beepity bop, 5, 15, 20, whatever. Give it 3, 4, 5 months. We'll have a good time while we're building it. all the people that are watching and seeing how it's being done will understand what it's doing. And then what I would recommend for everybody who's going to use it is turn it on and don't fucking look at it ever again. .com.
Well, that might
and
be
if you want to
tough.
fuck around with your sim, if you want to fuck around with the simulator all day long with us, then fuck around with the sim, so that you can't get hurt. I mean, I'm coming from the perspective of I know a lot of people all over the world, and $50 is a lot of money for a lot of people. $500 is almost unattainable for someone, let's say in Colombia or Ecuador, whatever. They're not on that scale, and we're spoiled as hell in the West. We don't.
Yeah.
What? $500? That's lunch money.
I know.
What? You know?
Oh God, no, we're spoiled, dude.
$500 for a tooth? What? That's why they don't have any teeth. Who can afford this kind of shit, right? So, my mission right now, I decided my last hurrah is to see what the kids are up to, and how I can at least help people that are not in such a great position. At least help them out a little bit. I remember Starvin Marvin said to me, he goes, Nate, sometimes you're going to be in a situation where the only thing you can do is buy everybody lunch. If you can buy everybody lunch, everyone will remember it's the guy that bought everybody lunch. So that's where I'm at. I mean, I figured that these guys would be ready.
It's the old, like, if I've got it, it depends who's got the time and who's got the resources to... because it's the fact that people come together, contribute a little bit, and next thing you know, at least
everyone's got to put in a little bit, man.
Yeah, because
you mean to tell me it's not about the Lambos?
yeah. I know the Lambo thing is like what's a hollow victory is what I call that. I mean, okay, you bought a Lambo, what's next, right? I mean, come on, what's next?
You know what? I've driven all those cars. They're not all that fucking what they're made up to be. And yeah, you feel like $1 million when you're 29 years old and you're in a brand new Porsche. You feel like $1 million. Yes, it does help the serotonin level, and it really does put you in a headspace where you're just completely untouchable. But I got news for you. Sooner or later, there's someone that's got a car that's 15 times more expensive and a jet to boot, and you're just another fucking monkey. Use the language. I don't mean to swear. First thing in the morning. You're just a fucking grunt compared to other people. And even when you've made fucking $20 million, you're still just a piece of shit. You're nobody. Because there's always going to be someone that's going to be doing better than you. And there's always going to be really, really, really big players that you don't even know who they are. Rarely you run into them. Maybe you'll catch them at a bar somewhere in Costa del Sol. There's people that live on this earth that you have no fucking idea they're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You would never know it.
Yeah, there was some guy. They found some guy over here dead in his car and in his Cadillac, and this guy had so much fucking stock in the market, dude. But he was living in his car, and he had his literally sleeping in there and everything. And they come to get the guy. He's dead, and then they look at his fucking portfolio. The motherfucker have like $200,000. But
dude, I'll tell you,
can't convince that guy. You convince that guy to like just get your apartment, dude. If you live for fucking this X a month and you live to be 120, you can't fucking you don't have to do a thing, right? But some people are just locked in.
I have an uncle who was just too smart for his own good, and he bought I don't know how many shares in when they started digging around in the Mediterranean for natural gas. He was one of the first people to buy those shares, and he was loopy. He was living in his car. He had to put him in a home. He escaped. I mean, the guy was a complete lunatic on one side of the feds, but a fucking wizard genius of seeing around the corner. I think that what you're trying to show people is let's see who can look around this corner. Because if you can see around corners, you're going to be successful in everything you're going to try to do in your life. That's my opinion, for what it's worth. So what you're showing them, simpleton, is here's the ledge. Let's look back here. How are we going to approach this? Because you're trying to plot what's going to happen around the corner. That's really what you're doing. So,
the reaction in these areas is incredible. Like, you look at this euro. When you come down and you spike into this, is this not the best ratio too? Like, this is a slot. It could crush deeper, but that 2 hour pullback hard and about face, literally at the end of the hour, trapped under the floor and closed on it. So if you had a See, I wouldn't want ever a robot to try to go, oh, it closed under the floor. I don't want any robot like that ever to try to see floors, because I think it's just too much. You're asking too much, and I don't need that, because I'd already be long here. The buy on the... So what I would do is start to take the robot and say, okay, now I just built a robot that's going to respond to 10 to 30 pips, and the other robot's going to go 30 to 40 pips. And when I start to terrace them like that, then we're talking, because then I know exactly what's going on, and it could all be on the euro. It could trade 200 to 300K a day and make X. And when the market's down 200 pips, this one bot I wrote, at that point I would be up to about 100 robots I could easily write. But I know that 100th robot that's going to buy the Psycho, maybe I just run that on the Guppy. And I would just run a market bot on the Guppy for extreme moves. No limits on the Guppy. None of that shit, because it's too much mental space you're talking about. To me, to think that, oh, I got pendings on the Guppy tonight, I would shit my pants. Like, but I have pendings on the euro, and I'm looking at the thing on my phone. I only allowed one screen. Your brain can only see one screen at a time. People think they got 20 screens. Dude, you can only focus on one thing at a time.
Good luck seeing one screen at a time.
Good luck seeing one screen. Seeing it for what it really is. But what I do is if you put up 20 euro charts with different templates, you're like, wow, I can't believe it's the same. Yeah, because if you just have one instrument with 20 different framings and views and zoom in, zoom out, look at the tick chart, you should be able to trade that one instrument, or you should be trading. You should be able to trade one. In the euro, I'm just using the euro because it's super tight spread. We know what to expect. It's super liquid, dude. It's never going to go... It's never going to do a deep pegging. The British pound during the election was so vicious. I actually made a lot of money during the election 2 years ago in the British pound. I was kind of shitting my pants because I was long before the election results, and it rocketed up, and I dumped the whole fucking thing. This is like 5 o'clock at night in the United States, and I'll never forget that trade. I was kind of a little sweating a little bit as I was mega long on a swing account, and I go, dude, as soon as that, and I had targets pre-built in, and they chimed those out. I still had at least 300K left of that, and I'm dumping out of this thing, dude. Just made $6 grand. Thank you very much. And I just got out. I was like, and then I came back in the limits, and what I typically do is I canvas really wide with limits, and sometimes those you're like, oh really? It's gonna come slamming back. But so that's what I've gotten to this like pump and dump myself. So we gather on the limits, and then we dump and come back re-rack. Maybe if you don't want to trade the rest of the day, you don't have to trade. So you don't have to trade, but when I see the market, I can't resist. So that's why the guy asked me why I was trading demo. Because I can't resist trying out strategies for fucking free, dude. You could not do this in the old days. Like, you couldn't call your broker like, I put a fake trade on, please, or paper trade it. No, I'm not writing down trades.
You can't do anything.
So this is like,
these guys are so spoiled right now.
Yeah, no,
they're very spoiled, very spoiled.
But I think that like, but nobody has to do what I'm doing. It's okay to be spoiled. Enjoy your life.
I need to see people have blown up at least 2 or 3 accounts before I would let them use your robot. Because then they'll have an appreciation for it.
Well, I want to see somebody wreck the car. Like, okay, I think this is what the problem people are having is that they're like, okay, I got my kid. He's taking driver's lessons. Please be careful in the car. So people are being too careful trading. They're treating it like a new car. I don't want to take a loss. Oh, no, I got a ding on the door. Oh, I'm down to 1%. Oh, dude, if you're thinking like that, you got to think like this car could be in the demolition derby. Once you let go and relax to like, would you feel okay driving your Porsche in the demolition derby? If you can say yes, then I guess you're ready to go and just get beat up in the markets.
Exactly. Not only that, you got to have a situation where I look at it this way. I would have to dial back the robot considerably, even if I wrote everything, all the kind of scripts that you, Nim will send me something. I would dial it back so hard. You know why? Because I don't think people who are just copy trading should be making the 300, 400, 500% per month. It's too much for them. They won't understand.
Absolutely.
What's going on.
Here's the other problem. When I was making money, like when I made a lot of money, I go, you know what? I'm just not comfortable at this level. Like, I'm not used to. So you have to build up to the
Hang on a second. You think when you make $17,000 in 15 minutes, you don't feel fucking weird? You're shaking the whole day, man.
No, I know.
Your body,
that's right.
Shakes.
That's a problem. So it's like literally get rich quick, and of course the other side of that get poor fast too.
Hey, if I kicked in the teeth in 5 seconds, for sure.
Yeah. So some of the psycho wicks, if you look back on charts and you're like, damn, if I would have had, I kind of fantasize, during that news event, if I had an order bank, and sometimes I do, but not in the idealistic hindsight where you go, oh, dude, if we were in here and that wick, oh yeah, no shit. And I think if that happened and you had placed all those orders, you would kind of walk away stunned, going, I'm like, I know that happened, I know that just happened, but can I do that again? Like, that is always the question. And if the people that go, and I've done this before, where I go, I force that to happen again, and I lose it all back because I'm like, maybe this is the wick, maybe this is going to wick out, and no, it's not, and it drips down, and I'm like, oh fuck, all those tickets. Like, where's that? It's rare, So I guess the wisdom part is that these wicks, these psycho wicks, don't happen much. If you look back on some of the charts, 4 years on any 4 years on any weekly forex chart, you see some wicks that blow your mind. That's a 300 pip wick. Yes sir. That's a 300 pip wick. Happened in 2 hours during Wednesday FOMC. You're like, oh, okay. Because it's over the counter. There's no limits, dude. There's no limits on forex. It could go up 1 million pips. I tell you, guys, if somebody assassinated a prime minister or a president in this country or anywhere else, forex, the currencies could run 800 pips in a blink of an eye, and it's not illegal. It's over the counter. So that's the other thing I would warn anybody, that if you think even your stops, I mean, they would just blow through your margin. You'd be, depending where you're at, but blow right through your stops.
I'm going to tell you something. I don't believe in stops for something like forex. Let me qualify the statement. I believe in stops. No.
I mean, the accounts your stop. The accounts your stop.
Portfolio stops. Let's call it a portfolio stop. That stop would be if the account is down 25%. That's your catastrophic exits, let's call it.
Stocks have been open for 5 minutes. Are they going up? Here, let's see what the Dow Jones is doing. Yeah, I'm still long this. I'm cashing out on some of my euro, but not all of it. I'm hoping we're going to blow out. We're going to make a fucking 40 pip move here or so.
Okay.
Maybe I'm too giddy. I should probably get out right now and everything. I mean, if you want to sell the shoulder on the 1 hour euro, I would sell right here. Or are you cashing out, right? So I want to see the Dow Jones says that they are. Where's the price, man? Where's the quote? They didn't close it again. Is there another holiday? How many holidays these people? These people never work, dude.
Why should they?
Shit.
They're working.
It says up 300. I guessed up 500. It's up 300. So the Dow, I didn't even have to look at it. I'm like, the Dow's going to be screaming up today, and Bitcoin's going to go up. It's just going to be a big. I think that all the hedge funds that shorted are going to unwind. They're going to take profits. All the hedge funds are going to take profits, basically, cause short squeeze.
They know where they are. They know what they have to do. It's all a business, man. And once people understand the business,
look at the Dow. The Dow just took out the high from 4 days ago. Here we go. So this looks like the big recovery. Last week's high. We're touching last week's high in the Dow right now.
Perfect.
So let me zoom in the scale here, and you can see them actually nick the wick from that Wednesday high. I love this view where you fix the scale. This is when I discovered fixing the scale. I just was like, wow, this is the shit, dude. You can actually see the very touching of the wick here, and go to the 1 minute chart without losing any context at all. Yeah, I go to the 1 minute chart right now on the Dow. Wait for it to fill in here, and you can see the pullback, the 1 minute pullback, and then are we going up? Yes. Uppity up until 10 o'clock, and everybody's going to bum rush the border on this thing. The short squeeze is going to be immense now. They just broke out the 5. So here is the top tick Tommy view. That's the 4 hour, and we just took out the high of Wednesday. Now, we got to get some follow through. Otherwise, it's a top tick Tommy, and you're going to get raped up here. That's possible too. There's a 1 minute chart. Dow Jones is leading the currencies out of this hole. Yeah, those NASDAQ people are probably freaking out too. Let me take a look at NASDAQ. NASDAQ's making a run for the border too. They took out last week's high.
They had one standard deviation for the E-mini. So once they hit the one standard deviation, it's either fucking going to collapse or it's just going to keep tearing off. They may even pull off 1.5 standard deviations today.
I think this is going to be the biggest panic short squeeze I've ever seen, right into the next 25 minutes into 10 o'clock. And then the crude oil news is, you know what they're going to do? They're going to bid it up, the crude oil news, and I would dump everything. Like if I was in profits in the euro, and they're like, because they'll bid it up in anticipation of crude oil, and then back to earth, you know.
And then it's
let me take a crude. Yeah, no, it's you're a broken-hearted trader.
I like the idea of adding all those wave files. I think that's hysterical. If you need a running experience, right? If you're in your car, or you're at work,
absolutely.
You want to keep your eye on the robot.
Plus, you want to impress your
phone.
friends with you got your Windows tablet. Here, I'll show you how I put on a trade. Get her done.
Well, you know what, you're gonna have to put
done gradient.
Yeah, you're done for today. You know, the funny thing is about all these new techniques that they're coming up with is, I'm wondering for the life of me who the ideal person would be to run the Simpleton bot. It would have to be someone who either is extremely sophisticated in trading and just doesn't have the fucking time anymore, the Zitzfleisch, or someone who's never heard of trading before. So I think if you qualify people based on the number of years that they've been trading, you can dial it in and dial it out. Because a guy who's really good will not be shocked when he makes 100% a month. Someone who's never traded before.
You know, I've never really. So I've had some streaks. There's this one broker, 1001 Levers, I was telling you, where I really loaded this thing up, and at that time, the guy that was writing the scripts for me, I was diligently dropping them mostly where they should go. I got into a position, so I started with 10 grand. I got up to 80 grand in this account in about 3 weeks, and then I said, you know, I could probably get out right here and just close all profits, but I was just kind of having fun with it. And then I ended up, I think I blew up the account actually, and people said, well, I came in and manually traded it with like 33K, 44K. I was just having fun at that point. I had my fun with the account, and when the market started dropping, I thought, man, look at this sell-off. So I just buy on my phone and stuff, which is really with no stops or nothing. And it came down, and people said, what happened to that account? And it's so cute. Somebody said, did you take a withdrawal? I go, yes, I took it out. I went and bought some demo clothes with it. But so I just, was having fun with that. But I got to 80, actually, when I got to 80 grand, nobody was saying anything. But when you blow it up, people are like, you blew up dude, you didn't say anything when I was 80 grand. But that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun because
you
I just
had a good
kept
time with it. You know what? And you learned. I'm sure you gleaned something out of all the trades that you did. You came up with something new. Every time you get kicked in the face, you know how to duck.
Oh God,
better next time, right? Yeah, so.
Oh sure. Well, for me, when I was a kid, it was comedy. So people would pick on me, and I'd just crack jokes to diffuse them. But
I've noticed
that's my defense.
Well, were you short? You weren't short, were you?
No, I wore glasses, so I was 4 eyes, and kind of nerdy and not really athletic. So I really didn't have any way to beat the shit out of anybody that picked on me. So I just cracked a joke. Like if somebody came up to me, I try to connect with them on some kind of like, hey, those are some crazy tennis shoes you got there.
Right on. But I was a big guy, so everyone thought, let's try this guy. He looks big.
Oh, really? The challenge? Just your size challenges them alone?
Oh, buddy. My whole life was challenger guy.
Really? I thought that they would stay away from you.
I had to switch schools because I'd had enough of it. And I could stand on my own 2 feet and I can, do a nice left hook for you. But I said to myself, you know what? I don't need this anymore. I got to go to another school. And then I got to another school and the kids there could not read. They could not spell their own names. And I thought to myself, oh God, I can't show them that I fucking skipped 2 grades. They're going to fucking murder me. Right? So, you spend your life hanging out. This is a true story. I'm in grade 13 English, which is, the hardest English course you're ever going to take if you don't go to college. They did King Lear or something. I don't even remember what it was. I showed up for exactly 2 classes. I had no idea what the teacher's name was. And you know what 2 classes I showed up for? The first class and the second to last class, where she had 4 questions on the board of what the exam might be about. So I go with C, right? If you're when in doubt, go with C. So I picked the third one, and I studied that on how I was going to write an essay on whatever it was, death and destruction and life, whatever the fuck it was. I get hauled into the principal's office because the last second or a week later we had written our exams. I get hauled to the principal's office, and the principal's looking at me, and the teacher's there, and hello, Mrs. I didn't even know her name, and he's like, Nathan, do you have any idea why you're here? And I'm like, no. He goes, we want to talk about your exam. I said, oh, I thought I did okay. He goes, no, you scored a perfect paper. And that doesn't happen in this school, right? And I'm like, well, I showed up when Mrs. Teacher here. I didn't know her name. I said, Mrs. Teacher. She put up the questions on the board, and I picked the third one, and that's the only one I studied. Had it been any other question, I would have wiped out for sure. He goes, well, we're going to have to remark your paper. And they're remarking the paper, and I had a comma before the word and, which you can do that if it's two, dangling participles. There's all kinds of rules, right? And I knew the rules because I'm pretty good at that. And he goes, well, we found a mistake, so we're going to have to knock you down, whatever.
Wow,
said,
look at
yeah,
the
but that's not a
NASDAQ.
mistake.
Look at the NASDAQ.
Oh, here we go. Fly.
No, look at the NASDAQ. No, is this the squeeze before the news or before 10 o'clock, whatever that is? There news coming out 10? Oh, it's going to be consumer sentiment. Yeah, everybody's squeezing out here, and it's going to be probably go up a little bit. I'm thinking maybe they're anticipating the way everybody's buying it. Yeah, I like this. I like this drama here. I was moving my targets up there.
Life goes on in the big city. I like the fact that you got a few people that are following you. I think it's nice.
No, we have some people following. In fact, I have had this one guy I'm talking to right now. I think I talked to him. I think we did talk on Skype or something, because there's been times when, and then Skype went away, and then we were on the Google. It's called Google Hangouts, and they got rid of that, so we kind of moved to Discord because they have the audio capabilities. Plus, you can swap charts in here and do share screens and all that if you wanted to later. But since I'm streaming, I can't do share screen because then I'd have to have another screen and all that. But if you wanted to drill down if you want to do a conference that's not streamed, then we can share all the code and we can do share screen. And I can just highlight. Like I said, I can do a 5 or 10 minute normal video, pure code video, where it's not going to be there's not going to be no sarcasm. It just be
no ranting and raving for you.
Yeah, no anger management, venting, but no punching bags.
Jeez. Well, you know what? I think that's where the industry is going, into software as a service, and may the best algo win kind of routine. I see that they've got a lot of the youngsters who don't have the time to really sit around and learn how to trade, which is fine. It leaves the market for people like yourself and myself to put a little bit of wisdom into what we're doing and then just dial it in and dial it out, right? I know for a fact that if I can get my 20-year-old nephew to trade Bitcoin properly and just smash it when it's climbing. I didn't show him how to do the short trades because I'm biased for the buying. If he can do it, then just about anyone can do it. And I said, he's got about how many people in that age group now who want to get on with their lives and they like the trading. And even if they just have a robot working for themselves, they can show off to their friends, hey, I got a robot. Check out what it did for me today.
I like the whole idea. I do like the idea of a robot. I guess when we were kids, Robbie the robot.
Yeah, for sure.
It is cool. And then, not to mention those kids that build those real analog robots, with the girders and stuff, and they put the raspberries in there, and it's crazy.
Lego robots.
I think I want to build a robot. How about this? A robot that comes over and clicks the mouse and puts on a good old-fashioned trade.
Talks to you.
My manual bot. I want a bot. How about, you remember that movie? The first scary thing about artificial intelligence and androids to me was a movie called Westworld, where they had
shit.
And that was the first kind of AI, like, and that was 1980? I don't remember.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, end of 70s.
And they redid that movie, I think, Westworld. You had to. It was kind of scary.
Yeah, it was really fucking crazy.
That and Rollerball. The movies that scared me was Silent Green, Rollerball, and Westworld.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Richard Can. What was the name?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. No, he's a great God. Him and the other guys, I love those guys.
Yeah.
James Caan. He always played a detective, or oh my God, he's the best fucking hair, the best fucking way, most suave way to get in a car you ever see.
Cool dude.
Super cool. And then the other one, you ever see Harry in Your Pocket? And I can't remember the guy's name, but that's a cool movie about pickpocketing and stuff.
Okay.
Cleverly done. Just, man, I'm telling you,
Sure.
no CGI. You had to really work to entertain people.
Oh yeah. It wasn't any of this stuff. Stunts were real stunts, man. These guys actually flew off the building.
Yeah.
Like they didn't film it in reverse.
I mean, do you ever see film of Evel Knievel jumping cars in the Grand Canyon and breaking
don't
ribs?
Don't even start with Evel Knievel with the rocket plane. That was probably
what the
biggest,
fuck? It was like Elvis. It was like Elvis for motorcycles. What's going on here?
Exactly.
If Elvis could drive a motorcycle, right? Yeah. If he couldn't play it, he couldn't sing anymore.
How can you go through life? How can you go through your life as a human being and not know of Evel Knievel?
Right.
And just,
if I had a history class, kids, open your books. Current affairs.
Oh my God. You know what? I hope they all look up Evel. I think that we're going to call it the Evel Knievel. I swear to God, it just came
Evel
to
Knievel scalper.
Evel Knievel scalping, my friend. What happened? This thing took off in a fucking rocket.
It's the Grand. He's running the Grand Canyon. No, he's running the Grand Canyon scalp.
Look at that gap on the gap on the guppy. It's the Grand Canyon Evel Knievel shot.
Waiting
what are you gonna call it?
It's the gap. It's the canyon fill instead of the gap fill. You're waiting for the. No, he would try to jump buildings and shit, dude. He'd have a ramp set up. Well, we just got to redesign the ramp on that one.
Yeah, we're gonna have a little.
It's like you missed your platform. You missed your target. When you miss your target like that, it's fucking. You get a little owie on your nose.
That's too
Ouch.
Much. That's too much.
Oopsie daisy.
I like the Evel Knievel fucking.
God, what a guy!
I wonder if you can use that name. I wonder if you can use his name.
No, I don't think so. No, they probably the SWAT team show up and sue you.
I'll find out, man.
No, I don't think.
I'll find out.
No, I think
we'll pay them. We'll pay them $1. What the fuck? Every time someone uses
like
it, we'll give them $1.
EvelKnievel.com, you probably go buy a little baby motorcycle right now.
Oh fuck.
A little white outfit, little American flag, and he was so patriotic, dude. He was wearing American flag jock straps and everything. He was ready to go. He was ready to die, and he was going to die in a flag.
Yeah, he really was. Did he not break every bone in his body or something, like twice?
Yes, right. And he would go and he would show up at stadiums and stack used cars, and he would jump them on a motorcycle. He'd rehearse, dude. I mean, crazy shit. Nobody does that anymore, dude. Nobody does that shit anymore.
No one can do that anymore.
Nobody should, and nobody probably is allowed to.
No, they're not allowed to, for sure. No one's going to cover the insurance on that one.
Lloyd's of London wouldn't touch that shit, right? Who's the big insurer?
In a million years. Not a million
insured his even with Kevlar and 5 helmets, they in a fucking face mask and a vaccine. They were not going to let you. No, they would ask. If it was today, they'd say, "Evel, you come to the stadium to jump 40 cars? Are you vaccinated?"
Are you vaccinated or not?
Oh
for
my
sure.
God! They canceled Evel's tour. He's not vaccinated.
Did he have a son, Jason Knievel, who jumped like 45 cars or something?
Oh no!
He kind of flubbed the landing because his fucking handlebars gave out.
Oh, did he?
He had a son.
His son.
Yeah, he did. He had a son who carried on the tradition.
Son of Evel. It's a family
Why
affair.
not?
It's a family business. Hey, man, you think, right? Pass it on to the...
What do you guys do? Well, we have chiropractors in the family because we're always breaking bones here.
We own a suture company. We own fake bone factory.
Okay, Evel Knievel trading, buddy. This is it. I mean, you gave it to me. Thank you, man. Evel Knievel fucking trading. I love it.
Then we get people. I don't. Maybe you could get a buy with it. Maybe like Evel Bombevel. You'd have to make it something. You'd have to take a little bit of a tangent on that.
Oh no, I'll call them up, buddy. I know how to do all this copyright shit, buddy. I've been involved in music.
Can I be the guy that makes a logo for it? Because I'm already thinking about it.
Buddy, do what you want. It's yours. I'm just The best ideas come when you got the emotions are in the right place and you're laughing about it. This is the best. You know what? The whole generation of kids is going to find out who Evel Knievel is, and they're going to say, I don't know if I want to trade like that."
Yeah, God, my grandpa made me watch a video on VHS. Kind of like the tape broke. He taped it, but he said it's only 17 minutes now because the tape broke. It was 18 minutes, but he said if I don't watch it, I won't be able to. He's gonna kick me out of the house. Hey, it's kind of rough.
Oh God!
I can't go out and play in the. I can't ride the motorcycle. No, I think that kids, well, you know, there's so much history just in music and all these things we're talking about that. If I was a kid today, I would be overwhelmed of the amount of, because if you go on the internet, just pick any time zone. Like you can say, give me songs from 1970, give me songs from 1980. Like you can go into these slots now that never existed before, because if you went on the internet in 1950 or 1960, there was no internet. If you went on the internet in 1980, you were on a Billboard BBS system, which was on that. Right. So when you, and there was a thing called news groups. I don't know if it's still there. And that was the only kind of place to swap stuff. And then, now you have this telescope. These kids have this where they can zoom in and out of really, and maybe it's just too much, you know, and. How do you get?
I think it's overwhelming. Yeah, you can't absorb it all.
Like the niches go down rabbit holes, down other rabbit holes, and next thing you know, you come across some guy that specializes in bottle caps. You're like, dude, how did you get like this? What happened to you? Oh well, I started collecting bottle caps as a kid, and then I own a bottle cap store, and people go to and become a millionaire, maybe bottle cap millionaire.
I think that's the amazing part of the internet, actually.
Oh, it's amazing. And it's like an overnight success in a sense. You know, the viral video idea, like I caught this on film. All of a sudden, some guy's got a YouTube channel and he's up to 20 grand out of nowhere. It's crazy. That's what's causing inflation. I just want to tell everybody, that's what's causing inflation. You guys are making too much fucking money online. You're not picking up real shovels and doing real fucking work. And we don't have any buildings. We don't have any power grid now because everybody's just clicking and making money. So stop it. Everybody stop now. Take
stop
a day
what
off.
You're doing. Get on a motorcycle and fucking jump a few cars.
Yeah, some true grit. I want to see some true grit out there. Saddle up. Or as Vinny would say, ready up. He's crazy, dude. And he's got his guns and shit. Like, wow. Guns. I got guns, son. No, they're coming after the guns.
Morning,
and thank
Chris.
God I didn't buy one. I just have like one of those Ginsu carvers, and I got one of those stars you throw. Those karate guys throw those stars at you.
Right.
Swiss Army knife.
Oh, buddy, we grew up on kung fu movies. On Sundays, they would have kung fu movies with the really, really bad overlays, overdubbing.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I love
the guy's mouth
shit.
is moving for 14 seconds. Do you think we can take him? You know, like, and we would. There's some buddies of mine that I grew up with. They've all, spread their wings and flown around the world, and I have friends all over the world. So every once in a while, I'll get a phone call, and "Hoy, you think we can take him?" And I can see in my mind's eye the guy's mouth moving 14 more times.
Yeah,
and I'm just dying.
It's
I'm like,
funny.
now you know, Jeet Kune Do, number one.
I love that stuff.
Buddy.
I'm gonna say
you know
this
what? I think honestly, if I had to grow up now, like I'm looking at my nephew. He's like 20, 21. I think he's 22 now. I lost track of it. But if I had to grow up when he grew up, I wouldn't be the same person. Nor would you, because he grew up being helicoptered from one play date to another.
Oh, play dates.
And like we would walk.
You mean the helicopter mom?
Hands.
A real chopper or the chopper mom?
Yeah, well, no, a real chopper. But I'm joking.
Shit, sorry.
Listen, anyone who's 30 right now may have had an opportunity to go out and play outside, but anyone who's like 20 never went outside and just fucked around and threw stones at birds and broke windows, and like they never had a chance to really, what's the word I'm looking for?
Blossom. Well, you got to actually interact with the real world on a so I think there's a primal part of you, the reptilian brain. Level. Yeah, they talk about the reptilian brain when you're trading, how you're triggered. You go into this fight or flight. But I do think you have to. You got to use that to your advantage. That actually exists, and go out in nature and maybe. So the randomness of real nature. If you walk in the woods, it's different every time. It's growing. It's different every time. The problem with computers, in my opinion, subconsciously, is that it's pixelated. It's repetitive, and even with the best software, when you play these games. These are just samples plugged in. It's chunky. I know they're trying to make it sophisticated, but the scripts are repetitive. The whole environment is totally fake. It's two-dimensional, unless you put 3D glasses on. That's the next thing they're trying to replicate. But when you walk outside, you have smell. You can feel the sun on your back. they're just trying so hard to replicate that. You just can't. I'm sorry. And the fact that you're doing that, I think you're tricking your body, and you're missing out on the power of your kind of primal part of you, which is what's keeping you alive in the end.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the people. My Tai Chi guy said most people live above their neck. He goes, most people don't know they're breathing through their whole body. You have to do a body breath where you're breathing through your nose, down your back, around your front, out your mouth. So if you do circular baby breath, it's different than if you're all uptight and freaking out. So, and I don't know what kind of effects you're getting when you play these games that. You're in control. You can decide to go on to beginner mode and destroy everybody. Not only are you playing a game, but you can basically dial back. And trading, unfortunately, you have no control over the market. You're just like a bystander that's trying to, like I said, my analogy is that you're going to pick up girls that come out of the bar drunk in the alley, but that's okay. You're going to get a girl, or you're going to get a trade. You're probably not going to try to go in and compete and be like, oh, look how cool I am. No, you're probably going to end up with whatever flies out of the fight. And so in the Wick analogy, I'm just like, if I get a couple of sluts to come out here, and maybe create a prop house out of them down the road. But, that's going to be what I'm going to have to do, because that's what trading is. It's like...
You can hire, you know what? No, listen, if you can hire, and I know you can, because I know guys who own modeling agencies, you can hire 5 girls and pay them a deuce a day, and that would be very generous with lunch. And you have, what do they have, those channels now where the guys watch the girls and they send them gifts and all that stuff? I heard it's OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah.
You just have your own OnlyFans, Simpleton OnlyFans, with the hot prop shop traders broads. And away you go.
Yeah. Tammy the Tick Counter.
Send her a gift.
All my girls have a nickname.
Every time they send her a gift, oh, buddy.
Put on another position.
I have a girl named Top Tick Tammy, and she puts on all my shorts. Literally. Over here we have.
I love it.
Vote for your favorite trader. And you could actually, if you had, here's where you need a staff. You have to have people that manage who's the trader of the day. Day award. Right. They come out and present her with like some lingerie and.
Wait a second. All jokes aside, you can literally have different robots running for different girls. Right? It's not that hard. You just fine-tune a few things, you change the stops around, you move things around a little bit. So you're kind of getting the same thing, but it's not quite the same, because all women are the same, but they're not quite the same. So it's the same story. Away you go. Rock the house. Oh, I like Top Tick Tammy. She really does good trades for me. And you could decide who you want to follow.
I have bottom tick Betty puts on my long positions in the slot down.
Oh my God, she is
day.
a big, fat, nice rock and roll ass. We love her.
Right.
Rock bottom girls, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're a chubby chaser, you're welcome aboard too. Our charter membership.
If you're a transitioning, we have transitioning.
That's
robots.
right. We have pre-op traders. We've got everything here. We check every box. We check boxes that don't even exist. We got a fucking. We got
a. Why? You know why? Because that's what the people want, man. Let's give the people what they want. I'm not even being facetious about this.
Oh no, I'm serious. How about a Hasidic tranny?
I am too.
HasidicTrannies.com.
Well, that would be hard to find. That'll be hard to find. A black Hasidic tranny.
Not in our prop firm. Nope. Sorry, we got an opening.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. We have a new opening.
You're welcome to identify. If you can't meet the specs legitimately, you're allowed. Here we go. You're allowed to identify.
Oh, Euro's making
10 o'clock. Here we go. So I'm cashing out.
There goes Euro.
Cashing out. There
you go. Oh yeah. Nice jump.
10 o'clock.
Really nice.
Consumer sentiment reports came out. Oh, what is it? Oh, it's probably getting better. Retracement.
Okay.
Cash out. Wow, dude, I felt like I was waiting for Godot there. We had that first trap. We get to the borderline, 1 pip, Top Tick Tammy shorted, and now we bought the pullback. We're holding long. We're waiting for the crude oil to come out, and hopefully that'll be the end of the day. We'll do a stampede and a drift, and if you hold to the end of the day, then you're going to make X.
Right.
You know how it goes.
Okay, so
but I'm happy to sell into. I'm not looking to take out the high of the week here. Like if you go up 20, 30 pips, I'm out. That's my trade today.
Oh, for sure.
The euro, euro's going to make a run for it. It might
your
make
trades
it, dude.
are longer.
It probably proved me wrong and take out the high of the fucking week now, but I think we're going to finish off bullish on the euro. So
we're already at 1.25 for sure, almost 1.5 standard deviations.
Really
yeah, this is a bit up there.
Really
for sure.
a bum rush here, dude. Big bum rush. quick and dirty
well, they
too.
wanted to end the week on a high note. Yeah, they had to end it on a high note, simpleton. It was just such. How much battering and bullshit can people take? At least if they call up their broker on Friday, they say, "Yeah, we had a great Friday. Things are looking up. We turned the corner." Right? Remember, this is all the Zeitgeist. This is what's going on in the air. This is what people are concerned about. And if the markets are doing okay, then people are going to kind of like him and haw a little bit, but they ain't going to be in the streets with the pitchforks, right? Looking for philosophy. That's the difference.
Americans are pretty tough and adaptive when it comes to that. Don't forget, they've been locked down for fucking 2 years. You raise the gas prices, they're like, oh, whatever. I'll put it on my credit card until this fucking bozo's gone in November, or
That's right. That's exactly their headspace. You got it. I don't have to tell you.
That's
you
all
live
right. Hey, listen, man.
There she goes.
I understand. I got it, but yeah, waiting for that crude oil. I'll be getting out if we're up another 20 pips here. If we take out the high of the week, I'm definitely out of this goddamn euro, which is 40 pips away. But I've seen, dude, I
would have made it.
Yeah. I've seen moves like this before, where we're all short squeezing into the news. If stocks are up 500 now or something, or 700, people are just going to start gushing in, thinking the bottom's in. Like I said, I think the hedge funds are unraveling their positions into the end of the month here. So, but
they have to make their statements look good. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. I got to take care of something here. 1 sec. Thank you. Let me just put you on mute.
All right, we're still in this goddamn thing. Big bum rush.
Straight on the euro.
Yeah, the euro's going after the high of the week. I think we might try to take it out here. I'm cashing out. I keep moving my targets up here because I was expecting a rally, but not quite this fierce. But I think it's going to be about. They just came out with the consumer sentiment, and crude oil's going to. If crude oil takes off on the upside and stocks go up, Bitcoin goes up. It's just going to be one of these giant screaming rallies on a Friday, and you just end up drifting into the end of the day. And people would probably think about shorting it, but I probably think about putting buy limits in on Sunday night to capture some kind of pullback of some kind, play the game all over again of these micro pullbacks, major pullbacks. So a lot of people would be selling right now. It is 5 minutes after the news, and we are up like 50 pips. So if you wanted to get out of the euro now, you probably dump and re-rack. So I'm going to dump this demo if I'm not out. But I'm out. I'm flat on the demo, up 660. So actually, my targets could have been wider on that script bank, but that's all right. We're doing okay. So we're going to kind of ride this out through. I think they're going to keep stampeding this euro north, but like I said, if you want to make some money, I'd get the fuck out right now if you're up. Because you are in the seller's trap, you just took out that high in there. But if panic sets in on all the indices, then it'll just be one of those swooping, insane-looking hammers at the end of the week. As you look back on this week, it'll just be a big hammer by the end of this week, or kind of a engulfing thing. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't work all that well sometimes when you're trying to trade against it on a Friday.
Look at this.
Really put the tank on.
The Dow Jones is just catastrophically up. I think we're at, what are you, about 1,000 now? Let me see. What are they saying on the Dow?
They started moving up yesterday, isn't they?
We're up 560, so almost 600. 2%, almost 1.8% of the Dow right now. Nasdaq's probably smashing into some kind of resistance here, but it is a whole all-out. When you punch up and then drift, that's what I'm hoping for now, is a punch up and drift. I really don't want to get out quite here because I've seen this before. You punch up and then you go for that actually insane. Sometimes a Friday is the whole unraveling of everything these people have done all week. Okay.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the euro to kind of bump up above those highs before I try to sell it again. I kind of want to see stops run before I get back in.
Yeah, let's see where we
Because I've been
are
holding
now.
a short since last Thursday, just collecting swaps and just kind of riding out that spot. And making some profit, and then I'm waiting for another entry.
Yeah, we're trapped in this. So we just took out the high of the day. We're kind of trapped and bobbing around now.
You gotta wait till 10:30 to see where they're gonna end up, in my opinion. I've noticed that on NASDAQ and on the ES Mini. Wait till 10:30. That's where they put in their attack lines. The people that are into all the volume trading, that would be your IB, I think they call it, initial balance. That's where I would play off. That's where you would have the bot. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, you can keep talking. I was gonna mention a story.
Go ahead, go for it, buddy. We're all about stories.
Oh yeah. So earlier you were talking about your college experience and then having that English paper. So I rather liked English too, and I had an English paper that I had to write. I think it was a persuasive speech or a persuasive paper or something like that about a person in the position of authority. And I decided to write about Trump. This was in 2016. This was right before he got elected, like right before. And it was a really good paper, but I didn't make a really good grade on it like I thought I would. It was like a mid-80s. And I kind of went to her. I was like, I thought I did a pretty good job on this. I was like, what's the problem? Did I mess something up? Because she really put a lot of red ink on all over my paper. And come to find out, when I talked to her, we kind of had a real talk, and she was like, well, you're one of the better performers in this class. You're probably one of the smarter ones when it comes to English, so I graded your paper harder. And then she told me, and I took off a lot of points because you didn't write about a person in the position of authority because Trump's not elected yet. She's a total liberal. She was just really on the anti-Trump side. Yeah. So she really docked me. If I had a more, honest, review of my paper. I mean, the red mark, she really did me, pretty dirty there, grading me much, much harder than everybody else. But then on top of that, because I wrote about Trump and he didn't consider him to be a position of authority, I argued my case, and I said that he was, and I explained the reason why I think he was. And she said, yeah, but he's not elected yet, so he can't do that.
Well, she was the one that went out screaming into the sky when he was elected the next day, right?
Oh yeah, no kidding. And you know what? They actually had a person come in. It was one of the political professors. I was there really close to A&M. There's a Blinn College, so we have a bunch of A&M professors. So they pulled in one of these A&M professors, and they had him explain why he won and why they got it so wrong. And it was that was our entire class. He just was up there talking to us and explaining to us like we were butthurt about it, like we were upset and we needed answers. And he really stood up there the whole time for one class and explained to us exactly how it happened and why it happened.
Okay. Did it make sense what he said, or was it just BS?
Yeah, it was early on, and I think he missed a few things, but he actually nailed it kind of pretty solidly, but it was really biased, you could tell. But he got it pretty right. It was basically, the people that, for all the reasons why the news media got it wrong, why we know now, he was early on that, and he had it picked apart pretty well. He was pretty smart, but he was very biased.
That's what happens. That's what happens.
But yeah, I thought that was funny. That just brought back some memories when you were talking about your English college class.
Oh, this is the Memory Channel, buddy. I mean, I haven't heard the name Evel Knievel since I was about 16 years old or something. Like, come on.
Yeah, wasn't he the one that jumped on top of Caesar's Palace? Was that the right guy?
Buddy, this guy jumped over everything and anything. He tried to jump the Grand Canyon with a fucking rocket. Okay,
I remember that.
He had a rocket. Yeah, that was the craziest thing anyone had ever seen. I think.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the right guy then.
Yeah. Evel Knievel, man.
Sure, we can get some sound clips from the bot.
Again? Sorry.
I'm sure we can get some sound clips for the bot, like when volatility's going through the roof.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's hysterical. I think it's just great to put in maybe different voices, sampled whatever, different sound effects. You know, all of a sudden your rack gets taken out, or you know the stops were all hit, and you hear wah, wah, you know, like Downer Debbie Downer, whatever style. You could do, or you know, you pick. Look, what I would do personally, because I'm a little bit more well-traveled than Dr. Simpleton, I believe. Actually, I'm probably more well-traveled than most people that are going to hear this. I would actually try to tune it to different locales. In other words, you remember, Chris, I think you were mentioning the Korean soap operas, right? And they appeal to a certain type of, you know, people who like those kind of stories and whatnot. So if you have people from, let's say, Korea who get the bot, you should put in the Korean script. I'm sure there's a couple of really, really cliched types of lines that you always hear in these soap operas, right? That's it. You know, like,
oh, for sure.
Of course,
I mean, it's like your sat nav, isn't it? You choose like Australian Ken to guide you through.
Exactly. Right.
Reassuring voice.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You could have different Monty Python skits for our British friends. I mean, you could have all kinds of different things going on. And I think that if someone puts in their location or whatever they're from, and if they have to, or whatever, the way that people will sign up for it, I'm not quite sure yet. I'll work on that. I got news for you. It'll be fine-tuned to something that's more interesting for the person, right? Because it's all about maintaining interest. Making the money is great. What a score, man. I put in $500 and now I got $750. I didn't do fucking anything. Here's my $50. Let me pay. I mean, that's the way I think about it. I had someone push back on me. I think it was one of the Russian programmers. He said, how do you know they're going to pay? I'm like, are you crazy, man? If you want to keep playing with the Evel Knievel robot, you got to pay. We got to fix the bike. We got to fix that bike. We got to fix everything here, man. That rocket exploded. Man. Right. We got expenses, man. These jackets, these leather jackets with the fringes and the American flag on them, you know, they're expensive.
Dollar CAD's crashing. Euro's going up. Stocks are going up. We got 47 minutes to crude oil news.
Oh my God!
Take a look at that. That Nasdaq's on a hellbent, and the stocks are fucking ripping.
Oh, they have to.
And they're going after the high of the week on that. We're 30 pips from the border on euro now, from the borderline. Kind of want to get out here, but I know I should wait. I want to get out of this euro, but I know I should wait. So it's kind of a little torn here.
Yeah,
Naturally.
We're in Texas now on the euro, like the border, getting close to the border.
And close.
Well, we got about 20 pips to get. I mean, to the high of the week is 40 pips away, but it seems like an impossible we could get there. But I've seen things rip, and it's going to be maybe crude tips it over the. It's crude. I don't see crude actually. What happened? The government is so sneaky. They pulled crude off of the fuck. There's no crude oil report today. What happened?
Are you serious?
Do you see it?
No,
the forex factory. They pulled it. They do that shit, dude. So you just have consumer sentiments the same, but they have more home sales. People are buying more homes than they ever thought. So probably because they're chasing it. The interest rates are going up, so they're chasing it. I figure. Right.
Hang on a second here. I have it over here. Crude oil inventories, 11 a.m. If I refresh the page right now from when I picked it up yesterday, it's going to disappear. Is what you're telling me?
Yes. Well, are you at Forex Factory? At least people know something I don't know.
This is from yesterday. Let me refresh the page, man.
No. Today's the 24th.
I'm going to refresh it.
Is it Friday?
Oh, holy shit! Honest to God,
I swear to God,
I had yesterday's page.
Dude, I've seen them pull mortgage delinquencies. You know what they said? Tentative. They never report mortgage delinquency. They're holding back data.
Buddy, I've been trading this strategy for a long time. I haven't seen them ever pull the report. I've seen them move the days around. I got confused. Yes. I thought it was Wednesday.
Right.
Because usually it's Thursdays on.
Well, natural
in the
gas.
time,
I think natural gas might be Wednesday, but
Yeah, it could be, but sometimes they overlap. You have to keep your eye open for it. Buddy, all this was done by a computer. I didn't give a fuck. I got 7 out of 10 trades for my $500 for fucking 5 minutes. Buy. Like I was happy
crude
with
oil's
that.
breaking
It was lunch
out.
money.
Crude oil just took out the high of the day, so I think they're going to bid crude up. I think stocks are up. Everything's going to go through the roof here.
Unreal.
In the next 2 hours, and then by noon I'll be out.
Have you ever seen them pull crude oil? Hang on, I want to ask you because I've never seen them pull crude oil report. Mind you, there were times where I wasn't paying attention, but
it should react harder because there's no news now. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just going to fall into the vacuum above us here and go up $2 a barrel right now.
Hang on a second.
It's just going to gush into the floor at 10. And that'll be the end of the price pulse, and I'll be out if I was in oil.
Yeah, you got in yesterday. You take out yesterday's high. I'm really shocked that they pulled the report. So why would they start moving it at 10:17? Do you think that the report was already? Well, first of all, let's just get this very clear for everybody. The COT report and all these things that people talk about, you could pay $28,000 and get it 2 weeks ahead of time. A month.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you can pay $22,500, and you can get the Sawyer report 2 weeks before it's published. So don't think that these guys that have the money don't know what's going on and are positioning their trades. But it's not what you think. It's not like they're positioning their trades because they got to buy a ton. They got to use algos. They got to interweave, interspread, intersplice. They got to do everything, interspecies. They got to do everything to get that order off. So the report will be published. They'll pull the algos. Right? That's that incredible vacuum, which you call, I think, the vacuum or the void. And it'll be just jumping around trying to catch orders that are older orders that were sitting on the Globex machine. Because the Globex machine only has one criterion built into it. Must match orders all the time. That's it. You have to be matching the orders. So it'll swing. You've seen swings of $4 or $5. Right? So what does that tell you? It tells you that's the area where the algos are going to come back into and then take it in one direction, just by the sheer force of the buy programs being turned on. If you look at the NICE tick, I'll give some of you guys who are listening. If you look at the NICE tick, a lot of people look at the tick and they say, well, if the tick is going up, it's kind of above the zero line, looks like it's a positive day. Well, you can design strategies running the E-mini as an example right off the tick itself, because the tick itself is not showing you anything but the number of stocks that are climbing versus the number of stocks that are declining. So what does that mean if 80% of, well, I'm going to say 75 to 80% of all trading is being done by algorithms written by humans, using techniques that were, well established from the good old days that Simpleton remembers and I remember, and all the different attack lines and all the different annual highs and lows and all these different little tricks that they pulled in from working in the pit. I mean, the PDSC, it cost me a fucking car to get a house just to learn that one move. So some people ask me, hey, I want to learn the thing. I said, it's going to cost you a car. If you want to buy me a car, I won't go crazy. I'll show you the move, and you end up buying a house. It's that simple. And that's the way that code went down. These guys would play poker, and they wouldn't have any money on the table, but everyone remembered what the score was, because it was an honor system. So these algos are going to kick in at whatever time they have to kick in, and they've already know what the oil report's going to say 2 weeks before it happens. And I got news for you. Watch the algos, because they're the ones that are telling you the direction on whether they hit the buy button. You have a buy robot, right, Simpleton?
Yeah. Well,
I have a buy the plunge robot. I have a buy the scalp in the middle of this range robot. You've got all these little. You don't think they don't?
I didn't say they
Sorry to
didn't.
blow your brain.
I didn't say they
Yeah,
didn't.
they absolutely do. They absolutely do, brother. Without a doubt.
Of course. Well, everybody has all sorts of
Okay.
stuff. People pile into this. People are selling the dollar CAD right
got
now
it.
and piling into it. I wouldn't be that guy, but I know
right.
that's what's going on.
Right,
No, it's going to be
right.
it's going to
And
be a big. I think crude oil is going to go up at least $2 now, and finish the day up
Right.
$2 here because I see this ledge, this vacuum. We're basically going to go slamming in to like up $2 here.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Let's assume you're Navy for just 1 minute, and you're having a good time, and you go to sleep, and you have your program running for Wednesday, or sorry, yeah, I think I would have changed it because I always check it every 2 weeks to make sure they haven't shifted the oil report date. And so I would have taken that trade yesterday if I wasn't watching it and if it was still running, because they would have just automatically done it at a certain time. I think the timing component is what really, really pushed me on to really listening to you a little bit more carefully, because the fact that you know what times of the day things are going to happen, you're basically finding the footprints of those elephants. That's all you're finding. You're finding where these vacuums are being formed, where these ledges are. What are they actually trying to do? So it's kind of like reverse engineering. And I mean, fuck, man, I tip my hat to you, bro. I really do. But I would have taken that trade yesterday automatically on the robot had it been turned on, because it would have done it on a certain time.
Yeah, it's a discipline. It's a disciplined trader. Robots are disciplined traders, which I'm not very disciplined.
They're total idiots.
Because I kind of go with my gut or my kind of like experience. So, yeah, I kind of like the idea of having a consistent execution on that robot. So we're going after the highs of the day again on Euro. Looks like we're about to pop crude and go up $2 a barrel here.
Hey, wait a second. I'm going to refresh the page. The report is supposed to come out at 11 o'clock. I want to see, just for the sake of it, whether or not people who had programmed for the oil report and caught that switch,
no.
whether they turned it on or off.
Dude, you know what? I don't think they did, because I remember when 8:30 in the morning comes, dude, when there's no news and it's a holiday, 8:30 in the morning, you watch the 8:30 behavior and you're like, yeah, there's somebody's got something that's fixed to the clock regardless. It just takes a look at the ranges or whatever kind of stuff it's looking at.
Oh, yeah.
And it's if you watch at 8:30 in the morning every day, dude, regardless of news or not, there's a flinch in the market there, because there's definitely things executing at the half hour.
Buddy, all these kids do is say, turn it on. Yes. Okay, let's turn it on. Let me fill it out. I turned it on at this time. Here's the parameters I got from the floor trader, and on it goes. Because there always has to be someone manning the computer. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, HFT, they don't have to do fucking shit. You need 5 times the amount of people you think you do. Whatever number you have in your head for the number of people you think to run an HFT shop, multiply by 5. You got to pay all these fucking monkeys, man. And they demand pretty decent salaries, and they deserve it. They come in dressed well, and they don't spit in the coffee, and they don't trip each other in the hallway. It's a different caliber of people.
I was hoping she would spit.
Yeah, I mean, we do it in our coffee shop, but that's for the rough and tumble guys. Bikers only.
Crude oil. Look at the 1 hour crude. Look at 1 hour crude, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you're in the. Look at that 1 hour crude, dude. Slamming. You turned on a dime an hour ago, dude. So basically, some robot bought right there at 10 o'clock. You see it? They bought at 10. See?
I'm buying at 11, buddy.
They're up $3 a barrel, dude, in 1 hour.
Thank you.
So I think it's going to be crude up, stocks up, Bitcoin up. It's going to be one of those relief squeezes after 3 weeks of beatdown, basically. And what do you expect?
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
Come on, what do you expect?
I got news for you.
Look at the half-hour Bitcoin. We're itching to just pop a cork here. So,
I want to explain something to you, man. I wrote the Golem program because I needed something to do, and the challenge was, and I wrote it literally the week before the coronavirus crash. And what I put in $10 million into the Golem. It was funny money. It was just a simulator, right? And it runs every day, and I take down the readings, and I put it in a spreadsheet. I got 600 and something days on this Golem robot. And I'm going to just give you some information that you intuitively figured out, brother. And I think it's I can't say enough about it. And I'm not trying to toot your horn, but holy fucking shit. How did this guy figure that out? How did you figure it out?
I did the mind melt. I went to the store the other day and I saw this guy go, "Can I do a Spock mind melt?" And I walked out of there going, "Man, I got this great idea." I don't know.
I got this fucking great idea.
No, just years. Look at this drop on the CAD. Now I would start putting in my buy bot on the CAD, but I buy deep, because if this CAD takes out yesterday's low, I'm sorry, the low of the week. So we're after the low of the week on the CAD, and we're after the high of the week on the Euro. So that's what I'm looking at. I mean, dollar CAD is a great kind of inversion. It's kind of the way to trade the dollar.
Yeah. 604 days I've run this fucking robot. for 604 days, I mean, you want to talk about ADD, I have to come back at 5 o'clock and put in all the data and upgrade the graph, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to share with you something that you intuited, and I think that's just amazing. And whoever doesn't respect that really shouldn't be listening to this channel as far as I'm concerned.
Oh.
And I'm just speaking as someone in the field.
Everybody just
the
fell
market
off,
itself. Oh yeah, let them do what they want. You're out of the Golem robot, which basically just tracks the market, but in a very sophisticated way. We had 329 up days and 275 down days in the last 604 days. So this is right before the Corona crisis. This type of a run was for people who had like $10 million, and I was supposed to hand it into the guys in Zurich, Switzerland, but I didn't like the deal that they were trying to crunch with me. They only wanted to give me like 5 or 15 points or something like that. I said, fuck you, man. Let's start at 50 and then whittle me down, Boychuk, right? The market itself, just by virtue of being the stock market, has a 9% long edge. In other words, it's up 9, let's call it 10% more than it's ever down. So you've got that drift. And if you can remember that and favor the longs, I mean, maybe not bias is the wrong word, but favor the long trade, you're going to be right 10% more of the time, which makes a big difference in the way that, you know, your P&L is going to grow, for sure. 11:30, let's see what's going on here. Sorry to ramble, guys.
The news is CAD just took out the low of yesterday.
Nice.
It looks like they're going after the low of Wednesday there. Looks like they're hell bent on that. I would start buying below that. To be on the safe side, I'd buy below the low on Wednesday there.
Which was
looks
Euro?
Like
What are you looking at?
Collapse in here. It's pretty bloody looking.
Sorry, what instrument was that?
What's that?
What instrument were you looking at, man?
Dollar CAD. They just took out the low. They just took out the low yesterday, and they just took out the low of. They're about to take out the low of 2 days ago, Wednesday, I think. So people are buying here in that 20 pip pocket, just below the low of yesterday in dollar CAD. Euro's up hard, dollar CAD be down hard. Typically, this is what's going to happen here for the next half, you know, into the close.
Okay.
Because it's kind of the only way to sell the dollar, you know. It has more to do with the dollar than CAD, obviously, because the dollar is just tanking like a whore right now across the boards, against crude, against everything, against Bitcoin. The dollar's going to get crushed today. It'll be one of those. I
don't even want to tell you. You said it crushed. I don't even want to tell you where it crushed down to. I have it marked off on my screen. I haven't looked at the dollar CAD in probably 2 years. And I have a level marked off on my screen, and I have no idea what that level is, so I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to tell you when that level was formed. And then you tell me whether or not that cycle makes sense. Because you have people on here that were talking about, you know, more fundamental and what's happening in the, you know, in trade between countries. I think it was the nurse guy. Remember he was talking about that?
Right.
Carry trades, things like this. You don't know what it really was. So let me go over to the weekly. Jesus, how far back is this line? Let me see this. Going back to 2017.
Coming up on 10:30. 10:30, boom.
Coming up. There's
Drama's coming in now. Here comes the half-hour bots. Here comes everybody. Short squeeze. Serious short squeeze there on the euro.
2016.
Dollar CAD's dropping.
March 2017, my friend. Holy fuck. That's a
They top ticked Tommy on oil. They took out the high of yesterday, and oil is pulling back. So
nice. It's probably the run for oil. Robots came on at 10:30 or 10 o'clock. Someone turned on the robot. You could see that.
Oh, there always somebody
When
doing
it goes,
something. Yeah.
If you go down to the, I know you like the hour charts and all that, but if you go down to in a little 15-minute chart, you can see that they didn't let up for a long time. So those buy programs were designed past a certain threshold. And that threshold, based on, let's call it 105.15 to 106.52, that let's call that, that bar, 2 bars back, the big, you called it, man. I couldn't believe you said it. There's only 3 types of bars. Big bear bars, big bull bars, and then you got your dojis. Welcome to the doji.
Yeah, the doji is the ultimate low risk or tight stop entry.
Absolutely, buddy. Just by eye to pick that off is.
Well, it takes some. There's not a lot of dojis. Like having a doji bot is kind of like a, it doesn't overtrade because there's not a lot of dojis out there. But it's good to have that trade plan. It's good to have a hedge system.
That doji bot, and I'll reveal it to you. It's probably the second or third best bot we ever created was the doji bot. But we weren't doing it. We were doing it on the 1-minute bars. Because we figured if it settled at a certain point, we knew exactly where they were putting all their bids and asks and where they were pulling them. Because where they're pulling them is where you're getting jammed. Well, back in the old days where you could jam everybody, it was just a fucking fist fight, knife fight, bring a fucking bazooka. So we're out of that game now, but when you're looking at these charts and you're looking at a 50-minute bar, whatever, you can see when the programs were turned on. And you can see where they were trying to balance the programs. A doji is really just, okay, which algo's taken over for now, for this period of time? Because why? Well, how can the algo take over? Because it's like a card game. Whoever's got the deepest pockets wins. Correct or not?
Yeah.
Okay, you got the deepest pockets at the card table, you can out-fake and out-hustle everybody because you can just fucking smash everybody. So someone has to step up, whether it's Citadel or whether it's a client from Saxo or whoever it is, and their buy program was turned on for oil. Hardcore. This is a hardcore move. It's already on the third 15-minute bar. It's climbing. If you want to see what my buddies who set up Saxo Bank, my cousins set it up, they use 30-minute bars. But they're on 2-week cycles. So the minute they saw that 30-minute bar ended up, and you could see a little bit of the pressure to pull it down.
Just took out the high.
It's going. It's gonna keep going. No, these programs are on, bro. I'm gonna turn my machine turns on hypothetically at 11 o'clock because I would have put in as of yesterday. I would have, let's say, stored it. Okay, change it. I had to change the actual vacuum box. I had to pull it, drag it another day because I was sure it was Wednesday. Then you said, and it was yesterday was Thursday. You said no, it's tomorrow. So I dragged it to Friday. So I still have the original vacuum. The original vacuum is sitting at 112. Where is this guy?
You just got $2 to go.
116.97 to 118. You got a range there between 116.97. Let's call it 117 and 118. You have a little box there. If they're going for that box, I will know after 11 o'clock because everyone that I know.
No, dude.
Hang on.
They go
if
about $2 a barrel is all you're going to see here.
Yeah.
You're not. Yeah. You can't make it past 108. No. If it goes up $1 to $2 here, that'd be about it for the day, I think, on crude. I mean, spike up there, and maybe even close back here. Maybe even pull back to here.
112. 112.08. You're going to try to hit it for the 25% discount line. Come on, man. You loved it at 118. I'm getting you a 25% discount. Do you know how much they're selling right now at a 25% discount to all their clients?
118. Where do you see that? I must be on Brent crude. I'm on a crude oil that's. Are you in Brent crude or are you on New York's?
Light sweet crude. CL. Light sweet crude.
No, we're trading at 107.
I know where you are, but I'm saying the void, the vacuum that was left behind by the original algos that were turned on and off during that report a week and a half ago, or maybe over 2 weeks. That was at 170. I'll give you the exact number. You guys can mark it down for yourselves. 116.97 to 118.32. And you ask yourself, well, why is it not round numbers? Because these machines are fucking idiots, and they're bashing into each other all the time. And no one knows what's going to happen exactly when the order book and the Globex machine tries to match all the orders with all the tricks and the chicanery going on. No one really knows exactly where they're going to get filled. So the vacuum is as accurate as you're going to get it because those machines are not on. So this is showing you where, let's call them the old lazy dogs have placed their orders like someone like Simpleton will say, you know what? If it ever comes to 118, I'm picking some up. You know? I'm a buyer at 118, no matter what. So these orders are getting filled. These are the long shot guys that are getting their orders filled, or even stuff that's been on the books for a while. Crude's going to continue to climb. It's going to get to 112.
Well, maybe someday, but not today.
Well, yeah, maybe not today.
I think today's going to crap out at 108.50 if you're lucky. 109 if you're really lucky, but because it's like you're in the seller's window now. As soon as you took out the high of the week here,
hang on a second.
The sellers are starting. People are starting to dump.
Okay, so let's slow down a second here. There's no buyers and sellers. There's algos. The algos are either in buy mode or sell mode.
You know what I mean?
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
You can't be so technical, dude. You're on a channel. To be honest with you, you're talking to people. They really don't care. But in other words, they don't care about the all that, because we're just speculating. I mean,
I'm doing the grass for you. No problem, buddy.
No, I'm saying that when we go up, like the amount of buyers and sellers in there, we don't know. So I just go on what I see. Right. Like, I mean, I'm assuming as soon as we take out the high of the day, the pullback. Like, look at the euro pulling back, right? The euro's pulling back because you took out the high of the day. This is just classic price action. You could have sold. Okay. You could have sold up there, or this is your chance to buy on the pullback. So all these things are happening all at once in different levels with different people. But my point is,
sure.
You know, I guess. You know, it's I kind of just it's a supply and demand game. I mean, I'm not really into all the computer stuff, to be honest with you, because it's just too esoteric, and I'm never going to buy a fucking 10-core Dell rack mount. I just know I'm not.
No.
I don't care if it makes money. So I'm not in it for the money. Yeah, I really don't care if this stuff we're talking about, like this and that, and I just, you know, so I'm kind of just into the market structure and just, I don't know. It's forex. It's forex. You know, I can't really.
Got you, man.
Like if you were trying to, if you wanted to, like I said, that window when I was saying, if you wanted to take your money and run on the euro, you had your chance there. And now they pull back, they retest. I think the final conclusion for the euro is to take out the high of the week now, because we consolidated a little bit here, and we're still waiting for this fake crude oil, or at least the robots to cling on to 11 o'clock, and they're all going to examine the market and all their heat maps and all this shit. But no, it's
my apologies. I was just trying to elucidate just a little bit about what we call sellers and buyers and the rest of it.
Yeah,
it's programs, but they are selling. They are selling.
Right. No, I know that, but I'm saying that it's kind of like talking about like the ocean, right? So you'd say, oh, there's a tide in, there's a tide out. Well, down the beach, that's actually on the other. So it's all happening at once. So I'm just saying it's not. Like I don't think honestly, I don't think anybody that's listening to the stream is going to go, oh, you know, you're right. But you're talking about a machine that I've never seen, and you know, when you're talking about skimming 0.05 cents off of something, I got it, but. Let's not forget how much that gear costs and how much electricity costs. So I don't even know. I'm sure you can make chunks of money, but it's like, whoa, you know. We're talking about it's unreachable for the people I talk to. The people I talk to are probably. There's a guy that trades manually on a nano account. I swear to God, he was in the Discord. He goes, "Well, I trade manually on a nano account." I'm like, "Well, good for you, man," because it's like a Zen. Like if you're trading all day long, or if you're just managing a position, and because most people, that's why I said my robot would be something that anybody could open the hood on and tweak. I wouldn't want to give anybody like a black box or something that has some, it has a secret indicator. That's something that no nonsense. When people do that, like I feel like, I don't think this guy for $700 is going to reveal the code, but maybe he is. But why would he then? Because then people could copy it and bootleg it. And so I've always protected myself from bootlegging by, it's like a self-deprecating humor. I'm just going to tell you how fucking ridiculous I am up front. You can't cut me down now. I just told everybody I'm out of my fucking mind. Oh, what, are you going to accuse me of being out of my fucking mind?
That's fine.
So, you know, that's the way I look at selling stuff. I don't want to be selling.
I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry I came out. I really want to apologize.
I'm just saying that the minutia, like people aren't going to go, wait a minute. This high frequency trader sounds like he's full of shit, but
that's the point.
Well, people used to tell me.
You're calling those moves. You're calling those moves is what I'm trying to say, and I really think it's amazing. It came off the wrong way, and I apologize.
Right. No, it's no big deal.
I'm
the same way.
I'm not stroking you, man. I don't need to.
No, I'm the same way. If you ask me what time it is, I'm going to tell you how to build a watch. I mean, that's been a problem for me too.
Right.
Where people are like, dude, can you tell me what time it is? Like, where's the market going? Not like, well, you understand supply and demand. Can sit down for a second? Let me show you something. You see this mouse? You see the wire going to the computer? Like, so I mean, I know people kind of want a quick and dirty. But I actually, when I do the stream, I never know what's going to happen. I've done it on and off, and people said, do the stream again. Well, one time I did the stream, and I had people come in here and troll and lose their mind, but that's fun too, you know. It's all good. But like I said, people probably are thinking, well, I don't know. And then I invited people in here. Some guy came in. Oh, Nim. I don't even know who Nim is. Is that the guy the guy that writes code, right? Nim is in here. And this other guy's got his mic turned off.
Right.
Jay Vale. I don't even know who these people are. Is that you? Oh, that you, Nim?
Yeah.
So you're the code writing guy.
Playing with bots in the background.
Right. So, you know, I have a Yahoo account that will accept like zip files, because when I try to send it in Google Gmail, they freak out. Oh, this zip file just could be containing an explosion. So I have to give you my I have to send you my link to my kind of garbage email.
I'll just make like a zip file and put on like a Google.
I actually have a Proton account I opened because I thinking the government was coming after me, but apparently I don't know. You have to keep running, keep on a run there, keep going, coming after you.
Hi, this is J Val. I'm actually new to the channel.
Oh no! Sorry about all the riffraff and
Who's
the
that?
sexist comments.
Jay Vale?
I thought I literally. Yeah, I always thought I was on a conference call with Simpleton. I completely forget that I'm speaking out into the universe. This is news to me, man. So,
is that Jay
soaking
Vale?
it all in.
Wait a second.
I'm getting a laugh
Oh my God,
at the same time too as well.
Sorry,
Learning a lot.
girl comments.
Cool.
Yeah. So Jay, that's an interesting name, but Valerie, right?
No, that's my nickname. I just broke it down in this a little bit of syllabus, but my name is Jarika and my last name is Valentine, so I just put J Val.
Nice.
Short.
Oh, that's got quite the rhythm to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like a Hollywood name. Did you change your name because you joined Hollywood at some point, or? I mean, that would look good on the marquee, as they say, right?
Repeat that again.
Would look good on the marquee, on the movie marquee in the front of the year. Valentino, you go to a Valentino movie. So are you a forex trader?
Yes, I am. Forex and binary options trader.
Oh, binary options. Man, you can be quick on the draw on that, don't you?
Yes.
You got to nail it like no whammies, big money, no whammies. Nailed it,
at it, but I want to venture more into bot trading, automated trading.
Yeah, I'm trying to build this bot here. I want you to be one of my volunteers for my my blind bot. Well, I'm trying to put a little bit of smartness in it, but my you be our guinea pig, so to speak.
Test it out.
For sure, we need beta testers for sure.
Nice.
Well, because if you have a laptop that you're not using, you can let it churn on there and check it and see how it's doing, and then you could just post the thing. See the pullback on that euro? See how that euro pulls back?
I do have a VPS that I can use, so.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, but no, it's just the idea. So you're probably manual trading right now. Did you ever try EA? Did you ever try like some robots? Like just stuff, free ones or whatever?
I have, but it kind of crapped out on me. I tried hedging quite a few times, but I just couldn't seem to get it right. So.
Oof. No, it's tough.
And then I purchased one that was really crappy from someone else. It's just been hit or miss.
Wow. So it was because like I can't be awake 24 hours. Is that you're thinking when you think about a robot, or you think it could outtrade you? You were thinking outtrade you
while I'm sleeping or something, because I'm not really a morning person. I would love to catch the moves during London time,
right?
Because I'm on Eastern time. Well, right now I'm on Central time because I'm in Texas, but I would love to catch some moves during that London hour.
Yeah. So did you mess around with the scripts at all? Place pendings at the edge of the market?
Well, I'm still trying to learn how to code messing around, fiddling around with Python.
So what trade platform? What platform are you trading on?
I'm actually using quite a few. I'm using Hugo's Way, and I'm also using
So you got MT4,
Osprey.
right? MT4.
Yeah, MT4. Yes.
So you just stick to the euro, or are you trading like because Hugo's got them? You trade anything in there? They got about 200 symbols in there.
You have some exotic pairs you can trade on there.
Yeah. Mexican
I also
pesos.
traded volatility a little bit too. When I was in another country at the time. So, but it's not really allowed. It's not regulated here. They use Derive. Have you ever heard of Derive?
No.
To trade volatility.
No, I haven't heard of that. No, so I mean, yeah, Hugo's over there in the islands, but yeah, there was some guys, because Hugo's kind of a white label from another broker, actually, from a core broker, and that core broker, I can't remember their name, but they were on there, and there were these guys, just these brothers just touting it, trading it, scalping it, and the fucking government came after them. And they shut it down, the broker. Yeah, and they were like, "Hey, man, sorry, like, we're trading this thing, but the popularity caught up. I don't know. So I'm a little bit kind of shy about talking about brokers because they're hunting people down. So I'm just saying.
Gotcha.
But no, that was because that is really a great. The spread, like I said, the spread gets pretty brutal there at Hugo. You got to get out of your scalps by 5 p.m. or you're going to get blown out, especially on the pound. I mean, the spread go to 60 pips, You can't believe, you look at the chart, you're like, what? So you got to wait till 7 o'clock at night Eastern Standard Time to even go on and start trading again because of floating spread. But, hey, no, I got these scripts if you want to try them. I mean, I don't know if you watch my video, but dropping in front, like it's a determined amount of risk. So if you're going to catch a plunge, say, and you load them in there and you got to go take a nap or you go to sleep, put some grids in there and I'm risking $40 or 20, I don't know what your risk is, but that's kind of like the way I'm thinking about it is that, yeah, when you're sleeping, who wants to have to jump? You're not going to catch it either because even if you were awake, do you have your market order in your hand ready to click? And most people don't. Unless they have one click on their phone or like a lot of people, like in my car and I see the market tanking, I'll go in naked without a stop and I'll just be like, I'm like, holy shit. So I'll open up the quote on my Android MetaTrader and I can see the market tanking and I'm like, bam, and you hear the door slam there. And then I wait a little bit and I just watch a tick chart while I'm driving. Don't tell anybody. And then I see, oh, look, it just dropped another fucking 20 pips, bam. And then when I get to the office or something, I'm like, okay, look at this. Holy shit. And then I throw stops and take profits on those naked ones. And then I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, you go out to the store, you think everything's calm, you come back, and what the fuck? Like, this euro right here just pulled back 30 pips off the top, right? So it's insane, dude. And this thing, I wanted some way to capture money. So I wake up, maybe, the funny thing is when you wake up and you're like, what happened to my tickets? But your count's up, everything's cleared off because I have expirations on these. So the thing is, if you're going to go sleep, I could put a 2-hour, a 3-hour, a 1 hour, a 4 hour, 6 hour banks in there. So in 2 hours, if it's 20 pips deep, the market's got to come down, qualify for that hit. 20 pips deep in 2 hours, ricochet back up. So you might wake up in the morning with money in your account and you're like, what happened? You don't even know what happened really, but it must have tagged and bagged those tickets. That's what you do now. Yeah. So that is the cool thing about what I'm doing is only because, yeah, you can't buy the exact bottom, but if you lay in 10 1Ks and only 8K fill, that last ticket is pretty close to the bottom, and inside that rack is built a scalp and a swing and an intermediate target. And if you cluster them properly, right at the edge, so the trade I did yesterday when streaming, we saw the tippy top tick of euro. It slammed back 100 pips, right? It was your choice to ride that. I just scalped the top. Like this, like right here, if I would have sold the euro, we just took out the high from like, 5 bars ago on the 1 hour chart, the high, you could have scalped that and made 30 pips off the very top tick of your rack. And right now you would be almost underwater if you're not getting out of that first. So if you didn't cash out on this rip back, and that little cell of grid orders is already, you'd have to rinse and repeat now. So are you going to sell above? I would start selling above the high of the day and below the low of the day.
And
And if you're too far away, you won't get filled.
to.
You'd be disappointed, like, oh, damn, I put my orders too far away, and you're too conservative. So it's the blend. I guess the art is like, well, how close should I get, and how many trades am I going to do? But if they're going to fill your limits, you don't have to pull the trigger on those. You just have to cash out if you want. I like the idea of laying track, have them hit me, and I decide, is this going to be something I hold? And then you can sit back and you have a little bit of time, and you're up on the trade, so you go, oh, I can think about this now, as opposed to trying to be a sniper, shoot shit at the market, and oh god, my indicator's lined up, pull the trigger. I mean, pulling the trigger to me is such a clunky, it doesn't make sense. If you're going to trade 20 tickets,
Rapper John trading,
it just doesn't make sense.
I find myself just leaving money on the table sometimes. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, that is a tough one. Well, so when you scalp the bottom of that thing, it smashes down, it retraces, you make your 40 pips clean, and you're still holding half the position. It is kind of painful in my mind. Like last night, I wasn't going to ride some drift up to this price because all the slamming that's going to come, I'd rather trade the slams. And I'm like, you know what? I just kind of annoying me. I'm slightly up as a small position. Just get me out. I don't want to watch this thing anymore. So some of that is annoying because it may be a good trade in the end, but you're like, God, really? Like this now it's drifting. I like the fast money, but the drift money, I'm not a big fan. It takes patience, I guess.
Back up to test those weekly highs though. Just looking at the 15.
Crude's still
15
going.
minutes.
Crude's on a mission. We're waiting for this 11 o'clock. So 8 minutes. We're curious to see what happens. They pulled the crude oil report. It must have been bad. I don't know. How can I don't know. The government's out of control. We're like on a freewheeling, steerless, rudderless ship here.
So how do I get access to your scripts?
Okay, so in the link there, just below in my comments, you'll see the indicators and the scripts there. It should be in the comments there. It's a Hightail site. You click on there, you can download the scripts. I just did one called the singles there, so it's just single K drops, and they're all timed. So that's the cleanest thing I just did. The very top one says singles, so it's this little pack of.
You dropped it in the Discord, so I don't see it.
It's in when you're in your YouTube channel. It's going to be in the comments. The first one in the comments is going to be maybe you have to hit the more key or something. This. I don't know how that works, but.
Oh, singles, got it.
But yeah, there's singles is the cleanest thing. If you want to be very conservative, there's just 1Ks, but you can place them where you want, and it's the expiration and the stop and the take profits listed. So it's telling you the left side's the stop, the right's the take profit. Some have inverted ratios, but it's a high probability to put you put a 13 pip stop to make 8 pips, you probably make it. If you put a 20 pip stop to make 10 pips, you probably make it. If you put a 20 pip stop to make 40, it doesn't mean you're going to make that. But where you place it in the voids, if you look back in the chart, that's the trick. So the art is it's like, I guess like Jenga. It's like a domino. You're setting up dominoes to get triggered, and you would have to rinse and repeat those areas if you really wanted to make more money, because once they tap into those voids and retrace, so once they tap this fresh prices vacuum, then you typically pull it back, not always, but then you want to reload that area or hold some that you have a 50 pip stop and a 25 pip stop blended with your tight stops and your scalps, and that way you can have the best of both worlds. You scalp the reversal point and ride the engulfment or ride the trend or whatever your long range targets are, but it's too much fun to just make money from these psycho wicks that just pop up, and everybody gets all frantic. The news comes out. Those are kind of cool. Still pulling back on the euro there, so another chance to buy. I don't know how we finish out the day here, but yeah, everybody's getting ready for news that's not coming out. Crude's acting like we're just waiting for the news. You got 6 minutes till news.
I just looked at the calendar. Next Wednesday at 10:30. So my theoretical bot went off at Wednesday. Actually, I would have moved it to Thursday, I think. But then you told me move it to Friday, and then they pulled it off. I've never seen that, my friend.
I've never seen him pull a report like an hour before.
Yeah.
Or 2 hours. I refreshed it this morning, and I was last night I saw it.
I saw it with you last night.
Look at Crude. Crude just keeps nudging up. If you look at the 5-minute chart, it's just a complete drift. This is scary if you're shorting, by the way. You see this thing drifting, and all this is going to pop. I bet 11 o'clock, whatever it says, the robots are just some robots, not all. The point I was trying to make, not all robots are driving the market. People say it's all driven by robots. Right. Not always. Like there's some fat finger old school guy with a scar out there. Trust me.
Yeah, a lot of those players out there for sure. No, my comment was
and the
that
robots are probably glom on his trade.
Yeah, that's right. They don't know what the hell's going on themselves. Someone's got to man them.
Yeah, you gotta.
I'm watching this 5-minute bar, and then the next 5-minute bar, and the next. So, well, actually, it'd be 10 minutes. 10:55 to 11:05 is where I would typically draw call it the report vacuum. Today, since they pulled it, it looks like they just put on pedal to the metal. Let's just fucking buy oil. Buy, whatever. Maybe someone came in and had a huge order.
I just think I honestly think it's just it's a combination of a bunch of stuff. It's people with that money management. They got to peel it off. They're underwater. I feel sorry for the guys that are selling Bitcoin. These guys that are starting to short Bitcoin. No, I mean that's the scariest thing in the world. Look at where Bitcoin's at on the daily. There's no way. I'm sorry if you're selling Bitcoin here. You just need your head examined. I'm so sorry. Like, where's your target? $5,000 a Bitcoin? You got to be kidding. Would you draw a trend line and put a Gartley on there? Oh, come on, man. You're living in a fake world, dude.
Oh, look, they dropped the price of Bitcoin the minute it hit the market. My friends were telling me, are you gonna? I had one guy, his friend, he's a really nice young man. He's in Oakville over here. He said, Nady, this Bitcoin. He's talking to me about all this stuff for years. I had no intention of ever looking at it because I thought it was all Dreck mit Kreplach. Forget about it. Not interesting. So what happened? He said, listen, they're going to put it onto the actual exchange. I said, you know what? It must be everyone bugging their brokers. We want Bitcoin. Because the demand was there. The Zeitgeist was there. People got razzmatazz by it. People were getting excited.
Well, it's sexy. It's a sexy instrument,
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's another product to sell, bro. That's all I was trying to point out about that.
Oh, right.
So they dropped the price in 1 week. I think they cut it in half. You've got to ask yourself, wait a second here. How could the wizards of Wall Street get it so fucking wrong on the price?
Hey, don't swear. Fired? We got a lady in the room.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, See, we're kind of sexist. If there's a girl, we have to behave.
Okay, no, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I haven't been looking at the.
She identifies
the
as a female. I'm just saying. I think she does.
But I hadn't been looking at the charts for a while. But I kind of knew Bitcoin was going through the floor. By everybody around me stopped asking me about it.
Right.
They were asking you what your view was. What do you think of Bitcoin?
Yes, yeah. What do you think of this? What do you think of the latest shitcoin?
Oh, God.
Did you ever do any Bitcoin? What's her? I forgot her name. Jay.
Eureka.
Yeah. Okay. So, did you ever do any Bitcoin?
Yeah, and lost a ton of money.
Oh my God.
Features. I tried playing around with same the broker. It was KuCoin.
A KuCoin. They're hard though.
Oh,
They're
that's
really
the actual
high
coin.
Commissions.
No. It's a broker.
Oh, okay.
High commissions.
You can trade options like you do with regular stocks with
options on
Bitcoin. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez. I told you, man. They're really far ahead with the.
They're getting really advanced with it now.
Oh man! Thank you for confirming that, because I was blown away with the stuff that they can do now. Blown away.
Yeah.
You thought it was great to get MT4 and MT5. I thought it was amazing to get OpenQuant and all these crazy programs. But now, it's all handed to you. Yeah. You can actually, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, because my nephew pointed out that there are robots now that have been working for maybe a year or two, that people subscribe to these robots, and all they do is stone stack the dollar cost average if it's going down and if it's going up. But you have to set up the parameters, and no one knows how to set that up really well. But they have robots now, man. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the?
It is now 11. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock.
Right. Oh, I've drawn the box already. Yeah, I've got it from 108.57 to 108.14.
Euro till the end of the day, it looks like.
Fair enough.
Well, because they popped the cork and it looks like a pop and drift, so.
Listen, you've seen her drinking and stumble out of the bars a million times, so you know exactly where she's going, man. I give you credit for that. I'm not even being facetious.
No, I bought her some shoes.
I really believe that.
I bought her some shoes, and
I was wondering when you're going to buy her something.
Yeah,
you
well,
she can't
I thought,
walk in the cart.
well, she threw a shoe at the guy in the bar, so I thought, well, no, I actually showed up with the shoe in his right size. We did one of those things. Here's your shoe. I found it last night.
Nice.
So you're over in Texas, huh?
Yes.
Is it getting hot yet?
Yeah.
Are you worried about the grid going down from everybody turning their air conditioner on?
No, I'm not worried about it.
Really?
I'm not really into AC anyway.
Got battery backup.
I like Texas. I had a good time there.
Do you have a shotgun
We're
in
in
the
it
back
to
of your
win.
pickup truck?
No.
You got a shotgun rack in the back of your pickup truck?
I don't even own a gun. Actually, I just got here from police about two months ago. So I'm originally from Washington D.C., that area.
Wow.
And I decided to not go back there and just maybe reside in Texas for a while, and then maybe go back to Central America.
Wow, that's got to be a long flight.
Not really. Maybe 4 hours.
So Texas is kind of like dry heat, or
did you say Belize?
Yeah, I went to Belize. I stayed in Belize for like a good year.
Oh, there's a broker out there. There's a broker out there that Americans can use. It's 201 leverage. What's that Belize broker? I can't remember their name. Tight spreads.
Beautiful place. You know what? There's nothing like trading on the beach or putting on a trade and taking a dip in the water, buddy. That's the lifestyle, simpleton. Get out of the house.
Yes, get some sun.
Get out of the house. Oh,
yeah, I don't know.
You're vibrant. You can come up with creativity.
Get out of the house. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the door opens anymore on my house. I think you're right. I think it sees shut.
Crying out loud.
I'm gonna hit some WD-40 on the hinge. I'm gonna take your advice, so I'm gonna try to get out of the house today.
Yeah. I got news for you. I'm going to send you a ticket when I'm in the Bahamas next winter, God willing, and you'll come and visit. You'll just hang out. Hopefully you'll have your robot ready. I want to get some lox and bagels.
Nice Nova Scotia lox and bagels.
Dude, whatever you want, we can find it. You know, interestingly enough, in Paradise Island, they have some amazing restaurants because it's a little bit of a tourist trap with the Atlantis. And then you got the Burj Mall, which is a huge, huge casino. So you're going to have a lot of Asian fusion food. Everything you think of, sushi coming out of your ears, you know.
I just hit $661 this week on my robot account. No. But of course, I am babysitting, intervening, taking off profits when I see it.
You have to be. You have to be, brother. You have to be.
When it does something, you know, what I did is I turned off. I'm only using 3 bots now, and they're so aggressive that I'm making money because all it has to do is plunge about 20 pips retrace without going down 30, and that's going to make money. But what I probably would do, I can't do it now because it's too much fun, barking on the internet. But this weekend I want to back test, take a specific form of data, back test it, and say, okay, I'm going to write 3 bots that trade pretty good during these kind of sell-offs in this one instrument. So it's really going to be custom bots, I suppose.
It has to be. It has to be, brother.
And then I want to invoke the sell side and run a symmetrical back test and say, well, what if we just do the chatter thing? Like, because when you think about buying and selling, a lot of people say, well, give me a bias so I know whether I should buy or sell today. Where these would be symmetrical wick bots that would just come out, and like I said, with the volatility kicks up, we put in the wide bots. If the volatility is down, we put in the tight bots. So having the right right initialization to call it the bots, and then we could give one to everybody here, and they go, well, how's it working for you, and then run a demo first, right? And then everybody can tweak their own bot, the style, because you want to take your own bot and make it the style that you like. Some people can't handle being underwater for 8 hours to make the whole retrace another 8 hours and go, oh, that was a fucking great retracement script. But if you run it on a demo and you prove it to yourself in real time forward testing, then you can say, oh, look at this little thing that's putting this dumbass trade for, there's no Fibonacci levels. It's just putting literally 40 pips deep for 4 hours. It gets tagged because there's drama. Or there is no drama, and guess what? The account isn't getting any kind of risk on it. At the end of the week, you still got $1,000 or $500 in the account. And you can still go back in, you can still do your manual trading on that account or another account, But the scientific kind of like the SETI project, where everybody's looking for the fucking aliens on their computer. You know, you got the demo running and you got your scanning for trades. Really, it's like you're trolling for trades with these expiring orders. It's kind of, I thought it was a cool idea, and I thought, well, it makes sense, right? But in its perfect timing for that, because you can test it for free. You don't have to buy this. You already got Hugo's Way, and I got Hugo's Way. I can send you the scripts. I could send you the. So I could send you the platform as it is, but I wouldn't try to, always check the scripts to make sure they really run, because if there's one mistake in some of these scripts, it'll loop, and what'll happen is it'll skip that, it'll rack and skip and rack, and you won't see it on your screen. You'll see it on the terminal, but you look at the screen and go, oh, I got some fills ready to fill, not realizing it's going to fill 80K instead of 4K. And you're like, oh, that's a cool trade. If and part of you is going to say, wow, I like this trade. I'm up on it. It's really, but the discipline is your discipline's supposed to come in and go, dude, you never was supposed to trade this big, and you're in this trade, and it's working your way. But when it gets out, don't ever do this again. I promise. I just made $5,000. I'm sure you've had those days, and then you get, and then you lose that, whatever.
Yeah.
So we're 10 pips from the high of the day again on the euro. We're coming after. Come on, people. Let's take out the high. I'm rooting for my trade, of course.
Oil is reaching to a flip zone area. It's actually hitting resistance at 109. So that might be a good area with the turn back in the other direction.
What instruments do you typically trade? You did
price action to be
whatever you see on your screen shows up.
Well, I like to see highs being broken out from like the weekly highs or the previous day's highs before I take trades. And I also love the swap zones, like a resistance that turned, support that turn resistance.
Like a pivot.
Like, for example, if you look at the oil on the 15-minute chart and it's about to reach 109. That's a good area where I would get in probably. So you trade in the crude, because Hugo lets you trade crude. They let you trade. You never trade Nasdaq. You can trade Nasdaq. I tried it inside of Hugo. I think the leverage is 50-1, but it's so brutal. Yeah, it scares me because I've never had the capital.
Oh my God! I mean, you'd be up $20 in a 1K without. You just turn around, you're up 20, down 20. You got to really be on it.
Yeah.
Oh. I just don't.
I think you saw that.
I can grow some capital in order to play around with.
You ever trade gold?
Crude is expensive. Crude is expensive.
Crude's backing off a little bit. Did you ever trade gold inside of Hugo?
108.58, 108.
Yeah, I have.
How'd you do in gold? You like gold?
I got slaughtered.
Uh-oh.
Did you have a stop, or were you just kind of like winging it?
I was winging it then, so I kind of just steered away from gold for a while.
Okay. No, gold, because what did you get into Asia thinking, oh, this looks like a nice place to get in the market? Then when the market's open, they got too volatile?
I don't like trading Asian because I believe that Asia session, it pretty much paints the high and the low of the day. So I always try to pinpoint from that area, and then I'll get in and find.
Plus the spreads suck. Yeah, the spread sucks until 8 o'clock at Hugo.
Yeah. It just ranges, goes into consolidation, and then it does like a little fake breakout, and then there's your high, and then it does a low.
Oh,
so I don't really have time for that.
I'm not used to girls talking market. It's weird. So now when you do, how did you ever get started? Were you just on the internet one day and you're like, this is crazy, or just the whole idea of trading? You thought, well, it's easier than doing like a physical job. Why did you decide to go trading?
It's funny because I was on Facebook one day, and the friend that I was following, he was posting all of these charts. He would never go into really deep discussion about what exactly it was. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I would just see all these numbers and everything. And so I inquired about it, and he was like, oh, this is forex. I was like, okay, and what is forex? And he was like, it's the market where you can trade currency going in both directions, either a buy or a sell. So from there, I went through a few mentors, snake salesmen, or whatever you want to call them.
Well, you charge like $50 a month for some membership?
For memberships, and didn't learn a damn thing. Went to babypips.com, read through that, followed a bunch of YouTube channels, try to figure things out on my own, did a lot of reading on different, traders, different strategy.
That 2 years
a bunch
ago?
of
2 years ago or a year ago? When did you start?
Oh, it's been about 4 years now.
Oh my God! Oh, I see. You're kind of seasoned
Yeah.
trader.
Almost hit the 5-year mark.
Wow,
Trial and
4
error,
years.
trial and error, trial and error.
Hey, buddy,
And blowing
5
a lot
years.
of people out.
So did you think that there wasn't enough personal hand holding, or this was just global courses? Like here's a DVD, and you're in a live trading room, and there's like 10 people, 20 people in there, and people are just asking dumb questions. I mean, what you just
they just try to hold back on the real secret sauce, and they just try to sugarcoat
Really?
what they can. A lot of them are getting paid from these brokers so that you can sign up with the brokers.
The affiliate, right?
Yeah, you know, and then
kickbacks,
you lose
affiliate
money, and then they
kickbacks.
make money at the same token, which,
Yeah.
you know. So like I said, it's just been a lot of trial and errors, and I've learned a lot in this game, just, you know, just being around to keep my ears low.
Yeah.
So,
Well, how do you feel
Yeah.
like, did you have an indicator that said whether you should buy or sell that day? Did you typically want to go, well, with your trade plans, like you're saying the high, low of the week and stuff. So if you saw you think you're going to buy, do you typically just trade at the market? Were you doing limit orders, or how was you getting in?
no, I would look at the formation of the candles first on a lower time frame before I actually just jump in, because the lower time frame, time frame, on the lower time frame, it'll definitely give you some type of indication that it's going to go in the other direction. But I'll look at the 1 hour and the 4 hour first, and then drop down to like 15 or the 5 minute.
Yeah, that 1 minute just blows my mind. 5 minutes about as tight as I go. Yeah. So
Like
do you
a lot of
think that
wicked
were there trades you missed because it's like 1 a.m. and you're not going to be up for that? I mean, what if you look back on the chart and go, damn, if I was here for this, I would have pulled the trigger? Or
Yeah, something like that. But the thing is, like, I love to get enough sleep so that I can function throughout the day. And sometimes I just have a hard time. After trading London, I just cannot function at all. If I'm lacking
Forex
sleep.
trader.
Sorry?
Hungover Forex trader syndrome, you said?
Yeah.
Up all night trading the pound. No, it's
and I
tough.
find myself making stupid trading decisions whenever I'm lacking sleep.
I know, it's not good. That's why I say if you wake up and you're in some trade and it's up, I dump and go back to sleep if I don't think I can do analysis, because I don't know what's going on, but I'm up and I just want to get out. We'll worry about in the morning, because I can always get right back in. It's easy to get right back in trouble.
Yeah. So I'm going to try your indicator. Would it be possible I can reach out to you if I do have any questions installing it?
Oh yeah, we're sitting here, or email. Yeah, so when you install, you kind of have to open up the you go to file and you open up open data folder, and you drag and drop them in there. Yeah, I mean, I think I have actually there's a video. I have a video in my thing where I took some guy's video and posted a link, and he's doing like a normal, like, see, here's what you do. Me, I probably wouldn't get through it without a joke, but he's showing you how to install indicators and scripts. So it's inside your MetaTrader folder. If you go to file, you go to open Explorer, open your documents.
No, I was talking about the video that the guy did. You said it was a video he did on scripts and indicators.
Yeah, there's because MT4 is such a popular program. You probably go on MT4 and say how to install indicators and scripts, EAs, I guess.
I think you have to drop the scripts into the script folder and then the indicators into the indicator folder.
Yeah, and then you just reboot the platform, and it'll actually compile everything and kind of bring everything back up to date.
Gotcha. So, do you have like a video on like the parameters and how it's set, and if I want to make any changes to it?
Well, the indicators, typically if you double click on the indicator, it'll open up and it has properties, or right mouse click on the indicator and go to properties. But on the indicators, like if you're talking about the line chart I'm using here, it's a one period. You could build this yourself, I guess. But what I did is I found, because MetaTrader's candles are too skinny, the wick's too skinny, and the bar charts are too skinny. So I found this thing called bar. And I put it overlaid, and that's why these are fat candles. So they're really obvious, because I'm doing I want to see that wick tip. And so what I did was I put a 1 period moving average on top, that white line. So I don't care about the open, and I can kind of see the candle if I zoom in, but I really don't. I like the idea of a bar chart and a line chart because the candles thing, I realize hammers and dojis, but I'm kind of looking at the clean drama of a closed down hard, I want to buy, up hard, I want to sell, and drift. If it does a little zigzag, I know that's a doji because it's a small body, and I'm using close to close instead of open to close. But see, the problem with if you run a line chart on closing prices and then run another line chart on opening prices, 1 period moving average on both, you'll see how they cross over. So the close crosses the open, and it's like, I don't care about the opening prices. I just care where it closed, because at the end of the candle, okay, now I'll make a decision. Or the robot makes a decision at the end of the candle. But so the open, I get how people adopted candlesticks, because it's like, oh, look at this is a bullish candle, it's hollow, it goes up. You know, if you're reading a book, black and white version candles, hollow up and black down. And then you got the wick, and then people say, oh, it's engulfing. Well, you know, as soon as you realize that a half hour engulf is a 1 hour hammer, it kind of blows the idea of looking at specific candle patterns, because you're like, well, wait a minute.
Right.
And like you said, when you're on the 15-minute chart and you see a couple dojis, I'm pulling the trigger there, because I go, something's up. We're dead in the water. Let's get in now. Look at the larger time frame for where do you think this thing's going to go?
Memorize all of these patterns. I just don't have time for that.
Yeah, so if I see little baby hammers and doji and quiet, I'm looking at the candles for like, oh, a bunch of small bodies, something's going to happen. So there's drama coming.
Yeah, look for rejection. Signs of rejection, then you're good.
Right.
And I know,
gosh, if you like just make money doing that in real life, like she turned me down. Make money for rejection.
Misdirection. I got a boyfriend.
Yeah, can I go to the bar and do support and resistance? Oh, I just scalped you. Okay, next one. I knew you were going to turn me down. I bet against you. I'm rooting for the rejection. No, the rejection of the candles and the people that do instructional. So I make fun of people that do instructional videos on YouTube. They never call out the trade. They're like, it rejects here. I'm like, did you put a trade on? Like, can you at least give us a clue of how to trade this pattern? But they always talk about, oh, it reject. Can you see it found support? And then then they'll say stuff. They'll spend 20 minutes going, these are making higher highs, just swing high to swing low. I got it. Can you give me the fucking trade plan, please?
Overcomplicated, you know. That's the thing. Like, I don't have time for that. I just want a simple strategy, and that's it.
Well, I think the simple strategy to me has to be, you have a market order ready to go. You got limits ready to go. And when the market opens, if you toolbox involves a 30 pip stop on a market order and a 50 pip stop on a market, you do that kind of trader that puts a 75 pip stop and goes, I don't call me next Tuesday if that thing retraces in 3 days. Now, it depends who you are. Or are you the guy that's going to sit there and kind of when the market's open, you're going to put banks really close and look for that wick rescalp. You don't care where the market's going in the end. You just want to get that plunge and retrace. And if you have both of those running, you know, you may not make, I think the mistake I made and a lot of people make, they go, I'm going to find a way to trade, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get really good at one style, but I think if you can do multiple styles, you're going to be able to trade on days where other people are locked out because they're like, it's too volatile for me. I go, well, I got a volatile trade plan. So if you have I'm going to get in on a doji trade plan, you have I'm going to get in during chaos program. And both of those are making money, but
dance hall. I think you should just start a dance contest already. You need different moves, and you got the moves, baby. So show us what you got, Simpleton.
Yeah, well,
right?
I square
He's
dance.
He's a beatboxer.
The square dance is the grid part of the program.
Square dance is a beatboxer. He turns it into a helicopter move.
Square dancing is where we lay a grid around the perimeter and do-si-do. So you're do you feel like you want to be everybody, I suppose, on some levels, like, man, I just want to trade and that's it, right? Or do you still want to do your other stuff?
That's all I want to do.
I hate
trader? Working 9 to 5. So I was just like, I'm just going to have to hammer this down and try to figure it out. It's do or die.
So when you started having a winning streak, did you say, wow, some of these people must have helped you out, and you did, like, you saw a setup, you did the trick, but then it didn't work consistently, or you thought, well, these people are really overinflating the success of this pattern?
I also started following ICT.
Wow, what was that like?
Some of his videos, but it was a lot.
He's a little bit too much schmaltz for you?
Too much fluff.
Yeah, it's very cryptic, very...
To the point. Yeah. Who who else did I follow? Wicks Don't Lie.
Right. You ever watch their live? You know, I don't know.
I watched a few of them.
They're out of New York or something.
Wait, what was that called? Wicks Don't Lie?
Yeah, Wicks Don't Lie. They do a live New York stream. They get on there live in the morning, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, they're on
Wow.
They got a chat room. They got a bunch of people, and they do analysis. But to me, it's just not really, you know, like if you want a channel, you want to have viewers, you got to be nice to people. So nobody's gonna say, "Well, that's a fucking ridiculous idea." Like nobody's, yeah, they're too nice to each other there. I think I don't know. People are so polite. Yeah. Oh, what are you doing, Ralphie? Ralphie's here, dude. We're trading. Come on, man. Can't you see I'm shitting my pants in the sky? They're about to stop me out.
I've learned a lot from Stacy Burke. Have you heard of Stacy Burke?
Yeah, no. Stacey Burke's, he looks legitimate. He's out of New York. You know, I watched his video. He's got a book and everything. But you know what? He's too straight-laced for me. But no, I would let him manage my money. But I kind of like this rough and ready style. I'm a street person, so I'm into street logic and MacGyver, so he's like schooled in these economic degree guys. I get it. They're making money, fundamental view, but they got a fucking 1,000 pip stop. So, I mean, of course, right? I mean, they're going to be right in the end, and I don't know. They're managing big funds, whatever. I just like street jamming. Like, you know, just like, wow, look at this. It's a 24-hour market with the euro, with the forex, which makes it cool. I mean, to me, that's because when the stock market's closed, I feel like, I can't make any money. Like if I'm going to the end of the day in a loss in the stock market, I'm like, I gotta wait for tomorrow to fix this shit. Where here you can kind of weasel yourself out. You could actually kind of, if you know how to trade, you can kind of like unfold a position that's bad, like start to slowly every hour get out of this losing trade that you can't take, and but before you know it, as you wait every hour to get out, it's not getting as bad as it was, and then you can retain all your equity. But those are things admitting you're wrong incrementally. You're incrementally admitting you're wrong by peeling off each contract as it goes in your favor. But you're like, damn, I can't handle the pressure of the size of this position. And then also at that point, you can drop in limits below to pick up, and then you get involved in the dance of the price. And then you're like, okay, I'm working the whole account. Because I'm very stubborn, so for me, I'd lock into whatever K, 130K, and I just go, no, you know, I'm holding this position. I don't care what happens, hell or high water. But I noticed if I wasn't so stubborn, if I peeled off 30K on a dead cat bounce and go, okay, I banked something, I can come back with limits, and I feel like I'm free enough to come back and go, okay, fuckers, you want to take it down there again? Sorry. Come down. I want it. Oh, really? Bring it now. So I really have this kind of a brinksmanship attitude with the market. I feel it's like me against them, and I'm not going to let go of that. And it's not really anger, but it's like, oh, really? Oh, it's going to be like that, huh? So then I put the limit down deep, and I'm like, oh, you came in, got it. Like, I feel like, I don't think they can see my limit orders, but I'm like, come and get it. You know, it's a real contest. It's like a bullfighter. Like, come and get this red blankie, and then I got you. You know, so. It is.
You have a lot of content on your channel. How long have you been trading?
Well, I traded commodities like in 1982. I bought a computer thinking I could have the computer build a robot. I was trying to build a robot on 286 when I was younger. And then I've been trading on and off. But when forex came along, because I was paying like $300 a month for data feed, satellite dish on my roof to trade commodities, and I wasn't that good at it. I couldn't afford to trade it. It was high margin requirement. When I saw forex, I go, what the hell? And then here came Dodd-Frank, and they shut it all down, really kind of destroyed forex trading in the United States. But I'm like, okay. And I still had I had 20 brokerage accounts, and I was trading without stops on 3 or 4 laptops on my phone. I had a Windows phone, HTC phone. This is it's like year 2000 now, and I'm like, or 2005 and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, let's trade this, you know. And now I can't, now that it's still here, like I thought it was going to go away, but there's still a couple like Hugo's Way stuff. I'm like, let's do it, man. Let's just do it, because like it's not going to get any better. And when I started to write the scripts and think about, every time I bought at the market dropped, and I'm like, God damn it. And I kept telling myself out loud, I said, dude, the better price is below you. Why don't you fucking just wait? well, instead of waiting, I thought, well, throw in a limit. What's the difference? So I bought at the market just to cure my fear of missing out, and I put limits below, and I noticed that I was getting better profits off the limits than me thinking I knew where the market was going to go. So that's when I had to let go of being right to a certain extent and saying, what if the market goes plunge down and rip down and wick up, and 80% of the market's chopped, so why I should be making money? Because you don't always see those glorious moves 20% of the time. You're like, holy God, look at that run. That run's created by the consolidation of 80% of people positioning, and then when it takes off, people that aren't going to let go of that, the newcomers that trade that breakout, and the whole thing comes together in this big mob mentality, just like you saw crude just climax, and you're like, dude, that cannot last. Everybody's on that train, so you kind of have to get out. It's a burning match theory. Who's the last guy to hold that match? And then you got to get out, dump, and then re-rack.
Musical chairs.
Yeah,
like musical chairs. Who's going to be the last one standing?
And the market's closing. The week's coming to an end. Everybody's like, oh, what are we going to do here? And I think if you do that, you take chunks out of the market, you re-rack, and you realize that there's not one trade you're going to retire on. It's a series of trades, and some days are better than others, and it's different. It's a different way to make money, because you might make a pant load of money one day, and the next day you don't make a little bit, or you lose a little bit, and it's weird because it's like a carny gig where you just show up on the sidewalk, and next thing you know, you got a crowd. Next day, people are throwing shit at you. So it's not really kind to your. You think you got a work ethic. I'm going to be a trader, and then if you force a trade, then you're really in trouble because you're thinking, I got to make money today, and you're fucked. A lot of things can go wrong.
Trades. That's my motto.
So do you have a script you just buy at the market? I can send you scripts where you can pick how much you're risking per trade. But if you're really a sniper, and you're at the 5-minute chart, and you see the big time frame, you're like, oh yeah, no, it's going to take off. Like I said earlier, here we go. We're going to bust this euro. You could have been the guy who scalped the top, or you could have been the guy that got back on the trend train, so to speak, on the 5 or 15.
Got it.
You could have it both ways. Crude's about to take out the either.
Yeah, I think it's going to hit 109.
Yeah, I think 109 or 108.50 or 109.50. I think it's going to be one of those bum rush spikes into the close of Europe because there's that void up there. But I would have been a buyer in the doji. Talking about candles, look at the daily doji on crude. That was a no-brainer. If you're like, that's a rare event, but that's a high probability trader. It's actually a small wick and a small body.
Correct.
I guess a spinning top 3 days ago on the daily crude. If you would have loaded the wagon there for a bullish run, expecting retracement, you're up like what, $5 on crude right now.
Ooh.
But that was that. A lot of people don't run daily charts and look at the candles in a kind of a classic trading style. When you see a doji on a candle or weekly, that's something to think about, because you're probably going to get a dramatic move out of a weekly doji, and they're rare. They're rare.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm long at 108.60 on crude.
Yeah, this thing really looks like we got one more spaz attack here, because this 11:30 is a big deal here. I think Europe's closing. I don't know when they wrap it up there, but I don't know what kind of. We still got 4 hours of trading left. So do you just are you ever in your car and you look at your phone and you're like, oh damn it, I'm winning or losing? Do you ever look at your trades when you're driving? You can tell us. We won't tell you.
Right now I'm not driving, but usually I find myself having my phone beside me, just looking and just staring down at my trades, and I'm trying my best to get away from doing that.
Oh, really? Do you look at the equity or do you look at the chart? Do you just stare at? I sometimes stare at the equity.
No good.
No, I stare at the equity because I have to be. Sometimes I'd say I don't want to look. I remember I was told that don't look at the equity. So one day I was trading. I told you I was trading 3Ks in the yen years ago, and I'm like, buy, sell. I was looking at the tick chart only, and I'm not going to look at the balance. I'm just going to buy 3K, sell 3K, and I was dancing with the market. And at the end of the day, I was up $160. I go, wow, dude! Without looking at that terminal, it didn't make. I wouldn't hesitate on any trade because I'll look at the balance later. Let's just do the process, then we'll look at the balance. And it was amazing. Yeah. I thought, well, if I would have known the balance, I wouldn't have hesitated on some of these.
Sure.
That's tough. Don't look down, as they say.
Yeah, never look down.
Never look down. Never look down forex. How about I'm gonna never look down forex. I bet it's not taken. It's probably like $3. I'm gonna look it up.
I'll do it.
I'm gonna go to GoDaddy. So have you ever thought about being on the other side of this and scamming other people? I'm just kidding. No, have you ever thought about like, oh, I could coach people aftercare from being stopped out? You ever thought about? Come over
I
here.
am not a teacher.
You're not a people person?
Exactly.
So the trading's perfect for you. You and the machine.
Oh yeah,
right?
this is where we all are. This is where all the non-people
I'm
hang out.
much more of an introvert type of person.
Yeah.
Okay, got
What you
you.
mean?
Yeah.
No, I'm ready to
just
build a
stay
bomb
back.
shelter based on what's going on right now. I'll build a bomb shelter with a couple MT4 terminals down there. Get some music down there.
Oh man.
No, do you think the end of the world's coming? Or are you pretty? You sound like you're what? I don't want to ruin this because you're a girl, but 25 years old.
Actually, I'm 42 years old, but I don't
Holy
look
shit. Okay, well, I guess that's supposed to be a compliment. But yeah, wow, I would never guessed. I would never guessed. You sound young at heart. Like you don't sound like you've been totally beat up by life. You don't sound bitter. I guess
No, I'm pretty much free spirited. Consider me like a hippie.
Oh,
Follow
like
your
a
bliss,
bohemian.
darling. Follow your bliss.
I
Follow
can
your
mellow.
understand. Well, forex is a great kind of environment there because if you're going to be, catch as catch
Send you to
can
my
kind
niece
of
in
attitude, it's
Guatemala.
perfect.
Sorry?
You ever been to Guatemala?
Yes, I have. It's right on the border of. I
shit.
lived right on the border of Guatemala and Belize.
I have a niece that's down there. She wouldn't change it for the world. I understand where
Oh my God,
where
I
you're
love
coming
it.
from. It's just so
Yeah.
beautiful. Simpleton,
so
it's really you're
beautiful.
mesmerized by the beauty of nature. You're just
Yes.
like, what is going on
I
here?
actually lived in the jungle,
Nice,
near
nice.
a farm. So everything that I had was just grown from the farm. It was just me and the hollow monkeys and nature, and that's it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
What about the
Yeah,
bug
look like a
factor?
cabin.
The mosquitoes the size of a small mouse. What is there any bug issues down there? You just stay indoors, right?
The thing is, where I was there, they do have mosquitoes, but the thing is, we had a lot of bats in that area. So
Oh,
the
that's good.
bats
Right.
would feed off of the mosquitoes.
Yes,
So
of
you will
course.
rarely see a lot of mosquitoes swarming in that area due to the amount of bats we had.
Yeah,
I'm
you
like,
gotta
man,
get that bat
eating them, please,
mosquito
keep eating them.
ratio.
Yeah.
Gosh, maybe that's why. So they're eating it because they're vampires and there's blood in the mosquito. Do you think that's the connection there? I don't know.
Probably. Might be
They're
a
like,
connection
man,
there.
you
You might
just
be
you just sucked the blood out of that guy, man. These are some of the bat coming back to the cave, man. These are some of the best skeeters I got. There was a party outside. These guys are all bloated with blood. We're gonna go. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but I'm definitely thinking about going back to Central America. I just need to get my capital right.
Yeah.
So I'm doing a forex challenge right now for the capital.
Oh, like one of those contests.
Yeah, with the prop
tough.
firm.
So
They're
now,
tough.
do you have to pay like a fee to take the contest, or
You
how do
do.
they? What's
You
that?
have to pay a fee. You have to pay a fee, but you get it returned after if you win, and they'll give you a second chance if I'm trying to remember all the requirements here. I think if you
Lot.
up like maybe somewhere close to maybe 5% or something like that, then they'll give you a second chance at it. You have 30 days to win the challenge.
Did you feel
And then you
pressure?
get a
Do you feel
payout
pressure on
like
that?
2 weeks to give you like 80% if you win.
How many people actually graduate that, Jay? Just asking for a friend, because I had a buddy of mine who said that out of 3,000 or 4,000 people that joined last year, only 1 or 2 people actually got their account. It was a very, 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 very low success rate, and I'm just wondering. What do you
I've
think?
met a few traders that have cracked it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So I'm just hoping that I'll be able to be one of those.
Well, you got to take your profits and run. I think when you're
That's
approaching
my
the market,
problem.
yeah, you see the problem.
Can't
Well,
be
this is what
coded.
let's not use the word. Simpleton uses beautiful interwoven types of techniques, which they would never go for on the prop firm, because you can't have more than a daily drawdown. You can't have more than this. They have such constraints that If you wanted to trade the way that Simpleton trades and the way that people like me trade and him, you wouldn't be able to go through their gauntlet. You wouldn't make it because your drawdowns would be way too steep for them. You'd probably blow them away with your results, but they're not going to let you do it that way. Why? I think they're interested in your fee.
You might be right.
These fees.
Well, they don't want you to blow. They don't want you to blow up the account. They want to keep you as a constant, reoccurring, fee coming in. So they want to keep you in the box because they know most people are going to jump in there and they might get carried away and go past their limit. Plus, they're really forcing you to. There's too many constraints. So I think that would be tough. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I have to check. The thing with a real prop firm too is the people that go in there. Some guy has to come by and check your setup. What are you doing here? I mean, I would just never. Oh my God, I'd lose my mind. You're running a desk in a real prop house, so you're paying desk fees, and I'm like, oh my God. Like I'd be thinking to myself, I got to win today because I got to pay for this desk. I mean, the pressure. Like I say, it's like having your home studio as opposed to going in. Some guys, $200 an hour, finest equipment in the world, now play your guitar, and you just choke. Just choke. So I like the home brew thing. And this homegrown, this is how stuff runs. The world's simpler than trading is too simple, and because people have access to all these indicators. They're like, look at this. That's like, oh, this is revealing what's really going on the surface. That's I have a problem with people saying, this is showing where the big money's at. I'm like, did nothing show? It's just the same. We're all looking at the same data. The smart money and all that stuff. What's that?
I said, I feel like you guys are going to level me up, though, because I've watched some of your videos. Like, man, this guy's on something different. Let me tap in and see what he's doing. Talking about you.
Well, I'm trying to talk about.
Buddy, Simpleton is the Jedi Master as far as I'm concerned.
You too, Bo Diddley. I hear you like you be hyping up.
Bo Diddley is still he's half a marathon man. He's caught in a high frequency algorithm.
I've only been here for 3 days.
He's trapped in a high frequency.
Like, who is this guy? He's like hyping me up to keep watching. Because at one point I was like, all right, I'm just gonna time off, and then he'll start talking about something interesting. I'm like, all right, let me just hang in there for a little bit longer. And then I just find myself just listening even longer. That's how I got to this point because of you, Bo Diddley.
Oh, thank you.
He's got a vault of stories.
I'm really sorry, Simpleton. I didn't mean to bring in so many people.
No, he's you like the
he's
a worldly guy. He's been around the world. No, he's been around the world, and he's a nice guy, which is pretty rare on this channel. So that's kind of a bizarre combo.
You have a channel? What's your channel? I'll follow you.
Which channel?
What channel? I didn't even know. This is the third time I've ever been on Discord. I don't even. I think I'm on a conference call, honey. I have no idea what's going on. Not a clue.
He's like Biden. Think about Biden's awareness.
Oh, just about. You were saying I'm a cheerleader. I'm not even trying to be.
Just don't fall up the stairs, okay?
Yeah, no.
No,
he's Bo Diddley.
He's got a new bicycle. He bought a new bike though, so I'm worried about him.
And a helmet.
Yeah.
Kevlar.
Boo Bundini.
And I might get my clearance taken away from me. Actually, I used to work. Well, I still have a clearance, but trying to stay away from that. I worked for U.S. government for about 10 years.
Oy. So when I used to open forex accounts, and they would always say, "Do you work for the government?" Especially when you're like in Cyprus, they go, "Do you work for the Cyprus government?" And I think if you do, you're not allowed to open an account. I don't know, or you're on a special watch list.
It's none of your business what I do. Shit, you got to find me.
Yeah, on your mark and set, go. Hide and seek. Let's go.
So, I'm a contractor.
Yeah. No, the government, if they made me get a vaccine, I'm like, bye-bye, I'm gone.
Nah, I'm not doing that shit.
Oh my God. I'm cringing every time because they want to come after these 5-year-olds. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Like, but this is the nanny state taken to an extreme.
Nice.
It's ultra nanny state, mega nanny state.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I think they have a bigger agenda with this whole vaccine thing.
Do.
Yeah, no, it's this juggernaut of pharmaceuticals and the cutest thing is that interwoven between this go get vaxxed and stuff or get your booster, there's a there's a classic vaccine that comes on for some lung thing, and they tell you the disclaimer right there. So they give you the whole, like, it may cause over trading or something, and then you're like, oh, well, okay, I already do that, I guess I'm okay. Did you hear the one? Do you remember this restless leg syndrome? So they came out with a drug for that 10 years ago, and they had an ad. They run at night, and they say may cause gambling. And I thought maybe I accidentally took some fucking restless leg. Don't take this restless leg syndrome when we go to Vegas, honey, because I can't afford you.
Well, Cialis and the derivatives. Hang on, the Cialis and the derivatives for all those things. They actually were trying to help people with Alzheimer's. And it caused a bit of a ruckus because all
they
of a
went
sudden
to Vegas.
they had no idea what's going on with themselves.
I can't stop training. I don't know why. Did you take Cialis? I did. I blew up my forex account. Well, we can refund that. No, that's coming. I swear, in 5 years, during the pandemic, did you take the 5th booster? Call Zelmer, Mellon, and Schiffman.
Yeah, I watched a video of a nurse. She took the shot. This is the first. I think this was like the very first shot that they had announced, and she started like she was doing like a break dance or something.
Yeah.
She had like a neurological issue after taking the shot.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't want that shit.
Look, you gotta think about one thing. Hold on a second. When you trade, you got to trade properly. When you give someone an injection, you need to aspirate the needle, which means you need to plunge it in and then take the plunger and pull it out just a wee bit to make sure you haven't hit a blood vessel.
Yeah.
Now nobody on earth is doing that.
Right.
Which really
Right. You don't want to.
Yeah, raised my eyebrows. I said, wait a second. These guys, it says right on the bottle, do not inject intravenously. They're injecting it intravenously. This is what's causing all the issues. And sports guys who have big muscles and big shoulders and are training, when they jab that needle in, they don't know how far to jab. They're not aspirating the needle. They're not checking to see if they hit a blood vessel. And boom, they give them the rest of the shot. It goes in intravenously, and it causes blood clots. That's it. It's a very simple deduction. I mean, I didn't have to call up Cahill, running biolabs to figure out what was going on. They're not aspirating the needles. And they're getting it into people's bloodstreams. It's horrendous what they did. Horrendous.
Holy aspirations, Batman.
And Fauci, I haven't heard anything from him yet. What's going on? I haven't heard anything.
They're taking him to court. I know the people suing him.
Who's that?
They're going to take them all down.
Who are you talking about?
You know what? Fauci, the guy from
Oh yeah, no. You know what? I mean, he's so insulated, and like I said, the powers that be are like kind of sitting on their hands till they can get out of the way, and because really, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. Besides, what's happened to Fauci is Fauci actually believes his own bullshit. So when a person like that believes that what he's doing is on some level moral, because the argument is we're going to create a in-lab virus to emulate the end of the world. Well, dude, what if it gets out, right? Well, we'll worry about that later. Mm-hmm. So they try to go, we're going to make so that we can have this ready to go vaccine for this. It is, the Fauci thing. If you read this book by Kennedy, The Real Dr. Fauci, you lose your mind. So I don't want to leave. I already know. I've heard about it. The Real Anthony Fauci is a scary-ass book.
It's a big issue.
Okay.
Okay. You get into a government job and you get to the pinnacle.
God, the grants, dude, the grants, all that stuff. It's all built on, if you have tenure, you could be the biggest criminal in the world. Oh, he's been here a long time. He's one of our longtime criminals.
No. All of them criminals.
Oh, hell yeah. People don't realize it. I was telling Simpleton that this is the first couple of years that I realized how corrupt everything has become. All the agencies have been captured by big money, big tech. We're in trouble. I mean,
the government is a corporation.
Yeah, it is.
Sure. And whoever's paying the bill is getting what they want done.
Yep.
Well, it's just funny because every time something happens, they're like, "Oh, we got a cure for that," and they come up with these harebrained things. Like they got this new one where they're like, "Oh, I know." You were telling me that one yesterday. Like, "Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll offset it by doing this." You're talking about somebody's talking about that they have. It was that guy Chris. He was talking about his girlfriend watches these South Korean movies that are the government funds South Korean romances because they want to make more babies. Or was it the women feel better? I can't remember, but it was for kind of public service to kind of keep the suicide rate down because people are so locked in. So they created the South Korean Hollywood. South Korean Hollywood.
In China, they're doing the opposite.
Oh, honey, they've been doing everything inverted. They've been doing everything inside out backwards. And you can't be that, no one can be that ignorant.
Her family or something like that. I'm like, wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah, the whole world is just, there's places in this world that is still like crazy, chaotic and.
Well, Jay, you work for the government. You know ATI. You know the guys who work in the propaganda wing and work just for DOD. Those guys are the best in the universe, and if they want to crack your brain, they absolutely will. And they did. They really hurt a lot of people.
My last contract was with the FBI. I hated it.
Well,
the FBI.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
There, someone reported me as smelling like weed. I'm a natural woman. I don't even wear perfume. So I wear a lot of natural oils, and someone went to the division chief and said that I came to work smelling like weed. I'm like, wow, this is a red flag for me. I need to get the hell out of here. These are not the people I want to be involved with.
He didn't say you smell like opium by Yves Saint Laurent. You smell like opium.
You know, I'm like, damn, man, really? Really? Wow.
Did they want to drug test you after that? Or were they like, hey, we got to talk to you later?
I had to have a conversation with my project manager and the company that I worked for. And so they asked me if I wanted to comment on it. I was like, no, I don't have anything to say about it. Why would I come to a federal building smelling like weed? I was like, of course you can go ahead.
Culture? Isn't it just rat culture?
I made a joke out of it. You can go ahead and test me if you want to find anything but mango and kale. But at that point, you know, I had already made the decision in my mind. It was just time that wasn't the right move for me. But that was just one of the red flags right there. And the fact that
they're too on your case. They're too strict. They're too on your case, right? They're too like, we got to double screen you.
Everyone's a rat. Everyone's a rat in the kitchen. What do you think, man? Yeah. This is snitch culture world. Look what they did to everybody. People snitching on their neighbors.
It was actually, I think it was a Karen. I'm not racist, not
a Karen.
I don't mean it.
For sure.
It was definitely a Karen. She smells like weed.
And she's not wearing a mask either. Her mask smells like weed. She's been smoking weed through her mask.
Oh, shit.
I'm like, damn. Baby,
There's nothing worse than that. We don't stand for that around here.
Yeah.
Come here, you mask wearing, smoking. She smoked her mask, too. She's so high, she smoked her mask. Can't trust her.
Yeah.
You're not a good candidate for our team.
Yeah.
Would you like to be a member of our neurotic team?
My God.
Team
Forex. So I had to get the hell out of there. Had to get out of there. So.
Yeah, did they have to do a deep dive background check and get your real certificate, birth certificate, and scan it and make sure you were really legit, right? Serious deep dive, right?
About months to start that contract.
Oh.
I was like, damn.
But they pay good, right?
Yeah.
Are they paying good enough to justify all of the scrutiny?
No, it's not worth it.
Oh, really? It's not really a high-paying job.
I mean, it's a high-paying job. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like I would rather have my freedom, peace of mind.
Could you open up a branch office for us in Belize so if we ever want to roll down there, we have a place where we can hang out and trade?
Sure, that's a good idea. Like a trading room?
I think that's the only way to roll.
No, I mean,
you know what?
The
only way we're going to get you out of the house is to set up all these little offices for people that have a really cool pad. You can go hang out, have some mango juice, and, you know, knock yourself out if you want to go swimming. And trade.
And trade. That's all I want to do is trade. That's all I want to do.
So have you ever tried trading on a tablet? Because I'm looking for some volunteers. You get an 8-inch used Dell tablet on eBay for around $90, and you immediately go in there and tell Windows to increase the font. I don't know about you, but I want to increase that font 200%, and then I'm going to put in double-click scripts only, and you can trade. You can tether this off. You need a Windows platform, so you need like a Dell 8 or 11-inch or 10-inch tablet, and so this way. You're sleeping, you wake up, you see an opportunity. Oh, it looks like it's plunging. Double click, and I have double clicks that I did right. A lot of those, and you'd know going in what it's going to do. It would say, I'm going to buy from 5 to 20 pips for the next half hour. Then you double click, another one's going to lay in. I'm going to buy from 15 to 40 pips deep for the next hour. And then you put in a deep swing trade, and you double click all that shit on a tablet. Then you go back to sleep, and it's going to put arrows in so you know that those tickets came in. And then say 3 hours later, I can't sleep more than 4 hours because I trade forex. So I 4 hours later, I wake up and I like, holy shit, I'm up. And then you just roll over in bed and hit take all profits. And you could be in multiple currency pairs. Take all winners off, and then close all up. And if you really want to be safe, close all up in impendings. No robots running. Like you're double clicking in, no robots running, but you're automated. You're doing batch file exits of like close all up in impendings, close all profits. Now you can make a good amount of money doing that. And not the fear of some robot that gets loose and starts chowing on the account. You wake up, the money management bot died, and you're like, oh, geez. So, I mean, this is semi-automated trading.
Turning it off? How about turning it off before you go to bed? Why would you want to put yourself in that kind of jeopardy, man?
Well, because if your bots are designed to troll and make money from the night session, and you know how to do it, you want to leave them on, right? But if you're going to get in too close to the market, say, you got this aggressive bot that you have to babysit. Yeah, you don't leave that one on. But you leave on, of course, the deep, I call it deep state swing based on, deep state. So deep state swing bot that I wrote, these are all unique things I've been working on. You want to share, you want to play around, swap back and forth. Like, so I did it on my own project, but I'm willing to, I'm open to ideas. I have ideas where we could get into a 30K where we just have nodes built in, so it's actually emulating what the other bot's going to do anyways on these kind of little baby icebergs. So you have a 7-pip window, you're going to buy a 10K, you've got a soft stop, it's hard to write it, but you can do it, a soft stop, a soft take profit. It's a node that lives inside of a giant swing grid where you're buying every 30 pips. It's all in the same double click, it's all in the same robot. So instead of, once you realize, I'm going to write that robot anyways, then you would start to, like you're saying, start to include everything in this one execution point. And if you set those out on currency pairs where you know the guppy's going to drop 300 pips tomorrow maybe, I ain't got time for that, you put the grid in, and this thing's going to get in a logarithmic style where, yes, there's more orders deeper, so you can play the martingale game without making the tickets bigger. There's just more tickets down there with unique stops. So if all the robots launch at the same time, you're guaranteed all unique stops. You're never duplicating a bad trade. I think that's the ultimate, the purest view. The market sweeps down, ricochets back, you made money, and you're like, okay. Now, if you know the robots are going to drop every half hour, or like I said, if you want to do a tablet, I think the tablet's a great starter kit because you've got the scripts, you know the trade plans, and then once you see the kind of scripts you like to run, then you throw them in those in the robot. I think that you always have to, like people try to do CAD CAM without doing real clay. So when people try to make, it's better to make clay and scan it into your CAD CAM than it is to take CAD CAM and try to draw 3D objects. I mean, if you really want to get stuff done fast, you're going to do it out of real shit, scan it into the computer, then you digitally manipulate it, then maybe you print it out, and you get this interaction. But the scripts, yeah, I've been messing around. I gave them out. You'd laugh your ass off, dude. I gave them out to somebody on the street. I had some USBs left over. Hey, anybody want to trade? So I'd made out these flyers with the scripts printed out in different colors. I did a presentation. Wow. So orange is going to be market orders, and the limits are going to be like a boring color, white, or something, just black and white. And then we have, so I'm like, oh, I was so looking for a trading partner back then, and so into a real physical library and stuff. But this is before all the hell shit hit the fan there. But, there was, just before Dodd-Frank killed all forex, and I thought, well, this is the window. And some guy asked me to write a S&P 500 double click, and I couldn't get it to run. And I realized that in S&P, you had to put a quarter handle in because it trades in a quarter of a penny. If it didn't end in 25, that was, and I couldn't get it to run. So, and I finally emailed him. He's pretty happy, but that's the only interaction I've ever had with anybody when it comes, other than you guys. So, yeah, it's great. Thanks for coming in to listen to my kind of psychotic rant about getting in on these price levels in a blind bot situation, because it is the starter kit. But I'm up today. I mean, it's kind of boring me how long it's going to take me to, if we ever drift up and close higher, because it's coming. We're 5 minutes before noon now. I'm already feeling like, gosh, I just get out. Here's where I really lose faith in the trend. And I know, like you're saying, you want to make money in 8 seconds or 8 minutes, and I'm like, dude, I could be in this trade for 4 more hours and probably go, all right, looks like we're not. Let's get out. I mean, I don't want to force a trade either. But I'm looking at this going, damn, I don't know. Like, can we just go to the beach? How long have you been in a trade? Tell us, our new listener, tell us how long have you been able to stay in a trade? Like a couple days?
I prefer position trading, because I can just set and forget, to be quite frank. I don't like to babysit trades. But since I started this challenge, I have to force myself to go down to the lowest time frames where all the noise is. So, yeah, I'm adjusting.
You take trades. Do you scalp stuff down there, or are you just looking to accumulate a position down the lower time frame?
I execute like on a 15 or the 5, or maybe the 1, depending on what I can find. It depends on what I find, based on the rejection candles that I
do you do trend line? Do you do like those channels with trend lines and all that geometric stuff, or you just do moving averages? Or you do any kind of stuff like that?
I don't like trend lines, because they don't follow price action on the lower time frames. So maybe on the higher time frames, but not on the lower. But I just look at the trend lines just for like direction, and that's about it. I don't trade based on trend lines, but you'll definitely get your feelings hurt.
Yeah, especially if you think they're going to hold, or you think they're going to break, and they don't break. So everybody there's such anticipation at the pivot. I would use them on closing prices, but even that, no, I mean, trend lines. I mean, I would draw a trend. The only trend line I would draw, and I call it a volatility line, is that if you, on closing prices, these are real trend lines, because if you draw them on close, then you're going to get like an actual trend line based on time, where if you just do the wicks, you have a volatility trend line. And nobody trades at the edge of the market like that. You're never going to get that fill. So if you draw a trend line here, this is the 30-minute euro. I'm going to take these 2 little baby humps and say, I'm going to start buying into this shelf. And if I see it's in if people tell me it's in downtrend, I go, thanks for the buy signal. Like, so I'm like, how can I get into your ridiculous? Oh, you think it's in? I'll take the other side of it. And if I just got into limits here, this would have a perfect limit fill. But if I wanted to buy every hour in defiance of what every time you tell me, so that my robots are going to come in when it's big down, I have a unique bot that's going to buy that. But he only does that. And then I can make that bot buy a 3K with unique targets. So I'm willing to write that all day long. Because I'm talking about it's a virtual prop house of very simple EAs. So 100 EAs, I'll write 100 EAs, 50 sell, 50 buy, and unleash them on the euro. But we're going to start with, say, $1,000 in the account in this demo. And we're going to have some type of like, okay, it looks like a sell-off's coming. Let's let those guys go at it. And if we wanted to be more sophisticated, we would run one on the euro versus the dollar versus yen, because it's completely a different market and it's a tight spread and it's liquid. If you only traded the yen, and then if you wanted to put an extra spin on it, I would say go 3 vertical charts. Here's something I used to do, a triangulation of the globe trading forex style. So you have euro versus yen, dollar versus yen, euro versus a dollar. You should not be able to fuck this up. You're only going to buy. You're like, where's the shelf? Where's the stop hunt? And just maybe pick one for starters. But the euro versus yen's going to need a goddamn 40 pip stop, where the euro's going to need a 20. So you're going to make sure you don't run the wrong bots, because my bots are hard coded for pip stops only. So it's not a percentage of a count. There's no sophistication here. So these team of robots, if you know which robot to run when, that's which guy to hire to do a dumb job that's simple that you can count on him doing it every 15 minutes or every time he sees this opportunity. For right now, I can't do the market bot because I'm just doing sifting for trades in a kind of netting, like I'm netting fish. And okay, I'm gonna snag and pick up some barbell and not a fish here. And some of these loads are gonna not be perfect, but I'm not looking for perfection. So being a perfectionist is very painful. Except that my market order right here on the half hour, boom, half hour completion. We just trapped down here on the half. It's noon. Let's buy at the market. Well, I'm already in. I'm already in, maybe a little too big, honestly, but I'm not gonna I never want to get trapped again and feel like I'm chasing the market. So the only answer was to buy low and have these elaborate limit grids interlaced with scalps commingled with swings, because at the end of the day, maybe I'm holding a small drift position and I have to learn how to psychologically manage holding on to small positions that will probably make the same amount of money you can make in 8 minutes if you wrote the perfect news script where the market flashes down, rips up, and I've done it. But to have the robots placing it is even better, because then you could say I'm risking the robot's going to drop every hour. The script lasts for an hour. You have a constant exposure. You're probably not going to get filled. So I would start off the whole account in this kind of you're trying to catch a snake or an alligator. You got to see what how close can you get, and then you're like, okay, this animal is bigger. It's the guppy. You got to come in and sneak in with these robots that are going to start They're trying to catch outliers that are 40, 80 pips, 120 pips deep. Maybe not 120. That's a little bit like you wait forever to get filled. So how close to this fight are you going to try to get in, and are you going to get involved? Are you going to join the cage fight? Can you make money just from nonsense spikes? Yeah. And so I have to take these. I hate it when I see it, because I'm like, oh, this looks like a great swing trade. But the discipline is to not take the scalps off the table. I know it's only 5 cents. I mean, this sounds, people can't believe it. I go, I know it's only 5 cents, 10 cents, but I got 100 tickets in there, and I just freed up my margin, and I can come back and re-rack. So if you, like I said, if you have a tablet, and you know how the price action traders, the market slams down. What's the first thing to do? Launch buy limits that only last 15 minutes to a half hour to an hour. Lay that first rack in, walk away. If you do not get filled on this outlandish, you're asking the market to drop 30 pips in 15 minutes. So this is going to expire that market in a news event. The news scripts would be like 100 pips deep for 15 minutes, a big 20K sleeper cell down there, which you could also program to last 8 hours on a swing bot. But in this case, it's going to be 15-minute expiration on an iceberg order. When the market rips down, rips back up, if the market can't get there in 15 minutes, it must have ripped the other way. There's no exposure. It's an if-then statement. Because if the market takes out that floor where everybody's losing their fucking mind, go, did you just see what happened? Like, look at the COVID wick on stock market. And you ask yourself, could you have traded that? Yes, with the proper, like if you'd laid out track there and so I'm gonna buy every fucking 1,000 pip handle on Bitcoin as it drops through the floor. I've already got the limits in. Oh, look at that. Who's doing that trade? And it only happens rarely, but I'm trying to do the noise trade like you're saying. I want to do the noise trade where we're just trolling along and it's just kind of choppy, but if the spread's tight, the brokers got a low commission, like Hugo, I could do it at Hugo. I could run that robot. So because I know the spreads on the euro is going to go to a half a pip. If it goes to half a pip, I just got a buyer's delight because I'm getting in on limits. There's no requotes. Why are these people trading at the market? But the ego says, I know where it's going. Let me get in. I'm afraid of missing out. No, if you buy 2 pips deep, trust me, if that is an 8-hour expiration, you're getting filled. If it's 15 minutes, you may not get filled on that. So when I'm playing with this envelope of time and price around the market, and let this robot drop it. And actually, I have 2 aggressive bots running right now. Every 15 minutes we're dropping.
Will your bots close trades too? Will your bots close the trade?
No, and there's no money management. So what you have to do is say, he's a trading assistant. He's going to buy low from me. Right now, he's been launching. Here, let me zoom in to the 5.
Oh, actually, let me go back to YouTube because I'm
I'm always talking about the chart here, but no, he's dropping every 15, and it lasts for 2 hours. I'm sorry.
Showing something? Hold on, let me go back to YouTube.
So when you see these arrows come in, that's the fresh drop.
Hold on, YouTube. Give me 1 second.
Let's see if I can go. I'm going to go to the 15. Well, you probably seen. I don't know. Maybe just take these colors off here because people, what's the color mean? But I think you get the idea. When the market's going up, it trips the moving averages to go yellow and down blue. So I was going for a hot cold idea here. Up is hot and down is cold. That's my kind of clunky.
Yeah, I was looking at this the other. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, so it's a line chart on top of the range of a bar, and it's the it's a histogram plotted moving average of 5 and 1 and 2 and 3. So I was trying to create like this cloud trading system. And when it's yellow, only buy into the cloud, the yellow cloud. The rule set on the 15 would be only buy. It's a trend system, in a sense. You only buy into the pullbacks. The top become bottom here, premium entries, and of course it goes terribly wrong. We all know that when you buy here, when it looks all rosy, you're going to be destroyed. But we all kind of know that. I hope that structure people wouldn't even think of that. They would just say, well, I just want to buy if it gets back to here. And I want to buy this vacuum. So I decided to buy the vacuum. I see what the trend traders are doing here, but like I'm not going to sell here. Honestly, I'm not going to sell this, even though that is a sell signal. You're up into the blue, sell. 2 good sells. But if you don't get the hell out, you're coming into the bear trap, so to speak, and you know how brutal it's going to be. And if you do the auction concept where you come in here and then you're going to the top of the auction is when they top tick Tommy this, and then it goes full retard the other way. So I sold that yesterday, but I didn't hang for the collapse, so I ended up buying the retest. So I'm like high-low range trading it. And because I guess I don't think about a trend here. I just think about, wow, if I could sell it up there and buy it back there and just go yin yang on the 15, or like you're saying, this is the lowest time frame I could probably mentally take, because I could see where my buy limits are pending. Right, the robot keeps refreshing this, and I can set him to drop every 3 minutes. So the cool thing about it is I do have a control of that. So I can have a really vigilant bot, so to speak, dropping 3Ks every 3 minutes. But then they're going to stack up. So I don't want to have anything stack up. If every time the market moves down, it's going to launch that exact same script. Let me show the ones that just been trolling here. So I'm trying to stack up in front of the market.
What broker is this? What broker is this?
This is Hugo. So here's a every 15 minutes we're dropping this rack. That's the 5-minute chart. So after 3 bars we keep. And here's the secret sauce. I'll give you the secret sauce. These last for an hour, and they're dropping every 15 minutes. So think about it. Think about it. My tequila buddy used to say, think about it. This guy was, I wish he was here right now. But if you imagine you write a script that this is a scalp. So if it plows through those arrows and rips back, it's out. Like that's how this one makes money. But you want one that's going to be maybe swing orientated. So it's going to get in deeper, and they're going to last 2 hours, and it's going to be on another screen with a different magic number, and that's going to be coming in. So that's what I'm constructing is that. So what I really want to do, to be honest with you, and I have to find somebody that has access to this, and apparently maybe we could do it, but if you have a PAM account and you can have the robots running in there, if there's $1,000 a PAM account, once it gets to $2,000, I don't know what the pay-in. You could set the pay-in whatever you want, but I was talking about this guy on the line here, Nate, that for $100, you can buy a share in this fund. If you don't like it, you can always take your $100 out. If you want to just take all your profits, all $100, but we get like 20% or whatever that number is, we'd have the more people that come on, the more the percentage. The more people that manage it, you have to have 5% per person once you get into a certain amount of people. But at that rate, you go, give me 25%. You can take your $100 back anytime you want. And we seriously, I'm not talking about just goofing around. I mean, talking about, you're either going to use the robots so that, let me back up. If somebody was in Europe and they don't mind trading that time frame manually, that is the best answer. I'm not a big fan of robots, so I think a human can outperform a robot because they can go, oh, I can re-rack that. I know what's going on. Now, if a guy in Europe was good, and he was also managing portions of that account, then we have two people making money, and people that don't really want to trade, and they just want to buy a share in a trading fund, so to speak. And now this is where it goes terribly wrong. Like Nate said, now you're mad. I got that, but whatever that is, I'm willing to, or at least, how about this? We'll run a robot, we'll get it going, and we'll emulate that that's what's happening, and then somebody can come by and make us an offer. Let's do it that way. So we get something that looks like it's performing well. Holy shit, it's a nice track record here. The guys are trading like civilized people. You're not overloading it. You know when to pull out the bot. You just wrote a new bot, and this constant, like I said, that's what I'm doing manually. So like you're saying, why not go out and live a little and let the robot churn and come back? You know, it's going to be kind of a quiet day. It's Friday. It's dead in the water. Maybe it drifts up. We got 4 hours left, but I'm not going to worry about it. We made so much money in that fucking news. I'm telling you, I have made so much money, and I would say I've lost money too. But I know how I made the money, so I know how to trade the news. Is you're sitting there with your hand on the drops, and as soon as it rockets down, you're like, now this is funny because you're really trying to net a wild methamphetamine, just Ritalin, stoked out chipmunk that's got like a fork in its foot. I mean, it's the wild, right? And you're trying, and then you go, oh, I just made, and then you want to jump back in, and you go, dude, just relax. Dude, you have to control your emotions if you see like FOMC, but you know how to trade FOMC. So yeah, I would do that on a demo, but I've done it with real money. And like I said, the most nervous trade I've ever done was trading the fucking British election 2 years ago. About had to get the pounds for that one. Gee,
I need to see how to actually execute this thing in order to feel comfortable with it. Because right now this is all foreign to me.
No, I see what you're saying. No, here's a typical. Let me just do a market order. So just to show you a classic, I'm just going to intervene on the account here, destroy the limit, the purest limit view. But I've got here's the typical. I'll show you the script. I can send you this one. First one's free right now. No, it's all free if you want it. Like I said, I don't really want to sell it because it's not totally debugged. I don't want anybody calling tech support because we don't have that. But here's a 20 pip stop to make 32 pips. How do you like this trade? Kind of good ratios, right? Let's modify it. So here's the script for free via MetaTrader. Actually, what I'm going to include in here also for free is that if you turn these tickets on, so I'm on the YouTube now, so if you turn these guys on, you're going to see your availability to put a buy stop. And this is kind of like, I would say the Neapolitan entry that you got chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. I turn on the limit. So I'm divulging all my secret neuroses here that I spent a lot of time experimenting with this idea that you would buy one at the market and say, you know what, I like that, but how about if it goes 3.3 pips deep? I'll buy on a limit with a 7.4 pip stop. I'm sorry, with 7.4 pip stop, and my take profit is going to be a trendy plus 12.2. Now, I pulled the trigger, and we want a sound in here. See where it says gun, wave gun? Now, what do you think of this? Would you pay for a platform called the Personality Platform? When you hit this, it says gun wave. This will call up, when you pull the trigger, it's going to call up a wave file instead of MetaTrader, which is high res, right? And it says something like, you just bought at the market. Personality, and you find a personality be like the country trader, and you have, every time he pulls a trigger, he's got a different kind of voice, and you do all, this is our other side. This is our dazzling glitter kind of it's cup holder part of the thing. But no, if we just go back to, we don't have to do that. But so here's the idea that the buy stop is the goober entry, and that's going to come at the same time the limit. So I'm going to pull the trigger on this right now. I'll show you what it looks like. This is actually the scalp. So as soon as it breaks out, if it goes above 2.2 pips, and this won't work unless you get, I would run this on a fix. I would take the stop off, because on Hugo, this is going to fuck up your, it might lock this, Never run a buy stop at Hugo because they have a floating spread or a sell stop. Because if the spread gets wide, you're going to get the worst fill in the world, so better to buy at the market on the limits only, unless it's a fixed pip broker.
Okay.
So I would, but just an example, I'm going to leave it on here. So you compile it, you go to your rack, you say, give me that 2032, and I'm going to trade it right now. It's going to come in with at the market, on a stop, on a limit. It's a 3K. And so the difficult part about this is that in the end, you're probably going to need 2 buy stops, 5 buy limits, 2 at the market. One's a scalp at the market. One is a kind of end of the world stop at the market, because if you blow this whole thing out, you lose. It's a 6K, and you're left with 2K with monster end of the world stops of 50 pips. You'd be surprised that if you wake up and you're like, God, I'm still in it. But I mean, now I have the ability to come back in with 4 more K, because I freed up margin, got stopped out of those tight, ridiculous ideas that the market was going to stop. I can buy 1 at the market. Now I can have where I'm just going to go in pure limits. I'm going to hold on to those 2 insane swing trades, which are going to be able to survive. Maybe they have 75 pip at the market orders. You could write that. It's only $7.50 to pull the trigger at the market with a 750 pip stop. I mean, 75 pip stop. So why wouldn't you just pull the trigger when the market's crashing and go, okay, maybe that's going to be $3 underwater. But if you keep up that same regime, you're in your car on a tablet, you're driving. The news comes out, dude, I made so much money. The news comes out, and you have that order available. I have a 100 pip stop. Now, when I see the market drop 300 pips, I'm like, I stand back. I cannot trade that. Like, I couldn't trade when Trump was elected. You couldn't trade the euro. Try doing it. Go back and look at dude, people lost their mind. It was 11 o'clock at night. It was like, I've never seen anything like it, 180 pips up and down. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. And this is happening in 5 seconds, 5 minutes. It stands still. Wow. People think the market's closed, and it ripped. And it was just, but let's just run this stupid script. The 20 stop to make 32, and I don't even know if that's the right number. That's the number on the original. So inside, I got a 20 pip stop, and I got these silly little shallow buys and shallow stops. Let's see what happens. I don't think I'm going to be rich doing this, but let's go to to be fair, we'll go to the 1 minute chart, and we'll execute it. The 22, what did I say, 20 to make the, but it's a big, and I got 10, I wrote NASDAQs. This is I should make this one, publish this one, because this has NASDAQ and Bitcoin in it. So I started a NASDAQ double clicks. Or these could be single drops, I'm not sure. So I had to add 2 zeros to everything on these scripts, but like nobody's paying me for that. This is a 2-hour pending, a 4-hour pending in NASDAQ, but you'd have to build your own stem off of those and create your own kind of new frontier there. But what the hell happened to the thing I just compiled? It was buy at the market. So this is just a 1K. I'm just trading 1Ks here. Sorry, I lost my place there. Maybe a little overexcited, but what the fuck is it? I just compiled it, for God's sakes. Yes, it's a BM buy at market 20 with a 32. Sometimes you got to recompile it. Mm-hmm. So we're buying it right at the market, that middle ticket, buy stop above, buy limit below, but you could create anything you want, and I wouldn't even recommend. I'd be buying 10 pips down, really, in the real world. And I just wrote that as kind of a starting point. I would never buy just 3 pips deep, but maybe for 15 minutes. So, and you could have the sound in there, and then in the comments here, you can have a unique name for this. It'd be like, you could call out the stop here, which I didn't. So inside that code, you'll see in parentheses, in quotation marks, you can change what this says. And if you really cared, you could put it in a spreadsheet, but we're not going to go that far. Yeah. So we're just going to pull the trigger. Here it is. I'm going to wait. Pull the trigger right now. So see the limits here, the stops above. We got into the market. So how much damage can I do here? I think the most risk is I put a 20 pip stop right? in the market.
You're buying, right?
Yeah, I just bought with a stop above, a limit below, and at the market. You can almost see my stops. It's kind of terrible. My color schemes got awful. Let me make it darker background. Yeah. I apologize, but every time I change it, I can never get it just right. I think we're going to get in here on the buy stop. I'm going to miss it, but that's all right. Let me just darken this thing down. You see the blue and the red. So I just pulled the trigger there, and this is my stop for the. That's the stop for, I think, the buy stop, with just filling that. So we're filling the buy stop. The market order is this middle one, and the limit's here in case it kicks back. And then I got this is the market order stop. I know that because it's a 20 pip stop. Then we have the what if it goes the wrong way, and then this is the confirmation entry, so to speak. On the 1 minute euro right now, it's 20 after. So we got the 10-minute bots, the 5-minute bots. Here's the 5-minute bots. We're delta'd out, we doji'd out, we're under this floor. What's going to happen? I think we're going up, but I'm bullish. So I always think it's going up. But this will be the floor to overcome on the 5, the structure. And so the line chart, I think price levels are better than trend lines for sure. But for the trend line, the triangle is just a representation of the thing turning into a delta. So it's the end of the day, we're trying to break that trend line. So for me to make money in the next 3 hours, this has to break that trend line, pop up there, take out the high of the day, and I'm happy to get out. I'm so tired of being in this trade. I scalped some of this, but you could have been a seller on the top tick, Tommy, here, and you're making money on the way back now, right? So which guy are you? You could be this guy today. You could have been a seller up there, and I'm learning how to sell more because, you know, these are great trades. You sell up here, and then you take everything off the table when it comes back to this obvious, last known breakout point. So you go first full circle. You have to endure a 20 pip slam here, but what you do is take your single drops and that single drop folder and you come in here. Call it singles here. This is a 1 hour sell limit if it's above. Below is a buy limit. So I'm putting in buy limits here. I'm going to override my robots. Here's how I really trade with my money is I'm going to buy down here for the market's got to come down here in 2 hours. I got 12 pips stop to make 30. So I'm looking for is to put a crop. It's kind of like planting in the right where the these kind of trees can hook down here, so to speak, like in your yard. You know where the sun's at. Like so, this is the shade. We're getting in the shade, and this is the 3 hour expiration, dude. Now I'm creating my own auction here, and I'm saying, come down and get me. You got 3 hours. I said, this is the safest way to trade because I'm giving you 8 hours to get down here. I got a 16 pip stop to make 16. So see, the hand drop is better than the robot because I can create. The first thing to do is pick your box you want to populate. Try to keep all your tickets in that box because if we come into that box, who's not buying that? Now, I know it's late in the day. We're kind of like in this, it could drip down, and I'm pretty bullish on this, obviously, because when I go to the structures on the 15, I'm like, are we really going to take out the low of today next week? So if you want to hold this, like you're saying, you're in for the long haul, I think this thing's really, if you look at the 4 hour euro, you're like, wow, this thing could really kind of just start drifting back up. You know, come on, people. They've already slammed the interest rates here. Everybody's digested the whatever they think that's going to do to the world, and everybody's on the ride now. So, I mean, and that's the fundamental, interest rates make sense on the chart now, and we're waiting for the Europeans to raise their interest rates. Is everybody going to jump? Look at this 1 hour chart. So you slam up. We could just as well hit place complete moronic trades. I talked about this all before it happened. If you're selling up into that and you can endure that, you easily made it back to the break out of that box and then some. At this point, I'm still long this thing actually because I'm like, okay, I scalped out, but I'm still long on my swing trade. Oh, come on, please.
What box are you referring to? You said that you're in a box.
This box, this yellow box. What's that?
You mentioned something about being in the box.
Yeah, this yellow box on the YouTube screen. I don't know. Am I still broadcasting? Shit. Wait. Yeah, on the YouTube screen, this yellow box. This is a 1 hour euro dollar chart. So that dotted line vertical is the that's 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mm-hmm. So, like, if you were selling new highs, which I would have been here in this 20 pip window, yeah, you could have made 20 to 40 pips because it came back out of that box. Like, it just wicked into it. I guess I just meant it actually spent zero. If you go to try to find the time frame that it spent in that. So do a little forensics here. If you look at that half hour, if you would have had a robot that could have sold that screaming, and I have a half hour robot too, I would just tell it to go, look at the half hour screaming, sell that. So my market bot would have sold that. He's also selling where my limits are because I marked off that kind of this wick here. And I think that's a supply zone, or you call this the vacuum, or whatever you want to call it. And inventory there, wicks up, wicks back. That trade's over with. We actually made money from just inventory clearance. But now the trend, I think, is up. And the trend traders are going to be like, okay, we're in the middle of fair value now. Let's buy at the market. So you kind of constantly changing your tactics. Now, for me, I'm still long because I bought this plunge down here. So I still got these guy tickets. It's a kind of a combination of scalps. And I did scalp some of this, but for the long haul, I'm trying to scalp around my swing trade. That is the ultimate, I think. But, you know, it's the swing trade, like I said, it's a nice laid back thing. You get 5 days, you just made 200 pips, you know, without really too much stress. Position, once you're up on it and you look at the structures, you go, oh, yeah, it's going to. Now, it takes a certain amount of patience, right? And if you're used to that pace, yeah, that's the way to go. I mean, I know everybody has to go through this thing where they have a mentor or whatever. They take a course, wait for moving average, crossover, and then look for the candle pattern, right? So this is the dumbest thing in the world. Oh, I wait for the crossover. I know I'm in an uptrend. Now we look for a particular candle pattern, but it's not helping you as far as how big should I size this and how many times are they going to crush me before it really does go up? Like how many times did they wick me to death? Like if you've ever been wicked out of a trade, stop at a trade, like what just happened? I've seen people on Forex Peace Army go, that broker's a scam. They keep stopping me out. Dude, you're running a 1 pip stop, dude. What do you expect? You know, there are 5 standard lots with a 5 pip stop. I don't want to risk too much. Dude, the spread is 2. You have a 3 pip stop on that. Are you out of your mind?
Too tight. Yeah.
So, I don't know. This looks like a great place to just get into the stupid trend trade. Now the Euro's finally calmed down all the way back to the States. Like it doesn't know what to do with itself. No,
So
that's why I want to do the sell. I want to do the sell in the buys.
idea. So the PAM account idea, you saying you want $100?
Yeah,
for
I've seen
the
people
PAM
like right now. I could give somebody $100 and I could invest in there. And if you go to Hot Forex, you can see all the PAM accounts. Let me see if it still exists. So these are international, and these Philippine guys are killing it. These Philippine guys manually trading, they're killing it. And I would put $100 in there. And some guys have winning streaks. I got that. You know, they blow it up. But for $100, and I'd offer you $100, I would make it so it's not. Actually, I'd make it so it was like a landing page kind of an investment. In other words, I give you a coupon. You know the old trick. I give you. In other words, I'll trade that for you, and if you track along, if you log in. Here's what I'd offer somebody. If you log in, you know how everybody wants you, can I give me email so you can I can send you stuff? As long as you let us have a communication there, we'll manage that $100. And after you sticking with us and giving us feedback, we'll actually give you the $100. It's like Record Club of America. It's $3 an album. And you get the key. If you don't ever want to get anything else from us, you can have this introductory offer like shampoo in your mailbox.
17 albums by share.
$100, and you know what? It's kind of like who could resist? Like you said, the guy that's paying the guy's meal. You know? Who can resist?
Family. You might have a problem with getting rid of me.
Forex coupons, but .com. It's not taken. $3. I had Tranny Forex yesterday for $3. I was ready to pull the trigger, and Forex tranny.org costs more. It was like $10. I'm like, oh geez.
So let me get this straight. So if I give you 100, what you're saying? If I give you $100, you'll be able to trade it for me?
No, I'm saying if I had a PAM account set up somewhere where somebody. Okay, I'll go to Hot Forex. I'll show you what I'm thinking about. I saw this a couple of years ago, and I looked at the results some people were getting, and I was just mystified. I'm like, wow, some of these are not bad performing, but maybe the guy from Canada can figure it out. He can look over it and verify it, because maybe I'm too dazzled by the equity curve, and I'm not paying attention to the win rate, but the actual win rate, because I'm too visual. I'd be like, if I see a thing curving up, I'm like, can we get into this thing or what? But maybe a little bit better. Hotforex.com. I think think they still
Hot.
right? Hey, my old broker, they kicked me out of Cyprus, actually. Unless they barred us.
Only thing I see right now is
let it run.
But they have PAM account
I would
performances.
put it in it. I would let you. I think you should keep it in your own account. That way, it's your $100. It's only placing the trades based on your $100. For instance, it only take a certain percentage of it. You say, let it roll, let it roll, let it roll, and just let it run.
Right.
Because I think that $100 should be okay. But I don't know enough about the forex, man. You have to tell me. 100 enough? Is 500 enough?
No, if there's here's what I'm thinking. I've got $1,000 of my money in the account. You see the robot just launched a ticket there. So you see that rack just came in. So we just got a rack come in here on the forex.
Where is it?
It'll be on YouTube in a little bit. I'm a little lagged. So on YouTube, you're going to see this. Here's a script. So the robot's doing his due diligence. Every 15 minutes, he's dropping this script. Lasts for an hour. So he's trolling for a sell-off. A late day spike down, and my favorite trade has to be we spike down, it comes back up. I've taken off at least 25 to 35% of the trade, or maybe 80 if it's too overloaded. Then we re-rack, but I'm going to have this robot re-racking, and I could, like I said, on your tablet, you could come on top of it with your double clicks. So you're kind of hitting with everything. It's like a war. They say it's trading is kind of like it's you against them. And all I'm saying is that if you have a constant, maybe not a serious net, but a little bit of something out there, at least you're participating in the chaos on a fringe level. So they're fringe orders, they're at the edge, and if you feel nervous about getting overfilled, just start stretching your orders deeper when you think volatility is going to come. It should be obvious. If we're in a doji, something bad's going to happen both directions. In other words, bad from the standpoint of somebody that's not expecting that. They're on the wrong side, and they have to cover. Now they're going to start, and it's going to fuel, and we're going to either spike up or spike down. You could either be on the sidelines capturing the spike, or you're going to build a hedge, and I could write a hedge script, and I do want to write a hedge bot where you have very good ratios. It's the only way you'll survive the breakout if you build it at the market hedge. As the market's, like you said, null state. In this null state, you're going to build 5-to-1 ratio, 4-to-1, because when it first bursts out, it's going to take 35% of the scalps off the table, and the rest needs to have that extreme target, and that would be hard written in. So obviously you want to move your targets on those kind of situations. But if the robot's building a hedge of 5K every hour, and after 2 hours of sideways action, this fucking thing's got 80K on both sides, and the broker's not charging you for margin at some brokers. And Hugo, they're going to charge you half of your margin requirement because you're hedged, locked, equal. And then when the market explodes, it doesn't even matter if the robot comes and tries to build a hedge after that, because it's the idea that it's stacking up this indecision with good ratios. It has to be good ratios. I can't stress it enough. You got to have risk 5 to make 8, risk 6 to make 9. Wow. Everything, and you write that, and maybe it's locking in as the account grows. You write another robot that's going to be a little bit more forgiving. It's got 10 to 15 pip stops. It can survive a burst, because if they whipsaw you out of those tight ones, you won't even see those targets. So ultimately, you're going to have 3 robots that are delta bots, and as the account grows, I say add a bot, or don't, like, at some point, right, let it go. It's making money. But I'm just being honest with you from how I would dream a robot that that never has to sleep. They could take advantage of these dojis, and they can also be trolling with limits that have time exposure, known risk per hour. It's literally hiring somebody for so much an hour, and they may not even get any orders because the market's dead. But that's when the doji bots start to build a position for you. I mean, the hedge bots, and then, okay, when it breaks out, you can make the decision, actually, breaks out, just take the whole thing off. Don't even wait for target, because not that it's going to be a perfect bot, but it's the concept of And when you see a fill, you should know which robots. I'm just saying, your virtual prop house of 50 idiot bots, that you look at your phone and go, oh, I can probably, yeah, these guys are putting, you can see the hedge, and when you take the hedge off, all you're going to pay is commissions and the spread again, which is not a big loss. So the nice thing about hedging, if you decide to get out, presupposing they haven't hit your targets or stops, you have that choice to go, get out right now. It's like it never cost you a thing, which is psychologically beneficial. So if you have 50 pips stops, make 100, and you're in a hedge, you kind of could sit there and go, I could let go of a leg, one leg, come back the other way, and I'm like, okay, I actually made money. So I don't know, psychologically, it can be very interesting, people, if you put them up to the task and tell them, okay, you're in a hedge, you can let go of a leg when you're up on one leg, and when it comes back the other way, let go, you're up on that, you just made money. Now, it's kind of weird to be in straddles like that, but that's you're doing options, so you don't understand that. You'd be a straddle. They just had you do hedges the wrong way. I think the hedges always have to have extremely good ratios, and you only can buy during the delta phase or the null state, or not buy, but straddle during the null state. That's all. It's just conditional problems. I mean, market conditions. It's not designed for that trade, but I'm trying to find that. I'm trying to find this equity curve of all these guys that are doing these PAM accounts. Kind of excited about it because I thought, God, if I had somebody in Europe that could fucking trade like I am while I'm sleeping, better than a robot, right? Everybody has fantasies, right?
PAM accounts, but I have heard about them, but I'm not really sure exactly what they do or what's the logic behind.
So it's almost like buying shares in some fund through. Here, I'm gonna go. Oh shit, site can't be reached. Oh gosh, no, not one of these again. So, here, I'll just look up PAM accounts. There's a shootout. There's like a bulletin board, like you're talking about performances, like who's the best PAM. And there's another one called, it has a different lettering. But it's the idea that it's a mutual account, and you can see if you download this multi-terminal platform, there's really no charting in it. It's not really charting, but you can see all of these things running. And I'm thinking once the account got to $2,000 or people put money in there, once you got to about 10 grand, and you're making 25% on these people's profits. If they want to withdraw, they have to pay. But they can always take their original 100 anytime they want. So that's the kind of where I think you could get away with saying, well, we're not really. He's not technically on paper. He is, but it's more like a coupon. I'm giving you a coupon. It's almost like I'm giving you the money in a sense.
Okay.
In other words, how about this? I'm going to trade as if you gave me the money. And there has to be some commitment from you to, like, you're either going to log in and there has to be some hookup there, but I prefer it where the person sees, okay, you can, for 30 days, you can log in and act as if that's your $100. Maybe that would be it. That would win somebody over. Log in, and you can have this $100. If you like this, the guy on the, I can't remember the guy's Nate's your name. I can't fuck. So
just put in $100
in other words,
in your
what
own
you
account,
said,
and
if
we'll
you give the guy
attach it.
$500, is he going to come back on Monday? If I say to you, at the end of 30 days, you can take the $100 that you saw that you felt was your money. If you don't like what you saw, you can have that $100 because we make so much fucking money here that we can afford that. And I'm going to tell you right now, dude. You would have people go, dude, I'm telling you, be out of control.
Tell me anything about money, I'm gained.
Right, because people go, oh my God, then let it roll. No, I don't want my $100 back. And you force them every 30 days and punish them. Are you sure you don't want $100? And actually, let them make withdrawals all they want for 25% commissions, right? But and then you tease them later after they got $3,000 at the end of the year. You sure you want your $100 back? You sure want to get out yet? I think you'd have customers up the ass, right? Come on. But I would front somebody on a dare. I would dare them, dude. At the end of 30 days, this $100 is yours. But I'd probably get trouble. Like, you can't just give away money, dude. You can't give away fucking water to homeless people or a sandwich. They go, wait, it's not FDA approved. If you see somebody in Calcutta, you can give it to them. But over here, right in California, I'm sorry, it's not. It's got that special plastic. No, sorry. Wrong plastic bottle. Let him fucking die.
I think it's called hook onto the wagon of Trapper John. You put the 100 in your own account in Hugo's way, and he sends you the API, and you just hook onto it, and your $100, and you let it ride for a month. And at the end of the month, you say, "Hey, listen, if you put in 100 is one thing. If you put in 1,000 is another thing." But you know, I think he earned the $25 or $50 or whatever it is, because if your account grew, I think you'd be an idiot to not pay. That's my idea.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, it's really.
It's
I
not hard,
like
buddy.
the
It's not hard
idea.
to
I
write
like
the
the
API.
idea of
hard.
setting up something where it's the open kind of. It's free both ways. You could take it or leave it.
Right.
Like there's not pressure
Right.
involved in the transaction.
Right.
No,
it's
actually,
$100.
sign me up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
sure.
have to create the structure first, but I'm thinking about
On our way.
No, I mean I kind of have to get some type of like. Okay, here I'm looking at. Now here's a broker I used to have called Five. These are all my old brokers. So let me
Definitely
just
game
peer into
forward.
their. No, this is stuff that can only happen. I'm looking for the PAM results, kind of the publishing, because I know there's this world out there, and how does it work here? They explain it to you. Oh, so here's how it works. It's multi-level marketing. Holy shit! No, I don't think it is. It's a scam.
MLM.
No,
MLM.
no, it looks legit to me. I want to see the dazzling results first. Okay, profit factor. Let me go for the best profit factor, right? Okay, here's what I'm thinking.
Profit factor. You want to get the
What
best
kind of
ex-
profit
you want the
factor do
best
you think is
expectation.
good?
Oh, no, expectation. It's the wrong way to look at it, ladies and gentlemen. You want to look for expectation.
You're just too much of a realist. I'm a fantasy trader.
Buddy, I want to know that you're... Listen, if I give you $1, how much are you going to make for me? And only based on your trades that you've done, I can figure out.
I'm going to go buy a better
you're gonna make me
pillow.
15.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see. What's the best stat? How about the age of the account? How long the accounts survived? I think that's right. How long can they hang?
Good. That's cool.
Okay.
Average win, average loss. How many times did they win? How many times did they lose? That's it. You cross multiply, buddy.
me
Come
see
on.
this.
Grade 9 math. It's not hard.
I hope this is going to look cool, because otherwise I'm going to look like an idiot. Like that was a good idea you had. The most popular losing trading account. Oh, that's brilliant. There's a manager's deposit and there's a PAM deposit. So there's two different. It's like a matching funds. Let me see if I can find somebody who's making money first. Here, I'll just send you a link because I can't figure this out to save my life. I'm just gonna put it in the. Somebody please help. I see numbers. I just can I see a triangle or a support resistance? So here, I'm gonna put it in the thing. You guys can sort it out in that YouTube. But yeah, isn't it overwhelming? So have you watched a lot of what kind of did you do the moving average crossover system? Did you do those kind of things, or were these just mentor coaches like boot camp, like you will buy because the bias is low. We're long today. You will buy. I mean, what kind of courses
do you take? Averages before the alligator.
Oh, the alligator. Yeah, I hate that. I think it's so you're so late.
Yeah.
Oh, the Golden Cross.
Yeah, the Golden Cross. How about the fractals? Did you do the William fractals?
Fractals. I've tried the fractals before.
If you fade the fractals, that's my entry point actually. So I'm getting in at the fractal. I'm not using that as my breakout. Okay. And so I'm fading the fractals, so to speak. There'd be a fractal right here. I bet there's a fractal right here. I guarantee it. You got to be long leaving the fractal. So I would say it's a counterintuitive game when it's going up. I think. Well,
did you put some information about the PAM account in the chat? I don't see it.
No, sorry. God damn! Look at you paying attention. Sorry. Yeah, that's another thing. Us bohemians, we don't pay attention.
Are you live streaming like daily, or is this like every other day type thing?
So. I used to a long time. I got in trouble making fun of people. There's a guy named Vinny. You ever heard of E Mini Vinny? E Mini Vinny came after me with like a baseball bat one day. we had it out. There's a live stream is posted back there, but and I have people come in and criticize me buying on limits. It gets kind of crazy, but so I kind of stayed away for a while.
Vinny. His name is Vinny. He's selling like a bot or something.
Vinny, yeah, Algo Box, yeah. So,
is it any good?
Well, if you want to babysit, if you want to trade Nasdaq and have your finger on a trigger, and you got like signal, like hard-coded indicator signals that literally blink at you, fucking buy here. Yes, because balls show up on your screen and you should be long, but. So I kind of trolled him a little bit because you see the YouTube screen here with this half-hour headshot. He calls it a headshot. So I asked him one day. He triggered him so bad he came after me with a baseball bat. I said to him, "Well, I was teasing. He was teasing this guy called ICT, and so I said, well, like let me check out
ICT Markets. The trader, what's his name?
Huddleston,
I know him.
Something Huddleston.
Yeah, he's in Maryland.
Michael Huddleston. Yeah.
Yes.
And so they're having a big spat. And I troll the hell out of ICT. ICT tried to tear down my channel because I made fun of him. So, no, I got some ICT stuff. You just do the search there, you crack you up. But
yeah.
So Vinny has this headshot, and I would call it the trend line break. What do you want to call it? It doesn't happen all the time. So this is a half hour. We're looking to break the trend. We want to buy this new low. So I said to Vinny, well, why don't you just I'm like, dude, why don't you just fucking, he goes, we're going to buy. And when he got stopped out, that's when I was triggered. I said, well, dude, listen, just buy with a wider stop. Or he goes, nope, only 5. So he's a very strict money management guy. And he got all, his dander up, and he does this thing where and I understand he's trading the Nasdaq and he's risking $100 a trade. You got five trades to get it right, and what he's trying to train people is like, dude, you need a 100 pip stop on this Nasdaq. It's fucking out of control. So if you can psychologically handle being down 200, you will be up $800 with his system. So I'm not into risking 100. Honestly, I have the skill in forex to risk $20 to $100 to make 80 to 150. So why would I freak? I'm not going to sit there with my finger on the trigger. Here comes, he knows the VIX, he knows what's coming, he knows what to do. He's got the algo box, which is doing a crude version of what he's doing. But I'm thinking, he calls it Snorex. He accuses me of Snorex. But so is, I think, the guy in Canada. But he's like, oh my God, dude, 8 hours to fucking make $1,000? My head explode. Like, I can make that in a nanosecond. I got it. You know, these guys, and he's a gamer. Vinny's a gamer. So don't tell him I'm talking about him. So, but, you know, so that's that kind of fun.
The boys back in here again.
But, you know, it depends what lifestyle you want. Do you want to be in a trade for 3 days that, you know, on the weekly you saw, oh shit, on the weekly it's a fucking divergence in the 3-period arcs on the weekly, call your neighbors. Back 10 years ago, I was like, I want to call my neighbor and go, did you see the fucking monthly yen? And he'd go, no. Can I torture you for an hour? I'm just going to give you a quick snapshot of what I know so far. And in my lifetime of charting, and I've been doing charting for 30 years, this fucking setup here, I've never traded forex, but I know price action. Holy God, what's going on here? And is this going to keep going down? Ask yourself, how much lower can it go? Would you scale into this? Would you invest for the next 2 months with me in this insane trade? I couldn't find anybody to do it, so I just blow up the account or make a bunch of money. So at $500, take the account to 5,000. No, I'm not even joking, but there's no stop. But the account's a stop. I'm a samurai trader. I've never written a script. I'm a pure market trader, and that was 10 years ago. So when I found the scripts, I go, actually, when I originally did the scripts, I lost tons of money because I put in a 300 pip stop. I'm like, okay, come at me. Oh, they did. So I said, just because you have limit grids in. No, I swear to God to you, I made so much money at the market because I was used to being a manual trader. I knew I was going to get in and get out. And even I was down, I'm telling you, I was down 80 pips on the British pound. If I waited 3 days, I was up 20 pips on that trade, and I got out of the whole thing.
Damn.
These were, I'm telling you what, I was making $4,000 if I held on for 4 days. because
Wow.
I would buy into the plunge of the British pound because I kind of care. I was trying to rescue it. Oh, poor pound! I'll buy some of you. And every 4 hours it dropped without a stop. And when the account flashed red with $700 left, and I could put on another trade, that was my money management system. Was I couldn't. There's no free margin left. That's how I used to trade. No free margin. Step back, let it go, and then I would walk away, and I would add when the margin became available. I'd hurry up and buy at the market, and I'd peel off a few.
Wow.
I'd buy at the market, and peel off a few. And just like this euro's coming out of the hole here. So I'm like, oh yeah, dude. And then when I did that, I go, that's it. I crossed my arms and I go, I'm going to be a forex trader. And then here came Frank Dodd, and I wanted to blow my brains out because one by one, each broker told me, you got to close your account. You got to close your account. And then I was down to just a small crop, and I was so depressed because that was going to be my launching point for my trading career was forex, as on a retail basis, you know. And now here comes YouTube, and I'm like, I just want to see if I can redo it with the robots. Now, I'm not a super fan, but here you can see it's making money today only. But no, I just want to get out of I want this market to kind of go after the high of the day. By 5 p.m., it's going to take out the high of the day, and I'll be like, whew, thank God. So thank God the week's over. And no, I mean, so. Yeah, I'll send you the starter kit because I am inside of the same platform, so I know that these run on the NASDAQ. You can play with the NASDAQ ones if you want. You can just save as, keep saving as, change your stops, change your target, save as, rename it, change the expiration, change the decimal point, and you can build your own tree. So I try to make the navigator like these 4-hour scripts. That's why I have H6 here. So this is going to be a drop that lasts 4 hours or 8 hours. I try to keep track of not overloading, of course, the account. We know how that goes, but yeah. Hey, so it's a ride. Sorry, I just
all of
babbled
this,
around.
because most of this is actually over my head right now. To be quite frank, you're definitely gonna have to.
Boy, all you have to do is sign up, and then we'll do it for you. That way, you can go on with your life and believe. That's the whole purpose of this.
No, I thought you said you.
Just give me $100.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a show, whatever it takes.
No, this guy here said that this nymph guy said that he wrote a chip that you just duct tape it to your forehead, and it's got all the scripts, and you just, all of a sudden you're like fucking amazing trader. How much you say? How much was that? $499? $499?
Yes, something like that.
Today only, right?
Let's go.
$4.99. Wow.
I'm just kidding. All of a sudden, wow, sorry. We're just kidding.
Please put your wallets away.
Yeah, no. Why do you think it's free now?
And reaching for the credit card.
Es ist Feierabend in Deutschland. Die drehen den Hahn ab und dann ist Ende.
We already scanned your profile. We know we got all the data we need. You can move along. No, we got a drone outside your house. You're fine. Don't worry. Nobody's watching you. Don't be paranoid. You're fine. So yeah, no. Thanks for telling us your.
Hey, wait a second. I want you to take the Belize office. Maybe you can sell some accounts for us.
I'm definitely interested in doing that because that's a good idea.
Do it, man. Let's do it.
I'm serious. I'm not bullshitting around.
$100? Hey, listen, Belize, $100 is a lot of money. I was trying to tell Simpleton that.
And that's USD too. Shit.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of money for people everywhere else.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so that's why I moved to the cryptos. My first white label is going to be for basically some colleagues of mine. It's just going to be $50 because I know that in Russia, India, Colombia, Guatemala, Belize, $50 is like 2 weeks' salary. So they're going to be serious about it. They're going to be very serious. It's kind of like as if I said to you, look, man, I can hook you up with this system. It's the most amazing robot in the universe, and you can change all the settings, whatever this guy was doing out in Turkey, but it's going to cost you $5,000. You'd think about it for a little while. You'd say, fuck, that's a lot of teeth I got to fill out. You know, like, in other words, the relativity factor is very, very, it's way out of whack for us. It's something that you have to bear in mind. That's it. That's why I asked you, is $500 the minimum that you can actually do any of this kind of trading? And if you're telling me it's $100, that's still a couple of weeks of salary for most people. So they'll be very serious, and they'll be very seriously happy if it works.
Mm-hmm.
So.
That's true.
That's the thought.
Yeah. Big bold group. Account extra income for investors and managers.
I'm ready to scalp out of this thing. So here's the thing: I'm intervening on top of the robot. It's actually got filled. It's auto filling for me, but I feel like if we don't cash out on the predetermined exits, I'm at about 70K here right now, roughly $60,000 position. The robot's filled me. I'm actually up pretty good on this account. I'm up $640 for 2 days of trading, but that's I did dump and re-rack, and if we do a launching point here by the end of the day, if we can get out of this fair value and start going
mentorship?
up.
Simpleton,
yeah,
do you have any mentorship?
This is it right here. I suppose this is it. People say, "Do you have one?" I go, "Yeah, it's the video." But every time I'm complaining, my complaining mentorship. Yeah, I have an anger mentorship, but that's $10 a month.
Baby.
It comes with a punching bag. No, it comes with a forex punching bag. No, it's a complete set. But I would have to send something if somebody like a. You know those movie theater cups you crash a chair over somebody's head. Those they're made out of candy, I think, right? Isn't those the Hollywood shit made out of candy?
You get everyone a hammer with a sponge head on it.
A forex hammer made out of candy. No, that forex squeezing ball, or that spinners. Is the spinner thing still a thing? I would go into the store and this neurotic crackhead girl behind the register's got a spinner next to her. I'm like, babe, just cut back on the speed. You need something constantly going on. I feel that I'm neurotic about forex, so the tick chart, I'm kind of addicted to watching just price action. I confess that I'm addicted to watching the market. That's part of the fun. Now I'm gonna let this trade go. I have a hard time when I see a winning trade, I get out too early. Another big. So let this one go. Let this thing go to the end of the day. It's going to be 1 o'clock. The 4-hour charts are updating. It's kind of a big deal for the 4-hour robots, actually. We're coming up 4 minutes before the 4-hour candles. It'll be the last candle of the day. That means we have 4 hours left. So maybe we get a little bum rush to the border. I have seen a short squeeze. I have seen people come in on a Friday and just buy the shit out of this euro. So that's just my final chance for a rally would be right now. This is a perfect setup in the half hour. We came back. We've trapped under the floor, fair value. But just the same, we could tumble down. Or I'd hold it over the weekend, to be honest with you. I'm not that big, so I almost feel like, well, if you're not in big here, you can buy in limits on Sunday night if you think you missed out, and you never seem to miss out in these markets because they always seem to retest, and it's a big fallacy that you missed your window. And I think that's the other big fallacy is that in real life you do miss out. Like, so there's some girl you want to meet, and then she gets in a car crash, and God damn it, now you can't marry her. That never happens in the markets, and people can't believe they can ever re-enter the best. It retests, so why not get in now? Well, the reason people don't, well, my moving average is dude, do not look at anything but price levels. The market doesn't care when it gets there. It's only the price that matters. And now you're going to even go on a more raw, simple basis of viewing the market as just price levels. Well, what about this beautiful head and shoulders? Dude, it's only because it retested that you're seeing a head and shoulders. You should have been able to trade the retest. You should have a trade plan that says it could come back here. Sure enough, it did. Now, if you can do that with 30Ks where you fill, say, 11Ks one time and the other you don't fit any K the next time, but everything you pick up is high probability because you're buying low like you're supposed to, but unique expirations, unique price levels. And I'm right. I've written it so far, but now I feel like, okay, this would work. And since I'm sitting here babysitting the thing, okay, let's run these other, and then let's take a little risk maybe, and come in with the 90 pips deep, 80 pips deep, 40 pips deep and write some guppy bots. You have to call them a guppy bot because it's designed to get into insane crap. I mean, look at the guppy and just ask yourself, how could you ever even sustain holding a position there? It's up 300 pips. You're up $30. You're down 30. You're only in a $1,000 position.
You need deep pockets for the guppy. I see that now.
Oh, Jesus.
I went way too heavy. Way too heavy.
Dude, that thing can rip 1,000 pips and never look back for 5 days in a row. And you're like, what just happened?
Yeah.
I think it's filling the void. If you look at the vacuum, you're looking back into structures that don't exist. Like there's nothing there. You're going into open water. Nobody knows what it's worth. It's gushing in. Everybody's shitting their pants because it's a cross rate. When the other country opens, the thing is that when the sun sets, in Asia, the fact that the most violent cross rates are that, and the dollar CAD's unique, just like the euro I believe the euro to the pound, because they're neighbors. The United States to Canada currency pair is literally an exchange. So you see up one day, down one day. It will trend, and when that thing trends, get the fuck out of the way because it's crushing in the vacuums. If you study the dollar CAD, you'll see how it trades like a mechanical beast. It does not see a Fibonacci. It wouldn't even know if it landed on its head. Neither would the euro in a sense.
Fibonacci at all.
Oh Jesus! I mean, I tell you, people love the mysticism. They love the Da Vinci Code. Like you saw the Da Vinci Code movie. Now they're trading Fibonacci to blow up their account. Oh, I love that movie. You mean like the proportions, the golden ratio? Yeah, I just blew up my account on the golden ratio. Thank you very much.
618, the golden
618. I said I want my my hip hop videos on YouTube to have my license plate on my Ferrari say 618. And my other one.
You see it so much in nature. Look at these shells.
Yeah, I have logarithmic spirals. I got a Nautilus shell on the side of my car. So. How about you ever seen my 5-layer Nautilus logarithmic spiral setup? I bought a book. I'm not kidding you. I bought a book for $50 that has 40 pages, dude. $50, 40 pages, Wiley & Son. Guess what? He shows you how to build a logarithmic spiral compass in the back. So if you want to put it, I'm not even joking. He puts it in the middle of the chart. He does a logarithmic spiral. See, you could have got in there. See, you could have got in there. See, you could have got in there. Dude, you could have got it any fucking where. And I wanted to punch him because I spent $55 plus tax at Borders Books to buy this thing. I'm sorry. I had some anger problems from past. After $4,000 of seminars and books, you're like, dude, if you tell me one more time about the logarithmic spiral, or how about the? I met a guy. I swear to God to you, I drove all the way to the other side of town, and I sat in a room with a wireless microphone, and there was a guy on Skype. He comes in. He's selling a book called "The Planets to Trade On." This is like the stars are giving me a window of opportunity in the market. So I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I couldn't resist. They passed the mic to me. He had candlesticks charts, and I said, have you ever thought about line charts? And I thought I was going to blow him away. And he goes, no, don't use line charts. I'm like, oh, fuck. I was hoping he was going to go, no, that's a good idea. So that's why I use line charts. Because he refused to acknowledge my clean charting. No, we've all got some baggage, and like Mark Douglas says, that you do psychological damage when you chase the market, and sometimes you have to chase it. So it's very difficult because you're like, this is the time to run that market order script I wrote, and I got to get on that fucking, and I can run tight stops, and I actually have an 8-pip stop, I have a 50-pip stop, and almost everything in between, but you can't have everything in your suitcase when you go on vacation, although you kind of, what about if that happens, So this is a streamlined kit, I suppose. This is my mentorship, I suppose. This babbling on the internet. The other reason I'm babbling on the internet is because I ran out of hard disk space, and I have a solid state drive, and I'm like, if I do one more video, it's going to choke the. And this is YouTube is going to file it for me, and I don't care if they delete it actually, but that's even better. But,
not because I would definitely like to rewatch this.
Oh yeah, sorry. Well, you can just skip over what we say. No, because I started off the video talking. Actually, nobody was there, so there is some. I actually said some things that might have made sense earlier this morning when I had my coffee. But so yeah, it's kind of this is a lazy game, and it is a lonely game. So that I guess if we're all talking here on the internet, we're all reclusive people apparently that don't mind talking on the internet.
The Lonely Pips Club.
Yeah, right. So you're over. What time zone did you say you're at?
London.
Oh right. Oh my God. Look. So what do you think do people do that? Do people share accounts and manage them, or do you think the robots can outperform? Do you think the robots they're more consistent, right? Where a human trader can take care of that once in a lifetime opportunity, I suppose. But you think the robots could probably churn out a pretty decent, not $1,000 a day, but sit there and make a $200 a day on a $5,000 account. That's realistic in your mind, right? Maybe it has a losing streak, but overall, at the end of the week, it's made $200 a day on $5,000 account. I don't think you're risking.
I'd be happy with that.
I could totally trade that manually and feel safe and have just ridiculous order banks. And if they did fill, maybe at that moment I'm in 350K, but I'm only in 120K for a blink of an eye, and then I'm back to 250K and I'm riding the swing. It's just that this would be the ultimate situation when 9:30 comes, the stock market, they keep bidding down that euro into the stock. Have you ever seen the way the euro behaves in the opening of the stock market? 9:30, bidding it down low. They did this morning. Down, just beat it down, spike it down, and you're building your long position on limits because it's either manually or by robot, and you're like, okay. And then when we get that rally after it, it's like, well, you're probably going to feel like you wish you held the whole position, but you have to take those scalps off the table because you don't know if it's going to gust down. So we never know if it's going to, oh, that was just a dead cat bounce. Now we're really going to go to hell. So you always have to scalp out, even though the greed side of your brain says, if I held the whole position on that, it would have been amazing, right? So that's you're torn on that.
You have to take it.
Yeah.
But make it take it, brother. That's the key to success.
So if you force the take-its and you don't touch them.
It's not the only trade of the day. Wait a second,
right,
but it's not the only trade of the day. It's not the only day of the year.
Absolutely.
You can just keep going back and forth to the well. $50 a day, sign me up on a $500 account all day long.
Right, absolutely.
Let it ride for a couple months, and then I'll shoot you a check for $100 like a gentleman. Share it. Let's do it.
I would definitely do that. Like I said,
absolutely.
sign me up.
Oh, all day long. So,
yes, makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think it's.
You let it run. You let it run in the background. That's all. I think people would let it run in the background if they want to itch to pull the trigger, buddy. They can hang out with the mentorship program that's going on. You can do that, and you can just show.
Yeah,
you can just basically show what's going on. Like, what is this robot actually doing? You could spend months explaining it to people, bro. You can back test material
it. The nice thing about it, you can back test your robot inside of, and it will run in back test mode inside of Strategy Tester. Do you ever run Strategy Tester in your robot to rehearse trading and stuff? You can put an hourly chart and act like the market's open and ask yourself, what would I do here? And so you can run the robot and see how it's performing and go, obviously, I see you can't have it on. So you see it made money during the U.S. session. Here, I'll do it right now. I'll test this robot I just wrote. I'll show you what it looks like here on the. So the cool thing about MetaTrader, it's all for free, which just blows my mind. Dude, I paid $2,000 for straight TradeStation, and I had to make payments, and they sent me a parallel port dongle every month. If I didn't make my payment, the password was on the dongle. So I was paying $200 a month to buy a $2,000 app, so to speak, and brutal. It's brutal back then. He used to have to crawl to school. But so if I say, pick this scalp bot, this is the one I just wrote. Well, let's pick something that won't blow up. Something realistic. 3-hour drops. We're going to buy 10 to 30 pips deep with a 40 pip hard stop. I'm going to put this on the 1-hour chart. It's going to drop every hour. Faithfully, too. I must say it does run. That part, it does work. And then we're just going to say start. And I'm going to bring up a template that I can kind of tolerate. I'm going to turn down the playback speed because I don't want to just rifle through here. So we can watch it trade, and then we can also just fast forward and see what money would it make if we just let it go. So let me zoom out here. So I'm going to put in my template kind of this gray ugly one. So the closing prices. Now here's the bank. It just laid in an order bank. So here's it in action. So this is better. I don't know. I should have done this a long time ago, but let me speed up the playback. So you see what it's doing. It's got an order bank down there. No trades have been triggered. Now we're speed it up to just under max speed, 31 speed. Now I took away the sell side because I wanted to focus on one side at a time so I can kind of figure out. The expiration on this ticket is 3 hours. So we're dropping every hour. We'll have a constant risk piling up down here. Now I'm going to speed it up because we're not getting filled. I'm going to put it in max speed mode. So you'll see when it fills, and you can kind of estimate here. Now I would launch this bot based on what I see right here. And it barely got filled. Let me see its results here. Oh shit. So I don't think it did a trade even yet. Okay. Oh, it's getting filled now. So there we go. Now it's supposed to cash out. It's really a scalping thing. Now where it's going to get hurt is
So how do you enter the trades? I'm confused.
Well, the robot's doing it. It's automatic here. This is a real robot, but it's a unique bot. It's a very specific. All it does is drop every hour, and they last for 3 hours. So what I'm talking about is this kind of giant team of such dedicated and discrete robots. All they do is one thing. It's ridiculous, right? But if a team of these guys are out there on different time frames, and I don't even think I'm getting filled here, so I'm just gonna go and rifle through. You kind of see what's going on. I'm just gonna skip to the end and see if we ever got filled, and I'm gonna bring up the results now. So it got clobbered here. It got clobbered because when it gets filled, it's getting overfilled. It's not scalping out. But when I'm sitting here babysitting it, I can make money.
And that's why all those little lines there.
It's getting crushed here. But now if I turn on a swing bot, which is a low frequency bot, yeah, that blue line's really hard to see my results, I think. It's not really very impressive. You need a money management system behind it. So I'm going to put a deep swing. These are going to last for 4 hours. It's going to be buying like, I could run this on the guppy. In fact, I will. It actually makes money on the guppy, but you're talking about heavy drawdowns.
Ooh.
Here's a 20 to 120 pips with a 140 pip stop. Hard stop, soft take profit, and it's retracing, and it's going to martingale in too. So we're going to see the big tickets fill on this one, and I'm going to pick the British pound for the playback because we want to get that high drama pip stuff, and we don't care about the with a 20 pip stop. It's okay if the spread's terrible because we'll even survive maybe the overnight if we let it run. So put the pound in there. Put a 1 hour chart. High market set go. And then we'll put our template on top. So I've done a lot of back testing like this. It's much more fun when people watching. Anxiety attack doing it. This is going to buy and sell. So I spent a lot of time on this one. It's symmetrical. It's not directional trading, so I'm going to speed this up. This will get us a fill because the expiration on these tickets is a week. It's dropping every 4 hours, and the tickets last for a week. Now, this is pretty interesting. This is kind of your giant swing bot, psycho bot. So you see how it's filling now? That's the 1 hour chart with orders that drop every 4 hours that last a week.
Wow.
Now imagine, I'm going to skip to the end. See the winning streaks? See the winning streaks there now? Now, it doesn't always win, but when it wins, I've actually had this thing end up at 30 grand at the end from a $10,000 account. Now, look at it. This is without money management. No money management. Look at now, in the right instrument, I back tested some of these. I'm like, my God, on the guppy, that thing made like 40 grand. on that one. It's just that one scheme. But see, there are winning streaks in there. If I had money management bots on here, trailing stops, I think I could make money on this. Now I'm going to try it in the guppy, and it may be a genius on the guppy, or it might get blown up, or the euro versus. Do you ever trade these euro versus CAD where it's just slice your arm off kind of volatility? I'm kind of cheating because I'm using a fictitious spread. I'll realistically make the spread 3 pips. Also, I'm trading through the news, which isn't fair either. But if it's a swing bot like this thing, who cares?
Trade news. Yeah, I usually don't trade news because it just scares the fuck out of me. I'd rather let the market shows its hand and then I'll get in. But if I had a bot to do it, I probably would just jump in.
Yeah, I feel like I would trust a bot to trade lightly psychotic trades, but not as heavy as I trade manually. When I see an opportunity and I buy at the market, it's like Dow's open. I see what's going to happen. Bing, bing, bing. I'm in on limits, but I'm going to add more on. I really know. It's going up now. I've seen this before, so I get at the market orders with tight stops, loose stops. I'm already on limits, and as soon as it gushes the other way, I'm typically going to dump the whole thing and re-rack all my limits because I've seen too many I've seen too many fake runs that just go nowhere. So now I just loaded up the euro versus CAD. Let's see what we get out of this. This should be insane. Fast forward, skip to the end, go to the report here. It's getting clobbered. So there's no money management in this system. But you can see it's martingaling in too heavy. What I did was I made it by an 8K.
That's a bit of an issue, right?
It's buying an 8K, so I know it's a very deep market. So what I need to do is run this on the euro dollar, which is a shallow market. Now, what I want to see here is less 8K fill, so I'm not overloading the bank that I wrote. And the only reason I martingaled this is so I know, we're filling those big tickets, and that's why it's getting blown up. So I know it's happening. And now I'm going to adjust it and put the euro, or the Swiss franc would be the most unvolatile instrument you could possibly trade in your life. Swiss franc's like trading corn and watching paint dry. But I'm going to go from this psychotic, I'm just going to go right to the most liquid thing we can think of is the euro dollar. And just back test that. Euro versus the dollar. Same data set, same history slice, and then put in this...
So if I came to you with a strategy, would you be able to code a strategy for me?
You see how much money I'm making on the euro here?
Where? Let's see.
Okay, it'll take a while. But see my winning streak? I made it to $12,000 on this stupid limit grid. Now, granted, I'm taking a hit here, but this is when... So if you have a hedge bot that comes in when this guy's getting clobbered, he's going to make up for it. You have to have a combination of doji trades and spike retracement trades, I think. But the beginning of this streak here, amazing. Now, what I also would do is turn off, you can play that robot back with buy onlys or sell onlys, and then you would make a mint if you were in those conditions. I'm still overfilling because these last for a week. So these tickets last for a week, which is maybe even impossible in the real world to pull off because the broker's not going to let you, and that's why I'm getting overfilled. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to retune the robot, and I'm going to make it so they last for a day. And here's why I'm going to tune the robots, and so I'm willing to tune the robots because we're all going to benefit to a daily and more realistic. We're going to drop every 4 hours, and it's going to last for a day instead of a week. So I'm blowing up the account right now. So let me stop this, and because we know what's going to happen if we linger our orders too long. And so we're going to go to harmonic retrace bot. Martingale was at 20 to 120. It's really hard to find inside the list, but let me see it. Because I always lose track. You got to come in here to decide to edit it. You can't edit it from the harmonic retrace. So I came up with these kooky names, kind of making fun of the harmonic traders. So... I'm a harmonic trader. I have Gartley patterns and bat wings. Oh, really? Do you feed them mosquitoes? Yeah, that's how I make money. Yeah, it's kind of like they don't tell you about that part, but you got to join the mosquito club, and I wasn't willing to do that. Hard stop, soft take profit. I spent too much time on these, so This is it, right? Weekly. Okay, we're going to rewrite this one, and we'll compile it. We don't even have to reload it. So the beauty here in MetaTrader, I can modify this, rename it, but here I'm just going to rewrite it. I think I'll remember this ridiculous video I did. So every 960 minutes we're dropping. Let's drop the rate to every 240 minutes we're going to drop, which is going to be your 4-hour chart. And the expiration, here's the key that you need to adjust if you want to make this whole rack. So I wrote this symmetrical rack one day. We have a hard stop. I'm sorry, we have a hard stop. No, a soft stop. So when the market plunges 120 pips, we have a stop at 140 with a take profit, kind of a 50 pip winner, right? So good ratio there. It's a 10K, so we should see these 10Ks show up in that big fat bar. And same side, so it's symmetrical. You are here. When you go up, you sell 1K all the way to, this is probably getting in some blistering 33K, I think, if it fills the whole thing. That's why. So the expiration is critical. We're going to make this expire in 12 hours. So this is the cool thing. MT5 is inside of MT4 on a time frame basis. It has to be a cap. But it's not going to change color, but it will compile. So you won't get that red look, but you will get the... This is the only coding I know, by the way. So it gives you, it says only use H1, H4. That's not true, because when they were going to make MT5, the new MT4, but guess what? It sucked. But when they were in transition, they left behind the ability to make H6, H1, H2, H3, H4. So why I was bragging about this is because people don't realize you can have a script that lasts for 3 hours, and it sounds kind of like ridiculous, but think about that. A unique order that lasts 3 hours layered on a 2-hour, you're diffusing and you're able to absorb more price action spikes than anybody on the planet in a logical sense of the time decay. The exposure is slightly bleeding off every 2 hours, 3 hours now. You got 6 hour scripts in 12 hours. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 12, and a day. So I'm going to make this 12-hour expiration. We're dropping every 4 hours. Now we're going to curve fit this. Well, not curve fit it, but we're going to spike fit it in a non-directional manner. So I compile. I don't even have to reload this thing. We're dropping this is what I'm trying to fix. So your buddy that wants to know, the pip range is not recognized, and the last X is not recognized. I've changed these numbers. It never has it. And here's the mention of the ATR down here is pips. It's supposed to trigger when it sees a pip under a certain size, so all this code really is ignored, to be honest with you. The only thing that guaranteed to happen on this thing, so when you see this code, it's not doing anything. The only thing that matters is that very top ticker every 240 minutes, which is 4 hour, and what's the expiration is the only thing you got to worry about, and of course the price levels. And then we compile the thing and go back, hit strategy tester again, and we're not going to look at the chart this time. We're just going to skip to the end. I just want to see the results. No visual mode. Start. And so I did a lot of tests like this where I just want to see the facts, ma'am, and it's going to skip to the end for us. We're going to see the results come in. So now we rarely fill a 10K. Here we just got blistered, right? So that was the original winning streak. It's still over trading, so we have to turn back the frequency of the drop. And this is not something I'd want to do, is drop it every 8 hours. I'm not going to remember to do it. So these things are running in the background, and I know it looks like bad results there, but you understand that when you see it pancake in and you're in that 10K at the bottom, you're trying to get it so you just barely fill the 8Ks. You're kind of tune this thing to the wick. So you're making a special bot, I suppose. Because I can change those parameters and kind of dial it in here. And then I would rename it. When I got something I thought was good, I'd rename the robot and call it something unique. So I'm going to go for a 4 hour expiration. Now this is going to cut down our exposure. We're dropping every 4 hours for 4 hours. We have a constant risk, and it turned red because that's the really totally recognized time frame for MetaTrader's 1 hour, 4 hour, and then M30, M15. But we should get a different result here. I hope I'm editing the right script. I've done it before where I'm not even editing the right script. So see here, we barely filled. So here's where it got crushed. And I know this is bad data, so I wouldn't even trust that. But you see how we're barely filling? Because that's just a little trolling guy. And then when I take this drop down, drop frequency, In other words, I'll make this a H2. So here's where it gets cool. If you make this a H2, there'll be 2 hours with no tickets in the market. And this may be under trading because when you do get a winning streak, you're like, man, we should have loaded the wagon on that. Yeah, but this is like the way to have the robot trade conservatively, so to speak. And now he's going to, every 2 hours, he's going to take it off for 2 hours. He's going to take a break, go get a cigarette. And you can also, I think, have a start. I'm trading the whole day, and this is going to avoid 2 hours of drop, and there'll be no pendings for 2 hours, and then we have pendings for 2 hours. So this may be under trading, maybe. But this is how I'm thinking, envisioning how I'm going to construct this. So did you catch that big move there? It went back kind of fast, but if you just looked at that, you go, well, that was a spectacular move there. And now it's barely filling. But it was in the very beginning there. It was nice. But you'd have a team of these because I can't imagine writing a composite robot that can take it. And I know people are doing it with neural nets. It takes the headlines. Dude, come on. Give me a break. I could sit here and manually trade. I don't know. Unless it's some sifting bot. I don't know what's going on out there. I'd rather not, do those things, but yeah, that's what I've been working on. So I'll put in, here's the 24K buy only system. Let me try this. This is literally putting in 24K. This is my new kind of experiment. So look how it has this winning streak here, right? It's up to 12 grand. It's buying 24K. Now, this is a monster script. This is the one that I wrote 2 weeks ago. But watch, it's going to get clobbered, right? I was able to take 10 grand to 14 grand, but watch it get clobbered here, see? In other words, if I had it's a buy-only bot, by the way, so that's a problem. But look at that streak, and this is what I'm talking about. When it cashes out that whole rack, and this is not martingale, by the way. We just are fill, and then come off the floor. And it's already done 8,000 trades, and I don't know what my time frame is. We're starting on 2020, and we're trading for 2 years.
Sit and babysit this, though, right?
What's that?
You had to sit and babysit it.
No, you let this baby go. I mean, here's what you do. The other guy on the line here, if he's still here, you throw a money management trailing stop system on it. You may not make quite as much money, but it's going to protect you from blowing with the account. Then you walk. Look at this thing climbing out of the hole. What I want you to realize is that without money management, this thing climbed off the floor. This 24K unique script I wrote is coming off the floor of 8 grand to 10 grand, and it doesn't look very good in the big picture. But think about that. Without money management, it's 24K in a cluster of unique exits. It's like in it's a total plunge retrace kind of script. It doesn't have to be. You could do something a little bit more swingy, tradey, where the targets are way up there because this is just looking to scalp it. But that would take some time.
No, you basically want to. You're going to have a make it take it exit. I think that the way that you trade, Simpleton, and especially these longer trades that you're doing, you realize that when the actual P&L has reached $12,000, the minute it drops, let's say back to 11 or 11.5, you would say, okay, let's cut this robot off because it's starting to lose a lot of money, and maybe we got to deploy someone that's fighting a little bit closer to the market. Like you're going to have to make that decision.
Well, there's a judgment call. A judgment call which robot to run. That's going to. So now you're the conductor of robots, and you.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is the babysitting factor. Okay, to an extent, but think of it this way. If you need to buy low and sell high, do you want to do that? Do you want the robot to be the trading assistant to put in maybe not the best entry points, but if you're going to spread 10K of risk over 50 pips, it's different than spreading 10K of risk entry tickets over a 20 pip window. So once you figure out how deep of a wick you want to trade, you pick the appropriate robot to capture those wicks, and you back test. You look at it visually in the chart, and you go, okay, it's Asian time. Let me turn on my deep pip bots, my deep swing bots that are low frequency drops. I will drop my scalp bots that front run the market by 10 to 30 pips, but they're going to expire in a half an hour. So they look aggressive, but they're really looking for a momentary lapse of reason. And then we have So all that layered in, you at the end of the day, you can find yourself in a winning position, and you can decide by the end of the day, do I cash out, or you've got a money management robot trailing behind you if you truly want to go totally hands free and just. You're going to accept the fact that you will not realize the full potential of the profit of your targets because your money management bot might get spiked out. So
the money management bot will always leave money on the table.
If you know how to trade, if you know how to trade, you might want to just sit back and let the robots fill you, and then you decide, oh, I'm going to dump this, dude. We are going to plunge again, and if the robots are left on, if you're comfortable with somebody putting tickets in for you every 4 hours, so you have to get comfortable with the idea of the robot being left to its own device. But if you only tell it, if you give it, the first thing you do is give it small tasks, and once you see it and you feel comfortable, you're trading along with it. And the other thing psychologically interesting is if the robot gets into a trade that you wouldn't have got, if you're not good at selling, you have a sell bot, you're like, God damn it, this thing's not getting a fucking, why don't I sell? It can be also the way to open your mind to, well, look at what happens when you do this. I'm just saying the robot gives you that freedom of experimenting with imagining certain trades. And then if the robot, you say, well, I'll set this robot free tomorrow. He can trade 5Ks. He can put them in, and they're going to last for an hour, and they're going to be every 10 pips, just a linear robot, the dumbest robot in the world with a master stop. So accept the whole risk of a rack. You're going to buy every 10 pips for 50 pips. You get a master stop. You have take profits, maybe a hard stop at the bottom. I'd say the beginner's kit is you're going to buy all the way down with a master stop, maybe tight. So the very last thing, you got 10 pip stop, and the last guy, the top one's got a 40 pip stop. You're going to take a hit on that. But the take profit for that top rack is going to be 40 pips above you. You got to write the script so that maybe they're all break evens, right? You let that robot go, he's dropping every 4 hours, and he's contouring the market like an envelope away from standard deviation, and he picks up, instead of picking up he only picks up 5K, but he launched 30K that never got. They're fast enough because the expiration of the tickets are happening. You don't have to cancel those tickets. Another thing is you would have to cancel replace tickets. It's doing it for you. So that right there is so hands-free that all you would do is look at your Android phone and go, am I up or down? You can pluck them off your phone with your thumb and go, I'm just going to take that. I'm just going to take that. Just take, in my recommendation, just take it, dude. You're up 80 pips. Like I've seen people, they're up 80 pips. Dude, you're up 80 pips, dude. If I was, and they don't understand. I've seen beginner traders. I'm like, dude, you're up, and they're up $190. They're up $400. But you don't understand. Oh yeah, but my target's up here, and I took this course. I'm like, I don't care if you, dude. It's the end of the day. It's 5 p.m. It's the weekend. Just get the fuck out. You cannot get people to even think with common sense. They're so swept up in how many pips, how much money, how many bitcoins. I'm like, dude, you gotta stand back if you're trying to make money. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, but you know what? If you're happy at the end of the day, Jay, you say, look.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we forgot about your happiness. Sorry, the happiness meters.
No,
she's already wilting on us.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that. And I think you've explained to her the idea that you're not going to win the dance contest with one dance move. You got to have different bots doing different things at different times.
Yeah.
We haven't even discussed the top of the hour stuff that the spreads go crazy. All those things have to be built in so that people don't get completely hurt and run over and be stuck in the middle of the road, as someone said the other day. So you want to turn around and say to yourself, you know what? It made 10, 15 bucks today. I'm happy with that. If it makes another 10, 15 bucks tomorrow, I'm happy with that. If you can do it every single day and it's open 24 hours a day, listen, hallelujah. I'll take the $100 and take my friend out for lunch or pay a phone bill or do whatever I got to do with it. I look at it as Simpleton's little ATM machine. It's not. You're going to leave money on the table. You're not going to get every trade. And I think if you can set it up for yourself that you're happy with what it performs.
Like I say,
some people are going to turn it full blast and blow up.
Yeah, the robot that the robot I just showed you. If you have a gentle bot, so to speak, like a low fill bot, you back tested it. It gets filled sometimes. So when the market's open, that's running in the background. You also have available to you market orders that when the Dow Jones open and slammed down 20 pips and you want to buy with a 30 pip stop, it slams another 10 pips and you're like, I want to build a position here on 1Ks with known risk. I got a 20 pip stop. I got 100 pip stop. Market orders. I mean, I got them all sitting there. You just keep clicking right now. You want to wait to click because you want it for it to go down. So you're really going. It's kind of counterintuitive. Every time it goes down, you want to buy, and you have to be able to accept the fact you're going to build maybe 58K or 180K down here, and you're like, okay, well, let's see what happens. And don't buy any more if it goes up. I really don't like to chase myself, but you've already built so much on limits and so much of the market, and you're like, this is the cove, this is the niche, this is the supply, this is fair value. We're going to go up after this. As soon as Dow Jones opens, then everybody comes back to the party. We're going up. You've made this structural, directional decision beforehand. In some regard, you have to know how to trade structurally, and then you're like, let it go. Now you could either probably turn on a money management block, walk away. If you're right, you're right. The market will prove you right. If you're wrong, let the robot tighten up your stops. Get rid of that 50 pip swing trade stop. You're going to get clobbered. Or you might retain that through the war, and that might be the winning trade of the day. So you never know. The fun of it is that if you're going to trade on multiple trade plans, that they might blow out your scalps, but the swing trades made it. And the hero at the end of the day is the swing traders. The swing trader portion of your total position, maybe 180K, but 40K swing trade, they made up for all those scalps that got bombarded. Don't forget, you made 5 pips on that cute little script you wrote. And I'm saying if you're trading like the guy in Canada here, where he's trading massive amounts for milliseconds, but we're trading massive amounts for, you're a swing trader, so you could understand. If you're getting filled on a currency you never trade, don't have time to look at it, it's the the pound Australia, bad spread. You could put some sleeper cell garbage robot on that, and you wake at the end of the week. Oh my God, I'm up $20 on this dumbass robot. Now, that's on a pair you'd never trade. Now, I don't know if you're into making money from kind of random events like that, and some people say, no, I want to be there to see it. I'm there. If my baby's being born, I'm going to be there. Well, dude, you don't have to be there for these trades. If the robot's throwing limits out somewhere and you wake up in the morning, you're up $5 and I'm up 50 pips on this thing, I'm going to get out. I just found money. And maybe turn the robot off and go, whoa, that's crazy. I don't even trust that thing. Like, what the hell's going on there? So I'm saying there's not any kind of pressure, but we all want to grow into our own, build our own robots, right? So we kind of, the personality platform idea is that I'm not really into high frequency trading, to be honest with you. So I'm going to be like, let me put these, let me put, like I'm saying, but if I can put some trolling kind of traps, it's like having a web page that somebody clicks on, in a sense, and I might make money every time somebody clicks. You could think of it like that. But how many web pages can you afford to hear? But it's free. Can your account handle all the fills if the expiration is very long? Then you're really under exposure. So if we get some drama at the end of the week here, at the end of the day,
Yeah, I was supposed to say, look at the drama coming up on you. Yeah, you know what? I think you've explained it. Well, thank you, man. I'm learning every time I listen to you talk about it.
Well, no, I mean, I'm trying to imagine the world I imagine in my head is that you're like, that movie, I guess even The Matrix, you're standing at zero price level, where the market's at now. Above and below you is a total mystery. And if you know the matrix of orders that you're going to slice into up there and come back out of, and if they're all unique, because you could do fifth decimal math here, to me that's kind of like you're beating the market. You're saying I will only trade, never repeat my entry, even if it's a half a pip. And if I got a 5 pip target on one and a 3 on the other and a 9 on the other and a 20 on the other, that I'm making money just from whatever noise or whatever. Because when you see it come down, you'll realize that, oh my God, if I could just buy more right now. And I look at my equity, my margin usage, when we come down into those insane lows where you're touching the low of the previous day and it's just sitting there and then it rips the other way. I'm like, if I can cluster my tickets right at the borderline, and those are the scalps, but I'm in super fat there, and then I dump half the position on the first 15 pips, to me that's like the ultimate, and then it just goes engulfing, and then it just engulfs. Yeah. Now, I paid for everything and then some, and now I can even re-rack like gingerly with 20 pips apart and throw, and now I can kind of relax, sit back, and just oh, dude, I'm gonna put orders in that are so ridiculous the broker might even get pissed. But I'm gonna buy super deep for 6 hours, go to sleep, go get it, and I can actually watch it on my phone and go, I know how this typically plays out. We're gonna come back again, and then it's gonna full auction take out the high of the days. I've traded so long. I've seen the yen take out the weekly low of the previous week, take out you go 300 pips, bookends, takes out the low from 1 week, the low for the last week, and everybody's left going. And then it comes back to fair value, creates a pin bar, and everybody goes, what just happened? I'm like, holy fuck. Now, if you're getting in on that shit, you're going, oh, I could see that coming, and I wish I would have been in more. But that rarely happens, but everybody knows the pin bar in golf, right, where you're just, what the hell? Like explosion. But to me, that's the fun of trading, I suppose, where you're like, wow, this is really fun. Or the creeper gear trend trade, which, girls like that one because it's like, oh, that makes sense. I don't want to get beat up. No, they love that. Did you see the what's her name? The I keep calling her warrior trader girl, but she's a British girl. That's she's like, I'm gonna join the FTMC club. She's like, I'm just started trading. I'm doing a scalp. I got in because the market's bullish. You've seen that girl? What's her name? Mindfully trading girl. So, I don't know. People dude, everybody's in this Forex. Where's your web channel? Where's your YouTube channel? High frequency Forex.
What's YouTube?
Well, it's the giant square, right?
I've been there.
It's the middle of the road. It's the hangout, man. No, I like the YouTube thing. As long as you don't say something inappropriate, you're good to go. But that's all we do here. We're flying under the radar because we don't have enough viewers, so there's nobody that's really caring what we're saying. You have to make sure you don't make too much sense because then they will perk up the bots and they'll start scanning us for... What did he just say? Yeah, I don't think I want to work for the FBI, now that you mention it. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, so what do you think? Next week's going to be pretty quiet, huh?
Probably.
I forgot about your crude oil trade. I feel bad now. Got carried away in the
No, it's all right.
robot testing.
I took 450. I called it the fake oil report, so I put it on your main site there.
Fake oil.
The first time I've seen them absolutely just abrogate the whole fucking report. I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that before. I don't know. They spilled the coffee on the report and they couldn't read it off the teleprompter into the teletype machine. They've
already got the report.
They mimeograph it.
They've already got the report.
Comes in a teletype.
I think they're all. You know what? Knowing these bastards, excuse the language, I'm pretty sure that they're probably priming the pump to do something really bizarre on Wednesday. So let's see how they drift it, and whether they're going to drift it lower.
Maybe what they're trying to put an 18-cent discount into it, try to re-engineer it. Can we put the?
Who knows what they're doing? But they're out of.
This is what it would look like if we had 18-cent discount. They're cooking the books. They're gonna. You know how they say this is paid for because we're gonna tax you to death. So they're probably going based on the crude oil 18-cent discount, we're gonna have to redo our inventory supply. Based on what that's causing.
Look, you know what? I can tell you one thing I've learned, and I think you've spoken about it a few times, Simpleton. It's always misdirection. And that's why the way that you're interleaving and interweaving and doing the stuff that you're doing is to try to capture that misdirection. Because you know it's going to go further. You know they're going to push it.
Look at the Dow, man. Look at the Dow. It's making new highs. Look at the Dow. Oh, my God, dude. We're coming up on, like, the floor of this 4-hour crush. Oh, Lord. Yeah, look at that. Right to the... Oh. I told you today, man. I called it. I said they're short squeeze this puppy into the week, and nobody's shorting. When that guy came out... How'd Bitcoin do? Did Bitcoin go up? Let's see. And you make the call. Bitcoin's a laggard, man, but I think Bitcoin is going to rip north. It's like the last one to join the party. Dollar yen's going up here. I took off my CAD bot. That's not even a real chart there. That's fucking playback shit.
I think Bitcoin's hugging that line. It's so bizarre to me that the price that it's at right now is exactly the price that they opened it up in Chicago.
Well, the Euro Yen's making new highs here. Euro Yen's taking out the high of the day. Look at that. Oh. See, if I had all the, so if you had the yen, if you trade the Euro Yen, like I said, Euro Yen, Dollar Yen, Euro to the dollar, and you run them vertically in MetaTrader, you'll have a pretty good view of the pressure of what's the strong currency. There's a triangulation too. You have all the time zones. You have the actual cross rate is 0 to the yen. They're not majors, they're majors, but they're not like the original 7 forex currencies. New Zealand, Australia, Swiss, CAD.
The original NHL hockey teams. And, Montreal, Toronto, Boston.
Right, it really is. It's funny because, if you research it in a fundamental view, you look at the countries. And so one time I brought up the interest rates because I was talking to that millionaire guy, and I said, let me look at the interest rates of the central banks around the planet. And there's a couple countries on the planet where if you deposit money, they will literally pay you 30%. I don't know if you get your money back. I don't know if you get 30%. But if you might park your money in some of these places, there's a list on the internet of the central bank's interest rate, and it'll blow your mind. And then when I was looking at it, right, and the interest rate in Swiss is like -5, so they charge you rent to park your money in Switzerland.
They charge you rent to park your money.
Charge you to park your money in the bank. So I thought, wow, that must be a nice bank. Do they polish the bills and rinse them? When I come in, is it crisp bills when I get them on the ATM? What kind of bank is this? This is luxury.
Well, we only handle all the money with white gloves, my friend. It's a white glove.
That's right, and they spray them with COVID disinfections. They take it to the dry cleaners. You want some starch on your bills? How much starch do you like in your bill? When I break my bills out, I like them to be like playing cards where I can flick them to people.
Bring out the Calgon, right? Ancient Chinese secret. I remember that commercial when I was a kid.
Yes. Well, the tidy ball man.
Here's the story about the Jewish doctor that came to the dry cleaner, and he goes, "Listen, I really need to have these things ready, as soon as possible." And he goes, "Well, I can't get anywhere. I can't get it done before Fly Day." And the doctor's like, he's a prick like me. He goes, "Excuse me, it's not Fly Day, it's Friday." He goes, yeah, okay. So anyways, he comes back on Friday, and he has a whole new rack of shirts to put in, and he goes to the cleaner, he puts in his ticket, and he goes, "Oh, I see you have more shirts. Do you want them ready for Friday, you plick?"
Yeah. No, that joke goes over in Chinatown like crazy good.
I'm sure it does.
So yeah, that's it's all about the pandemic, people. Yeah, it's kind of a slow. And so the bomb exploded, and we're back to just the drift now.
What happened? Chris is in his car. I can hear the road.
I always think he's fueling up like a jet plane or something.
Jet plane somewhere, yeah.
Seats back to the upright position for takeoff.
God bless him. Nice young man.
Close your overhead visor and prepare to land. Put your stowaways under the seat in front of you. I'm thinking, how am I going to get to
the Bahamas? Because I don't think they'll let you fly out of this country unless you're quadruple.
Put your forex trading tablet in the seat in front of you. And get ready to
bring it with you. Hey, listen, I think Jay would do great because I know that whole lifestyle down in Belize and all those different places. You got a lot of expats in Belize. There's a few cities that are a bit dangerous, Pedro, whatever.
There's a forex broker there that's pretty good, actually.
Bro, I mean, there's a lot of expats there. And good times.
What is the name of that broker in Belize? Okay, it starts with a C. God damn it. What is the name? Anyways, it's 201 leverage, and it's, I don't know how you get money in there, though. You might have to wire it. See, I would never wire money into a Forex account. They charge you $35 for $50 for an international wire, you're already broke. So you just have to. That you can't wire that stuff in.
Yeah, they kill you. They kill you on those little charges. Transfers. Why?
They say they'll give you the money back though. They'll refund you the wire fee, but still, come on, ridiculous. I'm not going to blow that account up if I have to pay a $35 fee.
It's another grab. Well, it's like when you try to convert your Canadian, they want to charge you 500 basis points. Oh.
Look at this. Look at this Dow Jones up 670. I called 600 on that, but still drifting up. Amazing. No, we're dead in the water on the euro here. We're trapped up in these highs in this sell window now, but just kind of trapped and dead in the water. I'm looking for a drift towards the top side of the chart, and then that's about it. I'll be buying on limits Sunday night, as usual.
Trading the euro is actually kind of fun.
Do you hold everything over the weekend?
I think I would on the euro. If it closes here, I would, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's I'm not that big. I'm not really, I'm in like a swing trend trade, so the size isn't that bad.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't really, there's a difference between $200 either way. I'm not really that worried about
I got it.
200, but actually the thing to do here would be put some more buy limits in. If we get one more fake out to the downside,
I have a lot of buy limits.
I almost feel like gobbling up a few more K, but then again, it's a lazy, we're dead in the water here. I could just dump the whole thing and restart it. It wouldn't matter. I could restart on Sunday.
If you put on the 4 hour for the euro, would you put a bot that's going to go all the way down to $1.05 on the 1 hour? Just as I'm just throwing it out there.
105. That's like 15 pips south.
Okay, call it the 45 minute. I'm sorry. Let me get the right time signature.
Well, it wouldn't matter. I mean, it's about. I look at it this way. Would you buy 20 pips deep for the next 2 hours? Would you put one buy limit 20 pips with an expiration? Would you put an expiration of 1 week? So the big question is, would you?
Of course not.
Right. So 20 pips deep with a 1 day expiration, almost guaranteed to fill unless we're ripping up.
Why not?
Right?
Why not a profit expiration? I don't quite understand this. Sorry, I'm just asking for a friend.
A what?
Why not just get out as soon as you made your 10 pips?
Well, are you there to see it? Are you there to see it? You mean put a buy limit 20 pips deep with a 10 pip take profit?
Yeah, see you later. I'm not even
Where's
interested.
the
I'm
stop?
going swimming.
Where you put the stop though?
Well, we're about to stop another time. We can do a portfolio stop based on the amount in the account.
No, I'm saying well, I can't do it like that because I got to put a stop in there.
Right.
So if I put it end of the
put it at the 1 hour edge at 105. Put it like 50 pips underneath.
So if you lay a rack, I mean I can back test it and show you it's going to blow up the account. If you lay a rack where you buy 20 pips deep with a 10 pip take profit. You buy 40 pips deep with a 10 pip take profit. You buy 60 pips deep with a 10 pip take profit. And you have a master stop down there because you want to retain all those tickets as they get filled just because you're going to scalp off 10 pips. You can blow up the account unless you're there to, like if you just let a robot do that trade plan, I guarantee you it might have a winning streak for a little bit, but this is ridiculous ratios. You're going to get destroyed. Unless you had a money management.
Oh no! I'm just throwing out the numbers. Sorry, Simpleton. I was just throwing out the numbers just as an example. You'd have to actually sit there and configure the ratios properly. You do it mathematically.
Right.
You're doing
So if you have good ratios
fine.
with bad ratios, you get away with it. Yeah. If you have I'm going to make 10 on this one, but the other one will make 20. I think if you commingle bad and good ratios, but overall it's good ratios, you'll never survive some of this drama without saying, I'm going to put a 30 pip stop to make 15. Embedded inside of that script, you're going to have some of those, unfortunately, because you'll never make any money at all. So you really, I mean, you honestly have to have an end of the world. Like, so what if they blow your bank out? Well, they didn't blow that ticket out, and that one kind of paid for. Also embedded in there, you need some swing trades, so it has to be one of these balanced diets, so to speak. Because sometimes the wick plan makes more money than the null state plan. The null state plan is not as exciting as the wick plan because when you see your account explode in equity just from a flash crash or what do you want to call these little wicks, you're just like, holy shit, let's do that again. So, but that doesn't happen when the market's dead. Now it's about, here comes the trend traders. It looks like it's going to drift up today. And if you look back 5 days from now, you'd be like, why didn't I stay in that dumbass drifting trade in a small position worth X? So the regret would be there. And when you see a spike, the regret for me is like, I wish I could have traded that spike. So we're never happy, I guess, in the end. I mean, we always want to, if I only would have done, well, this way, it's not a binary issue. If I only would have bought or sold, since you're in several different trade plans, and so you don't take a binary right-wrong approach to your day of trading, because you're kind of right here, you're a little bit wrong there. It's okay to have, and I'm not a big compromise person, so it's very difficult for me to compromise and say, well, some of those trades didn't work out. No, every one of my trades is brilliant. No, they're not. So if you write 100 songs, 5 hit songs, right? You take 1,000 pictures, 10 good pictures. And now with digital, people take 1,000,000 pictures and get 3 good pictures. Right? Just because you have digital, you can infinite photography. You gonna fucking go through that shit when you take it back to your digital darkroom? You need 5 hours and some coffee. You know, you see, it's like sift through the best photograph
and a good-looking girlfriend.
Absolutely. Well, she's the one I took pictures of, actually. I conned her into it. I'll buy you dinner if you let me take pictures of you in this inappropriate pose with. You're posing with pips too. I'll have a little. I need a Pip doll. I need some type of Mr. Pip, like a Michelin Man. I need some swag on my side. Anybody out there wants?
We actually should have some swag. Yes, you know what?
Step up to the plate.
Go deeper would be the first one.
A what?
Okay. Go deeper. I need more. Give me another rack.
How about a I do like the idea that on the demo account, I'm going to do it. I swear to God to you, this when the sun goes down,
I believe it.
I'm going to get out my ridiculous voice ideas, and I'm going to create some dumb shit. And I'm going to have the robot launch. I want to see if the robot, in Strategy Tester, I want to see if it makes a sound, because I won't be able to execute anything when the market's closed, but I could do it in Bitcoin. Actually, I could just do market orders in Bitcoin and test different. I probably crack myself up. What I'm afraid of what's going to happen is I crack myself up so bad I won't be able to continue with the project. Every time I do a voice, I play it back, but I have to get numb to my own comedy. But no, you ever do something and you go, that is so hilarious, I can't even think about it.
Oh no, you're gonna. Listen. I'm waiting. You know what you should do is see if you can find the. I'm sure they have a lot of Debbie Downer stuff on the YouTubes. You just find that sound where they go wah wah, and that's just like, there
that's
goes the rack. You know, you gotta have that in there.
Get a copyright violation.
That's
wah wah wah. Well, you can have all sorts of really. Yeah, you could import some cool samples. You could have, well, that didn't work.
How about this? The minute you put on a hedge type trade, or let's call it an flat state trade, it'll have the voice of the guy from the Matrix. Now you could take the red pill, or you could take the blue pill. And how about we take both? You know, we're going to take both of these pills right now.
No, it would be cute, because I think the girls would like it, because they'd be like, "Oh, isn't that cute?" I don't know if the guys might something inappropriate when you press the button, but I think the girls would think, "Oh, isn't that like?" I'm trying to think, because I want to leave the girls.
You could have it every time that you actually clock out and you made a profit. You're like, "Give me my money, bitch." You know, sorry, language, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, something crazy.
I like that this guy. Hey man, thanks for being in the car. Thanks for the buy signal. I knew when the guy in the car is a fucking Euro bear. So as soon as he said, "I'm selling the Euro," I thank for the buy signal, dude. I just bought that stop
buddy. Sorry,
I just bought that stop point. No, I'm still long, but I see the stop. I see what you're saying. It did go down, but look, they took out the wicks from the last 4 hours and just broke everybody's heart on the Euro there. Did you see that? And now it's 2 o'clock. It's 2. Oh my God, They broke everybody's heart. Oh, I think it's going up. This is the last chance for a rally, if there ever was.
It's going up to 105.5 for sure. I've already got the target.
Yeah, 105.5. I'm not asking for, but I am asking for a bum rush where people lose their mind here. At 2 o'clock, the robots are coming in here.
Okay.
And we've already up the 4-hour charts. Don't forget, look at the 4-hour chart. It's already updated. So we only got 4 hours left. got the 4-hour chart is bullish. It's pulled back off of the top of the 4-hour bullish candle. For the last hour, we've been pulling back. We stop hunted the last hour.
Right.
The last 2 hours, we took out those stops. So we have to continue up here. If that was a stop hunt, if we close right here at 2 p.m., we could still go lower.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not in that big.
No,
but
I'm looking.
I'm on my phone. I'm looking at my phone. It's so easy to see. Oh my God, so stupid.
No, I got a rack ready. Now that doji that's sitting, we're going back about some day before. I think it was the day before yesterday. There's a nice little doji sitting there on the 4-hour chart, and it's at the 10. Where I have an order in there. At 10.
Oh yeah, there's a perfect before it ripped up. There's a bullish baby doji. Right.
That's exactly right.
So the doji bot should have jumped on there, even though they missed the exquisite bottom.
I jumped on the negative trade for sure.
No, I'm not. When I say doji bot, I'm not kidding. Like you should have a bot on the 4 hours, so it only trades 6 times a day. How many dojis are there on the? There's only 6 4-hour candles a day, so it could go out and you could trade it. You could trade a doji on the euro versus pound. I would let it do that, so I feel like I trust it to trade the and the smaller the doji. Here's the secret: the smaller the body, the bigger the trade, and the tighter the stops. Bigger explosion. Explosion. We know it's coming.
Listen, when you got a doji like that, what I've found, just for my own work, if you take that buy stop at the top. You take the sell at the bottom of it.
Right.
Whichever one it triggers first, you have a really good chance it's going to continue in that direction.
And I would prefer to put on. Here's what I already got the script written. You have buy stops where you. Oh yeah, dude. Buy stop above you, 3 pips away, 4 pips away, 5 pips away, 6, and dare I say 7. Almost a trap, but wait for it. That's sitting there. You bought 5K straddle locked at the market hedge with tight stops, good ratios. So you have a buy stop bracket. You're bracketed on buy stops, sell stops, and you bought at the market. Now that I would love to have a robot that pulls the trigger on that. He's got 3 different versions. He's got the tight stop version, got not the perfect doji. So 2 dojis in a row on a 4-hour chart, dude. Both robots glom on, maybe 8 robots glom onto that. I don't want to say guaranteed, but this is non-directional trading. Whichever way the wind blows, it cascades out. It takes out. It's got a 50 pip target in there too, because the robot that saw the 10 pip body says that could be a 50 pip profit typically in the expansion if you back test expansion statistics maybe. But that's dialed in for that. Meanwhile, you can still have the wick bots out there trolling for when it gets unfair value out of control. You don't have to trade pure limits, but I don't want to miss out on that doji, and I currently do that at the market manually with tight stops, wide stops, but that is that's the calm before the storm.
I got it. But what about? Okay, so I'm looking at the doji, and I separated the lowest part of the doji, not the body, but the actual wick that shows up. What I'm trying to visualize is what really happened there in terms of the tug of war, the buyers and sellers. What's happening?
Yeah,
basically, like you said, they got to a standstill. They got to a standstill, but the range of the fight that they fought, the battlefield, was from the top of the wick to the bottom of the wick.
That's
but they ended up in the middle.
That's right. At the end of 4 hours, we're all the way back to the starting gate, so to speak. So you're going full circle, but that wick means that there was buyers galore. So in the ultimate retest world, it just so happens that the small body with the tall wick, and I don't want the robot to start thinking about too much, but we can see that and go, holy shit, that has the potential to go back up there. Not only to go back up there, it clips that price. The next trade I see is the hammer, and that's a winning trade too. You see the hammer that's on the 4-hour chart, it's 3 bars ago. Had you put on a hedge bot there, the short bots won. Now, a little bit trapped on that wick before, but that was a decent trade from just a small body. I'm going to call it small bodies. I'm not going to call it doji. Small body, big body. So big bullish bodies, you sold at the market. Big slam down, you won on that 4-hour bar. You bought the robots, came in, bought at the market with various stops and stuff. That one made money. You're currently up on that trade, and now at the end of the day here, you could probably almost put a hedge going into the weekend. If you can stick to your rule base, You got a small body in the last 4 hours of trading. You should be putting on a hedge. I mean, these things you should be doing. And if you have at least 10 trade plans, so you have 3 hedges, you have 3 limit strategies, and I'm not a big fan of the breakout thing because on ECN brokers they're going to trap you, and when the news comes out, the spreads are going to get wide. You're going to get the worst fill in the world. You're going to get destroyed on that. Better to have the kickback limits and market, so you're locked in the market. The market explodes, and granted, when the spread gets wide, your tight stops might get blown out, but not so much in the euro. Other currencies react, and the broker reserves the right to make the spread 40 pips for a millisecond and destroy your whole trade.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
But that's over the counter.
No, you have to have timers on these
the
bonds.
broker needs to do that to protect themselves. They cannot take that much risk. They're just a broker. They're not like fucking Citibank or whatever these other. We're drifting up here. This Euro yen was the better
I gotta make
trade.
a quick phone call. I'll be back. Give me a minute. Thank you.
So we got well, this guy's, you're still awake? The London guy's still there, man. You're patient. What are you, knitting or something?
Oh no, just
go ahead.
Coding in the background,
man. We take up too much. We talk too much. So go ahead, tell us what's going on. How you doing today? Are you babysitting these markets, or do you just kind of like casually trade them?
A little bit. I've just been leaving the bots kind of run in the background, throwing a few limits out there. Kind of the same as you, really, man. Just
so
Euro.
do you run a various styles of trailing stops on your systems, or do you just intervene and take it off yourself?
I haven't put the trailing stops on there yet. It's very similar to kind of what you're doing in that sometimes I'll take the profit early. Or sometimes I'll let it run, like I say.
So do you tell your robots don't trade during the first 2 hours when the market opens? Do you put them on only trade during like when there's activity kind of stuff?
Yeah, like similar to what you're saying about deploying them at certain times. I won't leave them running kind of constantly. It's only I'll choose when to send the the limit bot in and all that sort of thing. So I guess it does come down to kind of my own judgment at the end of the day of when they actually start being active. So it's not 24 hours active. So
right.
But to be honest, like 90% of what I'm doing is the limit based stuff.
Right.
So yeah, I still find
to me, like when I discovered that, I thought, well, God, I can actually rip the broker off if the spread's tighten, and I thought that's just amazing that when it slams down sometimes like that. If I got the right sizing and coverage area, it's kind of fast money, and the logic of the probability is that when they come down there and they hit that just ultimate low and no more sellers comes in, it typically rips back the other way. So it's kind of like you can at least get out of there quickly at the logical slot of vacuum, and then you could hold the rest because they'll even retest and go below that. So what's amazing is that they take out the low of the day, they go up 40 pips, then they come down again, retest, take out the low of the day, and the low of the previous day by another 10 pips, and then they go up 80. So it looks to me they're trying to get fuel to. There's not enough people on the wrong side of the ship. It is. I guess everybody says they're doing this and they're doing that. But you could say the price is doing that, but it is easier in a sense to think about they're pushing it down, and will I take that price? And people have, like, I guess, narratives or ways of explaining what's going on there. Bulls and bears, and it's a bull trap, so don't buy there, or they're kind of trapping you. But then again, is this a real breakout? Like. And sometimes it is, and you're like, "Oh, geez, how do I get around the fact? Is it a breakout or a fake out?" And I said, "Well, the only way to really get around it is imagine both could happen and have trade plans for both situations, both scenarios."
Exactly.
That's the only way to do it. There is no. What people always ask, and I'm like, "Well, there isn't. You're just kind of screwed. You almost have to say, well, it's a tactical situation, and if you sense that the news is coming out, so you know there's going to be volatility, and you can stand on the sidelines and jump in. But I do like the news because, wow, it's almost like, I want to say guaranteed price action, what's going to happen, but it's, you know, you can so-called get lucky there in some regard by just participating. You know, they say luck happens to people to show up. So, but I don't think anybody in their right mind would sit there with a standard lot, finger on the trigger, news comes out, oh yeah, that's about them. They pull it off, you know, eight minutes after news comes out, they buy it. No, they could be right on that one day, but there's nobody that can do that. And I don't care how many indicators or how much depth of market. You could have 40 screens. You're never going to make that decision. So why don't you just canvass the place with a bunch of tickets, for God's sakes, and see
Good idea.
See if
wait until it's over.
You know,
wait
till the dust settles. You know, after the dust settles, come back in with your market orders and be a trend trader. You know.
Yeah.
After the volatilities, after all the battle of the bots. And,
let them duke it out, man.
Yeah, let them duke it out. Come in.
You know that they're. Yeah.
And that really is the safe entry. Looks like we have $636 up on that. Wow, clean 2% blast on the bear market's over. Safe to get back in the water, everybody. I don't think it ever is, right?
Dip your toe. You can do it.
Get
you
your
can do
foot
it.
cut off. So if you had some thrills and spills, tell us your war stories from Britain. Are they still making you wear a mask when you trade, or is it only when you short the market? Tell us the horrors of Britain, please. Make me feel good. Make us Canadian and American Canadian American people feel like, wow, thank God we're over here. Tell us the horror story.
That's right.
Well, most of them at the moment are it's in quotations optional at the moment everywhere. So yes, do what you feel, man. Do what you feel.
Oh, it feels good. Do it. It's like 1970. Yeah, I remember that one. Feels good. Do it. Right. Hedonist behavior. Right. Don't molest anybody. They have no molestation laws over there too. And that's the new guy. They're killing all the fun. They had that guy, right? The guy that was like the groomer guy that died, Gary Glitter. I don't know. So. What's the big controversy now? Are they done with the vax? Are you guys done with the mask? Tell us the latest lifestyle there.
Oh, God, no, I don't really pay too much attention to it, honestly.
Perfect. So, no, I'm just curious if like you just stay home. If you're like me, you probably don't even know that there is an outside. So, if you're a total hermit, then you're like, yeah, I'm good. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's just carry on, man. It's just carry on. It's just a normal day.
No, I like that guy in Britain. It was funny. It was like a year ago. He was in this walking cage, and he was just trolling the idea that he had this barrier, and it's funny. They're walking around downtown. So you've been doing the Python. What do you typically program when you do it? What languages like you doing there? Are you MT4 guy?
So I work as a developer as well. So the main one I used kind of that was C#, but now it's at the point it's just language kind of agnostic. I just can do it in whatever language.
Agnostic.
And I think I came across your stuff when I was searching for scripting on MT4, and then just kind of ran with a lot of the stuff that you provided, which was awesome. And
so you were able to now when you back tested the bot, did you even
Which one?
did you experiment with putting money management inside the actual as a part of the robot, or did you just run it raw and go, it's pretty good results, I could babysit and probably intervene when it starts to get crushed? I mean, I've done so many bots now with varying different money management techniques in there. Really?
I think I still use the limits, like the hand placed limits, more than anything.
Okay. And then you'd rather have
based
the bots do money management. You think they're better at that than they are finding the zones to place the tickets, right?
Well, that's it. It's with the bots and it's never quite what your eye sees or where you want to start the limits from.
Right.
So yeah, I've just found I can kind of be a bit more, how do I say it? Not more specific, but more deliberate in what I wanted to do, rather than just whatever the bot thinks is the right based on certain variables.
Oh, so now
it depends what type of day it is as well. It's like some of the days you're trading the euro and it's absolutely screaming down, and it's like that's not the day to be having just the general purpose bot out. That's when you need the wider,
general purpose bot.
The wider stops and that
stand
sort of
in front of us here. Stand in front of this freight train for me, buddy. I'm gonna. No, it's all right. No, we back tested you before about this, didn't we? No. Why is my face smeared all over the train engine? But so, but now, can you put a filter? Like I was saying, can you put a filter on the launch criteria? So what I'm thinking is that I'm sure you've seen my crude bot, just called Trade Launcher, Ticket Launcher was the original name.
Yeah.
That it's just dropping this thing every 4 hours. Now, can you make it so, hey, dude, look, it's got to be down 40 pips in 4 hours, or this thing not going to launch? Is it possible to create that filter?
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, so you can set up certain criteria for the effect to be active, I suppose.
Yeah. So how hard is that to do? Is that like $100?
No, it's not difficult at all.
Because you can do that.
Yeah,
so if I said,
let
listen,
me know kind of what criteria
I'm just saying
you want.
that in the last hour, if we've gone up 100 pips, run this, and I've already got that part of it. We're just run those scripts. So there's a little like some guy wrote in the code, maybe it was you. It says insert your stuff here, and so that's ready to go. But yeah, I just need that kind of initialization criteria. So I'm thinking I'd have unique bots that would have complicated ticket banks in there, 5, 10Ks. And when they see a 40 to 80 pip move, they're gonna throw limits out in front of it, 20 to 30 pips deep. And a typical kind of, I wouldn't say every price pulse of 80 pips, the next price pulse is going to go 60. But I'm saying in some kind of realm of, let's throw something up there, and let's throw it deep because we just moved 80 pips in the last hour, 80 to 120. And then you can change and dial the bracket of the range of the execution. So anything between 80 and 100 pip move, the market bots are going to go against the move. They're going to contrarianly, if it's up, they're going to sell. And they're also going to throw some limits in. What I'm curious to test in real time, I'm going to sleep and the market comes down 20 pips, 20 to 25 pips, and this little robot comes out and goes, oh, that's in my category. You're down 22 pips. So he gets in the market. He gets in a 3K, 3 stops, different take profits. And I'm just curious what that, I mean, you have to do, you couldn't back test it. You had to turn it on and go, oh, and then you got a robot that they ignore the 30 pip down, no 30 pip bots, but 30 to 35 pip bot sees a 30 to 35 pip. And if you look at the chart, you're like, it would have taken that trade. It would have taken that. And now it's not a lot of money, but it's the idea that you're not going to do that trade. I'm not awake during a half hour sell off. Yeah. So it gets in there and it does that. And of course, when you're going to get in trouble is bots are kind of coming in there. And it'll put on its own hedge too. I forgot to say that if it goes down hard, when it goes up hard, if it hasn't got out of that, it's going to be in a hedge. It'll be in a winning hedge just by the fact that the other robot said, well, it's a big sell. And now you're in a winning hedge. And you could decide at that point, do you want to dump it all when you wake up if it hasn't taken out the profits or the stops? So
I guess some of the problem with
it's like a trading assistant. It's like a really crude trading assistant.
Yeah. Some of the problem with the backtesting with the MT4 as well is that you can't, like, it's always doing it based on kind of one expert advisor. You can't say, I want to run these 3 over this backtest.
Right. What I would do is I'd run the 3 over that same thing and I'd write down. I'd actually take the care to write it down. If you wrote me that bot, I'd be like, dude, I will take the care and say, on this particular set, I'll run 3 bots. I'll take a snapshot, screen capture of the results, and I'll look at it and go, okay, I can in my mind's eye, I can figure out what it did there. I can also see the executions that took place on the chart, and I go, Exactly. Okay, that's great. What I want to do is kind of change, and when it buys at the market, it's going to put a limit order. So one limit, one market, and it's going to a little diffusion there. It's all hand. I'm talking about like a handmade robots, I suppose, so to speak. But when you know you're coming up on this giant vacuum on the monthlies and we're about to fall through the floor and they're coming out with FOMC, you're not going to turn this robot. That would be obvious.
Can you put a timer on them? Yeah, how do you put a timer on the MT4? In other words, I don't want to trade at 5 o'clock. They're going to rip my ass off.
Well, you can tell it. You can tell.
Yeah.
Do not take any trades. So that's kind of an initialization INT phase in the code there.
Okay, fair enough. So there's a way to do it. So
you can tell
it's
just to trade an hour a day.
You can set like the active trading hours and whether you want certain volatility requirements and these sorts of things.
It's pretty cool, actually. I mean, it's to me it's amazing that you could have a trading assistant religiously carry out a task. What real trading assistant's going to be like, well, I don't know, I don't feel good today. Oh, this thing feels good all day long, you know. It's like a digital drummer. It's like a drum machine. Who doesn't want a drum machine? Who wants to have a drunken drummer that drags the beat? For God's sakes, come on, people. Give me that drum machine. Give me that synthesizer. Fire the orchestra. I've got samples you wouldn't believe. 24-bit samples, so we don't need the orchestra anymore. Yeah, it's one of those drift runs to me. I hate this kind of market. It's just drifting up. Okay. We're trend traders.
Friday,
Anybody
right?
have a banjo? We're trend traders. I can't wait till you write this code. I'm gonna come after you if you don't. So I can get to Breton.
Yeah, like send me the criteria that you want, and I'll
I'll try to write it down. I'll try to be lucid. No, I'll be lucid
that you
next
can
time.
just modify.
I won't give any angry instructions. I'm trying to make I'm gonna make a 5-minute video where it's like for technicians only. You know. No, I joke around so much, so that's always a problem. But I'm going to think about this. I'm actually going to test a little bit here on my only other version is to take MACD moving average crossover, which came with MetaTrader, and kind of say, give me a sample set, give me 5 robots here, and run that same sample set. And yeah, if they all 5 ran, this one would have made up for the loser one. I do feel like not every robot's going to be, but even if 70% win, I'm getting a 75% win rate on my little project here where it's just, where am I at? I'm actually sitting here dead in the water. I should probably get out. I'm up $17, so I'm going to cash out of this thing, whatever I'm up on. It's kind of a rinse and repeat. I'm just going to take all winners off the table. Yeah, when I found this close all profits, I was pretty excited. What's that?
Has it been the little bot going on multiple currencies all week, or has it just been on the euro?
Well, so I started this account 2 days ago with a fresh $1,000, and I said I was only going to drop orders that drop every 15 minutes and last no longer than 2 hours. So I fell asleep last night, and I had 1,600, and I have like 1,600, and then I took a drawdown. So I'm at 1,667, so I guess I made it back, so to speak. Because I had it on the euro versus Swiss and euro versus CAD, which when they move, forget about it. You're not. I put too aggressive, close to the market tickets with too high a frequency of drop. So that's what happens, and that's going to happen. Like you're asking for trouble. But in a quiet market in Asia, it's a beautiful trade. But when the news comes out, it's devastating. It's not the right trade plan. And it's like a ballad compared to a hard rock song, really. You're writing a hard rock song. I figure that's the spike scripts, and the ballad or the trend trade, the slow music, That's one thing that I think is shocking, how violent it can get and then how dead it can get. It's a high contrast market, I mean, when the stock market's open, kind of ripping, and then, Plus, you don't have that stock market opening bell stuff. It just kind of opens at 5 p.m. The spreads are lousy, and then it tighten up, and then the robots sniff out the patterns, and we start trading, I suppose. I'd rather have the robot be a slave to the market than me, that's for sure. It is the dream, right? So you said you place pendings manually, but the robot's managing your trades, or the robot's putting trades on also?
No, so the robots, I'm kind of making a bit to, I guess, simulate what I'm doing with the limits. But yeah, it's just a time saving thing that I kind of use them for mainly. I'd prefer to kind of drop them manually, but if I'm not there to do it, then I'll just switch the bot on to do it. Or similarly, if I'm looking at certain I think on some of your videos you're talking about kind of like buying down every down candle on the
right
on the close every hour, and that's I've got simple ones like that which you can just leave on and it will just kind of accumulate a position.
Yeah, that's kind of because when I think that's going to happen and I don't have time, like I do want to get those time momentum trades. Really, it's down hard. I want to get in, and because sometimes I didn't fill enough limit orders, so those will typically, if it's triggered to buy any candle that's down 50 to 60 pips, and maybe it's got a 40 pip stop on that, and also the other guys, also I'm probably going to hand place if I see it just before I go to the gas station. I go get coffee and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to put a rack in here. That looks like they're just going to obliterate this thing, I'll be at the gas station, look at my phone. Oh yeah, they're filling that son of a bitch. And then I usually put embedded orders in there to scalp out, but I can't get out on my phone like I can on a tablet where I say close all profits. And so I want to dump that bank. And but yeah, the Wednesday is the most volatile day typically in forex because swaps are going to start on at the close. They're going to Thursday. Plus, it's the middle of the week. Plus, you're typically dipping into new weekly lows, and it's just going spastic, and you get these engulfing patterns on a Wednesday or Tuesday or Thursday. But typically, in a cliche manner, Wednesday is a big deal, in forex. It's like the fulcrum.
Yeah.
At least this could be the continuation point or the retracement point. It's kind of a...
So hang on a second. Hang on one sec. You've been trading this, what you're showing up on the pip screen for the last 2-3 days or 2 days? What is that you've been showing us?
Oh, this forex...
You're making 20 cents on every... Buddy, you're making 20 cents on every dollar that you wage. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Well, that's because I wrote that scalp script. I got to write a little swingier one, but I'll probably do that this
weekend.
Though. Right, because it's trading 1,000 trades a day. I think. Let me look at my stats here.
Alrighty, I'll take. Listen, if it costs me $1 to make $1.20, deal me in.
Yeah, I know it sounds funny, but quantity.
Wait a second. It's not funny.
Game.
It's math. It's all math. It's experience. It's context. It's everything you've done.
Oh, you guys are still here.
Yeah, we're well. The market's open, so we thought we might miss a pip. We don't want to miss any pips, Never miss a pip. What's up?
I fell asleep.
Did you go off and get your hair done and are ready to go for the next round, the final phase of the?
I needed a nap.
Take a nap, yeah. I know.
That's how I feel sometimes when I'm watching Simpleton's videos.
We put people
I
in
need one
comas.
too. Y'all are keeping me awake.
Oh, good. Well, at least we're doing something for the people.
I'm afraid this guy's going to fall asleep driving his car because people take naps when they hear us talk.
Let's talk a little softer and we'll be really quiet.
You're getting very sleepy.
We'll throw in a yawn every once in a while.
You're in a winning trade.
Everyone will start yawning in synchronicity.
I hypnoptized you to be in a winning trade.
Wait a second. I need you to be
All
a
trades
doji
are winning
now.
trades here.
I think with the back catalog,
my profit
videos,
factor went up to 1.86. I have no idea what that means.
I'll explain it to you. What they're saying is that
I get 86 cents back for
Let
every
me look at
dollar.
it 1 second. Right? I have to look at it. No, that's not it. That's not right at all. Trades per day. You see where it says the average result is 25 cents? That's pretty close to what your expectancy is. You have to calculate is just take the average win divided by the average loss, multiply it by the 76.9%, subtract the 23.1% that you missed, and you're going to get a number. That number happens to be, if you want it exact, I know you don't care, it's 0.198. That's 20 cents in my book. I mean, for every dollar you put in, you're actually making 20 cents. But wait a second, your average trade is 25. So think of it like this. You're actually making 25 cents, but you're only getting to keep 20 cents of it, or 19.8 cents, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I did 1,200 trades a day. I've done 2,200 trades so far, 2,300 trades.
It's an insane amount of trading. You're at high frequency practically. Like I said earlier, you basically are doing high frequency at a lower time speed because you've got everything interlaced.
The average length of my trade is 43.8 minutes, which means I have some 20-minute trades in here.
Honey, I would rather just hang myself than wait 43 minutes. But anyways, go ahead.
What's that? 43 minutes is probably too long for you, but no. So.
Oh my God, that's like a lifetime. Sorry, someone was saying something.
Yeah. So I was just going to ask Nate, were you ever into like playing poker? You seem to be very into kind of EV and the stats of things.
Oh, you know what? I have a lot of friends that were in the poker stars and the tournaments and whatnot. I wouldn't play them poker because I knew my math was too strong. So for instance, I will never play chess, even though someone approached me when I was younger to play it. I realized that if someone like me started playing chess, he'd never stop. It would be very, very bad for me. That's why I never played chess. I'm sure I could do it, and I'm sure I could learn all the patterns because I have that type of a mindset. Look at Simpleton. He finds the patterns in music. He finds the patterns in nature for his work that he used to do. It's all about, your pattern recognition machine. If you turn it on and you know you got a good one, then you got a chance at anything you're going to touch in this life. It's reality.
What was that metric you were saying you're looking for? My rate of expectancy. Oh yeah, like I told you, I'm not able to get pregnant, so I don't have any expectancy. But no, so let me see here. Yeah, I don't see. I'm looking at it as a choice here. I don't see it.
I'll show you how to do it. You've got at the bottom the very big risk. So it says risk. You have 0.72 is your win and 129 is your loss. You divide 0.72 by 129, you get 0.556, whatever the number is. Now you take that number and you multiply it by 76.9%, which is your win rate. That number gives you how much money you can maximally make. But now we got to take off the losers. So now you have to subtract 0.231 or whatever the number is. 23% losers, 76% winners. So your win rate is phenomenal. Really is really, really, really good. And guess what? If you're going to have a very high win rate, you know that your average win divided by your average loss is going to be less than 1. That's the only way it works.
Yeah, I got 76% win rate. Yeah, you need to get. That's because I'm scalping out. I wrote it. It's literally just taking 5, 8. It's a rack. The market spikes. It retraces. It cashes out. It doesn't stick around for the big glorious swing trades though.
I don't care about that because you're in and out. But the point. Let me just get to the point.
Right.
We were at 89%. Win rate, 92, 94. I got it up to 93, 94% win rate on some of the algos. But guess what? Where average win rate to average loss was? It was like 0.1, like 0.2. I mean, we're looking for risk rewards of 3, 1 to 3, 3 to 1, whatever. Forget it, man. The higher your accuracy, the lower your average win versus your average loss. It's just it's just the way that the math works.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
Right. Hey, that trend line broke. You're right. Those trend lines don't work. That trend line broke. And I drew a trend line here that broke too. Thanks for that pro tip, man. I knew they didn't work. But I thought I'd ask you. I thought I'd ask you. Yeah, I told you so, huh?
And when's the PAM account available?
So the trend line thing, you got your trusty mouse out and drew them and diligently drew them. Hoping the market would respect your trend line. Ain't no respect for your trend line. I like when people say respect for the moving average. I go, dude, it cannot see your moving average. I will troll people's videos. I go, dude, I just want to it cannot see your moving average. If you think it can, you have another problem that I cannot help you with. You're currently losing your mind. There are no Gartleys. There are no Gartleys. Just click your heels together and say there are no Gartleys.
I think
really burns
Pike
people out when you
offense
point
to
out
that.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think Pike took serious offense to the trend line thing on that video. Yeah, the chief analyst guy.
So you were there when I trolled Pike? Oh my God! Do you know who Pike is?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Pike. What? Commander. Pike.
Okay. You ever see Star Trek? Yes. Commander Pike. What's his name? Admiral Pike. I don't.
Like the first Captain Kirk.
Right. Yeah, like the second season. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a little Hitlerian because his lips don't move, but it's almost like Joe Biden when you think about it, it's Joe Biden, right?
No.
It's just the lips never move, but he is the iconic leader, right? In just his shell, right? It's weekend at Star Trek, right? And then, so there's a guy that's on Trader's Way. He's a chief currency analyst, which I think is an amazing title, and bless his heart, right? I mean, he's trying to get the goobers to. He has a trade room in the morning called I can't remember what it's called, but he has the goobers come in. And granted, bless his heart, he's getting people to trade. It's a good trade. It's a good brokerage firm. I'm not criticizing Trader's Way. It's great, but he's a chief currency analyst. He's got moving averages up the yin yang, Kenter channels, MACD. Dude, there's not anything. And then he'll say to people to be on the plate side. He's got 40 screens behind him, all white, and he says, "Are there too many indicators? Are people? Is it too much?" I'm like, dude. So I come into the chat room, and I recorded this. Actually, I have a video of it to prove it. I come in his chat room, and I'm taping him while I'm trolling him in the live chat.
Right.
And I'm typing in the window, and he's like, "Oh, Mr. Simpleton," and I'm being a little rascally. So he's like, "Oh, you got to behave," and it goes on for quite some time. But I'm throwing stuff out there, and I'm making market calls on the fly, and people really aren't in there. Some chat rooms are people. What do you think about the euro? Oh, it just moved in. I kind of like that banter, in the chat room. But I was trying to troll him, and he looks like fucking Pike, dude. I'm sorry. And then he had this thing where he had all screens behind him. He had a new array, and the lighting in the room was making so he's really fucking Pike. It looks like he was a fake cutout, just like Pike. And I was like, oh shit. And then so I did a video, and I went to find Pike on the internet, and I held Pike up to him while I was trolling him in a live stream.
Oh no!
And I drag over Pike, and I got Pike next to him. Like, we got a fucking doppelganger here.
Oh shit!
I'll put it into the Discord view. But
that's brutal. Here, I'll find a picture of. Here, let me because there's no copyrights on Trader's Way.
Yeah. I'll put it in.
Oh, somebody just put it in the Discord.
It's on main. This is too much, man. Wayne McDonald.
Yes, Wayne McDonald. Bingo. Oh, thanks. I forgot his name. Thanks. Look at you.
Oh man.
With a name like
Poor
Wayne
guy.
McDonald, dude, is a straight laced. I mean, he's wearing Florsheim's while he's trading shit.
Oh, for sure. And black socks to match.
Yeah, Wayne McDonald.
Oh,
Hi, I'm Wayne McDonald.
He does look like Pike. I'm looking at a small picture of him, but
okay.
He does kind of look like Captain Pike.
Well, in certain lighting, there's one video he did with a thumbnail. You're like, holy shit. The thumbnail's just exquisitely, just his whole kind of the proportions and the flat look to it. So,
He sound like him?
not one bit. But no,
Okay.
Pike was talking almost like somebody's talking for him. He's just like a shell of a guy.
But
right?
before he became Captain Pike in the Shell, he actually was the captain of the Enterprise.
Yes.
And he actually spoke. But so does this guy sound like the actor that played Pike before he was in the box?
Only if I have Star Trek on in the room. So
Okay,
it's kind of like I need.
we want it.
Yeah, you have the right atmospheres, but I don't. Just kidding.
Okay.
Oh, whatever you say. Okay.
Come the Klingons.
I like play
to drop
people,
another
whatever you
rat.
say.
Oh man.
Klingons, yeah. He doesn't speak Klingon, if that's what you're trying to say.
Just when the guys started taking the indicators off, and he's like, "Is that still too much? Is that still too
Here, let
much?"
me ask you. Yeah, no, seriously.
Hey there, everybody.
Oh, shit. Oh, sorry, guys. That's him. And he's all like gung-ho. This is advanced forex trading tactics with Wayne McDonald right now. Now, I get this kind of boot camp idea. Do I need a Born to Trade helmet? Is this part of his swag outfit? I'm going to troll him a little bit here. I can't resist. So, Born to Trade, advanced forex trading tactics. I like the tactics thing. FX boot camp. Come on, everybody. It's free, dude. They got
Everybody, welcome to the presentation. It is entitled Advanced Forex Trading Tactics. Now, what we're going to do is sort of, fill all the gaps that still may be present within your knowledge of trading Forex, but also sort of expand your mind outside of the
expand my mind.
Two-dimensional candlestick chart. What I want to cover is how to use information that lies outside the Forex market. But
this is an hour and 20 minutes. Now let me fast forward to chaos theory, global money flows. Now, to me, this is all complete bullshit. Who gives a fuck about chaos theory? I don't see. This is where I just it's like ICT, dude. Just give me a fucking trade. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you. Look at this shit. Just feast your eyes on these Bollinger Bands, these Kenner channels from fucking hell, dude. I'm so sorry. I love you to death, Pike, but give it up. And then look what he's got. He's got time frame. He's got master candles. He's got the blocks that I'm using. Those time kind of like quartering off 8 hours. He's got holy shit. But he loves this shit. I cannot find the trade in there to save my life. I just want scripts on it. I just want trade plans. I don't want this shit.
I got you.
That's why I trolled him, but I couldn't resist. He's showing setup.
He started to become a bit unhinged at one point. He had to kind of like recompose himself.
No, he got all frisky and he was going to call the internet police on me. Oh no, I was like, oh. Here's where I triggered him. I swear to God to you. And if I could find this, dude, I got to play this for you. I got to play this for you because I type in the chat. I said, what about the Abyss? Oh, the Abyss. Oh, you're one of those Abyss guys. Oh, it's going to go rocketing into the Abyss. Well, holy shit, dude, it does. Are you retarded? Don't you wonder what's going on there? And lo and behold, it went to the Abyss. I remember it was like a couple days later. Oh, sure enough, it fucking sheared off the monthly wicks and just went bye-bye, like 300 pips into Nowheresville. So he was teasing me about the Abyss and like teased him about his moving averages. How laggy they are. Dude, I was already in that trade and out. And you just like, oh, I'm getting a setup on my MACD. Oh, I got divergence. Dude, I bought the first low. I bought rock bottom like a pig with grids. I don't care.
Thanks.
I'm like the guy that knocks on every door. 50 doors, I sell 2 paintbrushes a day.
Up to 100 women, you're going to go home with 4.
Well, not once they see me. Or they see how obnoxious I am. They were funny at first, but now you're getting obnoxious.
They see your gold Amex. Excuse me, can I get that?
That's my pip
Ever
card.
see that guy? He drops, like he goes to a bank machine and he drops wads of cash right beside where he sees young ladies hanging out. He just drops it sort of thing and they're like, oh, excuse me, you dropped this. Oh, thank you so much. Can I give you a reward? And I'm thinking to myself, oh boy, this is not going to end well for them. Anyways.
You want a free lesson in trading? Here. Scalping strategy. Trading price action. These are just word salad catchphrases. Trading price action. Prices measured by the 5 and 8 minute moving averages. No, it's not. It's measured by the fucking actual price of the price action. I'm not going to use a 5 and an 8 to smooth it. Can last just a few minutes. Oh, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the pro tip. Refined entries for spot. Look at refined entries for spot trading. Now let's just take a lookie to see this wisdom here. Now we're going to see the chart. Here goes the chart.
A patient, disciplined trader that will wait for a setup like that is not going to get 8 pips, but they're going to get 80 or more. Okay, just because of the multiple.
Oh, not just 8 pips, but 80 pips, dude. He's already priming people for big, glorious wins. Oh, my God.
Time frames. Okay, so there's a 5-8 cross. That's a scalp trade, right? So as soon as the 5 moved above the 8, that's when price in the moment is up, then it's down, and then it's up, and just crossed out. So, for example,
he did not. How retarded was he saying? Buy down here and hold through this drama. I hate when people do this. Well, give me the trade, dude.
Example, that could have been an entry here. And
that could have been an entry there, dude. This all could have been entries. We could have bought every fucking down bar when they were crossed over. We could have waited till it stopped out these guys back in here, dude. It's just stupid. It's just
an exit here.
But he's trying to get people to sign up.
So you're upset at people propagating the bullshit Bibles.
Well, I'm upset about people just off the cuff saying, well, you get in down here, but it crossed here. Did I sell here? I mean, your logic of moving every crossover, dude, you're getting.
That's correct.
Be honest. You're 5 and 8 are too close. And this is, I've done this for years, dude. You should have a 13 and a 5, and you'd be bullish the whole time. Okay, well then it's going to be less, but then it's laggy, right? So you're torn between laggy and like lower frequency.
You'd also know if you know how to use Fibonacci.
I tried them all.
Listen to this. Now listen to this bullshit. Now he's just trying to get people to trade. This is so pathetic. Listen, He just whipped through like blurred past your fucking scalp on that. Now he's going to bring up Fibonacci within like 30 seconds.
Boy.
Watch this.
That's when the price in the moment is up, then it's
obviously
down,
in the moment,
and then
dumb
it's
shit.
up.
This is
It's
fucking
still
filler
and just
talk.
crossed out. So, for example, that could have been an entry here and an exit here.
Now listen
all
to
right.
this part.
You'd
Brace
also know
yourself.
if you know how to use Fibonacci. If you drew there, that was probably a 50% to a 618 retracement. Then you
Could have been.
So it could have been, should have been, and you could have. You're whipping out a fib tool on and you're adding that. Well, wait a minute. I got the moving average scrub. Well, my fib tool doesn't match up. Well, don't take the trade, dude. How is anybody getting a trade off?
pull the trigger on a 5/8 cross.
Pull the trigger on a 5/8 cross. You would have done. You could burn there, dude.
It's the upside and probably. Okay, that probably went to a 2-618. Okay, I can see.
That probably went to a 2-6-1, but that's not the point. You have your finger on a script that can nail that entry. I mean, you got to have that shit
Probably
ready to
would.
go, and you buy a standard lot there and scalping out, and you shit in your pants. You got no stuff. I mean, he doesn't even say what he's doing.
See the Fibonacci just with my eyes, with my
I
mind.
do the
Amateur, what do you want? He's
Fibonacci
a
with
young
about
guy.
half
He's
my
a young
brain.
kid.
Obviously, we could see
He's a young
618.
kid.
Why do you think that? Yeah, like I said, the Fibonacci tool, take that to the bar, make sure that the proportions are right.
But anyways, that could
I
have been
got
a
used
trade
to you.
plan.
These
Don't take
guys-
them home
what
unless they
else
got
are
the
they
right
gonna go
ratios. What's that?
Wait, simply, what else are they going to go off of? Only the stuff that they've seen. The only information they have is whatever they've found in a book or on a YouTube
Yeah, I guess
channel or whatever.
Fibonacci's a
and they try to
social
make it their own.
disease, right?
So-
Fibonacci's a social disease, so we have to talk about it. No, I get it. It's out there. It's out there, and people use it as a tool, I suppose. I use, like I said, I use my horoscope.
I'm happy. Hang on a
sync to
second.
my
I
chart.
want to do. Let's do a reverse engineering on this one. If I wanted people to kind of make money, I would whip out something like a Fibonacci, something mystical, esoteric. This and your targets, you use the 0.618, and don't forget the 814 and this. You would come up with something like that, because now, if I've managed to sell 300,000 copies of books that talk about Fibonacci and Robinacci and the rest of it, and guess what? Guess who's going to be sitting there waiting to take your stop for you?
Yeah.
I mean, in other words, if I'm in the business of taking everybody's money, I'm going to make sure they're going to think that they're almost going to win continuously. Isn't that the game here?
Yeah, I think in the words of Mark Douglas, I think most people have not accepted the risk up front before they put the trade on.
Right.
Now look at this harebrained stuff. He's got envelopes at the bottom. He's got MECD. He's got fucking stochastic slow. He's got all this shit, and I'm like, dude. And now he's got this with these are all pivot levels. All this shit's running here. Now, how do you make a decision? Now, the idea here is that you make a great decision because you're a sniper and you're going to just put the one trade on. You're going to. I just don't get it, man. But you could tell by this dashboard that what he's thinking. So it's just
no, Captain Pike. Captain Pike
step away from the moving average, please.
Captain Pike was abused. I mean, look how much he's so desperate to put color and moving lines, and he's so desperate to show that he's an artist. That's
dude,
all
I already
it is.
know.
They
I already know.
crushed
I can already tell that. He probably had a sister that was smarter than him. No,
they crushed him.
I don't want to say I don't know that.
Well, they
Some
crushed him
people
in
can.
school,
The
buddy.
FBI profilers can go. Yeah, he drove a Volkswagen, and his sister was smarter than him. He was kicked out of school.
He was right. Stuff like that. I got you. No, but look at this. Look at this beautiful colors. I'm just looking on the Discord thing because it's hard for me to concentrate on you talking in two different speeds.
Look at this stochastics action.
He's got all these. He's got these beautiful green boxes and pink, and he's got a flurry of color and a splash of this. It's a pintillation type of situation here. People will want to become Dali. Well, I don't know what's going on.
Wait a second.
Really
He's only got 422 subscribers? That's not right. How can that be? Oh, come on. There's another. He must have moved this stuff over. This is 5 years ago. So he moved it over to when Traders Away took him over. So you have to go to a different thing. These are old videos. But he doesn't trade much different than that now, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of making fun of the old Pike. The new Pike looks more like Pike. Here he's like a young guy. I mean, he's been doing this for
He
years.
looks more like Pike.
But no,
God.
he's more
Terrible.
Pike-ish now. Let me see if I could find the actual site.
It's a good thing I didn't meet you when I was 30 because we would be fucking ripping everyone on this internet a new asshole continuously.
Oh, it's brutal. No, I've never. I don't make too many friends. You're a nice guy, so you kind of tame me down a little bit. But
buddy, you got mellow Nate. Mellow Nate is, once I hit 45, 46, I became mellower. But up until about 42, forget about it. Forget it. I was just the biggest prick you've ever seen. Now I've turned over a new leaf, and I'm hoping I can push you a little bit to be a little bit more kind to the retards.
Yeah.
Excuse the French.
No, I try not to get triggered like that guy asked me.
Buddy. When you see Captain Pike, and you know that everyone called him Captain Pike in school, you know this guy was absolutely abused verbally by everybody. For sure.
How can I find him? Oh my God, I'm gonna do a search here.
He killed himself, poor guy.
You know the great thing is these old videos are the things that led him to be the chief currency analyst.
Right.
They got him the promotion.
Oh, thank God. Oh, buddy, Vice President of International Business Development. I love it. I love it.
He lives in. Doesn't he live in Florida? He lives in the Dominican Republic. Doesn't he live where the broker's at? I think he lives somewhere else, right? He lives in Puerto Rico or something, right?
In Puerto Rico, less taxes. You got to just feel sorry. Rahmanis, right? That's the word in Jewish. You have to have empathy for people like this.
My favorite Jewish.
But hang on. But the point is, though, if he's taking people's money, they're not making any money using his techniques, whatever they are. I don't care how harebrained they are. If people are losing money using his techniques, then that's a shanda. He's got to be stopped. Then I give you full permission to lop off his head continuously.
I'll sick Vinny on him.
Okay.
Here, let me show you. Let me show you the famous samurai trader now.
That would be comical to watch people do that.
Samurai trader here. Now this guy has got 47,000 subscribers. This guy's rich. Look at I remember the first video. He had a fucking desk. Look at this shit now. And this guy, he doesn't do too many. But I want to find that video. Wow. I want to find his most popular video where he flipped an account from $5,000 to like some ungodly number. Let me see if I can find it. His most popular video. He's kind of cool. You know, I talked to him once. I trolled the shit. I felt bad because if you would have seen me beat up on this guy, we would tease the shit out of this guy when he started. You know, kind of give him the old, you know how you have to, sorority people have to like, you got to walk the gauntlet a little bit. You know,
sure, a little bit. We got to give you a little bit.
What do they call it when they, you know, the sorority people?
Hazing.
Yeah, we had hazing. We got forex hazing. We always say we have to make certified. Right?
Listen, don't laugh. Hazing is part of our mental makeup as men. I don't know as women. Women have probably something else going on. But forever, for millions of years, they take the 14, 15-year-olds, take them into the jungle, beat the shit out of them. Dude, I'm
going to tell you what. This guy's not kidding. I mean, this is, I'm telling you, I believe this guy. This is not a fake account. And you understand this.
All right, guys. So
$2,900 to $22,000, dude. $2,900 to $22,000.
I just want to give you guys a little inspiration, motivation. By any means, I'm not trying to make this like oh crap, my video here.
Sure.
Like I said, this is a motivation, inspiration video for you guys. I want to jump into the account here. It is a live account. You can see this. I'm using LQDFX here. But I want to touch base with the history here.
Hang on,
the account is currently sitting at 22,000.
People. I got it. I get it. I give them kudos.
It's Thursday, but I want to run back to the month
you've
here.
got the attitude of fuck it,
So
I don't care, come, go, do what you want to do. But at the same time, you want to make sure people don't get bamboozled by the bullshit. And I give you respect for that, legitimately.
Look at this guy.
I'm not a fanboy.
This guy put $2,900 in. He made $20,000, and that's real. This is not fake shit. But you see what he's doing here? He's like, oh, I'm gonna trade 25K. I'm gonna trade 15K. Dude, he gets out. He takes profits. He's not holding this shit, dude.
Little pieces.
He is not holding any of this shit.
Good man. So, he's doing it correctly.
And that's a cool broker. This is a British broker. I have their platform and everything. It's pretty tight.
I took the 25 Gs from the Germans that they finally round. They're supposed to bring 250. They only brought me 25 Gs. I can't do much with it. They said, please do it. Turn it on for a few days. I sent them back 75 grand, and I kept 25 for myself just for entertaining them for a few days. So it's possible, bro. It's absolutely possible. Oh, God,
yes.
Okay, it's absolutely possible. And that's why I think he's actually giving people a little bit of hope. Go for it, man. If I can do it, you can do it. But maybe not necessarily the same way, but maybe he started with a bigger bank. Maybe he's got a little bit more experience. Hey, if he's helping people make it from 2,000 to 20,000, he's changing people's lives. And that's important, I think.
Well, yeah,
I'm an old dog.
Look, dude, he's got 4,700 subscribers. I mean, I don't, but I'm not doing the stuff he's doing. He's actually saying, I don't know what he's selling, but you get membership, $10 a month membership stuff just to watch him trade.
Thanks.
So I guess you get to watch him trade.
43 G's. That's 50 G's a month. No problem. Hang on a second. Between you and me, unless you've got.
Well, I don't think each subscriber is paying, but maybe he's got. Give him 1,000 subscribers is plenty of money. 10 grand a month is a lot of money.
Yeah, like I said, why don't you go and help him write his bot for him? Help you. We got Nim on the line. We can help write his bot.
I don't think he's got bots. I think he's manually trading it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's even better.
In other words, he looks at an opportunity. He's traded enough to know. Okay, this is going on. I think it's really a cultural thing. Asian people don't really take stuff as personally as Americans. So for me, when the market sells off, I feel very offended that they're trying to stop me out. I'm already feel my rage building. Where I don't think he has that problem.
No, they don't. They don't. Not at all. Because
they're not those kind of people. They're really great trading mindset right off the bat. They're very neutral, very nature orientated. They accept a chaotic world. I mean, when you grow up in real communism, where it's just your brain finds ways to endure stuff. You know.
Yeah, refuse the bullshit.
Those things are good when you're talking about trading. The endurance, the patience, it's things I don't have. I don't have. That's when I play guitar. It's instant. As soon as I strum the note, I hear it. I mean, it's the best feedback loop. But in trading, you click. Okay, well, where's my money, goddamn? But guitar, you get instant reward when you strum every note. So I'm kind of a little spoiled there. I know that if I take a physical action, I can be rewarded. But here on the trading thing, there's a okay, now we have to wait for the process. And just the word process sounds slow to me, so I'm like, oh boy. How long is this going to take?
Oh. Yeah, right.
Are we rich yet?
Listen, if you had a little belief in the goddess of luck, the goddess, she comes down, she kisses you on the cheek, and you have a fucking wonderful day. And you know it's thanks to her. Again, these are just, all the gods and goddesses are probably just little programs that we're running in our brains anyways, and they just attach names to it, the muses. And I was mentioning it, our good friend Jimmy Page, when he plays the double neck guitar on Stairway to Heaven and launches into a 2.5-minute guitar solo with everything you could possibly imagine, switching between the 12th string to the 6th string, you know that the muse of music has touched him. He's not even playing anymore. As far as I'm concerned, he's not playing.
Well, it's like a trance, Yeah, you really because it's all muscle memory. It's all muscle memory, and you really start to float into it. You're not even thinking at that point. No.
Right, you can't think of what you're going to do next. It's just got to come out of you. It's my rant for the day. Jimmy Page, Stairway to Heaven, live. Song remains the same.
Well, I'll tell you, Stairway to Heaven. The reason why I think it's a hit song is because it starts off gentle, and the first line is. There's a lady who's sure, and you're already curious, so you're stuck. You got to hear you can't stop listening to it.
Sure of what?
And
that's also the
and she not only she's not building a Stairway to Heaven, she's buying one. How much does this fucking Stairway to Heaven cost? I mean, you can't stop listening, right? It's the lyrics.
It's a beautiful lyric. Yeah. They won't let you play it in all the guitar stores unless you pull out the 12 string and you play the actual. Parts of the riffs of the actual solo, then they'll let you play it. I've done it many times.
How about this one?
They'll come by and say, "Oh, you're going to try it on the 12 string, huh?"
I'm gonna risk getting a copyright strike. But have you ever heard of Monty Alexander?
Maybe not.
Yeah, here, I'll show you. If you're a musician, you get a kick out of this one. Let's see. Is Alexander? Is that Here's the answer for that problem here. Oh shit, can't spell right. Wait, listen. Boy, when you're trying to do something, when somebody's on hold, please hold. Your call is very important to us. Wait. Stairway to Heaven, right? Okay, and then we're going to put in here. I know there's some things that are banned, right?
Sure.
I don't think this has been copyrighted, but I'm going to play it anyway. So this guy's really a pretty amazing guitarist.
I believe you.
An homage to those days. I've kind of put these songs together. Now, each of these songs individually, as we know, are pretty long. Probably 27 minutes each. So I had to kind of combine them and condense them into a short little medley I like to call Stairway to Freebird.
Can you do that on an SM58?
So we're gonna do both songs simultaneously. Stairway to Heaven and Freebird. Now the younger people may not get this, but just know in your young minds that this is awesome. What I'm about to do is incredible, and you'll never see anything like this again with today's limited generational skills. Unless, of course, you're impressed with Taylor Swift. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Stairway to Freebird. Without the slide on my finger. Never do this after River. Note to self. It's going to be much better this time.
That guy's really good. I don't think copyrighted this stuff.
Pretty good.
He plays Sarah Smile. The guy he sat in Daryl's house. So Daryl found him when he did Sarah Smile. He could play. He rips the strings off his guitar. He does Little Wing and he rips the strings off that guitar, which are acoustic strings.
Oh.
You see him play Little Wing and you just go, oh, okay. Mounty can. Oh, he's just. Little. I don't think this is copyrighted either, so we probably get away with it here. But I used to play, stuff on here all the time. So Little Wing, he does gets feedback, and he's running two blonde amps. He's using two blonde, amplifiers for his. And he's got distortion on it, so he's doing the whole. Let's see, Little Wing here. Yeah, I do love anybody that plays Little Wing. I'm like, oh boy, here we go. So here's a Raw Dog. This is so old, dude. But listen to this guy. You've never heard anything like this in your life. I don't care if I get a copyright strike, dude. You gotta hear this shit. Those harmonics are insane, dude. Then he just bends the neck. He doesn't have a whammy bar, so he just bends the neck.
Yeah.
Rips the strings off the guitar when he's done in batches of 2. It's nuts. Wow. I'm an acoustic guitar. I'm like, dude, you are fucking in Hendrix style. Now I just put gain on it.
His guitar is man, does he play a lot.
So badass those chords, dude. You have no idea.
No, I know.
Now I want you to show me how to play this one part. He's coming up this one part. I want you to show me how to play it. I want to let you know. I want you to show me what he's doing. It's crazy. It's the prettiest phrasing where it gets caught in this loop of this arpeggio, and it's so beautifully accented. First he's gonna go quiet, but at the end he's gonna do this one lick that I'm like, holy shit, dude.
If I don't play anymore, I can't get this good.
That's an acoustic. He's bending. There's probably 12s on there. He's bending those strings. I'm like, dude.
Play it better than Jimmy.
It's insane. It's so tender. This guy has such tender fucking phrasing. This solo here is mind blowing. He's gonna come back with gain. This phrasing, dude, I'm telling you what. just give me a little bit of what this guy's doing. Acoustic guitar, it sounds gorgeous.
I don't even see him using a pick.
No, he's not. He's using his fingers.
Shit.
Wait till he comes in back and finishes. He's only halfway through the song, so. He's gonna go full retard. You can't believe this shit, dude. He starts to stomp his feet. That lick right there, dude, is so gorgeous. Here comes the arpeggio lick, dude. It's crazy. Just show me this part, please, right here. Rip the strings off this thing.
Considering that, it's a good idea. Hello?
Look at myself!
Good night, thank you. Well, he's breaking strings.
Yeah, well, Hendrix, you know, come on. So here, I'm going to bore you to death. One more. Now, if you think he plays guitar, wait till you hear this voice. He was invited on with Daryl. Daryl's house. After Daryl saw this, he goes, "Dude, you got to come over and do this fucking tune."
That's from the studio audience here. So we thought we'd do with the 8. You're right.
Right.
All right.
His voice is so dead on pitch, dude. This is like same night, same place.
Whiskey.
This video seems old.
Oh God, this is a VHS tape for God's sakes. This is so old. It's like 13 years old.
Baby, one time I can feel you watching on the night, all along with me.
Sarah.
Oh, that's a voice.
For the sunlight. When I feel cold, you want me. When I feel I can't go up, you come and hold me. Well, it's you and me forever. Smile. The world is smiling about for me. There I am. And if you feel like leaving, you know you can go. Why don't you stay until tomorrow? And if you want to be free, well, you know, all you got to do is you just say so. When you feel cold, I want you.
Good voice.
Feel you can go.
His control is just, I've never seen a guy. Super crooner control guy.
Smile. The world is smiling about me.
Yeah, so Daryl saw this and invited him on Daryl's house, and they did a duet, and it was just unbelievable. If I play that, I get copyrighted. I don't know if it's
I mean, you can really hear it on YouTube, but
yeah, YouTube is just, I mean, I put the link in the thing, it's fucking linkable. You want to, a lot of people aren't Hall & Oates and all that, but I think it's exquisite how this guy plays guitar good and sings so accurately and dead on pitch and gets the right attitude for every syllable. I'm like, dude, you're killing me.
Yeah, there's fucking talent there, for sure.
Hey man, he's making the euro go up, I think, because I'm playing him and I've got my MT4 connected, so it's...
When I feel cold, you want me. When I feel I can't go on, that's when you come and hold me. Well, it's you and me forever. Sarah, smile. It won't smile about for me, Sarah. Yeah. Oh, Sarah, smile. Yeah. It won't smile about for me, vacating. You can't laugh and sing. Said yeah, it makes me feel right. It make crazy, crazy swirl a while, yeah. Say, oh, won't you smile a while for me? Say,
Feel like you need a drink. The bar.
This guy is just so talented. Kill this guy. He shouldn't exist. He's ruining it for the rest of it. Almost 500,000 views on this. It is really old video, but it's grainy. But dude, I've never seen anybody so fucking talented.
He's good.
I mean, see, he's got chops and techniques. So if you could trade like that, where you can hammer-ons, harmonics, different strumming techniques, that's really how you do it, right?
That's exactly what we're talking about here.
Yeah, no guitar pick. Neither does Jeff Beck, by the way. He dropped it one day and said he didn't pick it up after that. He's playing a live show. He goes, I didn't pick that up. I know people play without a pick. That's how I do it. I play with a pick sometimes for fun. Oh, here comes the here comes our Roger. What? We're testing. Evil Knievel's back on tour with a rocket strapped to his ass and jumped the Grand Canyon. If you really want to know the truth, if you really want to know what happened,
Evil
from the interstate.
Fucking Knievel. You've heard of him? You know who Evil Knievel is?
Yes, I have heard of Evil Knievel.
Will I get copyright strike if I show him jump the Grand Canyon? No. We thinking about Evil Knievel Forex is like a robot name. It jumps gaps on the opening. If there's a weekend gap, it jumps in and it gets on
one
it.
of your bots, Evil Knievel.
Evil Knievel bot.
Yeah.
We're thinking we got to pay some copyright fees to the Evil Knievel estate, though.
Sure.
And we're willing to do that if we sell enough bots.
Listen, if you sell enough bots, you give them $1 for each one. They'll kiss your hands. They'll be very happy.
Yeah.
So Nate knows a guy. So
no, I'll find him. Listen, I knew the guy at Sony. I knew all the guys at all the different record labels because I was on tour with a lot of really famous bands. So you get to know all the people all the way up and down the chain. I was lucky because Starvin' Marvin's best friend was Dusty Cole. Dusty Cole's son is Michael Cole. Michael Cole is the guy who runs Live Nation. They do all the concerts. So we would torture this guy. If I tell you, Simpleton, we would torture Michael. Torture him. No, we can't find the guitarist. We don't know what happened. What did you guys do with the fucking police? Yeah, we would just torture the guy.
So you're joking?
Continuously.
Or you really couldn't find the guitar?
No, I'm not.
You're just like teasing him?
We probably had the... No, we were just fucking around with him all the time. We would call him up and say, listen, you realize that half the gear didn't arrive? He's like, what are you talking about? Well, you better follow up because we only got half the gear here. We don't know what the hell's going on, man. We got 3 hours to get ready. We don't have enough time to fuck around. And we would hang up on him. And he would just fucking pull his hair out for the next 2 hours.
Why? Because he was he was already so freaked out you thought you'd put him over the edge? Like he was already a nitpicker, so you thought you'd torture him?
Sure.
Here, I'll give you something to check.
You know, I have to tell you, I have to confess, the first time I ever heard of the Japanese yen was we were sitting around and we were thinking of joining the Rolling Stones. They were going to go to Japan. And it was just in time to do the, what do they call that? The in May, where they have the blossoms, the cherry blossoms trees come out for 2 weeks.
The catastrophe, the recurring of the seagulls, is catastrophe.
No. It was the cherry blossom season. It's like 2 weeks where they bloom, and everyone.
Oh, they have that in DC.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So we were going to go for that. Now, as soon as we got the rider to what are you going to pay us, this and that, and it was Dusty, so he knew Marvin, and he knew that we were just hunking around, so he didn't really care. He put in a nice big number for us. And Marvin calls up Dusty. He goes, listen, I want the boys to get paid in yen. I turned to Cora and said, what the hell is yen? What, Japanese? And then Dusty's like, what do you have in mind there? Marvin said, I want them to be paid in yen because by the time you guys get there, the yen's going to be stronger. That's all he said. I didn't understand anything of what he just said, simpleton. Not a word. What are you talking about, buddy? And it started a flurry that you have never seen in your life of fax machines going off all over. Because now artists got hip to the idea that maybe they should be paid in different currencies depending on where they're touring. He started all of that because of myself and his son. We were going to go. Oh, he was too smart. He was too smart. But yeah, these things happen. Someone comes up with an idea, and then before you know it, all the contracts had to change. Never made it to the tour, anyways. I don't know what happened. I think we went somewhere else. I don't remember. Fun times.
Yeah, there's the sakura trees, cherry blossom sakuras. They bloom twice a year.
He sounds like he's on a plane or something.
Oh, he's in a car. No, thank you. I didn't know that. I thought it was like once a year, but if it's twice a year.
No, he's doing Pip Recon. He's doing Pip Recon right now. He's in a jet fighter, dude. He's coming in and he's fucking scalping right now. 09, read over.
Testing out the Evil Knievel bot.
No, he's right. He's got a prototype of the Evil Knievel bot. He's running it down. He went to he went to the Stop and Shop, and can you stop by? You're driving the car.
I thought I was going to Europe, but I think I got to switch my plan, and we're gonna head over to Japan.
Nice. Come pick me up.
All right, I know all the good places. I really love Japan. Japan's an amazing country. Yeah, I can't wait to go back there.
Can you speak to
you holding any some of the euro? Oh, sorry.
The euro's drifting north, so I'm cheering.
You're gonna hold it over the weekend.
Well, if they go after the high of the day, I'll probably dump it because I want to buy in limits coming into Sunday night. I already got my trade plan in mind. How many robots I'm going to launch? I already like rubbing my hands together like a mad scientist waiting for Sunday night, but I want to get my team plunge bots running Sunday night. Now go out there, guys, and buy on deep limits. I want to play around with the sound file triggers and make hilarious robots that say what they're doing. I guess it's good to know that they're launching.
Yeah, actually, I had that idea. I was looking up like making wave files and stuff for all the different sound effects for all the different things that can be done on the platform. I think it was a great idea. I've been brainstorming that. I don't have the expertise. I can't code, so there's no way I can do it. But
can't you record a little?
I thought about that.
Yeah, just record a little on your phone and just capture the file and just I guess you'd have to convert it to a wave file, kind of like mix it down, so to speak. But yeah,
Yeah, and then you gotta have like a little Morgan Freeman or something on there.
Right, and the nice thing about it is, well, here's the nice thing about it is
Samuel Jackson.
Right. Well, I mean, right. And also, you got to get the right attitude, and like, so you could have a platform. I would sell this, like, so you have a movie theme MetaTrader platform. You plug that in, and it's got all the sound files. You put on trades. It's quotes from the movie, and depending on what kind of trade it is.
Yeah. So like, if you start getting into drawdown, you have Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's like, okay, get to the chopper. It's time to go.
Or the chopper.
Drawdown.
Yeah. If you get stopped out, I'll be back.
Say what? One more time again, mother.
Really. And then, and then when you're daring somebody, that means you're putting in limits in. Come on, bring it. 20 pips deep.
Bring it. But
no, once you get the rhythm going, so anything's hard at first, but once you got the sound files and the wave files, and you start doing clips, you go boom, it starts to fly. And then you just have to drag and drop them, really, and then you drag them into a folder that MetaTrader sees. MetaTrader has a folder called Sounds. And it draws on there the gunshot and all those typical sounds you hear, the door slam. And those are really crude files, but you just plug them in there. And the cool thing about it is when the robot triggers that wave file, dude, it could be a 3-minute song. There's no limits, I don't think. Once that thing goes, it's going, you know.
That's what I thought. I was looking at a bunch of coding videos, and it didn't look like it was that bad. But yeah, it'd take a little bit of time.
You could even have it. You could even have it where you do this. It's kind of taken from this Columbo's episode I saw where this girl had created she took a cassette deck and she counted out so she knew how long it was going to take to kill somebody to get back to the projector room. So you could have it where it's counting out like 1 minute. Like you could actually have a 15-minute script. Okay, a script's expired. You could actually you could wait if you wanted. I don't know if you want like an hour and say it's a 1 hour wave file. So when it launches that script, it's going to say, okay, script is expired. But then again, just like a train, you don't want to hear too much shit because you won't hear anything anymore. Like I lived by a train and I thought, how am I ever going to sleep? And then I never heard the train and I saw shit vibrate in the room. I'm like, how is this possible? Yeah, you don't hear it. The problem with alarm systems and signal services is that you got to keep changing the signal. Or you're going to get used to it. You're not going to hear it. I've tried all that shit. But no, it'd be cool to have a comedy one that keeps you on your toes, and then maybe you subscribe to the wave file, the month club for MetaTrader only people, and you plug in the latest sound files.
Go back through the archives of Simpleton's videos and just grab every time he says "load in the fucking wagon" and just get 100 iterations of that.
Well, anything over a 10K, I have to have. You are now loading the WAG. You realize you could lose on this trade? I think there'd be some great coaching trips. Every has a random sound file. You realize this trade probably isn't going to work out like the last one you just did. Just keep
You're
you
in trouble, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Just have a symphony of Simpleton. I'll put it all in A minor so you can play along on the white keys if you want. Have at it.
Right. Play chopsticks. Annoy your friends and family with your goober bot. No, the guys in the band, when I talk to them about them, they fall asleep and fucking fall over and hit the floor. They look at me like they start to roll their eyes just when I say the word pip. So I couldn't talk to them at all. That's why I kind of came to YouTube typically. But when you're excited about something, you tell your neighbor, you go, hey, buddy, you ever? They're like looking at you like, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're acting like too excited, really, about something. This sounds really stupid. Get the fuck out of here.
Like, are you on drugs?
No, it's tough because there's nobody to talk to. There's no text. You can't call MT4 tech support here. It's in Russia, dude. I can't even figure the code out. It's a secret society.
Like I said, nobody around in my close circle wants to hear about these voids, man. I'm just trying to tell them knowledge.
Yeah.
I want to do the redneck MetaTrader platform. Come here, you. Buying at the market.
Get her done. Get her done.
Yeah. Get in there with that limit order now. Come on, make me some money, son. You just lay around all day. Yeah, you got to have some comedy, dude. This people's just too. It's such a serious sport. This could involve risk to your account. I know. I blew it up 3 times. Duh.
Sean Connery would be a good one.
Right. Jeopardy version of Sean Connery. Stop hunts for 1,000, Alex. Stop hunts for 1,000, Alex.
Awards.
Top tick Tommy for 1,000, Alex. Markets that have been top ticked in the past 10 years. What is my account?
On our sales pitch, like first 50 customers get the Pike sound bank included.
Right. And mystery bonus random insert commentary. Not. Then you have to have a disclaimer.
not to be used around family members and friends and family members. May cause raised eyebrows in mixed company.
Yeah, you have to do a sexy voice one too. So when it makes money, it's like, ooh, you got 20 pips of $3,000. I'm taking you home. You know?
Yeah. Well, we have to have somebody do the female voice, so.
Yeah, I can't quite do it.
I can't do the. I can't do that high pitched stuff. So yeah, it's a real MT4. When I saw, cause there was a guy, Asian guy that showed me. He put that sound. It's called gunshot in there. So when you see gunshot, that's where you put the insert. It's in every script I have now, because we updated them, and there was a little bug in one of where it kept on repeating at the end. It would sleep and go back and try to run the same script. So he got rid of that too. He said that's a problem. So if the script dies and it won't keep trying to run it. So if the script can't get in, it won't try to keep rerunning. So he fixed that part. And so all the ones that say gun wave on it, gun.wave, those are all good to go. You just got to create your sound file bank, which would be funny. It'd be fun to make the sound banks, and then you're like, where you put them, and then it'd be kind of hilarious because trading is ultimately boring, I think in the end, you need some kind of relief. How are these people?
Making money is exciting.
So what's your indicator pack? What are you down to? You said you tried the you didn't like trend lines, so what are you using?
And she's only been at it for 5 years. Wait till you get to year 10, it'll get boring for you, dear.
No, she's
price action mainly. But I like horizontal lines.
Right. Me too. Price levels is the ultimate.
Yeah. I love
Aren't you surprised
lines.
how often the market comes back to the Asian prices even after it's taken an 80 pip run to nowhere? And you're like, why are we back here? Like, I'm always perplexed. Wait a minute, I thought you guys liked it. What happened to that? What, all of a sudden you don't like it? What, are you returning it for a refund? What's going on here? Why are we coming back to the Asian session? That to me is fascinating.
Exactly.
Because how many times does that happen? Oh, God, we're never going to leave town? Oh, we almost left. We almost broke out, but here we're back again. Oh.
Right at the high of London or the low of London.
Because they have the London breakout system, but there's a London fake-out system, too.
Yeah.
I think the London fake-out system makes more money than the London breakout system, though. It's mostly traps. Most of the breakouts are fake-outs, I would say. Especially if you're trying to get out of a flag, or what do we call it, a consolidation area. There's so many attempts at the borderline, and those are like kind of the high probability come back to the mean value. It churns, and 12 hours go by. Here comes some news, maybe to kick it out of that box. But in the meantime, if you don't mind making 12, 13, 18 pips, you can kind of just work that area. And you don't have to trade the rest of the day. Now, if you want to jump on this big perceived, he's going to gush this way and this is going to happen, well, it's a different story, right? Because then you're going to say, oh, gosh. And maybe you made enough money during the accumulation phase and the chatter noise part that you can afford to ride that big, ridiculous move, I suppose. That's the ultimate.
For 3 pushes up.
What's that?
No, you said to ride the wave, and I said for 3 pushes up, because usually it just goes up to about 3 pushes. It consolidates and then
I've heard about the 3-drive theory until it goes up 8 drives. Yeah. But yeah, I've heard a lot of those cliches. 3 drives. I'm like, yeah, okay.
3 or something.
When you look back at the market, you're like, that's 8 drives. That's 1 drive. Oh.
Yeah.
It's nuts, man. I can't believe it.
Like the old central bank dealers range. Like one range, 2 range, 3 ranges.
3 range.
Never the same.
Yeah, and you want to see how well 3 drives work when you're just on limits and the euro just keeps tanking. It's like, surely this is the 3rd drive, right?
Wait a second, Simpleton. What you're telling me is that they've completely bashed everyone's brains in with such utter nonsense and phraseology and mystical concepts that everyone comes here to get the real deal. Is that what we're supposed to understand?
Well, all 7 of us, I suppose. Yeah, we don't. Once people find out what we're doing, honestly, once we get past 100 people, the markets are going to stand still once they find out what we're doing. It's obvious, right? And that's why I can't give away my trade plans, because if you copy I didn't want to say this at the beginning, but don't copy my trades because the markets will stand still.
Sure.
It'll be a Mexican standoff without the Mexicans. You're not going to like it. No, it's something else, isn't it? It is really a creeper gear ending to the day. I'm not seeing my rally come in, and we're running out of time. I've only got an hour and 40 minutes to become rich. So what are you going to do this weekend? Are you going to go out and water the lawn before it burns, or what's your plans?
Who, me?
Anybody? Yeah, you. Yeah. Oh. What are you doing? Are you gonna go out and
nothing eventful? Absolutely nothing eventful. No plans.
Oh, really? You're not gonna turn on your favorite rock song and kick back and go buy some clothes for your
skating.
dog.
I roller skate sometimes.
Roller skate.
I don't have a dog.
Wow.
Yeah.
Indoor or outdoor? You like not like those girls that used to roller skate on TV and elbow each other out of the way. Not that kind of derby.
Oh, that's roller derby. Wow.
The glow girls. I used to watch the glow girls beat the shit out of each other. I'm like, oh, these girls are tough. I don't think I'm. You go rollerblades, not roller skates, right? They go rollerblades.
No, roller skates. I have quads. Yeah, I go to a rink.
Have you ever gone? What is skateboard? You ever tried the skateboard thing?
I haven't tried that.
It looks like you'd scrape your knees. You want to wear knee pads on that.
Yeah.
So you don't go hunting wild. What do you got? Critters down there? You're not a hunter.
No, I'm actually vegan. I don't eat animals.
Wow. So you like hunt a salad?
Yeah, hunt a salad.
Lettuce, yeah. Go to the produce section. So you're a gatherer too. You don't have to hunt. You're just a gatherer, a veggie gatherer. Yeah.
A veggie gatherer.
Are veggie prices up? They're crying about everything else. Is everything going up in price down there for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I've noticed that the price for vegetables have gone up significantly.
Like even
and that's one of the reasons why I want to hurry up and get back to Belize, because I didn't have this problem in Belize.
Oh, they got. So is there are there produce pretty good there? Do they do the organic stuff there and all that? Texas. Oh boy, Texas.
You don't really do the whole GMO thing, or what do you call it, like the herbicides and pesticides and crap. They don't know what that is.
So no Roundup, no toxic.
No Roundup.
Roundup's like kills everything except weeds. I guess the weeds are starting to adapt. And
here's another thing that you won't find in Belize. You won't find in McDonald's or Burger King or Walmart in Belize.
Wow.
Oh, good. That sounds poison.
Yeah. You will not find any of the franchises in Belize.
So it's just mom and pop stores?
They believe in mom and pop. They believe in mom and pop shops of stores.
Nice.
What's the weather like? It doesn't snow over there. It's like tropical, right?
Always nice.
It's tropical. It's a tropical spot. It's so beautiful there. Oh my God, it gets hot. Don't get me wrong, but the weather is always nice. You'll have like rainy season, or what's considered as rainy season, but it'll rain like, I don't know, sporadically throughout the day, but the sun is still out at the same time. That's considered rainy season.
Rainbows, double rainbows and stuff.
Yeah.
Then it gets steamy, right? Because it rains and it's like, wow, now it's steamy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I should be returning in the next month.
So, to live there. So you're saying that I can rent an apartment for $300 a month in Belize and live pretty good, huh?
Oh, definitely, for sure. Mm-hmm. Or no more than like 600 USD.
So what's the expensive part? Is it hard to get certain like certain things you can't, like if you're in Hawaii and you want to put coffee cream in your coffee in Hawaii, they're like, oh sir, we'll have to bring that out of the vault. We're gonna need a down payment. I mean, it's like milk is like really hard to get in Hawaii for some reason. Although, but you can get Kona coffee all day long. The Kona coffee tastes so insane good.
Order your items if you like. That's an option.
How about the internet? How's the internet connections there?
It's decent depending on where you are, but I was out in the forest, so I had to have a satellite dish installed on one of the trees.
Right.
So I had to have that installed. It worked for a while, and then towards like, I guess my 4th or 5th month, and I started experiencing issues with the batteries because the satellite wasn't working that well. So that's one of the reasons why I had to leave and move on.
Right. Lovely. I think it's great. Great idea. A lot of expats down there.
Yeah. A lot of expats there.
A lot of Americans.
Trying to get away from America. America's foolishness.
Yeah, people are always bailing, you know. You hardly blame them, man. Some things are ridiculous. I mean, there's so many. They've stacked up so many laws now that they've really got laws that make the other law illegal. It's like they just laws bucking each other laws. It's just, oh my God, just like, oh, stop it. They regulated things to like a complete standstill. They can't even get pilots to fly in these planes unless they've been jabbed. I'm like, dude, the pilot doesn't want to crash the plane and have a blood clot. Can't you see what the reason why? Oh my God.
They don't even pay them much.
Yeah, and they make like what? They make $200,000 a year being a pilot.
No.
I think.
No, they don't.
Yeah, you can make a decent.
About $1.25.
Like minimum wage.
Okay.
Well, if you're a captain and you've been there for 20 years, yeah, it depends how long you've been there.
But new pilots, they're paying pretty good for the new pilots because they're trying to rope them in.
They get overpaid to replace the talented guys. They overpay because some of the guys that retired know so much stuff that the new guys are like high maintenance. You got to still train them.
All right, y'all, it's fun. I'm getting back to work.
Yeah, don't crash your car.
Oh, have a good day.
No, I made it safe.
Well done.
Oh, yeah. I'll probably pop back on a few times here and there. All right, later.
Oh, man.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Okay.
Gosh, yeah, so it's just us, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot off as well. But yeah, it's been fun, and I'll be back next week. Any ideas?
I'll try to.
Any boss stuff? Just send me a message.
Yeah, I'll try to send you a serious message.
I won't
no, I mean, you probably won't know it's from me then, but I want to send you the actual robot and talk like seriously stuff instead of, you know, not everything's a joke. Somebody told me once, and I'm like, really? Come on. So, come on.
Let them lighten up.
Any
yeah, how
serious
dare
message,
you?
we'll just go straight to the
Don't make
spam
me
box,
argue a joke out. God, the market's dead. But I'm still, a part of me, I was sitting here once with a guy from Britain, and we were watching the market, you know. I said, I still think there's a rally left in this thing, and it just took off like a rocket in the last half hour. We crack it up because we thought everybody stopped. You think everybody left the trading floor, so to speak, and it took off. But that's pretty rare. I don't think we're going to see that tonight. But I'm in the back of your mind, because you always remember the good times in Forex, so you're like, remember that one time when it spiked up? Maybe it could happen this time. No, not this time. It has that look to it, though.
Yeah, it does.
Well, the crude oil market bouncing and the stock's coming back to life, I'm thinking, well, maybe the storm's over for a while, you know.
Did it bounce on 109?
Stock market is just...
Check.
Yeah, that crude ricocheted off 109. It did smack off the 109 ceiling. I didn't catch that.
Let me see.
108, 107, 80, I guess we made it to. And then it retraced. It was kind
of like 107 right now.
Scared, yeah. I figured once it got above
No, I
that.
took a short. I took a short out of it. I ran it. I took a short out of the box. Yeah, I have to. You have to. It's coming out of the box.
Yeah, that.
The fake box. It's not the real report box. I called it the fake oil report. You can see it. I put it on the main system there.
If you're still short from 107, which is above the high of yesterday, you're still up in the trade. You know.
Why would you be? No, buddy. We're in. We're out. We took our money. $450.
No, I'm saying.
See you later. I'm not interested in it anymore.
You didn't hear what I said. I said, if you sold at 107 and you're still in the trade, you're still up on it. I'm saying for the swing traders, the people that want to trade it and they think it's going to come down another buck over the weekend, then those guys are still short. But yeah, you could make about a buck and a half there. It came back amazingly into the 1 hour breakout point, which is just below 106. So it's a classic structure where you go up there and you rip back, but that price pulse, I just take that price pulse and that's the trade, and then you come back and re-rack. But
if you look, the 1 hour has a really nice doji in the middle of like a couple bars back, right before the hour before they closed. It's just a very, very balanced view, right? It's just literally across. It's amazing. But a high wick on the bottom and a high wick on the top. But you know.
The Nasdaq's still drifting up. You know, the stock market's still up. The Nasdaq's drifting up and about to close and make new highs. Unbelievable. Look at it. Nasdaq just took out the high of the day.
Going.
Nasdaq just took out the high of the day. I think it's going to close up. I'm kind of here's the only thing I'm thinking about my euro trade. If the stocks scream, they're going to close here in 10 minutes. If they scream up, then all that'll be left is a euro, and there's an hour left of that, and so you can kind of see a little bit of a what do you call it? Sympathy move out of the euro, because if stocks, if both the Dow and the Nasdaq close screaming to the high, and there's only an hour left, people will pour into the euro maybe. I'm just thinking because it kind of fell a little bit together.
They're at 1 3/4 standard deviations. I haven't seen a move like this in weeks, so it's a really nice run. And using your simpleton method of dropping, putting orders underneath the market as it's climbing, I'm sure people made bank.
Oh,
I think on the Discord there's some.
Here's my other prediction that Bitcoin's going to go up. Bitcoin's going to go up this weekend. It's just about to break out from 3 days ago, and during the weekend, Bitcoin's going to be going up about $2,000 here. It looks like. And then when Monday comes, if it's screaming up, and the Dow's already up 600, it looks like it's going to close up 600 today. So we're kind of turning the corner here. I think we're just going to have some rallies. I mean, just going up. I don't know if it's going to change the whole direction of the market. But
how much bad news can everyone handle, man? Like legitimately, how many more bad?
Yeah, and then they pulled the oil report.
Do you think they're going to promote? Right, they canceled it completely because that would have been another fucking.
Dude, we're up 771 points in the Dow right now. 771. It's 2.5% rally. Wow. So I gotta find my Dow chart here. Because if Dow's gonna close at the ceiling, there's gonna be leftover buy follow through into Sunday, and see the only people that are gonna cover themselves is to buy the euro for the last hour here after the stocks close. Where's my trusty USD?
I'm going to have to draw the two standard
look at
deviation
this
line
thing,
on the
man.
mini.
Look at this Dow. Dude, they just... Oh, my God. They're all the way back.
Just going.
Oh, dude. Look at the 1 minute chart. We're about to break out again. Oh, dude. Last 10 minutes.
When you see something like that, you know that they're pushing hard, right?
Oh, my God.
You know everyone is just pushing and pushing and pushing. They're not even looking at any sell programs now. It's all buy.
8 minutes left in the Dow Jones, and we're closing at the high of the day.
Wow.
I wonder if we get a burst at the end where it just spikes up. That's my favorite kind of price action. That price action favorites is that rip move. Only if it's on my direction. I only trade price action in my direction.
That's cute.
But it is fun. I love the contest of it's 4 o'clock and it's ticking, tick tock. Please do not short Bitcoin. Who would do that?
Bitcoin right now.
Oh, I'm sure you could make $500 on the downside of leverage, but really, if all of a sudden they come on, they say Bitcoin cured cancer, it's going to rip your face off. You're going to get annihilated.
Oh, look at this. They've been literally on any time scale, even on the 15-minute, it's just been gyrating up and down and around. And if you didn't have that drawn into your, if you want to draw this into your chart, Simpleton, I don't know if you're looking at Bitcoin, I'm on the other system here. If you draw a line at the inception price of $20,650, which was the first strike price that showed up on all my screens, and I drew that in. I said, look, yeah, inception, that's what they call it, right?
Well, use all these okay, expectancy.
Okay, let's call it the first price. The first price.
Here, okay. No, I'm looking at the 1 hour chart on Bitcoin, and I'm saying we're about to take out the high of the day on Bitcoin. But I think when the market closes tomorrow, we will be going up in Bitcoin because it's all weekend long. You have Saturday and Sunday in Bitcoin, and I think it's gonna. If the stock market closes hard, people are going to pile into these speculative instruments. And on this weekend, they're probably looking at the monthly. People sit back and look at the monthly chart and bang, Hank, look at this chart on the monthly Bitcoin. It looks like it's down. It's oversold, and they'll get in, and that's what's the public will come in and buy the Bitcoin. I'm sure. Look at the 4 hour Bitcoin chart. We've already survived that spike down, and now we're coming up on this. I think the Bitcoin storm's over. It's time to get back in the water, but.
Let's still give it a little bit of time. It's only had 1 or 2 or 3 gyrations around the original price.
Right.
So think of all the people that bought in at $20,000 2-3 years ago.
Oh, those people got corona and died, dude. Didn't you hear? No.
Probably.
There's states holding the Bitcoin. They don't know how to get to his wallet. Think of all the people that in your will, don't forget to go to the basement, dig up. There's a little hole in the ground there. I got a USB drive. Could you please? In my will, I give you my USB drive.
I bequeath to you
my Bitcoin wallet.
My digital wallet.
It's my digital wallet. Man. I bequeath.
Yeah, man. And you need to have the passwords written somewhere, like 3 different places, because in case your office and your house burns down, because that has happened. And then you got to make sure that you have another third location, like it's some bank somewhere. Who knows what they're going to do? I never got into that part.
The stuff people do to hide stuff, right?
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
So my redneck buddy, my tequila buddy I told you about, he's always angry. So he went on vacation one time. And he thinks he's clever, right? He thinks he's like double MacGyver. So he's a fisherman, you know. So he takes fishing line and hooks, and he built a dental lab in his basement, right? He's got his fancy surround sound system there, which he bought. It's like some shit he bought at Walmart, but he thinks it's the coolest thing. And so he puts fishing line with fish hooks, all zigzag, crisscross, wigwam, cat's cradle down the stairway. And I told him, listen, if somebody breaks in, the bugler's going to sue you because he's going to be maimed up, and he didn't understand. He go, fuck him. Come down here. Just going to happen to. I said, dude, you're going to get sued. And besides, what if your dog gets loose and gets caught up in these fish hooks? Like, you got to have a brain. But tequila wiped out his brain.
Fish hook.
Fish
daisy chained his
Yeah, fish hooks. Those triple bangers on top of fishing line, all zigzagged, all mystery laid. You know, he thinks he's going to create a booby trap, and next thing you know, some guy's might die in his basement, and he's going to be charged with manslaughter. I try to explain it's manslaughter. The way the rules are now, you can't just hurt somebody because they broke into your house. The criminal has the rights. You don't understand. He's old school. I'm like, dude, you can't just do that. In Britain, it's legal to have your vestibule, your foyer loaded with shotgun shells on the ceiling. So when somebody breaks in, you can see them on your cell phone. They did this about 5 years ago. They said it's now legal. I see somebody broke in my house. I don't recognize him. You can press a button on your phone, and there's a delay. So you have to see the guy in your security camera. You're allowed to execute him with shotguns shells on the ceiling. Have you heard about this? It's a true story. So some guy had his palace rigged up. You come in here, dude, you're gonna die. I'm not coming home to see my stuff stolen. And it's crazy. It's the only country I think that you're allowed to remote control execute somebody that breaks in your house, which it makes sense, right?
I think so.
The British guy would back me up, but he bailed.
Oh, he had to go.
British.
Yeah, there was a guy
Queen.
that used to come on here. He doesn't anymore. He was from South London. He is practically Cockney accent. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but we laughed because it was the way inflections we were using. But oh my God! And then the other guy was from Northern London. He was very sophisticated. He was, oh please, you people are so immature. And I was like, dude, we're having fun. And the other guy was like, oh, it's hilarious. They're both from England, you know. So there's a big span of attitudes there. You would think it's one way, but it's just not. And the other guy who's really nice, keyboard player, Cleve Sis, who had a little bit of a YouTube channel, and then he had a coffee cup. Where you do your own coffee cup swag at home, you know, where you bake the cup with the ink in there. So he knew that Garley patterns pissed me off and triggered me. So he sent me a coffee cup all the way from fucking Britain with fucking Garley patterns on it, and I was like, son of a bitch. So he sent me a fucking trading cup with goddamn 618 and all that shit on it.
Oh my!
And I was like, dude, it was cracking me up. It took for 2 weeks to get
really
it
good.
From.
Yeah, that's funny as hell, actually.
He goes, I got a little present for you. I can't tell you what it is. No, that's funny because when you start making, people do make money from selling all these little forex pencil, you know. Never had a losing trade with this pencil.
A cup with Gartley patterns on it.
I swear to God to you.
That is so
no entry
funny.
signals, though. I was disappointed. Like, where do I get in? Is this a winning trade? The reluctant euro is drifting toward. So stocks are closed, and here comes the euro to fill the overflow. Let's hope it's going up a little bit. What happened to? I forgot to pay attention to the close. We closed at the all-time highs. They're still trading the Nasdaq though. They trade this Nasdaq till the end. I think because these are futures. Do they trade the I mean, the real stock market just closed.
No, they trade till about 5 o'clock.
They just closed the real stock market up at 826. Dude, they're on the ceiling. There's not a higher tick on close of the Dow. Oh my God. 826. Up almost 3%. Wow, that is
almost 2 standard deviations on the MES. What?
Screaming move.
Doesn't go that far usually. Maybe a quarter standard deviation, half, 1. To pull out a 2.
Look. So here's my call on the dollar CAD. Remember I kept saying about 2-3 hours ago, buy the dollar CAD if it takes out the low of the. They just filled me. So my tickets aren't there, but see how the dollar CAD's taking out the low of 2 days. The buyers are coming in. See that one dead cat bounce? That's a 30 pip bounce off of buying just new lows. But you got to take that 30 pips because the dollar CAD's now dropping even more, falling to the floor, caving into the. Going after the lows from which were only 25 pips from the lows of last week, if you can believe it. So if you're going to run my buy grid robots, I would launch them deep and long on this dollar CAD next week and just pick up goofball bounces. You know, I mean, not every trade's a winner, but I'm saying that to pepper an area with scattered wide, and you have to do a wide trade plan here and deep and keep the tickets far apart because don't overfill a hot
I got 9K at 1.27. Yeah, I got 9K at 1.27.
Look at, they're just crushing through the floor here.
Huh?
So we got a good hour left now. Here's the
4 hours.
Stampede, 1 hour of trading left.
What's your favorite? The 4 hour Simpleton? You like the 4 hour or the? I know you move around, but
certainly the 4 hour is going to be certainly what rules the world as far as the big vacuum.
Let's just start off with a 4. Hang on. Why don't you start off with a 4 hour bot like the one you were talking about that just buys the plunges after plunge?
Because I'd rather do a half hour and a 1 hour bot because then I can have very select criteria where there's not enough 4 hour sell-offs. There are for humans. It's like, it's 1 a.m. Let's buy one. But I want a robot that's going to build a position on a contrary basis, and you can just have more better curve fitting because you got 4 hours of contour of the drop. Like, where is it at every hour? Because I kind of want it to hug the price and kind of be an aggressive bot. You know, I can always back off the tickets but it's going to be something I'm going to run on this account now that I've run that first one I wrote, but I'm going to write something that's a little bit less scalp orientated, so it'll take advantage of the swing, because even though I was right about those trades, when you said I only made like 27 cents per trade, I could probably make 50 cents if I had a little higher targets, which I did not use those hardly at all, because I wanted that.
You're doing
if
great.
You notice the trade was 48 minutes average trade, so my trade length would go to 2 hours. I'd make more money, but I'd have that scalp bank and then the swing, scalp and you know, scalp and trend, scalp and swing.
Yeah, but you really do want to stay in as little time as possible, because you know it's the minute that you're in, the whole world can fall apart. So I try to limit. Well, forget about me. I think it's important if you can keep your durations lower, and you'll be able to load up more. In other words, I'd rather see a reload faster.
Right,
than waiting 43 minutes.
That,
but that's just me. Yeah. I don't know if it's possible even, to be honest with you. I have no idea.
No, we always want that, but you know, the thing I'm thinking about this robot, why it's robust, is that I have access to each little bot, so I can almost say, like you would in a prop firm, you come up to you know, one of your prop members is having a problem. Here, tell me about you. So I can actually individually see, well, this guy's not getting any fills, so let's just take him offline, and we're trading too far away from the market. But those are little tweaks that I can do. If I have 50 bots, then I can say, okay, I know what to run. I'm not going to get the ultimate, but I'm going to get pretty good stuff. This is what I'm thinking. We'll find out. But so far, I made 600. I just closed all open and pending, so I finished out the week here with $670, $1,000 account. I don't think I ever had a risk of ruin. I actually never went a drawdown. So when I got to 1,500, my drawdown was 1,200, but I never went below 1,200. And I finished so we'll run the same thing next week.
77%. That's even better than before. 23.8. I'll tell you what your number is. Well, they show you it averages off to 26, so you're getting pretty close to it. Give me a second. I'll do it for you.
I think I'll see a difference once I write 2 more robot things that aren't so ridiculous. Like this thing literally bought, and as soon as it retraced, I mean, the whole rack is just, and it's kind of, you can see it if you look at the plotting of the take profits. You see that it's bracketed so heavily it hasn't had a chance to even see a profit. Like it's out before it would even see that nice swing move.
Right. Okay.
All I have to do is put a couple of those tickets out of the 10 rack, or put a 20K in there and have 10 of those be built into that same script. I would have a couple deep ones, and they'd be kind of like what do you call it, little bonus packs in there where there's still a 8K left behind for the big targets, and it's going to make a difference. You'll see it on the equity cash outs, and it's like a little, you know how you put, something in the mix there, and that's the thing that balances it out, kind of smooths it out, like a harsh beer or whatever you put, like lime in it. You kind of need that. So that's the finishing touch. You've got this kind of, because the idea of a node down there, and it just does a little burst and it takes 5K off, and that's kind of paying for that whole swing. And I can back test that and do a test 3
It ended
robots.
up with 20 cents. So you hit 20 cents. You hit it exactly 20 cents, with 3 decimals. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'd get into any business on planet Earth where if I put out $1, I got $1.20 back. That's the way I look at all of this. Okay? That's the way I look at it, brother.
Makes
put
sense
$1 in, I'm getting $1.20 back. Sign me up. Where do I start?
Yeah, I think I can get that number up better than that. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
No, slow down. But it's perfectly fine, because with the scaling up and scaling down and all the different management tools and all the risk management and all the different levels ups, and I'll put in this position sizing equation so that it'll really, really crank up the account at a rate that people will fall out of their chair Then the problem is you're going to become too popular, and then you're going to have to get online, and you're not going to want to do it anymore. I understand what's going to happen.
Well,
with you
I'm end up like Steve Martin and the Jerk, you know? Steve Martin and the Jerk, he had those glasses, so people thought on chairs to sue me for broken headphones.
That's exactly
I made so much money, I fell on my chair and I owe me a headphone.
That's about it. Okay, I hope that Jay, you're serious about taking Belize, because I think that Simpleton should have he's got a home office wherever you are there, buddy, in Honolulu, Maryland, or wherever you are, and you should have an office in Belize. You know what? There'll be people that'll be cruising through Belize.
Oh, how do I get started with this? I'm dead serious. What's the game plan? How do I get started with this?
Oh man, you got to give me. I just made some. Listen, this is the God's truth, and I'm glad it's recorded. I made money with looking at Simpleton, what he's been doing just the last couple of days, matching what he's doing with some of the techniques that I have, which are very, very, very similar, which is great. I didn't have to learn that much, but I did learn the time slices, when to get out, where the spreads are. There's a lot of idiosyncrasies for Forex. I walked away from it many years ago, so there's a lot of those little things going on. So that's a problem.
I definitely see a lot of nuances that I'm not used to, so it's going to take me some time to jump on board the whole strategy thing. But it does seem like we are in sync far as the way that I trade and he trades, because I always trade, whenever I see a breakout of daily or the previous day or the weekly. Phone call coming in. Give me 1 second. Hello.
I'm here. Hello. Nice. You got yourself an office in Belize.
I had a call coming in. Sorry about that.
All good. All good.
Oh, they found out. Did they find out where you are? They didn't find out where you are, did they?
Yeah.
Oh my God. See, I knew we should have talked about.
They want me to get back to work.
Sure.
Don't they know who you are? Did you tell them who you are?
Huh?
Don't they know who you are? Did you tell them who you are, right? How dare you?
I did. Yeah.
This is work.
I'm looking to get back to police in the next month from now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You're going to have to send Simpleton a ticket.
Trading things into a business if I'm profitable. So.
Can. How many people in Belize have $100 is really the question.
Yeah.
You sign up, you can sign up under a white label and call it Jay's Trading House, and you put a little thing on your door and sign up here. You just go to the landing page with Simpleton's APIs on it, and away you go. And I'm sure he'll cut you. I'm sure. Listen, Simpleton is a gentleman, so he'll give you what it's worth. So I don't think you should have a problem. If you charge $50 a month and you're bringing the people in, what's wrong with $25? You guys can split it. That's the way I would do it.
People there, they are hurting for money. Oh my God.
It's hard. It's hard.
It is hard living in Belize.
Really?
If you are local.
So what if do
water
people
out
just
of bleach jugs?
Yeah.
So it's like a real
good world, buddy. The world is not America.
No,
are they getting hammered?
But I try to give whenever I
hammered
can,
too?
because I'm a gracious person. Whenever I see someone who's in need, I try to give whatever I can.
Sure. The way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, $100 may be too much. You know what, Simpleton? We got to figure out the $50 plan for planet Earth. I don't know how you can do this. Maybe I have to look at it. Really tight spreads, I guess. $50. I don't think you can get very far, unfortunately, in the forex world with only $50. You need a little bit more than that.
The account will be blown like the same day.
What's that?
I say with a $50 account.
Yeah. You get in trouble very quick.
You have to start on maybe a 0.01.
Yeah. Maybe you have to start really, 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 really low. I mean, I'm learning all these different sizes.
Actually, what you can do is if you're going to trade over there, you just get a nano account with.
Nano.
You trade $500 positions. Actually, I wrote some scripts for nano accounts a long time ago. So I was at this broker called Light Forex out of Cyprus, and what they did on their cent account, they call it, is when you trade a mini lot, you're trading like $100 according to the way I had to write the script. So because it's a cent account, when you deposit $100, you've got like 10,000. It looks like you have $10,000, but you have 10,000 cents. And the spread's a little wide, but my God, dude, I can survive any amount of sell-off because I'm buying $100 positions, not at 1,000. And I wrote the scripts based on that. So I still have those. Those are old ones I had, and I got to debug those because those might loop accidentally. But I know the problem at the very bottom of the script, but that was too much fun, dude. And I made a lot of money with the cent account, and you wouldn't think so because it's cents. Wow. But you can get higher resolution entries because you can buy literally every 5 pips instead of every 10 pips now. And you have very elaborate trade plans. And you hardly feel it. You're like, okay, I got 10,000 cents in the account, and like you can make like $1,000 a week on a cent account because you got like you put a 100 pip stop on a $100 position, you're risking $1. You can handle a 100 pip sell off and go underwater by $3 instead of $30 now. You know. Mm-hmm. And that makes a difference because if you think of the landscape of some of these instruments, you're like, Jesus, I could. And if you do it right. There's probably about 5 brokers that I know that have cent accounts. If you want me to tell you later, but I mean that's a real thing. The spread's a little wider, and you'll see the market move, and it won't even affect your trade because it hasn't moved enough to trip over you to even see a half a penny show up. So the other thing I used to do when I started out, I had about 3 brokers that had 4 decimal point. If you ever seen a 4 decimal point forex broker, you can download them. It looks like what the market doesn't move in the tick chart until it gets kicked over by the 5th decimal. So you will see the market. It looks like the market's closed, and it's kind of cool because support resistance. There's only 10 handles in a 10 pip range, not 100. There's 100 handles in a 10 pip range. People don't realize that the 5th decimal is 10 times. So when you're watching that tick chart, it looks like it's going up because. But if you look at your 4 decimal broker, the market hasn't moved yet. It hasn't kicked up by the threshold. So it's I think that a lot of retail people are tricked by that tick chart. Go, oh, it's going up. Dude, it just went up a half a pip. Besides, it has that like look to the pattern because you have all those extra decimals to get all the zigzags going. Where the 4th decimal broker looks like a bar chart on the tick chart. Like, oh my God, has he moved? So that's kind of a psychological effect. And then when you drop your limits in, you're buying on pip handles. You're not buying. There's no 5th decimal fill when you drop in a 4 decimal account. But when they added the 5th decimal, that's when retail was here. They probably run 5th decimal but honestly, when you look at commodities, corn trades in 12.5 cent increments. So it's a chunk. It's not a penny move there in corn either. The dollar CAD still going through the floor here, right to the end.
I'm buying.
Well, I would buy here, but I would just lay track. I would plan on buying next week, actually. I think we're going to come down next week about 200 pips, and there'll be all this, like, wonderful Bounceville land of, like, 50 pips, 70 pips,
127? Is that what you're thinking? 127, 300, 400?
Oh, like 100 pips down from here, so.
Okay,
every 20 pips down from here and whatever you can afford. But no, I think they're going to crack. I'm going to think they're going to go after last week's low on Sunday night.
Okay.
And if I bought a little bit here, I would, I'd buy a little bit here maybe, but it's just the same. I'm going to put 20K out in front of it every 5 pips. And it's too late in the day to get trapped in something over the weekend there, but because it might gap down. If it stops here, when Sunday opens, if there's a big move in Bitcoin up, this thing's going to gap down, and you're going to be...
Really?
You might, because think of Bitcoin rallies, and the Dow just closed it. The Dow and S&P, or the Dow and the NASDAQ just climaxed today, and there's going to be follow-through on Sunday, so I think this is going to... It's like leftover orders,
probably.
What's that?
Okay.
I said it may spike like gold does when you hold over the weekend.
Yeah, because if Bitcoin takes off during the weekend, they'll be like, it's actually trading over the weekend in people's minds. So when people wake up, they're going to shit their pants and they're going to panic and they're going to sell that dollar CAD, and then I'm sure that people are going to
It usually drifts down on a Saturday, doesn't it? I've noticed
there is no
I think it
usual.
drifts down on a Saturday.
There's no usual. What? Bitcoin?
Right. Bitcoin drifts down on a Saturday. I think all the retailers are jumping on board.
Oh, I got last Saturday. If you look at the 1 hour chart, you can see the weekends. No, there's no rule of thumb. The rule of thumb just kill me. But I mean, really, I wish it was like that. But no, if you look at Bitcoin, wow, that's a fascinating situation. I look at 1 hour chart and zoom out here. Let me see if I can find what you're talking about.
Let me see what you got. I want to look at your screen. What you're looking at.
Let's see. Today is Friday. This is the weekend. No, dude, the weekend, this thing was ripping through the floor. So we came in. Where's what's the date of Monday, or what's the date of last weekend? So on the 18th, it was making historical lows. So Sunday, the buyers came back in on the retest, and then it ripped through the floor. So by the time Monday opened, by the time the 20th came along, we were already back to 19,000. You missed that $2,000 smashdown. That happened on the weekend, literally. It did pull back there.
Draw a line at 20,000. Hang on, do me a favor. Draw a line at 20,650. That's the first price that Bitcoin ever hit the market of any kind in the futures. That's really, for me, the starting point of this whole saga.
Yeah. It is really quite the drama. So did you end up, you don't have any Bitcoin left then in your wallet? You just gave up on Bitcoin and liquidated everything? Nothing left behind. You're not even in a low equity position. You're totally out of your Bitcoin? Did Jay leave?
I think she's on the phone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Shut up. Because she said she was in some Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
I just use it for a transfer, but.
Right. And I'm not really into it that much. I like trading it, and I think it's easy to trade. But,
yeah, I think it's cool to watch for sure.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, and you know what? It's all psychological warfare. So if you're into that kind of stuff, it's beautiful.
It's the only thing I know that people on the street actually finally heard about, because when it was when it was the starting phase is when it was $200. I was talking about it, but not much people.
What was that story about a guy who bought a pizza?
Sorry about that. You were asking me a question.
No, I was wondering are you still holding any Bitcoin, or it was just a trade for you?
XRP. I'm looking to maybe purchase some Ether at a discounted price.
Yeah. So when you do a trade like that, you're just buying raw currency. You're not trading on leverage, right?
I just hold it. I just do a lot of hodls. I don't trade it anymore because I'm just not that experienced to do it. Like I said, I tried to do the whole option thing, and then I just couldn't bother with it.
Yeah, it's too
I don't think I have enough experience in that to trade it like options.
Smart.
So I just have XRP right for now, and I'm looking to buy Ether.
Every time you say Ether, I think an Ethernet.
No.
But you're talking about Ether, the coin. How much is it? $64? What it's down to?
No, I think it's 100 something. Let me check. I'm looking for a discount price, but let me check.
So that Dogecoin is just a joke or something? I think people make fun of that Dogecoin.
Yeah, that's supposed to be something.
Stay away from the others. I think all the rest of them want to dump at some point in time. I don't know. I just don't trust them. Yeah, it's let's see, it's trading at $1,000 per coin. 23, no, 1,200. Too expensive. Oh wait.
So will they let you put a limit order in there and buy at a certain price, or that's only if you have a brokerage account? You can't.
They'll never honor it.
You can.
But they don't honor it though. If you trade on Bybit or any of these fast ones, they never. All the limits I placed above the market, buy stops and everything else,
They just rip through it. They don't bother. They want you to buy market because they charge you 0.075 or whatever it is.
Binance will allow you to place limits. I think that's what they call it.
No, you can place them anywhere you want, but they don't honor them. That's the problem. Biden just rolls right through you. Yeah, that's the problem. It's getting filled. Getting filled is a bitch. Excuse my language.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's really bad. Actually, I had one of the programmers was talking about how the API for Bybit is such a kludge, and it won't give you multiple types of orders. It's just really, really, really bad. I said, guys, if you can't work it on Bybit, let's switch to whatever you can. So I think it was FXCM or something. I'm not quite sure what it was called. I said, go with the one that's relatively popular, and then we'll have to run the bot and see how much, commission is, and then from there, at least we know we've got a platform that we can use that we know that we can write towards. This is step by step. It'll take me about a month to understand what Simpleton is saying properly, and maybe we'll do a Zoom conference with jamming on the guitars with a multi-second delay effect, and that's
I'm still trying to grasp what's going on, so.
No, listen, it takes time to write these things, and it takes time to perfect them. And I think that, unfortunately, to be able to trade like Simpleton, you need to be a human being, right? And you need to really be able to read the context, and only a human being can do that. But if it's something that's relatively straightforward, just a simple 2 or 3 bots that fire off at certain things and do with the multi-threading and all kinds of, profit management and risk management stuff built in, at least you can't get in trouble.
Yeah.
Right? That's the most important thing, is make sure you don't get in trouble. You don't want to go back to your clients and say, well, we blew 20% of the account on 3 trades. That won't fly. They'll be really upset.
No, that won't fly. Oh,
right? So you gotta be cautious.
Yeah.
If we just ran the robots the way he ran them for the last 3 days, you're looking to make 20 cents on every dollar that you put in. So I'm ready to do that business.
Me
like
too.
Cosmetics. Yeah, you pay $1 for a stick of lipstick and you get $1.20 wholesale. And they sell it for $9.
Be honest with you, it doesn't sound like a very impressive number, but I think I can improve on it only because I know why it's such a low number, because it's a high probability trade to get out very close to the market, but it doesn't really speak to these kind of, like I said, 80% of the time it's chopping. So these 20% glorious moves, if a human was to move or you turned on the money management, extending the targets in a small position after you leave that high drama moment where you're scalping, and then as you drift out, like you just did here on this end of the day here on the euro, that's really the idealistic position. And if
how much did it cost you? Hang on. How much did it cost you for the material to put together a really nice crown? Just throwing it out off the top of the head.
To put it together, what?
Yeah, to put the crown, let's say, if you need to do a crown for someone,
I mean,
the material
materials
itself
is not
didn't
much,
cost much.
Is like contouring it. Contouring is the hard part. The materials are only $20, $30.
Again, the material is cheap. So in other words, if it cost you $1, you charged more than $1. But if you got $1.20 and you didn't have to do any work, you wouldn't have cared. The fact that you had to put so much effort into it to make it look nice and get all the biological features, I get it. You have to charge for that. But you're not paying for the cost of the actual material. You're paying for everything else.
The intrinsic value, right, is not different.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but what you're showing me is that no matter what happens, if I step up and I turn on that bot, whatever you've been running, even without the money management, just close it off at the end of the day like you did.
Right,
I'm going to make 20 cents for every dollar I put in.
Yeah, just turn off the bot.
Turn it off.
So the cool thing about this is once you get the robots in there, when 5 p.m. comes on Sunday, you turn on the 5 minutes after for Hugo, because they really don't start trading until 5 after. So you turn it on, and the robots launch, and you kind of check on them, see how they're doing. And I would only use one currency pair, but I would trade several bots on one currency pair, so you can take advantage of different situations. As far as this guy could probably whip me up a hedge bot, but if you don't, you still have you see the market open and close, didn't go any. If it doesn't go anywhere more than 10 to 20 pips, you put on a hedge. Now I know you don't like that trade, but like sometimes we got to do trades that make money. It's not the style of trading we like sometimes. So that's kind of the hard growing pains, accepting the fact that, because some people never thought about buying really deep on a pending limit. They usually think about, what's it doing? Can I get on the train? Let me get in here. I got a signal. The setup's there. The candle completed. Pull the trigger at the market. But if you can make half your money from breakouts of dojis, and it's a trend trade too, and then the rest, other half of money you're making from black swans, like outliers that spike into your banks. And I think that is like the holy grail is to have two different sources of income. The guy that wants to buy the Porsche, the guy that just wants to buy the keychain. If you're selling keychains of Porsches for $50 with the Porsche logo, and you're making when they do the books, they go, you made more money selling these fucking keychains than the guy. You never sold that Porsche because people are broke. So people are doing that's the scalp is the keychain, and you want the real Porsche. Maybe you want to make payments, and so I'm looking at it as a like in other words, since it's a real marketplace, there's real. It's like you don't have, because you have some people that just are there for the music, and some people are there for they want to take the T-shirt home and prove that they saw the tour. And you sell these T-shirts cost $50 fucking bucks. But dude, this is a talk about markup $12 T-shirt, And people want that sentimental thing to take home with them, and then you can't say, don't you want to buy our box set for $350? No, some people just want that T-shirt, and I bet they sell a lot.
Right.
With the band's tour dates, and I see people wearing them all
the scarves
beat up.
And the hats. Oh yeah.
That's a classic. So, like, I
got news for you. They make a lot more money on all the tapes and everything, and all the schmuttas than they do on the actual ticket sales, because everything costs a fortune to put on the shows. Yeah. So most of the money is made on the album sales after the great tour, and as well as all the stuff in the paraphernalia. From look at Kiss. That guy was such a mumser. That guy had lunch boxes. Kiss didn't care. Kiss Army, they went crazy, buddy. That was a marketing genius.
That was a marketing genius with the tongue out.
Oh my God, he's got everything.
Right? Well, we'll have it the Kiss Army, Simpleton Army. There you go. We'll have lunch boxes for all the kids.
Yeah. No, he was a businessman. Well, when I first saw Kiss, I was a little disappointed when I saw Kiss, because one of my friends liked Kiss, and I thought, oh no, how do I explain it to him that this is the worst music in the world?
The worst possible.
I mean, in other words, I get that they're dressed up and you're dazzled by the makeup, but have you considered just if you didn't know what they looked like, is this music you can tolerate? Fuck no.
Right.
This is the dumbest, most. And then when he had his big tongue in the flames, I'm like, oh my God, I'm embarrassed for you. I'm embarrassed for my friends now.
That's the art. That's the art part of it. That's the show. That's what you go for, is the show and the art and the music.
I remember. All the kids loved it. I loved Kiss. They're good. They were funny. He's a tall guy. Yeah, that guy. Whew. Apparently, he told the story that when he showed his mother that they got the check for some royalty check, and with that, he showed her a check for $1 million, and she's an old Hungarian bitch. She's like, 1 million? What's 1 million? Right? Typical Jewish mother. I died laughing. When I called my mom to tell her we're opening up clinics in Miami back in 2000, she said, I knew you could become a doctor. I'm like, Mom, I'm not going back to med school. I'm hiring the doctors, right? Which has nothing to do with going back to med school. She goes, but why? Dr. Bourne got his mechanical engineering and he went on to med school. Anyways, you can take companies public and the rest of it, but if you're not a doctor, forget about it. I had to laugh.
Wow.
Yeah. No, it's pretty funny because...
Right? No, it's pretty fucked up.
It really is. Like, so the Jewish culture, we're both Jewish, so we're like, oh my God, because really these people they're ridiculous. My favorite Jewish line is, Like if you said you were a scalper, and I'd say, and from that you make a living. Like in other words, the disappointment is already there for the Jew. They're like, wait, and from that you make a living. Like, explain this to me. Like, what's wrong with you?
Right.
Get a normal job.
That's too funny. No, I was living in Miami. I was living in a beautiful place, a beautiful apartment, right off the beach at Sunny Isles, and my mother's giving me shit for why I'm not going back to med school. And, become a doctor. Well, you're opening clinics. I said, Mom, we're taking the company public. I don't think you even understand what's going on over here.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, for them, it's just a really, really straight binary. You're not a doctor or a lawyer, you must be a bum. .com.
Yeah.
That's it. You must be
Plain
a
and
bum.
simple.
Oh, yeah. Well, what am I going to tell you?
It's tough, man. It's a tough situation. The pressure, But you get that all the time, especially the women get that, like, you haven't brought me any grandchildren? What the fuck? What's wrong with you? I mean, the pressure to perform is ridiculous. I'm like, can I identify as eunuch? I'm not in. I'm not raising any kids. Sorry. It's not going to happen.
Right. No.
I said besides, I have arrested development issues. I'm raising myself right now. I'm just trying to grow up by myself. Please.
It's hard just being in this world. Shit.
Oh my God, you got to have your head on a swivel now, because you turn around, it's like, well, what else is going to be out of stock?
Right.
The FBI was buying bullets. What the hell is that? They're trying to clear the shelves, so we just stand there going, huh?
Yeah, that's that's really scary when the government goes in and starts abrogating what they pledged for the Constitution. I mean, I always thought that the Army has to basically, they don't swear an oath to the president. I thought they swore an oath to protect the Constitution. So I don't know how that's going to go down when people are rioting in the streets, and I have no idea what's going to happen with the Army. That's the only thing I'm kind of thinking about.
I think they swore an oath to the CDC, unfortunately, or to never getting sick and never having the climate fluctuate.
But you know how many people in uniform got hurt by this jab? It's not even normal.
They got a lawsuit going, and the guy that Barnes, that attorney Barnes was all over that. They won that case. You know how they won it? Because they said that this thing that you're releasing is not certified. And they go, well, the other one is. They go, yeah, but all you do is change the name. It's the exact. They play games like you can't believe.
Because you can't sue the government if you're part of the military.
Right.
Yeah,
and they can have a military tribunal where they can just go guilty. Like you're totally, when you sign up for the military, you basically sign your life away straight out.
Once you sign your life away, you are considered government property.
You're technically property of the government, right? I mean, you might as well just have a sticker that says, "If found, take back to the military base and dump." If this guy's found loose. No, it's terrible, and the security that people get out of we'll pay for your college, yeah, but we own you.
Exactly, but when you have time to actually do any schoolwork when you're out in the field, they don't tell you that.
Right. Well, we don't talk about that part.
They didn't give you all these stipulations after you join.
Right, you get a bonus you don't get to spend anywhere. It turns out it's in a currency that's not even
problem. You can't do anything with it. I know the story, man. Yeah. I've had experience with that stuff. It's not easy. You basically do sign the next 5 years of your life away, especially if you want to be trained in something. But listen, if you get out and you do well, you can start a little business on the side, and you'll have
Did you say if you get out? You're not even sure you're gonna get out? Wow, that's really helpful. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you escape, you can live your own life.
Yeah, after you get out, then they send you over to the VA and try to forget about you and make sure you don't get your benefits, kill you off as quick as possible.
Yeah, you need the fifth booster.
No one can afford the insurance. Well, listen, the world is run by insurance companies. So
pretty much.
Where did the 30-year mortgage come from?
Well, insurance and threat of lawsuits, basically.
Right, but where did the 30-year mortgage come from? I didn't know this until last year. I couldn't understand. What's 30 years? Why don't you just make it 10 years or 5? Why 30 years? Because when they came up with it in 1910, the average lifespan was 45, 50.
Oh.
And they figured you'd die before you paid off that house. Thank you. We'll take the keys now.
Wow.
They expected you to die before you paid it off, Papa. That's cruel. You know, that's just a
Well, you see,
cruelty.
also you have the 30-year bond, so I thought it was connected to that in some way, but I don't think it is. But the 30-year, 10-year, people like those round numbers. There's a 30-year bond, though, which is like a inverted mortgage. You know, you're getting paid interest. But this is
Well, they can string out the payments to make them smaller.
What's up?
They can string out the payments to make them smaller, so it's more digestible. Because nobody wants to spend, you know, like $1,200 on a car when they can spend $300 for 30 years or 20 years.
Well, yeah, leasing cars became this thing where it's like you just put a down payment and you're just, I mean, instead of buying a car, you lease it, and they'd roll these guys over, and man, I just can't see leasing a car. Like, if you don't drive it, right? Because if you go past 50,000 miles, they charge you like 20 cents a mile. If you go, and you're all paranoid, your lease is coming to an end.
I love the idea of leasing a car. Well, I should preface to say the car that I bought was from a lease, so I got it for less than 10 grand. The people paid an extended 3-year lease. You know, I got a $70,000 car for $20,000. You know.
Right.
The lease worked out really well for me. I did a buyout from them.
Oh, absolutely, because
just went straight to
the right side of that trade for sure.
Oh man,
how's the mileage?
I got a car. Yeah, less than 10, because you know they limit the miles, and it was serviced by Audi, so they only had like one oil change and or a couple oil changes in 3 years because they weren't even really driving it that much. Awesome.
Please.
Yeah, I always buy used if I can. I'm not going to buy a brand new guitar. So if it's got a scratch on it and it's $200,000 bass and it was $3,000, you got a scratch, I'll take it. I'm going to scratch it myself.
He has character.
Oh, I did that with my because when we got wed for our wedding, I had to buy some expensive, it's just some nice shoes. Well, I found some really nice shoes. They're a little pricey, and there were two. There were two left on the rack. And the one that I was picking out, that I was looking at, kind of the other one, it had a blemish on it. So he went to go grab me one without the blemish. And I'm like, no, I'll take this one. Can you give me a discount? Give me a really nice discount. It's like, I'll take the ones with the leather blemish.
Yeah. No, really. I mean, I'll take the demo version any day. At least it's been broken in. I know it works. That's the funniest thing about this this digital world, that learning the code, if you want to do that by yourself, you just need the time, because everything's pretty much here. It's not like the old days, like you'd have to go to the library and figure it out, and then, man, you can the whole thing, you can ask Siri what to do at this point. Siri, how do I not kill myself?
Siri, write up this code for me.
Siri, bring me another beer. That's coming, right?
Yeah.
Siri, give me a back rub, Siri. I'm pissed off.
Here, I need a back rub. That's exactly it. Need a massage. It's been a long day.
With artificial
Or
intelligence.
Alexa. You could get program your Roomba to go and pick one up for you. Put a little arm on it.
That's not like Zumba, where I gotta dance around with a bar in my hands, is it?
Don't even start with the Zumba. I know the guy who started it in Miami and Gold Gym.
Can I
used to
kill
work
him?
out.
Is it okay to kill him?
Buddy, when I found out it was him, like a few years later, I asked a girlfriend of mine, I said, where you going? She's going to go in a Zumba class. I go, Zumba? I looked up Zumba, and I see this guy's smiling face, and I died. I said, I know this monkey. South American guy. Made a fortune. A fortune.
I'm sure he did.
A fortune. He had Zumba classes. He had Zumba
Dude,
trainers.
when I just see the Zumba font, I'm triggered and angry. Just the way they did it, I'm like, oh. If they use old English font, they'd be like, yeah, what is this Zumba? But boy, they did it like just right out of the jungle. Like, what the hell is going on here? Do I gotta wear one of those loincloths?
I felt like who started it.
I gotta get a loincloth to work out now. What is this, primal dance?
Oh, he's a nice man. Don't get me wrong. He was really nice, but he had this idea, and he talked to my friend John Richardson about it. And we're going back 20 years, guys. I mean, I was in Miami for 7 years, but we're talking about 20-something years ago. And John Richardson's like, listen, I'll do it for a cut of the action. He said, no, I'll find someone else. And he finally got someone to record, I guess, some of the Zumba dances in the first 3 hours of introductory to Zumba. And it just took off. It just flew. And then they were doing classes here in Canada. I'm like, what? That's how I found out that he actually got it off the ground 15 years later.
I'd rather go to sweat. Crazy. I'd rather go sweating to the oldies with that old guy with the fro. What was his name? He wasn't too looking. He wasn't very hot looking, but sweating to the oldies.
The Jane Fonda workout, she made a mint on that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Well, that's quite the day of insanity.
Bottom line, it's a small world. That's what I was trying to get to with that little.
Right, small world after all.
It really is, just like the song said. Well, that's why I always say you don't want to be too cantankerous, simpleton. It's important to be somewhat respectful because you never know what's going to happen in 15 years.
Well, I would feel that way when I was driving to work sometimes. Somebody cut me off, and I'd flip them off. It turns out it was one of the clients. We pull in the same parking lot, and I'm like, hey, I was just, don't mind me. I was just waving to you there. It's a special wave I have. Don't take it personally. It's Tourette's. I have finger Tourette's, and sorry.
That's too much.
Have you guys heard of the workout Prancercise?
What's that?
Prancercise? We prancing like a horse?
No.
No. There is such a thing?
Wow, is it better than Zumba?
Let me show you this shit. It's crazy. Hold on.
Wow. Find the video. Sounds tough on your knees, though.
Joanna. Hold on, let me see if I can put it in the chat.
All right, signing off again at another job. Talk to you later.
Good luck, buddy.
Making this money.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Nice. I just put it in the chat on YouTube. Hilarious.